The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4962 to Chapter 5045. AI. Emperor Shun sighed inwardly. He did not expect Lin Ling's words to be so authoritative. With just a few words, he had dispelled everyone's doubts. Now, our only hope is the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling continued, the Yellow Emperor has broken through for a long time. If we can hold on until he arrives, he might be able to save us. But before that, we have to hold on. The Yellow Emperor. Great Emperor Xianxia and the others' eyes lit up. If the Yellow Emperor succeeded in breaking through and arrived here, he might really be able to save them. After all, the Yellow Emperor was one of the strongest among the king-level universe gods. After breaking through to the saint level, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Ling, even if what she said is correct, who will be the first to make a move? Disregarded Heartless suddenly said. Although he believed in Emperor Shun, he was still cautious. Yes. Why don't we let Emperor Shun make the first move? The others also looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. She did not trust Great Emperor Xianxia and the others. After all, what if these people made a move on her when she was exhausted? How could she block them? Let me do it. But at this moment, Lin Ling was the first to step forward. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Ling, no, disregarded Heartless said immediately. You are our backbone now. If you release all your strength, what will happen if others attack you? That's right, that's right. Without you, we will lack confidence. Great Emperor Xianxia also spoke. Of course, his words were not sincere. Obviously, for self-preservation, he wanted Lin Ling to test first. Sir Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Lei Gong, Saint Gi, and the others did not agree with Lin Ling's choice. It's fine. In any case, if I fail, I won't be able to escape death. At a time like this, it's useless to think too much. However, Lin Ling smiled casually and glanced at the Emperor Shun. The Emperor Shun lowered her head and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. I'm making my move. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to the other party. He shot downwards and activated talent fusion. Tyrannical song slashed towards the swamp. Rumble, with this slash, the motionless swamp began to ripple, absorbing a massive amount of Lin Ling's power of divinity and bodily strength. What a powerful swamp. Lin Ling was shocked. After all, if his previous slash had been placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would have easily shattered the void of the 9 prefectures. However, this insignificant swamp was actually safe and sound. Again. Lin Ling released all of his divine power and slashed out crazily. Lin Ling is obviously just a higher god, but when he uses his techniques, he's actually comparable to a giant god of the universe. Everyone stared at Lin Ling's full power and was shocked beyond words. Many people were secretly in awe of Lin Ling. After all, to display one's full power in front of others was no different from revealing one's secret. How could an ordinary person do this? Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. At the same time that Lin Ling activated his godly power, his soul power transformed into 3 universes and shot out. Rumble, the swamp mud soared into the sky and splashed onto the air bubble in the sky, withstanding the powerful attack. However, it also absorbed all of Lin Ling's attack. Outside the air bubble, Emperor Yao witnessed Lin Ling's explosive power. His expression changed slightly as he was shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This Lin Ling is quite capable. He actually discovered the secret of the swamp decay pond. Unfortunately, with his strength, it's impossible for him to complete the swamp decay pond. The cloaked figures at the side said indifferently. It's indeed effective. At this moment, after Lin Ling released his soul power, he felt exhausted. However, he clearly sensed that the swamp mud did not submerge him. Although it did not sink, it meant that Emperor Shun was right. Look. The others also made discoveries one after another, and they were all overjoyed. Unfortunately, it's only submerged. This means that Lin Ling's explosive power is very weak. Emperor Xianxia shook his head. Lord Lin Ling, come back. It's our turn. At this moment, Saint Gi was worried about Lin Ling and suddenly shouted. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. He transformed into a giant and stepped on the swamp mud with his fists smashing down. Rumble, The entire swamp was overturned as mud splattered everywhere and a huge whirlpool appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, this included Emperor Yao and the others. Because they sensed that after Lin Ling transformed into a giant, his strength was extremely terrifying. Damn it, he is stronger than before. It must be the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui. Emperor Yao was so angry that his body trembled. Now that he had to fight with Lin Ling, he did not even have 10% confidence. However, he quickly relaxed. Although Lin Ling had become stronger, he was still not a match for the rotten race. Rumble. Lin Ling continued to release his fists as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The swamp mud below began to sink and absorbed a large amount of Lin Ling's strength. A portion of the swamp rushed towards the rotten race. After an incense stick's time, Lin Ling began to weaken. Lin Ling, come back. Lei Gong and the others looked down and shouted anxiously. They could clearly sense that Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as before. Emperor Yao's eyes began to flicker with killing intent. However, she hesitated, she knew that this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. However, there was a voice in her heart that stopped her. Perhaps it was because if she killed Lin Ling, she might not be able to live, or perhaps it was because Lin Ling trusted her, so she wanted to make peace with Lin Ling. Finally, she sighed and shook her head. It seems that I have lost. I have to admit that Lin Ling is a god more powerful than me. I can only submit to him. As soon as these words fell, Lin Ling, who was above the swamp mud, felt that the whirlpool in his body was crazily increasing. This made him a little astonished. Of course, he did not think too much about it. In fact, he did not know that because he was the first to sacrifice himself and believed in the Emperor Yao, it caused the Emperor Yao and her people to have more faith and worship in Lin Ling. Pangu's finger. Lin Ling used his final trump card and fiercely pointed at the ground. A huge finger appeared, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if it was sealing off the entire swamp. What method is this? At this moment, the expressions of the rotten race people in the distance changed greatly. Even if they were far away, they could still feel the terror of this killing move. At this moment, they rejoiced that they knew that attacking Lin Ling was the right choice. Emperor Yao's body trembled as if he had encountered a nightmare. This was because it was this finger that had erased his former self. Emperor Yao, you don't have to worry. Lin Ling will soon belong to us. Beside him, a rotten race god comforted him. Rumble, the huge finger erased the swamp, and the entire swamp seemed to explode. Rumble, the gigantic finger brought with it an ancient wind, as if it could pierce through mountains and rivers. As it smashed down towards the ground, it did not seem fast, but those facing it knew that no one could escape once they were locked on by the huge finger. Lin Ling is so much stronger than I expected. Among us ancient emperors, perhaps only old brother Yellow Emperor would be able to withstand that. Xianxia Great Emperor laughed bitterly. He had thought that he would be able to fight Lin Ling to a draw, but now he knew that he had been overthinking. Rumble, the huge finger sealed the ground, and the huge valley continued to tremble, as though it was about to collapse, and the swamp beneath the ground was churning with waves. It was as though the swamp had turned into a demon, and knew how terrifying the huge finger was. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, but everyone held their breaths. They stared at the swamp as though it was a cosmic explosion. Pong, pong, pong. It wasn't until his fingers touched the swamp that the swamp finally exploded. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The swamp water not only did not float up, but actually started to sink. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They were shocked by the power of that finger. Rumble, time passed quietly. After the huge finger sealed the swamp water dwindled, and one could even see the immortal bones in the swamp. At this moment, Emperor Yao and the others were extremely nervous. However, the power of Lin Ling's Pangu's finger was weakening. Lin Ling sighed softly. This swamp was too powerful. It was definitely connected to the rotten immortal's body. Rumble, the shockwaves gradually dissipated, and the terrifying power swept in all directions. A pity that the valley was still not broken. Instead, Lin Ling fell weakly from the sky. Lin Ling! Sir! Everyone shouted. If Lin Ling was allowed to fall, he would fall into the swamp. Although there was very little water left in the swamp, no one could guarantee that nothing would happen after they fell into the swamp. Xuanxiu and Lei Gong rushed towards Lin Ling. However, there was a figure that was even faster. In an instant, he passed by Thunder God and the others and flew towards Lin Ling. Emperor Shun, you dare! Xuanxiu's expression changed when he saw who it was. Lin Ling and the Emperor Shun had a grudge, and Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself for everyone. Emperor Shun actually wanted to kill him. Given Lin Ling's current strength, he could not withstand Emperor Shun's attack. Do you all take me for a fool? Even if I have a grudge against Lin Ling, I will not attack him. Because I don't want to die. However, Emperor Shun said coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Ling's hand. Although Lin Ling was weak, he was not unconscious. Seeing that the Emperor Shun had helped him, he could not help but smile. You go and rest. I will be the second to attack. Emperor Shun looked deeply at Lin Ling. With a pull of his arm, Lin Ling floated towards Xuanxiu and the others. His actions shocked everyone. After Lei Gong caught Lin Ling, he looked deeply at Emperor Shun and smiled. Looks like another person who has been defeated by Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Shun transformed into a demon snake and attacked the swamp crazily. Under Lin Ling's attack, the swamp had sunk to the bottom of the valley. However, after Lin Ling left, it began to rise again, but at a much slower speed. At this speed, it would take 3 incense sticks worth of time to submerge everyone. This undoubtedly bought a lot of time for everyone. Rumble. After Emperor Shun attacked, he did not hold back. He used all kinds of powerful techniques. Behind him, a large number of underground demons rushed out and fearlessly rushed towards the swamp to resist the power of the decaying deity. With Emperor Shun's help, the swamp stopped rising and began to sink again. After 5 minutes, Emperor Shun's strength was exhausted. He did not even have the strength to fly and fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a figure appeared and saved him. It was Longyang. You go and rest. We'll do it. Longyang coldly said to Emperor Shun. After throwing Emperor Shun far away, she, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and the rest erupted with the power of the world's will and attacked the swamp. The swamp sank again. Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race were shocked. They could see that Longyang and the rest were using the power of the world's will. They were all overjoyed. They did not expect to capture so many worlds' will hosts this time. After a while, Longyang and the rest retreated from the valley. Next, it was Emperor Xuanxiu and the rest's turn. They held on for another 5 minutes. Emperor Jun and the rest followed suit. Everyone did not hold back at all. Perhaps because Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself, they all trusted each other at this moment. Moreover, they knew that if they held back or attacked others at this time, they would incur the wrath of the masses. Rumble. Everyone took turns to attack, constantly suppressing the swamp. The swamp continued to sink. Unfortunately, even if everyone used up all their strength, the swamp still did not reach its maximum. Let me. Lin Ling attacked again. Although he had only recovered a portion of his strength, he still used all his strength. The swamp was once again held by him for a certain amount of time. Next, those who had recovered their strength took turns to attack. Unknowingly, they had managed to hold on for an hour. Clap. 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 Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race could not help but clap. He said, "This is the first time I've seen someone able to hold on for an hour under the decaying god's great universe. It's really praiseworthy. Indeed, it has opened my eyes. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen them so united. They have abandoned their selfishness." Emperor Yao also smiled and nodded as if he was watching a good show. Unfortunately, it's useless. They will still die in the end. The cloaked people beside him shook their heads. Looking back at the valley, everyone was weak and powerless. They could not use any moves. They supported each other and relied on their divine energy to prevent themselves from falling into the swamp. The swamp had already reached the bottom of the valley, but after no one attacked, it floated up again. Sigh, we still can't win in the end? Emperor Xuanqiu sighed. His eyes were filled with decadence. Perhaps, this is fate. Emperor Shun shook his head and said. After resisting again and again, they still could not stop the swamp. Their willpower was gradually being destroyed. Some of the weaker gods had completely given up. They believed that the universe wanted to destroy them. They could not stop the great universe's laws. It's getting closer. Lei Gong and the rest supported each other and smiled bitterly. Everyone, do you still have strength? Who would have thought that after reincarnating, I didn't die in the hands of the world's consciousness, nor in the hands of the enemy? but in such a filthy place, sigh. An old man let out a long sigh and simply closed his eyes, waiting for his death to come. Yellow Emperor. They prayed non-stop, hoping that the Yellow Emperor would arrive at the last moment and save them all. Unfortunately, this sort of hope had come to nothing in the end. Because the swamp was only a step away from them, all of them had climbed to the highest point, their heads almost touching the air bubbles, but it was still useless. That feeling was like seeing water slowly creeping up, and they could drown at any time. Master Lei Gong, let me down. But, just as everyone thought that they were going to die, suddenly, a cold voice floated over. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. One must know, this time, Lin Ling had done the most to stop the swamp, and he was also the one who bought the most time for everyone. He was already tired, everyone saw that. Now, what else did Lin Ling want to do? Lin Ling. Lei Gong frowned. Let me down. Lin Ling said firmly. You don't even have the strength to fly now. If I let you down, won't you die even faster? Lei Gong shook his head. Quick, or we'll all die. Lin Ling didn't explain, because he didn't have the strength to explain. He never thought that, after breaking through, this would be the first time he encountered such an exhausting situation. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for many years. All right. Lei Gong knew Lin Ling's stubbornness, so he let go of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to sink into the swamp. Lei Gong. They immediately shouted anxiously, if they let Lin Ling go now, wouldn't that be killing Lin Ling? However, Lei Gong laughed bitterly. He had no choice. In reality, Lin Ling really did want to die because he had a feeling that at the moment of death, he would be able to use a powerful force. Sure enough, when he fell into the swamp, a powerful corrosive force surged over, wanting to corrode him completely. However, at this moment, the originally empty Dantian gave birth to a powerful force out of nowhere. This force actually came from the soul. So strong. The originally weak Lin Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, a sword that flickered with white light. Back off. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and suddenly chopped down. Rumble. The power of this sword was actually not much weaker than Pengu's finger. In fact, it even showed signs of being slightly stronger. At this moment, above the swamp, everyone was sighing. They had personally witnessed Lin Ling being submerged by the swamp. He was probably already dead. However, they did not go to save Lin Ling, nor did they shout. Perhaps in their opinion, it was their turn next. Death was the final outcome. However, at this moment, the swamp exploded and sank crazily. Gradually, the figure of the young man was revealed. He floated weakly in midair, holding a white sword in his hand. He was like a giant who came from the heavens and earth. The power of the world's will. Lei Gong and the rest gasped, that's right. Lin Ling's final force was the power of faith. Now, Lin Ling's power of faith was several times stronger than before. In addition to the previous life and death calamity, he could finally control the power of the world's will. This is the first time I've seen Lin Ling use the power of the world's will. Great Emperor Xianxia, Great Emperor Jun, and the rest were shocked. It was an eye-opener. As for Emperor Shun, this was not the first time they had seen him ignore everything. They had seen it during the Battle of the Misty Sea. At that time, Lin Ling had killed 2 giant gods of the universe with a single sword. Of course, in their opinion, this sword was 100 times stronger than before. What kind of power is Lin Ling's world's will? Even Emperor Yao, who was outside the valley, had a solemn expression. The dozen or so rotten race members frowned and remained silent. They were even more eager to capture Lin Ling. My lord. At this moment, Saint Guy rushed over and supported Lin Ling before flying back to everyone. Everyone, I've done my best. Lin Ling looked weakly at everyone. Lin Ling, you've repelled the swamp several times. This time, you bought us 3 incense sticks worth of time. Emperor Shun said apologetically. Now, the grudge between her and Lin Ling had finally dissipated. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Moreover, we've given up previously. We didn't expect you to still be fighting. This makes us feel ashamed. Emperor Xuanqiu and Saint Guy were also apologetic. Now that Lin Ling's sword had slashed the swamp to the bottom of the valley, it would take at least 3 incense sticks worth of time to reach the bottom. Although it was a short time, it was still the hope of survival for everyone. the last 3 incense sticks worth of time. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Time passed quietly and the swamp was once again reaching the top. This time, no one could stop it. However, no one was dispirited anymore. They were still filled with fighting spirit. Even if they were to die, they would die standing. The Yellow Emperor is here. At this moment, a loud roar came from afar, shocking everyone. Tears welled up in Emperor Shun's eyes. They had been constantly informing the Yellow Emperor. Although they didn't know if the Yellow Emperor could hear them, they were still fighting, and now, the Yellow Emperor was finally here. They fought with all their might and didn't give up at all. In the end, they managed to hold on until the Yellow Emperor arrived. The Yellow Emperor. At the same time, Emperor Yao's expression changed drastically. The cloaked figure snorted, "You've come at the right time. What's the use of regretting it?" Rumble, in the sky, a surging river suddenly appeared and rushed towards the valley. With a boom, the bubble in the valley instantly burst open, and the people trapped inside were all released. What? The previously confident decaying god's expression changed drastically. Impossible, with the Yellow Emperor's strength, how could he break through the swamp? The Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the valley, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, they all felt that the air outside was so light, so comfortable, and there was no stench at all. Moreover, they had lived for tens of millions of years, but the short 2 hours felt like tens of thousands of years to them. "Sorry, Lin Ling, I'm late." On the rolling river, an old man arrived majestically. "It's better to be late than never." Lin Ling looked up at the old man and smiled. "Haha, thank you for leading them to hold on for so long. Leave the rest to this old man." The Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. With a frown, the river beneath his feet rushed into the valley, smashing the valley into pieces. Without a doubt, the Yellow Emperor's strength had greatly increased, a Saint Universe God. So powerful. The Yellow Emperor is no longer the same as before. Retreat. The eyes of those from the decaying race flashed as they planned to leave. "My people almost died in your hands, and now you want to leave?" Yellow Emperor's voice was like the wrath of the heavens. "Yellow Emperor, do you know who we are? Do you know that compared to us in your era, you are like an ant? You dare attack the rotten race?" Seeing Yellow Emperor's killing intent, the rotten race people shouted angrily. The rotten race was the most ancient race of the universe. They had witnessed the great changes of the universe, the great era. In their eyes, only the ancient race of the universe was noble. The rest were not worth mentioning. Yellow Emperor was like a slave they kept in captivity, a wild horse. "Cut the crap!" Yellow Emperor roared. Powerful godly power erupted, turning into a surging river that surrounded the rotten race people. However, the rotten race people were not afraid. They stood with their hands behind their back. "You really decided to do this?" One of the gods took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh and bugs. "Die." Yellow Emperor was furious. The terrifying river water seemed to wash away all the filth in the world as it rushed towards that god. "Yellow Emperor, remember your choice." Rumble, that god was smashed to pieces, but he still looked incomparably calm. "My people have followed me since the ancient era. What qualifications do you ancient races have to touch them?" Yellow Emperor controlled the river and swept away the remaining rotten race gods. Several more were killed by Yellow Emperor. Now, Yellow Emperor's strength had increased by several times. He was incomparably powerful. The remaining few rotten gods stood in the center of the river. They looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others coldly. "Emperor Yao, you didn't expect that after reviving, you would still lose." At this time, a weak voice floated over. Lin Ling was being supported by Saint Yi as he looked indifferently at Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao did not move, but bugs kept jumping off his face. It was obvious that he was furious, because he did not expect things to turn out like this. As far as he was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die today. However, Lin Ling was lucky and survived. At the crucial moment, Yellow Emperor had successfully broken through. No one had died. Instead, their strength had increased tremendously. Emperor Yao, on the other hand, had become neither human nor ghost. "Lin Ling, I won't let you off." The thousands of words in Emperor Yao's heart finally turned into this one sentence. "Do people like you only have these words to say before you die?" Lin Ling sneered and said with a sarcastic expression. At this time, one of the rotten gods coldly said, "You guys are really a bunch of ants. You think you can win everything with a momentary victory. You don't know that you are already dead. Let me tell you something. We will not die. Rotten. God has sent people here." With that, Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned around and saw 3 bubbles floating out of the destroyed valley. The bubbles were filled with a foul stench. Then, they slowly melted and 3 figures slowly walked out. The 3 of them were dressed in long black robes, and their bodies reeked of a foul stench. The moment they appeared, the entire world seemed to have become stinky, and their strength was even more unfathomable. It was as if their strength could corrode the entire universe. The most terrifying thing was that they were clearly from the Dao Tower, but they were able to pass through the Dao Tower. Clearly, this was the doing of the rotten gods. Rumble. At the same time, 1,000-mile large rotten rock appeared above their heads and smashed down. Because the valley had been destroyed, the hot spring area was no longer formed, so the rotten rock appeared, and 1,000-mile large rotten rock meant that the person who came was too strong. The rotten rock formed was incomparably terrifying. However, the person standing in the middle stretched out his hand. An ink-colored universe spat out from his palm, as if it was sprinkling ink, and enveloped the sky. In the blink of an eye, the rotten rock falling from the sky became incomparably black. Although it continued to fall, it turned into nothingness when it landed on the 3 people's heads. Only a large lump of foul ink was left rolling. Chi, Emperor Xianxia and the others all sucked in a cold breath. This person had actually broken through the rotten rock. One had to know that ever since they came to the 2nd level, they had never seen a deity who could only face the rotten rock head-on. Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he whispered, "One of these 3 is a Saint Universe giant god, and the other 2 are kings. They are very strong. Everyone, be careful." The pressure on them immediately increased. Previously, they had exhausted too much of their strength, and now they had not recovered. It would be hard for them to stop these 3. "Yellow Emperor, you killed a member of the rotten race." At this time, the deity standing in the middle slowly removed his cloak. What was shocking was that there was no foul flesh on his face, nor were there any bugs. Instead, it was a gray color. This was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. "You rotten race people are killing people everywhere. Why don't you say that only you are allowed to kill, and others are not allowed to kill you?" Yellow Emperor said indifferently, trying to buy time for Lin Ling and the others. "We kill people because they are too weak," the old man said indifferently. "Leaving them alive is a waste of the universe's resources. Since that is the case, we might as well help others and leave behind stronger deities. I know you are stalling for time, but what's the use? Even if they recover their strength, they are still not our match." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. Waste the universe's resources? The Solar God race, the One Feng race, the Desolate Ancient Dragon Alliance, the Underworld Deity Tribe, the Godly Ox race, the #1 Toad race in the universe, and so on. You rotten race people, why don't you attack them? Yellow Emperor, I saw that your strength had increased greatly. I originally wanted to give you a chance to meet the rotten god, but you didn't want it. The old man said with narrowed eyes. Why waste time talking with them? Just kill them all. I heard that there are several world hosts here. Leave them alive and kill the others. The 2 standing beside him shook their heads. They were king-level universe gods, but they were much more powerful than ordinary universe gods. Lin Ling sensed a total of 100 billion units of godly energy from them. The rotten race was indeed terrifying. Fine. The old man nodded and looked at Emperor Yao and the others. Wait a moment. We will save you. After saying this, he transformed into a huge pool of ink and charged at Yellow Emperor. His godly energy was even more terrifying, reaching 200 billion units. The difference between king level and saint level was that saint level deities had double, triple, or quadruple the godly energy. King level deities had a base of 10 billion units of godly energy, but they could still increase it, albeit at a very slow rate. It was not comparable to saint-level deities. As for the other 2, they also had 100 billion units of godly energy. From this, one could see how powerful they were. On Lin Ling's side, most of them only had 20 to 30 billion units of godly energy. The strongest, Emperor Xianxia, only had 80 billion units, the three joined forces to attack Yellow Emperor. As they saw it, Yellow Emperor was a formidable opponent. The others were just chickens and pottery dogs. This meant that after the Yellow Emperor broke through, his godly power had doubled. Moreover, this was because he had just broken through. If he was given more time, his godly power would increase even more. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, the old man's expression changed slightly. He had broken through several 100 million years ago, yet he only had 200 billion. However, the Yellow Emperor had caught up to him right after breaking through. This showed the difference between the two sides. Black desolate old ancestor, we'll help you. The two universe gods beside him shouted, forming 400 billion godly power to drown out the Yellow Emperor. They cultivated the same power at the same time, and when they fused together, they were much stronger than other gods working together. Yellow Emperor. Everyone was anxious. They knew that if the Yellow Emperor was defeated, all of them would die. The ancient races of the universe are blessed by the heavens. They are much stronger than us gods. Yes, we came from the desolate era, the ancient era, and the era of gods. They came from the primordial era when the universe was first formed. Stop talking nonsense, quickly recover your strength. After a moment of anxiety, everyone entered seclusion, using their treasures to quickly recover their strength. Warring states open desolate river. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor shouted. His godly power clashed with the three gods, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. However, at the crucial moment, he activated his own great universe. His great universe was incomparably powerful, forming a majestic land in the sky. The mother river churned, nourishing all life under the heavens. Countless primitive people were farming, but after seeing the battle, they all raised their weapons to help. Two realms great universe. Seeing the arrival of the great universe, the strongest of the rotten race elders' expression changed as he sensed the might of the Yellow Emperor's great universe. A great universe could change the laws, creating heaven and earth from nothing. Generally speaking, the stronger the universe, the more help it would provide. For example, the Yellow Emperor's two realms great universe could resist some Tao realm great universes. By changing the laws of Tao realm great universes, the Yellow Emperor's 200 billion godly power doubled or even more. According to legend, the Nine Realms Great Universe could resist 70% of Tao realm great universes. There was nothing in the Tao realm that couldn't be done. Two Realms Great Universe. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had seen many gods with great universes, but most of them were unformed ones. Lin Ling felt that the Yellow Emperor's great universe was more powerful than his Lin Ling universe. Hong Long Long, the rotten world seemed to crumble. At the same time, large amounts of rotten rocks in the sky. In the distance, a large number of gods were also watching the battle. All of them were pale with fright. This was the first time they had seen so many rotten rocks falling down. That's the head of the five emperors, Yellow Emperor. They whispered to each other. It was hard for them to imagine if there were still gods who could only live in the world ahead. Of course, he still chose to avoid most of the rotten rocks. All right. Among the three, the weakest cosmic god split up and shot toward Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's side had tens of thousands of gods, but they were all in a weakened state. To the cosmic god, they were like sheep. Of course, even if these gods were at their peak, they would not be a threat to him. This person is very strong. Lin Ling, try your best to recover. Emperor Xianxia, Emperor Jun, Emperor Shun, let's do it. Seeing the other party shooting toward them, Guan Wading and the others shouted. They had not recovered their strength, but they recovered faster than the others. If they worked together, they might be able to block one or two attacks. I'll help you too. Lei Gong stood up. Seeing them frown, he explained, my world's will has recovered more than half. It's recovering faster than my primordial energy. I'll help too. Shaoluan and Longyang also stood up. Damn it. My Donghuang Bao needs the power of a god. Otherwise, I would be able to help too. Saint Guy said unwillingly. I'll help too. My coffin doesn't need too much power of a god. Indra also flew out, and a few of them fought against the cosmic god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he hastened his recovery. The gods beside him also took out treasures that they had kept for many years to help Lin Ling recover his primordial energy. Now that everyone was on the brink of death, no one would hide anything. They all knew that Lin Ling was the strongest among them. If Lin Ling recovered to his peak, there was a high chance he could defeat the cosmic god. Ha ha ha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. The cosmic gods are also divided into strong and weak. However, that senior Chuing alone is much stronger than the 5 emperors of the past. Emperor Yao and the others were still surrounded by the river, but they were not worried at all. They crossed their arms and laughed. Emperor Yao felt lucky that he had joined the rotten race. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor. With just you lot? At this moment, the cosmic god stopped and looked at Emperor Yao and the others with disdain. Just a bunch of defeated soldiers. He opened his cloak, revealing his rotting flesh. A large number of insects flew out. These insects were all powerful with the power of a god and could corrode the opponent's methods. He was helpless against the Yellow Emperor's universe, but he did not care about the others. Fight. They ignored him and activated all their strength to fight against the insects. Unfortunately, they had recovered too little strength. They could only hold on for 3 breaths of time before the insects crawled all over their bodies and corroded them. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others were stronger. They erupted with the world will and blocked the insect army. Although the insects' corrosive power was strong, they could do nothing to the world will. Of course, Lei Gong and the others could only hold on for a short while. After all, they had not recovered much of the world will. As expected of the world will, that god called Chuing narrowed his eyes. He felt that he was about to catch Lei Gong and the others. Of course, he could also see that the world will was very weak and could not compare to the others he had encountered. Let me. At this moment, Indra roared. He held the coffin lid and swept through the army, shattering the dome of heaven. Bang bang bang, a large number of insects were blown apart and could not get close to Indra. What? At this moment, everyone was astonished. Especially Young Yao, treasure god Nanwufingyu, and the others. They laughed excitedly. All along, Indra's strength was below average. To put it bluntly, he was cannon fodder. But now, Indra had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Hee, big brother. Lin Ling took a look and secretly rejoiced at his choice. This coffin lid was indeed suitable for big brother. Ha ha ha, awesome. This coffin is quite impressive, it's actually impervious to all evil. Sigh. Primeval Cherry Goddess frowned, and after investigating for a moment, she suddenly sneered. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. Sigh. After saying that, she took the initiative to grab Sakura, suppressing him with her enormous divine power. Come at me. Sakura roared. Holding the coffin with both hands, he unleashed the most ancient gale, rumble, the void trembled, causing huge rotten stones to appear in the sky. However, Sakura's aura had already reached the peak. Not only did he not care about the rotten stones, he still swept past them. As for Primeval Cherry Goddess, she also ignored the rotten stones. Her palm turned into a dark cloud formed by countless insects, grabbing at the coffin. Bang, 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 the two sides collided, forming an incomparably terrifying aura. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Then, they separated again, avoiding the falling rotten stones in the sky. Sakura actually blocked Primeval Cherry Goddess's grab, causing countless people to be shocked. You are quite capable. You are the first high-level deity to be able to block one of my attacks. However, I am even more curious about your coffin. Primeval Cherry Goddess's eyes flashed, and she attacked crazily. Her divine power seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, drowning Sakura like a violent storm. Sakura, you can do it. Lei Gong and the others were all shouting, incomparably excited. Because of this belief, Sakura became fiercer and fiercer as he fought, blocking Primeval Cherry Goddess's moves again. However, he was still a high god. Even if his coffin was heaven-defying, his foundation was still too weak. He wasn't Lin Ling, he didn't have 8 dantians. Therefore, as time passed, he began to fall into a disadvantage, and gradually, he was surrounded by danger several times. Sakura, I'll help you. When Lei Gong and the others saw the situation, they all urged the world's will to assist Sakura. However, Primeval Cherry Goddess was indeed powerful. She didn't care about Lei Gong and the others' attacks at all, focusing on attacking Sakura. She was very clear that although Lei Gong and the others' world's will was powerful, Lei Gong and the others hadn't recovered at all. Let's go too. Great Emperor Xuanxiu, Emperor Shun, and Great Emperor Jun also made their moves. However, Chu Yingshan only wasted a bit of time. His hand turned into a blade, and with a slash, all of the attacks were disintegrated. Get over here. He pounced towards Sakura and seemed to be getting serious. The big hand reached out and actually grabbed Sakura's coffin lid. With a sudden tug, the coffin lid fell out of his hand. What? However, just as he grabbed the coffin lid, Chuchuang God felt that something was wrong. The coffin lid was very heavy as 1,000 caddies. He couldn't lift it at all, let alone use it to fight. What was going on? Why was this weak superior god able to control it? But he, who came from an ancient race of the universe, could not. Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground from the sky. Chuchu Sakura goddess ignored it for now. She would kill these people first and then study the coffin lid. You bunch of ants, it's time to admit your deaths. Ha ha ha, don't think that you can stop the noble rotten race. Chuchuang God sneered. Her gaze locked onto Sakura, and she turned into a dark cloud and rushed over. She was a god filled with bugs that could corrode everything. Sakura. At this moment, Yellow Emperor was fighting two gods. Originally, he had the upper hand, but Sakura's side was in danger, causing him to be distracted. In an instant, the two rotten race gods had reversed the situation. However, Yellow Emperor was powerful, and he wasn't worried about himself. Instead, he was worried about Sakura and the rest. Damn it! Sakura cursed. Death was near, but he wasn't afraid. His heart was filled with unwillingness, his realm was too low. If he reached the level of a universe giant god, this Chuchuang god would be nothing. A coffin lid would be enough to kill him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Jiayuan Destruction. But at this moment, a voice drifted over. Following that, a terrifying soul ray shot out even faster than the sound. 3 great cosmoses were coming at him, formless, colorless, and terrifying. Not good. Chuchuang God's expression changed greatly. Sensing a life and death crisis, she suddenly disappeared. Shwa, 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 sounds like beans being fried resounded. The dark clouds around Sakura fell to the ground like rain. All the bugs were killed by the soul ray. Sakura, however, was safe and sound. Instead, he looked behind him excitedly. He saw Lin Ling, who was protected by countless gods, still sitting cross-legged in midair. His expression was serene, like a sitting rock, like an ancient god that had just woken up from a deep slumber. It's you. Chuchuang God's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lin Ling. This was her first time here, and this was the first time she saw Lin Ling. Thus, she didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. What was that technique from before? So formidable, it actually gave me a sense of danger. He is only a higher god, yet he can make me, a universe giant god, feel apprehensive. He is very strong. However, he is still recovering. This is the final chance to kill him. Chuchuang God's eyes flickered. She took a light step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. Her pace wasn't fast, mainly because she felt that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious. She couldn't see through him. The moment she left, Lei Gong and the rest immediately blocked in front of Lin Ling. Let him come over. But at this moment, a calm voice transmitted to everyone's ears. It was Lin Ling's voice. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the rest immediately stepped aside. Instead, it was Chuchuang God who stopped. She frowned. This youth was too mysterious. Senior, don't be fooled. He doesn't have the strength to fight against you. He is deliberately mystifying you. You must immediately kill him. At this moment, Emperor Yao's roar sounded. He knew that Lin Ling had always been cunning. Now that he was pretending to be mysterious, he was definitely stalling for time. That's true. Chuchuang God nodded and walked towards Lin Ling again, but at this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Pong, for some reason, just a gaze caused Chuchuang God's heart to violently beat. You still have 3 breaths to escape. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. He was clearly saying that he still had 3 breaths to recover. Why didn't she escape? At this moment, Great Emperor Xianxia and the rest were overjoyed and inexplicably excited. How domineering. Let's see if the rotten race god dared to escape within 3 breaths. One had to know that the nobility of the rotten race was something that even the Yellow Emperor didn't put in their eyes. You dare to humiliate me. Chuchuang God's expression changed drastically. Generally speaking, how could she be afraid of a superior god? However, she was also a god who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. She had innate intuition and could see through the universe. That was why she was afraid of Lin Ling. 1. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly counted. A mere nameless god dares to act mysterious. Chuchuing deity reacted and roared. She was finally going to attack. 3. At the same time, Lin Ling finally stood up. An ancient gale surged out of his body, pushing away all the gods around him as he struck out with his palm. Rumble. When this palm collided with Chuchuing deity, the latter was actually forced to retreat. Her expression changed greatly. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's figure grew infinitely. He was like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Chuchuing deity's pupils trembled fiercely. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly a superior god, but he could turn into a giant, giving her a feeling that he was unrivaled. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Chuchuing deity said in a low voice. What am I doing? Lin Ling was still growing. His long hair danced wildly, and a large number of complicated patterns appeared on his body. He was majestic and domineering, causing countless people to look up at him. Lin Ling's voice was also as deep as thunder. You want to kill me, right in front of me, and now you ask me what I am doing? Senior Chuchuing, he is Lin Ling, one of the hosts of the world will, that the rotten deity wants to capture. At the same time, Emperor Yao anxiously shouted. He was deeply afraid that Chuchuing deity would be afraid of Lin Ling and run away. You are Lin Ling. Chuchuing deity's pupils constricted, and she suddenly relaxed. I thought it was someone from some ancient universe race, but it turned out to be you, Lin Ling. You really gave me a fright. However, you can be considered the second person among the superior gods that I am somewhat apprehensive of. Yes, the first was that guy holding the coffin lid. Unfortunately, he is still not my match. Lin Ling, right? The rotten deity has named you, and I am the one to capture you. That is your honor. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter shook the sky. He looked down at the tiny Chuchuing deity and shook his head. Is your rotten race also arrogant? Showing off the aura of a king. How dare you? In the beginning, Chuing God was only afraid of Lin Ling because she couldn't see through Lin Ling's origins. Now, how could she put Lin Ling in her eyes? What an arrogant brat. On the other side, the two gods who were engaged in a fierce battle were enraged even though they were constantly at a disadvantage. Get over here. After being enraged, the primeval cherry god no longer held back. All of her divine power exploded out, and 100 billion divine power turned into a meteor that bombarded Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling also knew how powerful God Chuing was, so he had transformed into Pengu from the start. This was because he was no match for the latter with his own strength. He threw out a punch. It seemed slow, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth. Rumble. This punch was even larger than a meteor, and it actually shattered all of Primeval Cherry Goddess's divine power. The Primeval Cherry God's entire body shook, and she was sent flying. Her expression changed greatly. Only after facing it head-on did she realize how terrifying this giant was. One had to know that she was already one of the strongest among the king-level giant cosmos gods. There were probably no more than 1,000 people stronger than her, and yet, a high god was actually able to fight against her? Just what is the background of this Lin Ling? Why is he the host of the world's will? Why is he so much stronger than the others? The primeval cherry god's heart was heavy. Her eyes flashed, and a huge rotten rock appeared in the sky and smashed towards the two. However, the Lin Ling giant was taller and was the first to receive the attack. However, Lin Ling threw a punch towards the sky, and the rotten rock was blown to pieces. Ah! This punch shocked the swamp. So far, other than the Yellow Emperor and that rotting race expert, this was the third person who could destroy the rotten rock. The most terrifying thing was that this third person was only a high god. Lin Ling, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But I don't believe you can really fight against a king-level giant cosmos god. The primeval cherry god was also shocked by Lin Ling's methods. But she suddenly shouted, and her entire body exploded, disappearing from where she stood. Rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky. They were even bigger than Lin Ling, and they enveloped Lin Ling. Looking carefully, they were actually insects that wanted to corrode Lin Ling. This time, you must die. The primeval cherry god was close to going crazy. Not good, that rotting race god has disappeared. The Emperor Shun and the others hurriedly checked, but even they couldn't see where the primeval cherry god was. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he stared at the endless dark clouds. But he couldn't see the primeval cherry god either. His soul force couldn't find her either. The rotting race was indeed quite capable, but since he couldn't find her, he would just destroy them all, Lin Ling sneered. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the largest dark cloud, then fiercely pointed. Pengu's finger, the incomparably huge finger, blasted forward, as if it could destroy any multiverse. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others stopped fighting. They were all shocked by this finger. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel like no multiverse can stop this finger? This finger is specialized in subduing multiverses. Not only the Yellow Emperor, but even the expression of the strongest rotting race elder changed drastically. Not good. You actually still have a method. A voice came from the rolling dark clouds, full of shock and disbelief. He had transformed into a dark cloud, but in fact, he had entered space and hidden in the multiverse. He was confident that this youth's fist couldn't kill him at all, but who would have thought that the youth would turn his fist into a finger, and it was even more powerful, as if it could split heaven and earth and tear space apart. Could it be that this is the hidden Pengu's finger in the ancient coffin on the first level? Impossible. How could this young man obtain that finger? When the enormous finger got closer and closer, Primus Cherry Deity finally saw something clearly. His soul trembled. He wanted to escape, but he discovered that there was nowhere to run. The next moment, he discovered that the world had become bright, and everything disappeared. Then, he couldn't remember anything. His memories, his bloodline, and his entire life seemed to have disappeared along with the finger, and in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling pointed forward. The dark clouds melted like snow, and then all the negative effects disappeared. It was as if time had stopped. The two rotting race deities' pupils were trembling, and they didn't speak for a long time. They knew that Primus Cherry Deity was dead. He was killed by a junior of a higher deity. That finger was so terrifying that they probably wouldn't be able to erase it. World will host Lin Ling. They shouted one after another. The Yellow Emperor also looked at Lin Ling in shock. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling use this move, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Come back. However, at this time a figure suddenly appeared in the valley from before. The figure was illusory and looked at everyone indifferently. What was surprising was that this person was a pale-faced scholar. He wore a white robe and looked very clean, giving off a pure and straightforward feeling. Rotting deity. The two deities bowed and quickly flew back to the valley. The Yellow Emperor didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced scholar seriously. This was the legendary #1 ancient race of the universe, the rotting deity? Lin Ling's growth is indeed fast. So powerful. Could he be one of the 9 universe stars? Yes. Lin Ling was still in his giant form, and his eyes were flickering. He had already seen 3 universe stars, and as the host body of the world's will, he had the feeling that he was an innate being. Similarly, Lei Gong and the others felt the same. They felt uncomfortable all over. The Tao child they met on the first level had the same feeling, but it wasn't very strong. For a moment, the world was silent. All the gods were silent, but they felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Thinking back to everything that had happened, they sighed. In the beginning, Emperor Jun and Emperor Shun had tricked them into coming here. Then, they were trapped in the swamp and almost died. With the cooperation of all the gods, they finally survived the disaster, but who would have thought that more powerful beings from the rotten race would come, and in the end, they even sent the rotten god. If it weren't for the Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling, we would have died. Everyone was muttering to themselves. Lin Ling. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor flew back with Lin Ling and appeared in front of Emperor Yao and the others, looking at them indifferently. Everyone took a step forward and arrived in front of Emperor Yao, looking at him coldly. Emperor Yao gritted his teeth, his face incomparably cold, his heart was filled with unwillingness, almost, just a little bit more. Why was the heavens playing with him every time he almost saw Lin Ling die? He could wash away the blood feud, but every time something unexpected happened, Lin Ling would escape the calamity and turn the situation around in the end. Emperor Yao, what else do you have to say? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling was the first to speak. Emperor Yao immediately looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. Humph, a mere lowly god dares to fight against the rotten race? Emperor Yao didn't speak, but a rotten race god beside him immediately shouted coldly, this guy really didn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He didn't see the rotten god appear, but he still left helplessly. Did he really think that this was the rotten race's home? Die. The Yellow Emperor coldly spat out. With a flick of his finger, a powerful divine energy pierced through the deity's forehead. Then, something strange happened. Starting from the head, the god was like sand and water. He was constantly battered and gradually disappeared from the second level. Who dares to speak? The Yellow Emperor stared at the remaining decaying gods. Yellow Emperor, you have offended the rotten god. You can't go any further in the Tao Pagoda, you can only leave forever. Another rotten race god spoke, but his tone was not as arrogant as before. Perhaps it was because he no longer dared to be arrogant. What are you trying to say? The Yellow Emperor looked at him with interest. Let us go. Perhaps, there will still be a chance to turn things around. That god said. Die. As soon as the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, he flicked his finger and drowned the god with the river water again. Ah? The remaining 3 gods finally shuddered at this moment. Are you idiots? Since I have offended the rotten god, do you think the rotten god will let me go if I don't kill you? Also, you think too highly of yourselves. If I let you go, do you think the rotten god will let us go for your sake? The Yellow Emperor said with disdain. With another flick of his finger, he killed several more rotten race gods. Spare me, spare me. The last remaining rotten race god knelt down in midair. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed out loud. These ancient races were so arrogant that even in death, they had never lowered their noble heads. This led everyone to think that these ancient races were born so arrogant that they did not fear death, but now, it seemed that every ancient race had someone who was afraid of death. You. The kneeling deity had an ugly expression, but he gritted his teeth and continued to beg for mercy. He naturally knew that these people were laughing at him, but his life was more important. Begging for mercy? I thought you would always have a strong backbone. The Yellow Emperor shook his head. Unfortunately, you still have to die. With a flick of his finger, the last rotten race god died. You are all dead. That deity was continuously washed away by the river and gradually disappeared, but he still roared before he died. Unfortunately, no one took this threat to heart. Emperor Yao, you are the only one left. The Yellow Emperor looked at the last deity. Emperor Shun witnessed the death of a rotten race god with his own eyes, but he seemed to be unfazed by death, indifferent to it. Perhaps he knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now that it had come to this. Yellow Emperor, I didn't lose to you. I lost to Lin Ling. If not for him, you would have lost to me long ago, and I would be the strongest of the 5 emperors. Emperor Yao was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Indeed. However, from what I know, it's not that you didn't have the chance to recruit Lin Ling, but that you missed it. He was very clear that if not for Lin Ling's sudden appearance in the battle for the bloodstained Tai Sui in the valley, the Yellow Emperor would have won. The final winner might have been Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would have been able to use the bloodstained Tai Sui to become a Saint Universe god. The eyes of the others flashed, and they agreed with Emperor Yao. Especially Emperor Yao. She was also present at that time, so she naturally had the most right to speak. Yes, I missed it. Emperor Yao nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Truthfully, it was a lie that he didn't regret it. He regretted it more than anyone else, back then, because he chose the White Tiger God and helped his disciple, the White Tiger God Supervisor Monarch. He missed out on Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was actually the host body of the world will with boundless potential. Emperor Yao, you are luckier than me. You can still turn back. We have known each other for many years, and now that you have fallen to such a state, honestly, I am very sad. Previously, I had no choice but to make a move against you. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao and said. At this moment, no one disturbed Emperor Yao. Although many hated Emperor Yao to death, it was undeniable that Emperor Yao was also a big figure, a famous figure, and one of the oldest godly emperors of humanity. The merit he left for humanity couldn't be erased. I can understand. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao indifferently. When Emperor Yao killed her, she also hated Emperor Yao. She thought that Emperor Yao was too heartless. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years, however, now that she was about to die, the hatred in her heart dissipated with the wind. It's best that you can understand. Emperor Yao nodded. He was also a man, and before he died, he apologized to Emperor Yao, and he had said what he needed to say. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling. This was a person he didn't care about at first, but gradually became a big problem, a person who was ultimately his enemy. Lin Ling, I didn't lose to you. I lost to the host body of the world will. Emperor Yao said calmly. Even now, his battle intent against Lin Ling hadn't decreased. If there was a chance, he would still fight with him until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Maybe. Everyone thought that he was strong because he was the host of the world's consciousness, only he knew that as host of the world's consciousness had not been of much help. What truly helped him the most was the primal chaos divine formula that helped him grow from weak to strong. He also knew that he was not an ordinary host of the world's consciousness. Perhaps he was the other half of the Creator God. If there's a chance, I'll fight again. Yellow Emperor, make your move. Emperor Yao roared. He was ready to die, the Yellow Emperor sighed. At a time like this, he would not show mercy. He knew that Emperor Yao would not want him to either. This was a humiliation to Emperor Yao, and also meant that Emperor Yao had admitted defeat. However, Emperor Yao did not think that he had lost. He still wanted to fight, therefore, the Yellow Emperor wanted to kill Emperor Yao with his own hands. Rumble, the incomparably terrifying river rushed towards Emperor Yao, drowning him, gradually turning him into nothingness, gradually turning him into dust. Countless people sighed when they saw this scene. The ancient emperor of a generation had fallen here, and at the hands of 4 ancient emperors, everyone stood in the air for a long time, silent and conflicted. After some time, the Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's time to settle our grudges. I know you want to kill me. Come. Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Yao and shook his head with a smile. Our grudges have dissipated with the wind in the valley. Now, we are together. Although the Emperor Yao had already felt it, hearing Lin Ling say it with her own ears still moved her. Now that she was weak, it would be easy for Lin Ling to kill her. However, Lin Ling did not. Alright, let everything dissipate with the wind. The Emperor Yao nodded. At this moment, she finally felt like she was walking together with the Yellow Emperor and the others. This was also a sense of belonging. Of course, although she seemed to be following the Yellow Emperor, she was actually following Lin Ling. She had a feeling that Lin Ling would be even more terrifying than the Yellow Emperor in the future. In the end, she and the Yellow Emperor were just allies. Lin Ling, we harmed you before. You can do whatever you want. Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling and said. You too. There's no more grudges between us. At that time, you were forced. Lin Ling naturally would not bicker with Emperor Jun. Thank you. Emperor Jun nodded gratefully. In fact, we are now one body. After all, we are already enemies of the ancient universe's race. If we don't unite, we won't be able to defeat them all. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, and it's not just us. This includes all the gods from the primitive era, the ancient era, and the age of Pantheon. This is because the ancient races of the universe only value each other and don't care about the gods from other eras. Ancient emperors like us. Emperor Jun Emperor. Yellow Emperor nodded. Let's form an alliance and fight against the ancient races. Emperor. Everyone nodded. They didn't want to die, so they had to unite. More and more gods will enter the Tao Pagoda. Everyone, please rally them and unite. The Yellow Emperor shouted again. Now, other than the gods of the primal chaos realm, the gods of the Tao realm should be with us. Then, we will create a great cause. As for the world consciousness, The Yellow Emperor suddenly looked at Lin Ling, Lei Gong, and the others. He knew that many gods were still worried about the world consciousness. They are now our people. In the future, they will definitely help us. Moreover, it's hard to say whether we can stop the ancient universe, ancient race, right? Hearing this, the gods nodded. After Lin Ling risked his life to save them, they had already acknowledged Lin Ling in their hearts. They knew that in the future, as long as Lin Ling still had his consciousness, he would not kill them. Lin Ling felt that the world consciousness's power was constantly increasing, and its faith was growing stronger. It seemed that after the incident in the valley, everyone had acknowledged him. He couldn't help but sigh. He used to be a rat on the street, hated by everyone, but now, he was one of the 5 emperors, respected by everyone. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor gratefully. He knew that the Yellow Emperor had spoken up for him and dispelled everyone's worries. Let's go back. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand and left with the majestic gods. Along the way, many gods spread out and told the other gods about their goals. This caused many gods to join in as well. These gods had relatives and friends killed by the rotten race, so they hated them to the bone. It was just that in the past, no one dared to fight against the ancient universe, ancient race. Gradually, the number of people in the 5 emperors' tomb increased. Lin Ling, you will become one of the 5 emperors. You will be called the Lei Gong Hall. What do you think? The Yellow Emperor flew side by side with Lin Ling. He smiled and said to Lin Ling, okay. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The Yellow Emperor's greatest understanding of Lei Gong was the Lei Gong Hall, which was why he said that. However, one of the 5 emperors, the Lei Gong Hall, this sounded pretty good. I agree. I agree too. The Emperor Shun and the others nodded and raised their hands in agreement. Lin Ling had saved them, and he was stronger than them. They naturally recognized Lin Ling's position. Hee hee. Lei Gong and the others smiled excitedly. Unknowingly, they were also part of the 5 emperors and had established their own sects. Hee hee, Lei Gong, you guys are strong enough to establish your own sections. This isn't strange at all. He ignored Wu Ting, Sui Lei Gong, and the others and laughed. They glanced at Lei Gong and the other 2 and knew that they were 3 powerful world will hosts. Then, they looked at Sakura. They still remembered Sakura's tyrannical coffin. Then, it was Saint Guy. This was the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, which was also an ancient race of the universe. It could be said that there were countless capable people under Lin Ling's tomb. After a long time, everyone reached the hot spring and went to rest. After going through 2 life and death crises, everyone wanted to relax and cultivate properly to increase their strength. Lin Ling and the others sat beside a hot spring and soaked in it, enjoying themselves. They talked and laughed, saying whatever they wanted to say. Perhaps after going through such a life and death crisis, they cherished their current days even more. After everything stabilizes, we will go find the bloodstained Tai Sui and enter the 3rd level with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling said to everyone as he soaked in the hot spring and felt his strength slowly increasing. Everyone saw the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui and naturally didn't want to miss it. Brother Ling, the 2nd level already has such a treasure. If it's the 3rd and 4th level, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated? Yu Yu wiped Lin Ling's back and said expectantly. I think so. Otherwise, those strong people wouldn't have gone to the 3rd level. However, after the 2nd level, the danger will probably be greater. Lin Ling said helplessly. After bidding farewell to the Yellow Emperor and the others, Lin Ling and the others set off on their journey. Although the Yellow Emperor and the others were worried about the safety of Lin Ling and the others, when they thought of the strength of Lin Ling and the others, they finally relaxed. After all, if Lin Ling and the others couldn't solve the problem, then other than the Yellow Emperor, no one else would be able to. Lin Ling, we'll stay on the 2nd level for now. When we're stronger, we'll go to the 3rd level. After all, there are probably a lot of great beings on the 3rd level. The Yellow Emperor said to Lin Ling. Before Lin Ling left, Lin Ling agreed. Right now, they only had one Saint Giant Universe God. How could they fight against the great beings on the 3rd level? After that, Lin Ling also knew that the Yellow Emperor had mobilized everyone to search for Tai Sui, so he didn't plan to help and left with Lei Gong and the others. According to the instructions of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison, Lin Ling continued to search for bloodstained Tai Sui. They headed north. Although they were very powerful, the Dao Tower was mysterious, so they were still very careful. Sure enough, after 3 days of continuous travel, a corrosive stone rain suddenly appeared in front of them. It crashed down mightily for a full 2 hours. Although Lin Ling transformed into Pangu and could destroy one corrosive stone rain, it was only one corrosive stone rain. Even Lin Ling could only be killed when faced with a large area of corrosive stone rain. Thank goodness little Luan warned us. Lin Ling and the others felt lucky and then looked at little Luan. It was little Luan who had warned them. Little Luan's world was a chant with the power of creation. They didn't expect that she would be able to detect the corrosive stone rain. Little Luan, you'll be the one to guide us now. Little Luan, head north. Lin Ling pointed out the general direction and said to Xiaoluan. Little Luan nodded shyly, but she was very happy. She was very proud to be able to help Lin Ling and everyone else. Let's go this way. Xiaoluan led the group in a different direction, and after spending 2 hours, they walked across a vast expanse of land. Along the way, Xiaoluan was able to sense danger ahead of time. Sometimes, Xiaoluan would choose to take a detour even if it was just a small mountain. Although it would take more time, they would be able to sense danger once they passed it. In the next moment, several pieces of rotten rocks fell from the mountain peak. Little Luan, you're amazing. Everyone was full of praises for Xiaoluan, making him even happier. Lin Ling was also happy for her. Now, everyone's strength had increased greatly. This was good for everyone. My lord, a huge swamp has appeared in front of us. After another day, Xiaoluan said as he looked ahead. In front of him was a pitch-black land. Its surface was very hard, and it didn't look like an ocean at all. However, everyone believed in Xiaoluan, so they stopped in their tracks. Everyone waited for 3 incense sticks of time. Sure enough, the boundless black earth in front of them began to move. The sturdy earth merged together, and sludge appeared. It was just like the rotten deity's methods. It was extremely similar. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If they had continued to move forward, they would be in the middle of the swamp now. The danger had greatly increased. Lin Ling, look. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the front. A large number of bubbles appeared on the ground of the swamp. Some of them were even as large as islands. When the bubbles burst, bugs flew out. These bugs circled around in the air and then flew towards Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, be careful. Lin Ling warned and slashed forward. However, he discovered that the power of God didn't have much effect on these maggots. When the maggots encountered the power of God, they would turn into nothingness. After avoiding it, they would fly over again. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. These winged maggots were too terrifying. They kept urging their methods, but the effect was still not great. Lei Gong and the rest urged the world will's power. The effect was not bad. However, there were too many maggots. Their world will's power was not enough. Retreat. Lin Ling urged Universe 3 Extreme Break. The effect was very significant. It killed a large number of maggots and bought time for everyone to retreat. However, Lin Ling's expression was solemn. Only Universe 3 Extreme Break was effective. However, his Universe 3 Extreme Break was only released once. However, the swamp in front covered a large area. It was impossible to fly over. They could only take a detour. However, who knew how long the detour would take? It was estimated that it would take a year or even a few years. Get out of my way. Everyone had retreated. Only Sakura was still holding the coffin lid in his hand and kept sweeping at the maggots. His strength had increased greatly. He was no longer as afraid of death as before, but because of this, everyone was cursing. Was this guy looking for death? However, something unexpected happened. The maggots seemed to be afraid of the coffin lid and actually avoided it. The maggots that were swept by the coffin lid all exploded and fell to the ground. They flowed out stinky black blood and stopped moving after a few moves. The coffin lid can restrain them. Lin Ling was very surprised. This meant that Pangu's true body might also be effective. However, Pangu's true body only had an incense stick's worth of time. If he couldn't bring everyone across the sea in an incense stick's worth of time, then he would die without a doubt. This was not as convenient as the coffin lid. Thinking of this, Lin Ling shouted, "Big brother, come back quickly." Sakura went crazy. He didn't listen to anyone except for Lin Ling. He scolded a large number of maggots. "Count yourselves lucky." Only then did he rush to Lin Ling's side with the coffin lid. When he put the coffin lid on the ground, all the maggots didn't dare to approach. They flew in the distance, a dark mass. It was a ghastly sight. Furthermore, a stinky smell hit them in the face. Everyone used divine essence to block the stench. Then, they looked at the coffin lid in surprise. Lei Gong smiled and said, "I didn't expect that this coffin lid is actually effective. However, how are we going to cross the sea?" Xianxia frowned. They came for the bloodstained Tai Sui. How could they give up so easily? After all, they had witnessed the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui with their own eyes. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. If they wanted to cross the sea, perhaps they could rely on the coffin lid. He immediately said his idea, using the coffin lid to cross the sea. However, the coffin lid could only carry a few people. This might take a lot of time. However, this was also the safest method. "Lin Ling, your suggestion is not bad." Lei Gong immediately agreed. The others also nodded. "How about this? I'll carry the coffin lid. We can carry 5 people at a time," Lin Ling suggested. He was the strongest and was in charge of bringing people back and forth across the sea. Everyone agreed unanimously. Then, Lin Ling brought everyone back, avoiding a large number of maggots, and went in another direction. After a long time, they stood in the distance of the swamp sea. There were no maggots here. Lin Ling carried the coffin lid and brought Yu, Lei Gong, and Yuer, Xianyuan and young demon master across the sea. The coffin lid was placed on the swamp sea. Everyone sat there while Lin Ling stood at the bow of the ship and activated his divine essence. Rumble. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The coffin board continued to move forward, and after an unknown amount of time, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like a crocodile. Furthermore, this crocodile noticed Lin Ling and the rest and slowly swam over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest's expression instantly turned grave. Fortunately, the swamp under their feet suddenly shook and hardened again, causing the crocodile to sink into the ocean. After the ocean hardened, all the maggots also flew back into the ocean and everything in front of them became clear. "Let's go." Lin Ling lifted the coffin board and burst out with his full speed, bringing the 5 of them to fly far away. After the ocean hardened, everything became safe. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the other side of the ocean. Stepping on the hard ground, everyone let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "This ocean is really King scary." Lei Gong scolded with a smile. "Brother Ling, the ocean is still in a hard state. You should hurry over so that you won't encounter any trouble later." Yu looked ahead and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded and instructed Lei Gong to take care of Yu and the rest. He lifted the coffin board and flew across the land. The swamp ocean also changed very quickly. Lin Ling only flew a third of the way before the land turned back into the ocean. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only continue to sit on the coffin board. However, their luck this time was not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. After Lin Ling returned to the other side of the ocean, he brought Sakura, Whitewater Pure Girl, and Treasure God Nanwufeng Yu across the ocean, leaving behind Shaoluan, Longyang, Xianxia, and the rest. After all, the coffin board could only carry 5 people at a time. Longyang and the rest were stronger, so it was safer to stay on the other side of the ocean. Their luck this time was still not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. Finally, everyone successfully disembarked and met up with Lei Gong and the rest. Lin Ling left without stopping and crossed the ocean to pick up Xianxia and the rest. When they returned this time, the ocean had hardened again, saving them a lot of time. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Saint Guy and the others. At first, they flew, but halfway through, the ground turned into an ocean again. Lin Ling and the others could only sit on coffins. But this time, Lin Ling and the others were not so lucky. The earth had just turned into an ocean when they immediately encountered a mysterious crocodile. Lin Ling and the others didn't know how big this crocodile was. As it slowly swam over, huge waves rose up from the swamp. The situation instantly became incomparably troublesome. "Saint Guy, attack now. Don't let the crocodiles get close," Lin Ling shouted anxiously. He knew that if the coffin lid was overturned, things would become troublesome. After all, maggots were everywhere in the swamps and oceans. How could they fight against the maggots other than the coffins? Alright. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang bell and smashed it at the mysterious crocodile. The crocodile sank to the bottom of the sea and bought them some time. Lord Linling, the crocodile has caught up again. It's at the bottom of the sea. However, after running for a short while, Xiaoluan said anxiously. Attack. Linling wanted to control the coffin lid and prevent it from overturning, so he shouted at Longyang and the others. They immediately activated the world's will and attacked the bottom of the sea crazily, causing a huge whirlpool to appear on the surface of the sea. Being on the coffin lid, everyone was almost overturned. If not for Linling suppressing it, everyone would have fallen into the sea, and when Xiaoluan and the others' attacks landed on the crocodile, a fishy smell of blood rushed out of the sea. The mysterious crocodile seemed to be injured. This also bought Linling and the others precious time. A moment later, the coast began to appear in front of them. They could even vaguely see Lei Gong and the others, however, they were all crazily shouting for Linling to speed up. Behind them, the mysterious crocodile had appeared again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at them from behind. When the crocodile appeared, everyone knew how big it was. It was as big as the universe. Linling and the others couldn't even compare to the crocodile's teeth. Quick! Linling was anxious. Xingyi, Xiaoluan, and the others also attacked, but the effect was not great this time. The crocodile was incomparably smart. When it saw Xingyi and the others' attacks coming, it closed its huge mouth and crushed all the attacks. Only Dragon Mother's World Will's power managed to cut off one of its teeth. You guys control it. Seeing the situation getting more and more troublesome, Linling let Xingyi control the boat. He rushed behind the coffin lid and activated Universe 3 Extremes Break, Rumble. However, the mysterious crocodile's soul power was incomparably terrifying. It actually blocked Linling's Universe 3 Extremes Break. So perverted. This was the first time Linling saw the Universe 3 Extremes Break ineffective. Now, he could only turn into Pangu to resist. He jumped up and turned into a giant. His feet stepped on the sea and he crazily punched the crocodile hundreds of times. Rumble. The sea rolled and the waves were turbulent. From afar, it looked like the crocodile and the giant were fighting as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The most frightening thing was that the crocodile was not much weaker than Linling's Pangu body. The battle was evenly matched. However, Linling's Pangu body had a time limit. Not good. After Linling punched the crocodile suddenly disappeared. Looking back, it actually appeared behind the coffin lid and swallowed the coffin lid. You're courting death. Linling was furious. His eyes were red. He took a big step forward, stirring up countless swamps and mud. Pangu's finger attacked. Now, his Pangu body was getting closer and closer to the end. He had to use a fatal attack. Rumble. The huge finger attack fell, and the swamps exploded. The mysterious crocodile's body was penetrated and it finally fled. Xingyi, Longyang, Xiaoluan. Linling did not care about anything else and shouted anxiously. What gave him a headache was that the sea was starting to harden. If Xingyi and the rest did not rush out of the sea, they would be sealed in the sea and bitten to death by the maggots. My lord. Linling. At this time, two voices came from the rolling sea. Longyang and Xiaoluan were holding a corner of the coffin lid and shouting anxiously. Wait for me. Linling took a big step, picked up the coffin lid, and threw it into the sky. Linling, Xingyi is over there. Longyang, who was on the coffin lid, shouted to Linling. Linling looked around and saw that Xingyi was covered in maggots. Moreover, the Donghuang bell was protecting him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Xingyi's bloodline was not fully activated. Otherwise, with the Donghuang bell, the sea would not be able to stop him. My lord. Xingyi floated up from the sea and was about to sink at any time. Moreover, the hardening sea was about to arrive. Time was of the essence. Linling took a step forward and reached Xingyi. He grabbed Xingyi with his hand and threw him into the sky. After doing this, Linling's Pangu strike disappeared and he began to recover his original appearance. Bang! Fortunately, this time, the ground was no longer an ocean. Bang bang bang. On the coast, Lei Gong and the others looked at Linling and the others who were rushing towards them along the hard ground. All of them were incomparably happy. They had all witnessed the fierce battle from before. At that time, their hearts were hanging in the air. If not for the fear of too many people getting in the way, they would have already gone to help. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Ling showed his might and saved Xingyi and the others. It was hard to imagine that if the person in charge of receiving the ship was someone else, perhaps Xingyi and the others would have already died. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the others rushed to the coast, Lei Gong and the others ran over. Damn, I almost died. Xingyi sat on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. Lin Ling and the others were the same. After sitting down, they continued to recover. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt as if they had survived a disaster. They did not expect that the second floor of the Dao Pagoda would be so terrifying. A random sea and a mysterious crocodile almost took their lives. They thought that as long as they avoided the rotten stones on the second floor of the Dao Pagoda, all the dangers were not worth mentioning. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others opened their eyes, sighing and shaking their heads. So scary. What was that before? He can actually fight Lin Ling, who has grown up. That's too awesome. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a wry smile, I guess that was a Dao crocodile, the kind of monster we encountered when we first came to the Dao realm. It's just that in the Dao Pagoda, this kind of monster is even more terrifying. Dao crocodile. Everyone's face changed slightly. They naturally knew about that kind of terrifying thing. Well, I've finally crossed the coast. Everyone, let's move on. Lin Ling stood up and said to everyone. After the previous incident, everyone was even more cautious. However, after crossing the coast, the ground was no longer a swamp. It had become incomparably hard. There were huge black rocks all around, as if a divine beast was sitting on the ground. It's nearby. Lin Ling searched for the scent of the blood-stained Taisui fungus with a secret technique. However, to his surprise, he did not see any flesh-like demons in the vicinity. Lin Ling, these are rocks formed from the condensation of lava. However, this volcano is very terrifying. It is a divine volcano, and its lava can kill any god. Lei Gong, on the other hand, was inspecting the rocks one by one. No matter what he did, he couldn't cut off a single piece of rock. Each and every one of these magma rocks was a precious treasure. It was a pity that they could only be seen but not harvested. These rocks are extraordinary. They contain the powerful great laws of the universe. Moreover, these rocks are located on the ground and can conceal the aura of the surroundings. Everyone must be even more careful. After all, no one knows what lies ahead. Lin Ling said to the crowd after checking it out. Everyone nodded and used all kinds of methods to investigate. They found that these rocks were able to absorb all kinds of prying methods. They were extremely mysterious. This meant that even if there was a huge Dao crocodile ahead, they would not be able to detect it. They could only see it with their naked eyes. However, by the time they could see it with their naked eyes, they would have entered the Dao crocodile's line of sight. It was extremely dangerous. Soul power can barely detect it, but the area has been greatly reduced. Everyone, use your soul power. Lin Ling said to everyone again. After becoming a high-level deity, everyone had more or less developed soul power. It was just that some people were stronger and some were weaker. The one with the strongest soul power was Lin Ling. It surpassed everyone else by 100 or even 1,000 times. Everyone moved forward cautiously. After walking for a full 6 hours, a huge volcano began to appear in front of them. The volcano was so magnificent that it was actually bigger than any of the 9 prefectures. It could be seen clearly from afar. It was hard to imagine how close it would be. After that, how magnificent would this volcano be? It's there. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and sniffed the air. Although the surrounding magma could not block the smell of the blood-stained Taisui fungus, it had blocked half of it. This greatly increased the difficulty of Lin Ling's search. Thus, Lin Ling could only roughly determine that it was in the region of the volcano. It can't be inside the volcano, can it? Lei Gong suddenly said. If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. That volcano is so big that it will definitely take a lot of time to find the blood-stained Taisui fungus. Moreover, I discovered that the area around the volcano seems to be filled with monsters. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a wry smile. Everyone moved forward cautiously, then hid under a huge rock and looked ahead. Only now did they discover that the volcano in front of them was filled with enormous gray-skinned lizards. These lizards were the same color as the volcanic rocks and looked incomparably powerful. Most importantly, there were too many of them. They were either rolling around, fighting, or sleeping under the volcano. If they wanted to reach the bottom of the volcano, they had to go down through the mouth of the volcano. This would inevitably alarm those lizards. Lin Ling, what should we do? After investigating, Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and pondered, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he took the risk and charged up the volcano. Second brother, look, there's a lone lizard over there. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the distance. In the endless volcanic rocks in the distance, a huge lizard was moving forward in boredom. Let's catch that lizard and see. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Everyone hurriedly followed Lin Ling. Under the cover of the volcanic rocks, they moved forward cautiously. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the lizard. Fortunately, the volcanic rocks blocked Lin Ling and the others' spying methods, but they also blocked the lizard's spying methods. Even though Lin Ling and the others were very close, the lizard still did not respond. Lin Ling, do you want to make a move? Lei Gong checked for a moment and saw that there was only a lone lizard around. He whispered. Lin Ling looked at the volcano in the distance and finally shook his head. Let's wait until this lizard has gone further. Remember, don't kill it. I'll seize its soul and see if I can find out something. Hearing this, everyone nodded secretly and continued to follow the lizard. After a full 2 hours, the lizard walked further and further away. When they looked back, they could only vaguely see the top of the volcano. Let's go. At the same time, Lin Ling shouted. Everyone unleashed their powerful methods to suppress the lizard. Rumble. The lizard looked huge, but it was also extremely powerful. Its black skin was as hard as volcanic rock. Even though Lin Ling and the rest had launched a sneak attack and joined forces, they still could not kill it. They only managed to slightly injure it. Eastern Emperor Bell. Coffin Plate. Devour. Shungi, Indra, Lei Gong, and the others all unleashed their strongest methods. Anyway, this lizard's skin was thick and could not be killed in a short time. Naturally, they did not hide their methods anymore. Rumble. This time, the lizard finally turned upside down and a large amount of black blood flowed out. But what was terrifying was that this fellow was still alive. Not good, this beast is intelligent, it's going to run away. Lei Gong shouted anxiously. But at this time, Lin Ling's attack finally arrived. The tyrant's song sword fell from the sky, and a powerful force and divine force came down at the same time. This sword ruthlessly stabbed the lizard's stomach and finally penetrated the lizard, nailing it to the ground. The lizard was still not dead, its 4 limbs danced, as if it was stirring up the world. Soul suppression. Lin Ling erupted his soul force, poured it into his palm, and slammed it down on the lizard's head. Rumble. Lin Ling's current soul force was as vast as the universe as he attacked the lizard's soul. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the lizard's soul was also incomparably terrifying. For a short while, he actually failed to stun the lizard. This made Lin Ling secretly sigh. The dark divine hound on the first floor was as weak as a puppy compared to this volcano lizard. Search for me. However, Lin Ling's soul force was too strong, and he continued to suppress it. Not only did he search the lizard's memory, but he also planted a slave soul seal in the depths of its soul. Only Lin Ling, if it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to do it. Gradually, the struggling lizard calmed down, its eyes constantly flickering, revealing a light of reverence towards Lin Ling. After Lin Ling learned everything about the lizard's soul, he continued to digest it and knew that there was only one way to enter the volcano, and that was through the volcano's mouth. Not good. Then, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice, because the lizard's soul let Lin Ling know that a large number of lizards were rushing over. Quick, everyone get on. Lin Ling shouted to everyone, and then let everyone land on the lizard, and then rode it in another direction. Although it was difficult for the lizard to detect Lin Ling, it could use special methods to detect other lizards. Lin Ling told the lizard to avoid it, and went straight to the volcano from another direction. After a full 6 hours, Lin Ling and the rest finally arrived at the mouth of the volcano while riding on the lizards. making many twists and turns. Standing at the edge of the volcano, Lin Ling and the others all had solemn expressions. It was too big. How was this still the crater of a volcano? It was simply an entire universe. Looking inside, it was pitch black, and any darkness could be devoured. It looked incomparably dangerous. Lin Ling, are we going down? Lei Gong frowned. He had a bad feeling about the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling nodded. We've already come this far, we can't give up halfway. Moreover, the lizard's soul knows that the monsters at the bottom of the volcano are even more terrifying. Some of them only eat lizards, we have to be even more careful. Hehe, second brother is right. It's rare for us to come here, how can we give up halfway? As for whatever demon, I have a coffin lid here, what's there to be afraid of? Sakura laughed and said, second brother, let's jump down. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to jump, but Lin Ling immediately pulled him back and scolded laughingly, this volcano is so deep and full of monsters. Jumping down will definitely attract attention. We're dead for sure. Then what to do? Sakura scratched the back of his head and said. Isn't there this fellow? Let it bring us down. Lin Ling looked at the lizard under him and smiled. And that lizard had a spirit. After knowing Lin Ling and the rest's decision, its entire body started trembling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's powerful soul force suppressed it, forcing the lizard to bring everyone down the volcano. Climbing along the volcano's wall was undoubtedly much safer than jumping down. Everyone did not dare to breathe loudly. The moment they entered the crater, they all had a feeling as if they had entered another world. The surroundings were full of darkness. Even if they were face to face, everyone could not see each other clearly unless they used divine essence to illuminate. Of course, using divine essence, this was undoubtedly very dangerous. What a huge volcano! Could it be that this volcano was once a powerful means to destroy the universe? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, having a guess in his heart. The volcano was like a black hole, specialized in swallowing the universe. As time passed, Lin Ling also gradually adapted to the darkness. His soul force could quietly spread out to 1,000 miles away. Gradually, he also discovered the danger at the bottom of the volcano. This place looked pitch black, but in reality, there were countless strange monsters of all shapes and sizes. These monsters devoured each other. Some lived by devouring the volcano's darkness. It was incomparably strange. Furthermore, the plants here were also very terrifying. They were situated on the volcano's wall. Anything that passed by would be entangled and then melted as if they were poisonous. Lin Ling saw with his own eyes that a rat-like monster was swallowed by a plant without any resistance. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. He continuously controlled the lizard and avoided all kinds of plants on the wall. Walala. At this time, a smiling face appeared in the sky ahead. It was a smiling face formed by a strange green color. The smiling face was very big and incomparably terrifying in the darkness. Lei Gong and the rest's faces changed. However, Lin Ling comforted them in a low voice, telling them that the smiling face was actually very far away. There was no need to worry. Furthermore, it wasn't a smiling face, but a huge butterfly. Furthermore, it looked poisonous. Of course, it was also Lin Ling's first time seeing a butterfly as big as a kuan. Rumble. At this time, the smiling face suddenly changed into a ferocious face. Furthermore, there was a rumbling sound. There's a big battle. Quick! Lin Ling's soul force sensed that a monster had attacked the butterfly. It was an intense fight. What made Lin Ling afraid was that even he couldn't tell what the monster was. It looked like a spider, but it didn't look like one. To avoid being implicated, it was better to go down. Along the way, Lin Ling witnessed all kinds of monsters. All of them were extremely powerful. After spending a total of 10 hours, they finally reached the bottom of the volcano. What was surprising was that the bottom of the volcano was not dark. Instead, it was bright. Whether it was the ground or the rocks, they all emitted a red light. This place was very hot and the area was huge. It was 100 times bigger than the crater of the volcano. We're here. This way. Lin Ling performed his divine powers and secret techniques, then led the group forward. As for the lizard from before, he let it go. However, the lizard was also cunning. It knew that it would be difficult to leave the volcano alone, so it kept following Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling saw that it had worked hard even if it didn't have any merits, so he simply let it be. the group advanced along the bottom of the volcano. However, they didn't encounter any monsters. It was as if the bottom of the volcano was a forbidden area. No monsters dared to approach. Rumble. After a long time, there was a rumbling sound ahead. It seemed that there was an intense battle going on. Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed slightly. They sneaked over. Then, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu exclaimed, "Lin Ling, look, it's her." Following Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu's finger, at the bottom of the volcano, a 12-winged blonde woman was fighting a red Tai Sui. Most importantly, that woman was the 12-winged young god. "Lin Ling, this bloodstained Tai Sui is so powerful. It's even more powerful than the one we encountered in the valley." Yu Yu whispered. "The bloodstained Tai Sui is powerful, but the 12-winged young god is truly powerful." Lin Ling investigated for a moment and shook his head. The 12-winged young god floated up. Endless golden light bloomed on her body, releasing an unparalleled divine power. The entire bottom of the volcano had turned golden at this moment. It was incomparably terrifying. The golden light was like the sun. When it landed on the bloodstained Tai Sui's body, it clearly made it extremely uncomfortable. However, the bloodstained Tai Sui was also extremely powerful. Its body sometimes expanded and sometimes shrank, and the flesh on its body trembled non-stop. Suddenly, it spat out pieces of flesh. After landing on the ground, it actually transformed into flesh-shaped monsters. It was a Tai Sui. Moreover, these Tai Sui were constantly growing. In the blink of an eye, they occupied more than half of the bottom of the volcano. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others' expressions changed. The Tai Sui spat out by the bloodstained Tai Sui could actually grow bigger. That was too powerful. It's the endless vitality at the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling sensed his surroundings and suddenly said. The bottom of the volcano was originally a symbol of destruction. Once the volcano's lava came out, any universe would be destroyed. However, the other side of destruction was also creation. For example, after the volcano's lava dried up, it was endless nourishment. Everything in the world could nourish and grow on this volcano. This was vitality. Those flesh-shaped Tai Sui absorbed vitality and grew from it. Lin Ling, should we help? Lei Gong frowned. Now, the 12-winged young god was surrounded by endless flesh-shaped monsters. Those flesh-shaped monsters were incomparably huge, and their strength was probably comparable to the giant gods of the universe. She couldn't stop them with just the 12-winged young god. No need. The 12-winged young god is in charge of the sun god race on the second level. Its strength is stronger than we imagined. Lin Ling shook his head. Hearing that, Lei Gong and the others could only fall silent. Originally, they owed the 12-winged young god a favor, and they could use this opportunity to repay it. But Lin Ling said that there was no need. So if they went out to help, it would be wishful thinking, and they might even harm others. Sure enough, the 12-winged young god's expression did not change. He suddenly pulled the endless golden light behind him, and a long golden sword appeared. This was the sun god's sword. The 12-winged young god shouted softly. The 12 wings behind him swept and turned into golden light before disappearing. With a light slash of the sword in her hand, a huge flesh-like monster was slashed open. Moreover, the place where the monster was slashed open was filled with foul-smelling blood. Under normal circumstances, the attacks of the gods wouldn't have much effect on the flesh-like demons. These demons could recover on their own and fuse with their flesh. Unless multiple gods joined forces to attack him. However, the strange thing was that in the face of the 12-winged young god's sword, the flesh-like monster could not recover at all. The sun god's sword transformed into divine lightning. The brilliant heavenly might shall be guided by the sword. The 12-winged young spirit was very fast, but it was also very beautiful. The strange thing was that he could clearly see her figure, but by the time he reacted, she had already slashed with her sword. 200 billion power of God. Lin Ling's pupils continued to flicker. He had never expected the 12-winged young god to be stronger than he had imagined. This was probably a saint-level universe god. Of course, it could also be a king-level universe god, but this was even more terrifying. After all, after the 12-winged young god broke through, her power of God would at least double, or even triple, her power of God. As time passed, the surroundings were filled with foul-smelling blood clots. A large number of Tai Sui Ganodermas were lying there. All the Tai Sui had been killed. However, the 12-winged young god was disdainful. She had not come here for ordinary Taisui Ganodermas. The sun god race. Seeing a large number of Taisui being killed, the bloodstained Taisui spoke in human language. It was a child's voice, but it was full of insidiousness. Humph, you dare to come here? You'll die all the same. Then, the blood-stained Taisui silently chanted a strange incantation, and invisible sound waves drifted out. The bottom of the volcano was still quiet, but the sound of wind came from the pitch-black sky. Everyone, be careful. Hide your aura. Lin Ling's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone lay down and hid all their auras. Then, they looked up and found that a large number of smiling faces had appeared in the sky. No, it was those butterflies. Sure enough, huge butterflies flew down from the sky and attacked the 12-winged young god. Petty tricks. The 12-winged young god shouted coldly, and the sword in her hand was still slashing out. The light was resplendent, like pillars of sunlight, constantly slashing out in all directions. In the sky, a large number of butterflies smashed down, sprinkling gorgeous pollen. At the bottom of the volcano, a large number of rocks were also cut off by the sun god's sword. If Lin Ling and the others hadn't been lying down, they would have been hit by the sword. With their strength, who could resist it? They would definitely be cut in half. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they felt a lingering fear. Bang! 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 As time passed, all the butterflies were killed. Humph, so what if you're powerful? You're already poisoned. At this moment, the blood-stained Taisui spoke in a childlike voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the 12-winged young god's expression changed. She found that the divine power was continuously disappearing. She frowned. She didn't know when she had been poisoned. Lei Gong and the others, who were watching from afar, were also puzzled. However, Lin Ling pondered and then said solemnly, "It's the pollen." As soon as he said this, everyone came to a realization. When the butterflies flew, they were also sprinkling pollen. At the same time, the 12-winged young god also came to a realization. She said coldly, "What a cunning blood-stained Taisui. Unfortunately, before I fall, you still have to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the blood-stained Taisui. She slashed out with her sword. "How dare you kill me?" The blood-stained Taisui let out a resentful cry, but it was still cut in half by the 12-winged young god's sword. Then, its flesh began to melt, and an incomparably fishy smell wafted out, and in the flesh, 2 blood-stained Ganodermas lay there. The blood-stained Taisui was so powerful. It turned out that it already had 2 blood-stained Ganodermas. The 12-winged young god did not immediately collect them. She looked around and said indifferently, "Your Excellency, are you still not coming out?" She seemed to have discovered something. "Although you hid very well, when you flew to the bottom of the volcano, because the reaction was too great, I knew that there were others at the bottom of the volcano." Seeing that the surroundings were silent, the 12-winged young god continued. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the others began to study hard. The 12-winged young god was too powerful. There was no way to hide from her. Then, they all walked out helplessly. "I knew there was someone, but I didn't expect it to be you." The 12-winged young god stared at Lin Ling and the others with surprise in his eyes, but it quickly turned into indifference. "You guys are here to steal my blood-stained Taisui again." The 12-winged young god's sword pointed at Lin Ling and the others. "Don't misunderstand, we have no intention of stealing your harvest." Lei Gong immediately said. "Yes, we were wrong to hide it from you last time, but Emperor Yao is our enemy, so we can't let him do whatever he wants." Yu also said. They felt that they owed the 12-winged young god. After all, the latter trusted them so much, but they violated the rules and stole the treasures of the Sun God clan. "Humph, do you think I will believe you? Last time, when you said you wanted to enter the cave, I was afraid that you would get hurt and asked someone to protect you, but you refused. At that time I was still very worried about you. No wonder you didn't think I would help you." The 12-winged young god continued. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the others studied hard, knowing that the 12-winged young god would not believe them. Of course, the 12-winged young god couldn't be blamed. Who asked them to betray others first? Lin Ling, I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. The 12-winged young god looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling also smiled bitterly. He had a feeling that when they killed Emperor Yao last time, the 12-winged young god could have brought people to kill them, however, the latter did not. He was probably giving them face. Nothing to say? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the 12-winged young god looked disdainful and said indifferently, "Now that I've been poisoned, you can steal the bloodstained Taisui." 12-winged young god, I admit that we lied to you last time, but that doesn't mean that we have a problem with you. I apologize for what happened last time. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke, "As for your harvest, I, Lin Ling, promise not to take it. Let's go." He knew that it was useless to say too much. Only actions could prove everything. After he finished speaking, he led everyone away. However, the 12-winged young god was extremely surprised. She knew very well that it was very difficult to reach this place. She had to face the volcanic lizards and the swamp sea. Lin Ling and the others had worked so hard to come here, but if they turned around and left, then all their previous efforts would have been for naught. Originally, the 12-winged young god wanted to call out to Lin Ling, but in the end, she held back. Even though Lin Ling and the others had left, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't come back? Perhaps what he said before was just a lie. He didn't dare to make a move now because he was waiting for the poison to take effect. Thinking of this, the 12-winged young god's eyes turned cold. He put away the bloodstained Taisui and recovered on the spot. However, although the pollen from the butterflies wasn't fatal, it caused her divine power to weaken. She had used all sorts of methods, even using the power of the great universe to detoxify the poison, but it was all to no avail. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from afar. As expected, they are all despicable people. The 12-winged young god snorted coldly. She knew that Lin Ling and the others couldn't be trusted. They were a group of despicable people. However, to her surprise, what slowly came in front of her was not Lin Ling's group, but an incomparably huge toad. This toad was incomparably ferocious. Its huge mouth was swallowing something. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the huge butterfly in the volcano. The universe's #1 toad race? The 12-winged young god's expression instantly changed as she recognized the other party. The universe's #1 toad race was a toad race. This race's fertility wasn't strong and there weren't many members, but each one of them was incomparably powerful. Even their sun god didn't dare to confront the universe's #1 toad race head-on. However, because this race was too heaven-defying, they had long disappeared. Why was there one here? Croak, it's actually a little girl from the sun god race. The huge toad stared ahead and let out a dull laugh. What do you want to do? The 12-winged young god's expression changed. You have the smell of the bloodstained Taisui on you. Hand it over. For the sake of the sun god, I'll spare your life. The toad spoke in human language and said contemptuously. Impossible. The 12-winged young god immediately shook her head. It wasn't easy for her to come here. She had even fought the bloodstained Taisui and didn't hesitate to be poisoned. How could she hand over the bloodstained Taisui so easily? A mere sun god dares to go against my will? The toad sneered, opened its mouth, and shot its tongue forward. Its speed was incomparably fast, reaching a speed of 1 billion. However, the 12-winged young god wasn't weak either. She disappeared on the spot, and before she disappeared, she slashed out with her sword. However, the previously invincible sun god's sword couldn't cut off the toad's tongue at all. Alright, how dare you attack me? I'm going to eat you. On the contrary, the toad was furious. Its eyes were red and filled with killing intent. It retracted its tongue and shot it out again. The 12-winged young god resisted with difficulty. Her expression was solemn. She knew that she had been poisoned and that her divine power was continuously disappearing. Before long, she wouldn't even be qualified to fight. Therefore, after dodging the toad's tongue, she immediately took the initiative to attack. Above the toad's head, the sun appeared. A figure walked out of it and quickly slashed down with his sword. Rumble. This slash caused the volcano to tremble, and a dazzling sword mark was slashed out on the ground. However, the toad was safe and sound. You're courting death. The toad became even angrier. Bubbles bulged all over its body and shot out endless light. These lights soared into the sky, causing the 12-winged young god to feel as if she was in a storm and was being attacked by the universe. She smashed down from the sky and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even your sun god doesn't dare to attack me. You? The huge toad walked towards the 12-winged young god step by step. If I hadn't been trapped for countless years and my strength hadn't weakened, I would have swallowed an ant like you in one gulp. But now, it's not difficult to swallow you. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to devour the 12-winged young god. The 12-winged young god struggled to stand up several times, but she failed. Her face was ashen, and she knew that she was going to die here. Little toad, how dare you touch my people? However, at that moment, the bottom of the volcano suddenly shook. A giant rushed over. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing the giant, the 12-winged young god's expression changed. Then, she shouted, Lin Ling, leave quickly. Don't pay attention to me. Even she was no match for the toad, let alone Lin Ling. Kid, who do you think you are? Not only am I going to swallow your people, but I'm also going to swallow you. So what if you become bigger? What's the use? The toad didn't take the giant seriously at all. It wanted to shoot its tongue at the giant, however, at that moment, the giant pointed a finger. The huge finger smashed down like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All the hard rocks on the ground were destroyed. It's you, it's you. Seeing the huge finger shooting over, the toad kept shouting. Then, ignoring Lin Ling and the 12-winged young god, it jumped into the sky and went straight to the crater of the volcano. It looked as if it had met its natural enemy. What's going on? The 12-winged young god was dumbfounded. Lei Gong and the others also flew over. They wanted to help, but after seeing this scene, they were also dumbfounded. Previously, they had wanted to leave, but when they heard the rumbling behind them, they immediately sensed that the 12-winged young god was in trouble. The opponent was a powerful toad. Most importantly, they saw with their own eyes that even the 12-winged young god's sword couldn't cut the toad. This made them clear that the toad's strength was definitely the strongest among the saint-level universe gods. However, at that time it was impossible for them not to help. However, Lin Ling was faster than them. He turned into a giant and scared the toad away with one finger. It must be known that even if Lin Ling's finger landed on the toad and caused it to escape with serious injuries, they could still accept it. However, that finger didn't land on the toad at all, and they all felt that the finger couldn't hurt the toad. Without a doubt, everyone was in a state of confusion. On the contrary, Lin Ling slowly shrank and returned to his usual appearance as he walked towards everyone. Lin Ling. The 12-winged young god was the most shocked, so he immediately asked. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He naturally knew what the 12-winged young god wanted to ask. In fact, he also knew that he was no match for the toad. He had just made a bet, but he didn't expect that he would be right. That was because the toad was the one imprisoned in the ancient coffin on the first level. At that time, other than the toad, there were also the black ox, the golden ox, and other creatures. These monsters had been imprisoned in the ancient coffin for too long and were suppressed by Pangu's finger. They had long been in awe of Pangu's finger. Previously, Lin Ling had gambled that the toad would be afraid of Pangu's finger and flee like a frightened bird. Fortunately, Lin Ling made the right bet. I don't know how to explain it either. I can only say that the toad is very afraid of my finger. Lin Ling had no choice but to explain. Hearing this, everyone was confused. The 12-winged young god's eyes flashed. She knew that Lin Ling must have something he couldn't say, so she was too embarrassed to ask any more. All right, goodbye. Seeing that the 12-winged young god was no longer in danger, Lin Ling left with Lei Gong and the others. The 12-winged young god looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the others with flickering eyes. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling and the others were deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that she was overthinking things. Furthermore, she had previously guessed that there was someone at the bottom of the volcano. In fact, it wasn't Lin Ling and the others, but the universe's #1 toad. Lin Ling. Thinking of this, the 12-winged young god shouted. Lin Ling and the others stopped and looked at the 12-winged young god suspiciously, thinking that the latter was seriously injured and needed their protection. I'll give you this blood-stained Ganoderma. At this moment, the 12-winged young god took out one of the blood-stained Ganoderma and placed it on the ground. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Then, she smiled. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. No need. We owed you last time. Let's use this blood-stained Taisui to repay it. Hearing this, the 12-winged young god was even more certain that she had wronged Lin Ling and the others. After all, if Lin Ling and the others' goal was the blood-stained Taisui, they could take it away now. There was no need to say anything more. What happened last time was an accident. I can let it go. After all, you have a grudge with Emperor Yao. Although you violated the rules, you didn't attack the Sun God clan. I can understand all of this. The 12-winged young god shook her head and smiled. So, you don't owe me anything. Instead, I owe you my life. I'll use this bloodstained Taisui to make up for it. Hearing this, Lin Ling no longer pretended. After all, if he didn't accept it, it meant that the 12-winged young god's life was inferior to the bloodstained Taisui. Let's leave this place. Seeing Lin Ling walk over, the 12-winged young god looked at the sky, afraid that the toad would appear again. Lin Ling was the same. He had only scared the toad away before. How could he be a match for the toad? Everyone walked along the bottom of the volcano. Along the way, they encountered a lot of fleshy Taisui. They were all picked by them and finally cultivated in a cave in the distance. The 12-winged young god was poisoned and needed time to detoxify. Lin Ling and the others had obtained a large amount of Taisui and could further improve their talent. Lin Ling, the bloodstained Taisui on the second level, is probably gone. The rest are ordinary Taisui Ganoderma, which won't be of much help to you. If you want to improve your strength, you'll probably have to go to the third level. The 12-winged young god sat down cross-legged and looked at Lin Ling and the others. The Taisui Ganoderma could improve a god's divine fetus, but the effect would weaken each time it was used. In the end, the effect was close to nothing, otherwise, no one would go to the third level. If they crazily improved their divine fetus on the second level and then went to the first level to find cultivation treasures, they would be able to improve their divine power. Yes, I also noticed that there are very few bloodstained Taisui on this level. Lin Ling nodded. He couldn't smell any bloodstained Taisui. Even if there were, they were extremely weak and belonged to the stage of growth. Everyone, let's cultivate. Then, Lin Ling took out Taisui flowers and burned them with his divine essence. Ordinary Taisui burned faster, but the effect was not as good as the bloodstained Taisui. However, Lin Ling and the others had a lot, so they didn't want to waste them. Everyone entered a state of cultivation and crazily increased their strength. When the 12-winged young god saw that she was enveloped by the light of the Taisui, she didn't want to take advantage of Lin Ling, so she also took out some Taisui flowers. To cultivate, as time passed, the ordinary Taisui Ganoderma was burned to nothing, leaving only the blood-stained Taisui. The blood-red light enveloped the cave. Fortunately, the cave was big enough, so the red light didn't leak out. Moreover, the cave was also sealed by Lin Ling and the others to prevent them from being disturbed during cultivation. However, there weren't many demons under the volcano, and even if there were, they were incomparably powerful. Therefore, if Lin Ling and the others weren't discovered, there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Time passed quietly just like that. Everyone's strength increased greatly, and Yu and the others' talents all entered the ranks of the 9th grade higher gods. The power of the Eastern Emperor Bel that Saint Guy controlled greatly increased. Sakra's divine fetus also crazily advanced. After a long time, everyone entered the ranks of the giant gods of the universe, and the treasures they obtained on the first level were all used up. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still cultivating. However, his 8 divine embryos had all transformed and reached the peak of high god divine embryos. Even though he had not broken through, Lin Ling's cultivation had become more stable. His strength had increased by more than 20%. Most importantly, Lin Ling could clearly sense the power of the world's will. This mysterious power was hidden in his soul and was growing stronger at every moment. This was the power of faith. In the past, Lin Ling could only control this power when he was on the brink of death. But now, he could clearly feel the power of faith. This feeling was like the clouds parting to see the blue sky. The divine fetus is also the key to controlling the power of the world's will. However, the power of the world's will is too mysterious. I guess there are many conditions to control it. Let's see if I can completely control it. Lin Ling was secretly delighted as he continued to search for the power in the depths of his soul. What surprised Lin Ling was that the power did not seem to be huge. It was only a light spot about the size of a finger. Compared to the majestic soul power, it was like a cow's hair. However, this power was extremely powerful and exceeded most of the powers that Lin Ling possessed. Found it. As he continued to probe, Lin Ling became excited. He tried to touch the light spot for the first time. In the beginning, the light spot rebounded Lin Ling's consciousness. But gradually, Lin Ling's consciousness merged with it. After entering the light spot, Lin Ling seemed to have entered another universe. In this universe, he saw countless figures and all of them knew Lin Ling. There was Lei Gong. There was holy unification. There was Yu Yu. They sat cross-legged and there was a blinding light shining in their bodies. Besides Lei Gong and the rest, Yi Han also saw Great Emperor Xuanxia, Great Emperor Jun, and Emperor Shun. They also had light on their bodies. But compared to Lei Gong and the rest, it was much dimmer. Even the Yellow Emperor had it. Could this be the power of the world's will? Lin Ling was shocked. He checked again and saw his grandfather, Lin Yi, and the others. They were all glowing with light that was as blinding as Yu Yu and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that everyone in the Lin Ling universe had this kind of light in their bodies. It was just that it was dimmer than Lei Gong's. Lin Ling felt as if he was in a great universe. Looking at the entire Lin Ling universe from afar, he discovered that the entire universe was filled with resplendent light. It was like a vast expanse of stars twinkling in the starry sky. So much, it's all the power of the world will. Lin Ling was excited. His consciousness stealthily tried to control them, but he discovered that he could mobilize these lights. At the same time, the power of the world's will within Lin Ling's soul began to move. It appeared in Lin Ling's palm, transforming into a sword of faith. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the sword in his hand in shock. Success! For the first time, he summoned the sword of faith even though he wasn't in a life or death situation. Brother Ling. Only Yu Yu and Yuer, and a few others were at the side. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly stand up with a white light sword in his hand, all of them were extremely shocked. However, Lin Ling's sword didn't give them any sense of danger. This is Brother Ling's power of the world will? Yu Yu said in shock. She had seen Lin Ling activate this sword before. It was extremely powerful, and no god could block it. Yes. Lin Ling nodded happily. Yu Yu and the others also laughed excitedly. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling activate this sword as he wished. This sword can even kill a giant god of the universe easily. Why can't we sense any powerful force? And Yuer asked curiously. Because this sword contains your faith. Lin Ling looked at the sword in his hand and explained. This sword was, in fact, the condensation of the power of everyone who believed in Lin Ling. Yu Yu and the rest naturally couldn't sense the pressure. This sword of mine is constantly getting stronger. It's constantly getting stronger, giving me the ability to fight against a giant god of the universe. Lin Ling stroked the sword and felt the power on the sword. Faith, invincible. This was the power of this sword. It was a pity that there weren't many people who believed in Lin Ling. Moreover, this power of faith wasn't very strong. Where's everyone? Lin Ling kept the sword of faith and looked at everyone. They're exploring the bottom of the volcano. Now, everyone's strength has increased. Other than the few of us, they've all reached the level of giant gods of the universe. Yu Yu smiled. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling smiled and left with Yu Yu and the rest. After a long time, at a corner of the bottom of the volcano, everyone gathered there and attacked a huge lizard. This lizard seemed to be the Lizard King and was extremely powerful, but Lei Gong and the rest were much stronger. Working together, they suppressed the huge lizard. Moreover, the 12-winged Yang god didn't attack at all. He just watched with a smile from the side. Lin Ling is here. Lei Gong and the rest also noticed Lin Ling's arrival. They were all very happy. Lin Ling stared at the huge lizard and nodded with satisfaction. In terms of strength, this lizard is considered an amazing existence among the king-level giant gods of the universe. Although you guys are working together, at least it proves that ordinary king-level giant gods of the universe can't compare to it. You guys are much stronger. What he said didn't include Lei Gong and the rest. After all, they were world wills and were much stronger. Hee hee. Sakura and the rest rubbed the back of their heads and laughed with incomparable pride. To be acknowledged by Lin Ling was undoubtedly an extremely rare thing. At this moment, a huge rotten rock suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone, be careful. Treasure God Nanwufingyu was the first to investigate and shouted. Everyone dodged and watched the rotten rock fall to the ground. Gradually, they fell silent at the bottom of the volcano. There's rotten rock here too? Lin Ling looked up curiously and realized that from here, He could vaguely see a small piece of the sky. It seemed that it was because of this reason that the rotten rock would fall. At the bottom of the volcano, only this place has rotten rock falling, and the ground in this area is beginning to change into a swamp. The 12-winged young god explained. Lin Ling nodded and stared at the sinking rotten rock. His eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled. We've been away from home for a long time. It's time to go back and take a look. Who's coming with me? Yeah. We haven't been back for a long time. There's rotten rock here. I'm going back. I want to see little you. It's been a long time. I'm going back too. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the rest immediately nodded. Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang didn't intend to go back. They continued to cultivate at the bottom of the volcano. Okay, we can go back. Yu and the others were all very happy when they heard that they were going home. They had been in the Tao realm for many years and had experienced life and death several times. Naturally, they wanted to go back and take a look. Lin Ling was the same. Of course, Lin Ling had another reason, and that was to accumulate more faith and improve the power of faith. Previously, he had used the power of faith to investigate and saw that the Lin Ling universe had begun to appear heavenly tribulations, great demons, and other things, so he planned to go back and subdue them. You guys go back. We'll stay here. Anyway, I still need to heal. The 12-winged young god looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. He knew that if Lin Ling and the others returned, they would still have to go through the rotten rock. At that time, they would need to take action and summon the rotten rock. Using the Tao return celestial position, Lin Ling and the others appeared in the vast universe. We're back. Yu and the others sensed the familiar smell. Their bodies trembled, feeling as if they hadn't returned for many years. For a moment, no one moved, quietly looking at the universe. In their minds, memories flowed, as if they had been covered in dust for many years, pouring into their hearts, becoming a god. This was everyone's extravagant wish, but who knew that the lifespan of a god was too long, so long that it caused many beautiful memories to dim. If they hadn't returned this time, perhaps the memories left here would have been even dimmer. Until they disappeared, that feeling of the past was incomparably precious. No one wanted to lose it. We're back. Lin Ling returned more times than Yu and the others, so his memory didn't weaken. Instead, because he controlled the Lin Ling universe, this memory kept growing stronger. It seems that I have to find a time to absorb the void of Jiuzhou and the myriad of worlds into the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The memories left by this universe were actually Lei Gong's main hall, grandfather, and the others. The place that truly left him with memories that couldn't be erased was actually the myriad of worlds, the void of Jiuzhou. If I can conquer the void of Jiuzhou, my power of faith will definitely increase, but before that, I have to let them know that I, Lin Ling, am a person. Lin Ling's gaze fell. The entire Lin Ling universe emitted endless starlight. That was the power of faith. This invisible power poured into Lin Ling's body, turning into the power of faith, making Lin Ling's world's will power even stronger. Lin Ling, let's go. At this time, Treasure God Nanwufingyu smiled. Lin Ling immediately nodded and led everyone out. The surrounding scene changed, and they immediately returned to the Lei Gong's main hall. Lin Ling, you're back. Ah, isn't that Sakura? You're finally back. You're so ruthless, not coming back for so many years. Ling isn't like you, coming back occasionally. Haha, young Master Yao. Seeing the return of Lin Ling and the others, everyone was incomparably happy, as if they had not seen each other for many years. In fact, they really hadn't seen Lin Ling and the others for many years. At least close to 10,000 years, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling controlled the Lin Ling universe and was able to create the great law of the universe, which made Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others immortal, they would have already turned into a pile of bones. Great-grandfather. Moreover, Lin Ling also had many descendants. Under Lin Ling's lead, they all rushed into the hall. Grandfather. Xiaoyu also brought her husband here to kneel before Treasure God Nanwufingyu. Her husband was also a martial artist, but he had heard of Lin Ling and the others. Now that he had seen them in person, he was extremely excited. In the Lin Ling universe, there was no one who did not know the name Lin Ling. They all knew that Lin Ling was the only god in this universe. Greetings, great-grandfather Lin Ling, great-grandmother Yu, great-grandmother Yu. Wow, those are legends. The rumors have been around for 10,000 years, but they are still alive. Where did they come from? Could it be that there are other universes besides the Lin Ling universe? More and more people entered the hall. Those who were related to Lin Ling by blood or the descendants of Lin Ling's friends all knelt down at this moment. It was as if they had seen their ancestor. Lin Ling was surprised. Taking a closer look, he realized that he had hundreds of juniors, and this did not include the collateral bloodline, otherwise there would be more. For example, his childhood playmates, the children of the Lin family, and the others had all come. However, even they had many descendants, but they were incomparably respectful to Lin Ling, as if they had seen their ancestor. Rise, all of you. Lin Ling took out a large number of treasures and distributed them to everyone as a greeting gift from an elder. Wow, this ginseng has such rich spiritual energy. Silly child, hurry up and thank your ancestor. This is a divine ginseng that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Our ancestor is indeed generous. Everyone was very happy. They were proud to be related to Lin Ling by blood. Of course, as Lin Ling's friends, they also received a lot of benefits. There was no doubt that today's Leigong Hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, the news of Lin Ling's return was not spread out. It was only known to Lin Ling's relatives and friends. After a long time, Lin Ling finished entertaining everyone. He came to a balcony in the room and looked into the distance. He saw that they were in a huge city, and the Lin family was in the largest palace in the city. Standing in the palace, one could see the entire continent, with the city as the center. Countless citizens and living beings continued to spread out. Fellow cultivators, come back. Lin Ling stepped into the void and smiled at the void. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the void, and avatars walked out. They were Lin Ling's avatars. Congratulations on your return, fellow cultivator. They looked at Lin Ling and cupped their hands in salute. Thank you for your hard work. Now that my strength has increased, everyone can come back. Lin Ling also cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Then, he took back his avatars. Suddenly, a large number of universal laws surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing his soul force to rise crazily. His comprehension of the great Tao reached a new level. He had a feeling that he was just a little bit away from bringing Lin Ling's universe into the Tao Pagoda. If he could bring Lin Ling's universe into the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling's strength would definitely double, or even triple. A moment later, Lin Ling felt that his soul force had doubled, reaching 1,000,000 steps. The power of the universe's three extremes destruction had increased greatly, and he could cultivate the last level. This surprised Lin Ling, and he hurriedly comprehended. He stood in the void like this, and unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Yu and the others didn't disturb Lin Ling because they were too busy themselves. Every day, they would visit their good friends. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu and the others were the same. After disappearing for nearly 10,000 years, they had too much to say. Only when they returned here could they relax and not feel the pressure. They did not have to be afraid of the arrival of a strong enemy at any time, and this was also beneficial to their cultivation. This kind of relaxed days had undoubtedly greatly increased their strength, and their divine power had increased crazily. On the other side, Lin Ling was still comprehending the last level of the universe's three extremes destruction. This was the revolving extreme destruction. The three soul universes, demon subduing destruction, boundary origin destruction, and revolving extreme destruction combined to form a perfect soul universe. This great cosmos was also sealed by Fujia's great ray. A self-created universe. Lin Ling's body trembled in disbelief. All along, he had wanted to bring Lin Ling's universe into the Tao realm to fight against the enemy. However, Lin Ling's universe had yet to succeed. Instead, the universe's three extremes destruction had formed a soul universe, sealing all souls. To put it bluntly, this was also a universe, but it was a soul universe. Its power had increased by 3 times compared to before. It was estimated that among the king-level universe gods, there were only a handful who could block it. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement and anticipation. One had to know that after reaching Lin Ling's level, one's individual strength was very limited. Most of it was relying on ancient and powerful killing moves. Relying on one's individual strength, he could only be an ordinary giant god of the universe. the divine fetus was still important, but it was only related to the foundation and growth limit of a god. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. My physical body has undergone many years of improvement, plus I've obtained Pangu's finger. It's time to cultivate the nascent soul great Tao body. Lin Ling didn't leave. Instead, he cultivated his doppelganger's nascent soul great Tao body. It took 3,000 years to sprout, 3,000 years to bloom, and 3,000 years to bear fruit. Now, Lin Ling had cultivated to the stage of blooming. After a long time, figures began to walk out from behind Lin Ling. There were a total of 9,000 people, and all of them were exactly the same as Lin Ling. As long as one's physical strength reached the standard, cultivating the nascent soul great Tao body would become easier and easier. This 3,000 years to bear fruit meant 9,000 doppelgangers. Moreover, these doppelgangers had all of Lin Ling's strength. The only thing they didn't have were the 8 dantians, the power of faith, Panga's attack, and the 3 extreme breaks of the universe. However, these doppelgangers were the best among the high-level gods. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Work harder. After the universe is stabilized, I might be able to bring the Lin Ling universe into the realm of Tao. Lin Ling said to the 9,000 doppelgangers. Don't worry, I'll do my best. All the doppelgangers looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then, they walked into the void. Lin Ling's body relaxed. He looked at the entire Lin Ling universe. Then, he took a step and appeared in a sect in the next moment. Who's there? There were many experts in the sect. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all on guard. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. There was a divine light on his body, blocking those people from approaching. So powerful. Inform the sect leader immediately. Everyone said solemnly. Not long after, the sect's elders arrived. They were all extremely powerful and were low-level gods. Your Excellency, may I ask who you are and what brings you here? One of them asked seriously, already preparing to attack. Lin Ling continued to smile and ignored him. When he walked past the elder, he said coolly, "Don't use your sword against me, or you'll regret it." What? The elder's expression changed greatly. He was already prepared to attack. He believed that this person could not see through his attack, but who would have thought that his every move could not escape this person's eyes? Most importantly, this person was very young, but he gave him a feeling of boundless grandeur. Sir, this is our sect. Regardless of whether you are a friend or a foe, the dignity of our sect cannot be insulted. Even if you are very strong, we still have to offend you. Please forgive us. Another old man said, openly wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait. However, at this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Following which, a middle-aged man appeared and stared at Lin Ling. Following which, his expression changed drastically. Master. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. This middle-aged man was the disciple that Lin Ling had brought back from the underworld. Master? The sect leader's master? Could he be the patriarch? Everyone was dumbfounded. Greetings, patriarch. Following that, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. Rise. Lin Ling smiled slightly and looked at the sect leader. In fact, he had an impression of this person, but he had forgotten his name. After all, Lin Ling had too many disciples. Even when teaching them, he rarely showed himself. Instead, he left his legacy for his disciples to comprehend. How much they could comprehend depended on their own luck. Of course, although he was a hands-off boss, to these disciples, Lin Ling was their great benefactor. Without Lin Ling's help, they would have lived a mediocre life. They might even have died of old age. However, because of Lin Ling, they soared into the sky. They were monstrous geniuses from a young age. They were invincible and created their own sects. You did not disappoint me. Lin Ling stared at the sect leader and said, take these spiritual herbs for your cultivation. Also, distribute some to the disciples. Yes, master. The sect leader was extremely excited. He had only met his master twice in his life. The first time was when his master brought him to reincarnation. The second time was when his master brought him to this universe. However, even though it was only twice, he felt that Lin Ling was extremely amiable and kind, as if they had known each other for thousands of years. Perhaps you don't know your master's name, but I'll tell you today. I am the master of this universe, Lin Ling, and this universe is also called the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at the sect leader indifferently. I know. The sect leader was even more excited. Blood rushed to his head, his master was indeed powerful. He was the Lord of the universe. At this moment, he felt extremely proud to be Lin Ling's disciple. Lin Ling, the master of the universe, the only god. The others also looked at Lin Ling in worship and kowed out crazily. They were also proud to be Lin Ling's disciples and grand disciples. Okay, I'm going to see your senior and junior sisters. You can all gather again when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled faintly and disappeared on the spot. Farewell, master. The sect leader kowed out excitedly, and so did the entire sect. In their hearts, Lin Ling was kind, holy, and omnipotent. He was the sky in their hearts. Lin Ling suddenly came here for two reasons. First, to see his disciples. Second, to collect faith. He knew that everyone in this universe worshipped him. However, if he did not show up, the worship of others would be a little vague. Once Lin Ling showed up, the worship would be even more and deeper. Lin Ling appeared in a manner. This manner was incomparably powerful. There were as many strong people as there were clouds. When Lin Ling appeared, the manor master immediately kowtowed. He was also one of Lin Ling's disciples. Lin Ling nagged for a while, left the treasures, and left indifferently. Without a doubt, this also left behind a majestic figure, making more people worship him. Lin Ling went to see his disciples and collected faith. What surprised him was that his disciples were not weak. All of them had stepped into the ranks of mid-gods. However, Lin Ling's universe was limited, which caused their growth to slow down a lot. He had to improve Lin Ling's universe. After meeting all his disciples, Lin Ling went to accept disciples again. As long as their talent was not bad, he would take them in and leave behind the inheritance of divinity. Moreover, he also stabilized all kinds of natural dangers in the universe and eradicated overly powerful demonic beasts. After doing all these, Lin Ling would leave his name to let everyone know that there was actually a god above their heads. This god was Lin Ling. Moreover, this god had always been protecting them, leading them to prosperity and power. This also caused Lin Ling to become the faith of even more people. There was no one who did not worship him, no matter how great the danger was. These people proudly stepped through it because they believed that the god would protect them. There was a ripple in the void, and a thin stream of spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Ling. The land of the 9 prefectures flowed into his eyes. Far away, the universe shone brightly, and thousands of worlds floated there like the Milky Way. He had arrived at the 9 prefectures void. Looking at the 9 prefectures void, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. A long-lost feeling of nostalgia filled his mind. This was where Lin Ling grew up. This was Lin Ling's real hometown. Lin Ling sensed that his soul force was slowly increasing. His comprehension of the great Tao of the universe was also increasing. Lin Ling had fought too many battles in this ancient universe. Now that he was back, Lin Ling felt as though he had entered a strange state of enlightenment. North border, sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already on an ancient continent. This was the sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling's real hometown. Unfortunately, the sacred land of the rainforest had been destroyed. Everything familiar to him was gone. Only the name and the air were the same. The Asakusa rain god is the true god of the sacred land of the rainforest. Your Luoha Empire is nothing. The Luoha Empire is the most powerful empire in the sacred land of the rainforest. But can it be compared to a god? Kill. Lin Ling stood on the land of the sacred land of the rainforest. He closed his eyes, and all the sounds of the land entered his ears. He automatically ignored some useless information. However, there wasn't much useful information. He only knew that the strongest martial god in the sacred land of the rainforest was the Asakusa rain god. Unfortunately, to Lin Ling, no matter how strong the martial gods were, they were just ordinary people. They couldn't enter his eyes. Other than the Asakusa rain god, Lin Ling didn't see any familiar faces or voices. Sigh, so many years have passed. Everything is still the same, but the people have changed. Lin Ling sighed softly and returned to the most powerful place in the rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, his statue was no longer there. After that, Lin Ling went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Unfortunately, this place was no longer called the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was called the Rain Country. However, everything was gone. Young hero, are you going to enter the city? May I know your name? When Lin Ling was about to enter through the gates of Rain Country, perhaps because of his extraordinary aura, a powerful cultivator asked with a smile. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide anything, those experts were clearly stunned. Clearly, they did not recognize Lin Ling. In the end, they allowed Lin Ling to enter the city. What a strange person. He gives me an ethereal feeling, like a white cloud in the sky that can disappear at any time. However, when I carefully sense him, I can't sense any martial power on him. After Lin Ling left, those experts said in a strange tone. However, none of them were discussing Lin Ling's name. One had to know that Lin Ling was once a legend in the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling entered Rain Country and walked around, hoping to find some familiar things, but in the end, he did not find anything. He shook his head and prepared to leave. Eh? Someone actually remembers me? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In a certain corner of Rain Country, he saw a family. This family lived a very poor life, but they believed in Lin Ling. In the living room of this family, there was a statue of Lin Ling. Although the statue was very blurry, Lin Ling could sense that there was a power of faith in the statue. Of course, this power of faith was also very weak. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be people who remember me. Lin Ling was somewhat moved. One had to know that he had left Lin Ling universe for several thousand years, not to mention the void of the 9 provinces. It was probably tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, 100,000 years, a change of dynasties, a change of history. This was not difficult at all, especially for mortals. 100,000 years was as long as the clouds and smoke. This family, their surname is Miao. I don't have the slightest impression of them. Lin Ling walked forward slowly, planning to pay them a visit. He came to the front door of this family and knocked lightly on the door. The dilapidated wooden door was opened, and a young man looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Ling smiled slightly, but he could not answer. He pondered and said, "I'm looking for your patriarch." "You're looking for Grandpa?" This young man was very surprised. He looked up and down at Lin Ling, and saw that Lin Ling's eyes were clear, and did not look like a bad person. He stepped aside to let him pass. "Grandpa, someone is looking for you. Probably for your heavenly book." The young man shouted toward the inner room. "What heavenly book? I don't have it, tell him to get lost." An angry voice came from the inner room, booming like thunder. "Grandpa." The young man frowned. "You're guarding the so-called heavenly book, what's the use of it? It can't be eaten, and it can't be cultivated, so you might as well hand it over early." "I don't know what heavenly book," I said, "I don't have it, get lost, get lost." The old man in the inner room was extremely angry, and his voice was getting louder and louder. "Sigh, my grandpa is like this. He's old, but he's still an antique who believes in the things passed down by the ancestors. Ignore him." The young man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head. Old people have their own reasons. Sometimes, young people don't know what has happened, so naturally, they don't know what the old people are thinking. The young man's eyes flashed. He did not understand what Lin Ling was talking about. He said with a smile, "If you want to see Grandpa, just go to the inner room, but he has a bad temper, so please forgive him." After saying that, the young man strode away. Lin Ling could see that this family was not doing well, and they were very poor. Then, he walked toward the dilapidated house, but just as he reached the door, a pillow was thrown at him. "Get lost, you don't have the heavenly book, get lost, get lost, get lost. You come asking me every day, so annoying. If I knew the heavenly book, I would have become a martial god long ago, and you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant." An old man was sitting there angrily, smoking an opium pipe. There was a table next to him, and there was a vague statue on it. After the old man cursed angrily, he saw that there was silence outside, so he thought that the person who came had been scared away by him. He immediately sneered and said, "If you don't believe me, why do you keep sending people to inquire?" "Humph, it's because you value the things left behind by the ancestors." you're also a despicable and shameless person. As he said that, his eyes suddenly focused. That was because a young man was standing in front of the statue with his hands behind his back, looking at the statue indifferently. The young man had delicate features and was wearing a blue and white robe. However, his eyes were like stars, making it hard for people to forget him. For some reason, after seeing the young man, the old man's anger subsided a lot. He was shocked. When did the young man come in? So many years have passed. I didn't expect that someone in the rainforest sacred land still remembers him. That's very rare. The young man was Lin Ling. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that people only pay attention to the present and completely forget that without the protection of the ancestors, there would be no peace today." Hearing that, the old man's expression changed, and he agreed, "That's right. People today only know that the rain god Asakusa saved the rainforest sacred land, but they don't know that there was a legend who saved the rainforest sacred land time and time again. If it weren't for that legend, we wouldn't be here today, and there would be no rain god Asakusa. Ha ha ha, a great lucky chance. Young man, although you are to my liking, I, Miao Shan, have seen everything in my life. The great lucky chance you speak of is useless to me." The old man laughed. Lin Ling also smiled. "Speak, who are you? Why are you guarding this statue? Does it have any meaning to you?" There is indeed a cultivation method in the statue, but it is only a very ordinary cultivation method. Hearing this, the old man's complexion changed. "If you know that there is a cultivation method in the statue, then why have I searched for so many years without finding anything? You need a special method to see it." Lin Ling shook his head and said, "Of course, it is only a mediocre cultivation method. It is not worth mentioning. Tell me who you are." "Mediocre?" The old man's pupils shrank, and he almost cursed out loud. This was a heavenly book passed down from generation to generation. The entire rainforest holy land was searching for this cultivation method, even the Asakusa rain god was searching for it. This was because in the rumors, this cultivation method was left behind by the number one legend of the rainforest holy land. Unfortunately, in this world, there were very few people who knew of the number one legend. They only knew that his Miao family had a mysterious cultivation method. "Very well, since you are so fated, then I will speak. My Miao family is an ancient descendant of the 7 profound martial house, and I am the 3620th generation martial house master." As he said this, the old man's face was filled with pride. "Grandfather, don't brag. What 7 profound martial house? I have never heard of it. Now, we have a problem eating. What martial house master?" At some unknown time, a young man was standing at the door, his face full of disdain. "Smelly brat, what do you know? In the past, when the 7 profound martial house was glorious, countless people wanted to worship them as their master. Moreover, our rainforest holy land's number one legend came from the 7 profound martial house." The old man was suddenly angry. Because of this topic, their descendants had quarreled, but Lin Ling's pupils shrank. 7 profound martial house, many years of dusty memories flooded into his mind. In his life, Lin Ling had entered countless sects and schools to cultivate. One of them was the 7 profound martial house. If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Lin Ling wouldn't have remembered. Lin Ling had never thought that after so many years, he would actually meet a descendant of the 7 profound martial house. "Alright, since you and I, Lin Ling, are fated, I'll give you a great opportunity." Lin Ling's mood suddenly became better. Perhaps it was because he had finally met an old friend in the rainforest. "Haha, young man, you're still boasting." Unfortunately, the old man didn't believe him. His grandson kept rolling his eyes. His grandfather was crazy, but he didn't expect this young man to be crazy as well. He actually believed his grandfather's nonsense. As an old man, it was normal for him to brag a little. Of course, that young man didn't even bother to prepare a draft when he bragged. He was very impressive. "Senior Miao, how is it? Where is the heavenly book?" At this moment, laughter suddenly came from outside the house, causing the old man's expression to change. He angrily cursed, "What a stubborn bastard." Without waiting for him to speak, 3 people walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man, and behind him were 2 men. One of the men coldly said, "Senior Miao, as long as you hand over the heavenly book, we will give you whatever you want. You can keep the heavenly book. What use is it? It cannot be cultivated. It is better to let Lord Rain God meditate on it. Our Lord Rain God has always been sincere about ancient cultivation methods. This is your chance. Rain God? Before the old man spoke, his grandson's complexion instantly changed. That's right. Senior Meow has always thought that we were not sincere enough. So today, our Lord Rain God has personally come. One of the men proudly smiled and pointed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a faint smile on his face, but he had a majesty that looked down upon the world. This was because he was the #1 god of the rainforest's holy land. I only want to meditate, I don't want your heavenly book. The middle-aged man lightly said. Humph, you people call yourselves gods, aren't you very fierce? Why do you want to meditate on cultivation methods left behind by the ancients? This is just slapping your own face. The old man suddenly sneered. How bold! The two people beside the rain god said angrily at the same time. The old man was not afraid at all. He lightly said, I have already said that I don't know where the heavenly book is. Even if I did know, I would not give it to you. Senior Meow, I think that I have been very polite to you. I gave you a few years to think about it, but you are very disrespectful to me. The rain god was still smiling, but his voice was obviously displeased. Grandpa, this is the rain god. The old man's grandson reacted at this moment and was extremely excited. He knelt down and bowed to the rain god. Greetings, Senior Rain God. My grandpa is a little crazy. You don't have to pay attention to him. The rain god was a legend in the rainforest's holy land. Even the most indomitable powerhouses might not have the opportunity to see him, let alone him. Now that he could see him with his own eyes, he felt extremely honored. The rain god nodded at the young man and looked at the old man again. How is it? I am giving you a great opportunity. Do you want it? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. The entire room fell silent. Can't you see that the rain god is talking? Where did this stupid young man come from? Does he know the rules? Ha ha ha. The old man let out a loud laugh. He was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance, but ignoring the rain god made him feel very happy. Yes, yes, yes. Of course I want it. Then, the old man nodded and said, he naturally did not care about Lin Ling's great opportunity. He was just playing along with Lin Ling to anger the rain god and the others to death. As expected, the rain god and the other two's faces turned cold. Brat, you have no respect for your elders. Get out of here. The rain god said coldly. He was very displeased with Lin Ling because not only did Lin Ling not worship him, he even dared to ignore him. Can't you see that I am talking to this old man? Since when is it your turn to speak? However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Instead, his voice became cold. What? Everyone, including the old man, widened their eyes in shock. He thought that Lin Ling was ignorant and ignored the rain god. He did not expect that not only did this young man dare to ignore him, he even dared to threaten him. Do you know what you are talking about? The rain god had never met such a person in his life. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling still ignored him and waved his sleeve. Whoosh, a gust of wind surged out and a powerful force rushed towards the rain god and the other two, blowing them out of the room and smashing them to the ground with 3 bangs. Silence, dead silence. The #1 god of the rainforest holy land was actually chased out by a young man with a wave of his hand. Wasn't the rain god the #1 expert of the rainforest holy land? You. The old man's pupils were trembling, and he was so scared that he stopped breathing. Too strong, what was going on? You, who are you? The old man did not dare to laugh anymore and asked in a trembling voice. Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the old man calmly, his eyes meeting the old man's. Lin Ling. The ancient room was extremely silent. The old man stared at Lin Ling. His grandson also stared at Lin Ling with a pale face. Lin Ling smiled and pointed at the old man with his right hand. A ray of golden light shot into the old man's forehead. I'll give you a great opportunity. As for the heavenly book and the statue, I don't need it. After saying that, Lin Ling walked to the front of the door and looked down at the people of Rain God Asakusa outside. At this moment, the most powerful people in the rainforest Holy Land were stunned. They were all dumbfounded and could not say a word. You are the number one god in the rainforest Holy Land? Lin Ling looked at him calmly. Who are you? The rain god Asakusa asked solemnly. He realized that he could not see through this young man. Lord Rain God, he attacked you sneakily. If you were prepared, he would not have been able to get away with it. The two people beside him kept saying. They were very confident in the rain god Asakusa. After all, the strongest person they had seen since they started learning martial arts was the rain god Asakusa. In their hearts, no, in the hearts of the entire rainforest Holy Land, the rain god Asakusa was invincible. I am the number one god in the rainforest Holy Land. Who are you? The rain god Asakusa asked majestically. I'm just a passerby. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head with his hands behind his back. You are the number one god, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura pressed down on them. Bang! 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 Even though he did not attack, the aura was too strong. It instantly pressed the three of them to the ground. They could not stand up, and they felt like they were suffocating. I am now suppressing you. Do you admit defeat, number one god? Lin Ling's voice appeared in their minds at the same time. The three of them did not speak. They resisted the aura with all their might. However, it was useless. Crack! 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 Their flesh and blood were trembling. Rumble, even their dantians were about to explode. I am suppressing you. Do you admit defeat? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Yes, yes, yes. We admit defeat. In the end, the rain god Asakusa roared. He knew that if he continued to refuse, the three of them would be crushed. At least you know your place. Lin Ling nodded and took a step forward. He walked past the three of them and walked towards the door. The small courtyard instantly fell silent again. Only the rain goddess Asakusa and the other two were lying on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat was dripping from their foreheads like rain. In that short period of time, the three of them felt as if they had taken a trip to hell. He was too strong, so strong that they couldn't see through him. It was as if they were facing the heavens. Lord Rain God. And at the door, the old man's grandson stood there, trembling as he looked at the three people on the ground. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The legendary Asakusa rain god was defeated by a passerby with a single glance, and he had to admit defeat 3 times. Who exactly was this passerby? Who is he? After a long while, the rain god Asakusa and the other two got up. Their faces were pale, and their foreheads were still covered in cold sweat. He is Lin Ling, the owner of the stone sculpture in my house. He is also the most ancient legend in the rainforest, rain god. Compared to him, you are like the hair of a cow. You are not qualified to be compared to him. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded at the same time. At the door, an old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone calmly. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Thinking about what had happened before, he felt that if he was reincarnated, he would be able to become a human again. Lin Ling. When the rain god Asakusa heard this, his heart exploded. As the most powerful god in the rainforest, he had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. He had even traveled all over the rainforest and found buildings related to Lin Ling in some ancient ruins. However, he had always thought that Lin Ling was just an ancient person. Although he had contributed to the rainforest, his methods were definitely exaggerated. At least, the rain god Asakusa thought that he was not much weaker than the most ancient legend, but now, he finally knew the difference between them. In front of the most ancient legend, he was like a child. Lin Ling. The old man looked into the distance and suddenly kowtowed 3 times. However, the rain god Asakusa sensed that the old man, who was originally as weak as a mortal, was now not much weaker than him. In less than half an hour, he has cultivated an expert who is not weaker than me. The rain god Asakusa laughed bitterly, feeling extremely ashamed. He looked at the old man's grandson, who was standing there in a daze for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, he looked at the sculpture in the house and suddenly felt that there was indeed such a powerful person in the legends. He was wrong. He should have believed in his grandfather. At this moment, Lin Ling left the rainforest sacred land step by step. There was nothing left for him to stay here. He arrived at Jiuzhou in one step and looked at Jiuzhou. What made him feel helpless was that Jiuzhou had changed a lot. His former friends were all dead, the third princess, his master in Yuzhou, and so on. However, their descendants were still around, and they still knew what kind of person Lin Ling was. Back then, when I asked them to come to Lei Gong's hall, they didn't come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have exhausted their lifespans. Sigh. Perhaps this is their fate. Lin Ling sighed softly. He stepped out and arrived at a palace. The palace was ancient and located in Qingzhou. It was the third princess palace. However, after her death, the Azure Emperor of Qingzhou was no longer the third princess. Thus, the third princess bloodline gradually declined. Lin Ling went to the home of the third princess' only successor, left behind some treasures, and left. These treasures could greatly increase the third princess successor's strength, but they wouldn't allow him to soar to the heavens. This was because the treasures had their limits. If the third princess successor's willpower was exceptional, he could activate the treasures again and increase his strength again. If his goal wasn't high and he only wanted to live a carefree life, the treasures would be sealed forever. After that, Lin Ling also found the successor of his master, the Sea of Constellations, and left behind some treasures. What is this? Is there a deity helping us? Without a doubt, those who received the treasures were all very surprised. They subconsciously looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. Lin Ling traveled the 9 prefectures. As long as it was an old friend's descendant, he would take care of them and resolve his worries. After a long time, he floated in the sky of the 9 prefectures and looked at the entire universe. I've done what I should do. I have no more regrets about the 9 prefectures void. Lin Ling felt his whole body relax. He activated his divine power and used a powerful method to move the 9 prefectures void. On this day, there was no more light in the 9 prefectures void. The sun and moon disappeared, and the 4 seasons disappeared. Everyone in the 9 prefectures thought that a great calamity had arrived. However, everything returned to normal very quickly. No one could understand. They didn't know that the 9 prefectures void had been moved by Lin Ling into Lin Ling's universe. Next is the 10,000 realms. 10,000 realms is relatively simple, but there are too many realms, so it's more troublesome. Lin Ling looked into the distance again and used a powerful method to move countless realms into Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Taoists, increase the great laws of the universe and stabilize the universe. Lin Ling's doppelganger continued to use the great laws to prevent Lin Ling's universe from collapsing. The arrival of the new laws that enveloped Jiuzhou's void and the myriad of worlds gradually stabilized. Gradually, Lin Ling's universe became bigger and bigger, and it was able to compete with the ancient universe. What's left is the void. Lin Ling looked at the vast void and knew that this was the most difficult part because there were too many laws in this void. He had to bring these laws into Lin Ling's universe, control these laws, and change these great laws. Let's begin. Lin Ling rested for a day and once again used a powerful technique to move out of the void universe. This move took a full year. During this year, Lin Ling's universe was in the void of Jiuzhou at first, but it gradually integrated into the void of Lin Ling's universe. The two universes gradually became indistinguishable from each other. However, the great laws of the two universes had to be merged, and this would take a long time. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For example, the netherworld of hell. Yu and the others also knew what Lin Ling was doing, so they waited quietly for Lin Ling. 3 years later, Lin Ling's universe was completely formed. It was even more magnificent and boundless. Except for Lin Ling, no one could reach the end of the universe. Lin Ling even noticed that after the two universes merged, there was a mysterious gas at the edge of the universe. This seemed to be the primordial qi. Unfortunately, even though Lin Ling was the lord of the universe, he couldn't control this terrifying primordial qi. Of course, with the primordial qi protecting the periphery, Lin Ling's universe was safer. It was difficult for others to break into Lin Ling's universe. I've finally succeeded. Lin Ling's universe no longer has any worries. Now, I only need to bring Lin Ling's universe with me at all times. I reckon it will take some time to reach this step. Lin Ling floated in the universe. Looking at the endless void, an excited smile appeared on his face. This Linling universe will be one of the most powerful aids to Linling in the future. Linling. Brother Ling. At the same time, Yu and the rest flew over and looked at Linling excitedly. Should we go back? Linling said to them. Everyone nodded. After staying at home for so long, I suddenly miss those days of fighting. Let's go back. Nan Wufengyu's eyes surged with battle intent. This was a desire to reach the peak of the universe, the peak of an era. They had already reached the peak of the universe, but they were still a bit away from the end, from eternity, and from being invincible in the universe. Then let's go back. Lin Ling informed Lei Gong and the others to summon the rotten stone. Everyone waited for a moment. Not long after, Lei Gong and the others' voices came. The rotten stone had appeared. Lin Ling and the others communicated with the Tao Reversion Celestial and immediately felt a strange feeling. In the next moment, they all disappeared from Lin Ling's universe. Rumble. Time seemed to have passed for a breath, but it also seemed like a century. Finally, a deafening sound came to their ears. When they looked again, they immediately saw the huge rotten stone beside them sinking into the ground. They were back. They were still under the volcano. Haha, Lin Ling, long time no see. After seeing Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others all walked over happily. Lin Ling and the others had disappeared for many years. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Unfortunately, everyone present was a god. Not to mention a few decades, even a few hundred years was nothing. Your strengths have all increased. Lin Ling looked at Lei Gong and the others and said. Yes, in the past decade, we have been fighting monsters at the bottom of the volcano with the 12-winged Yang god. Our strength has increased. Long Yang smiled and nodded. Her gaze swept across Lin Ling and the others and found that Lin Ling and the others' realm did not increase much, but their state of mind had improved. You have also gained a lot. Long Yang immediately said. Lin Ling and the others all nodded. The state of mind was also related to the growth of a god. If there was a knot in the heart, their cultivation would be affected because of it. On the contrary, if they opened their mind and merged with the universe's great Tao, their realm would increase faster and they would comprehend more divine power. Thank you, 12-winged Yang god. Then, Lin Ling looked at the blonde woman and said. No need, I happen to need to detoxify myself. This place is very safe, so I will cultivate here. The 12-winged Yang god shook his head and smiled. Lin Ling, we should go back. After a conversation, Lei Gong suggested. Lin Ling nodded and said to the 12-winged Yang god, after this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again, but in the future, if there is anything we need help with, just say the word. We will definitely help. Everyone is the same. The 12-winged Yang god nodded and exchanged voice transmission jade talismans with each other. Then, they bid farewell and left. Lin Ling and the others left first. The 12-winged Yang god was still cultivating at the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling and the others were running toward the Yellow Emperor. After they walked out of the volcano, they immediately attracted the attention of countless lizards below. They shook their bodies and attacked. However, Lin Ling and the others' strength had increased greatly. In addition, they were not as fearful as before, so they attacked and finally rushed out of the lizard's encirclement. Next, they reached the swamp ocean. However, the ocean that had once blocked them did not affect them much now. Lin Ling no longer needed to be a boatman. Xingyi's Donghuang Bell could now block those maggots. Xingyi led the group through the sky. Along the way, they encountered a Tao crocodile. Everyone attacked together, and before the Tao crocodile floated up, they immediately smashed it to the ground. Everyone moved forward like this, incomparably happy. It was as if the second level could no longer stop them. After a long time, they arrived at the hot spring area where the Yellow Emperor was. After asking around, they found out that the Yellow Emperor and the others had gone out to search for the Taisui Lingji. Lin Ling had someone send a voice transmission to the Yellow Emperor. Next, they waited quietly in the hot spring area. The days of waiting were undoubtedly the happiest days for everyone because everyone had abandoned cultivation. Every day, they drank wine and chatted wittily, living an incomparably happy life. Perhaps they all knew that they had conquered the second level, but after reaching the third level, a new battle would inevitably come. At that time, they would definitely not be as relaxed as they were now. The Tao Tower was the place that gods yearned for the most. Whoever could reach the top of the Tao Tower would be able to control the magnificent Tao realm and become the most ancient giant god of the universe in one step. After another period of time, the Yellow Emperor and the others finally returned. After some discussion, everyone decided to go to the third level. Now, apart from Lin Ling's group, the Yellow Emperor and the others' strength had greatly increased. Although the third level might have people from the rotten race eyeing it covetously, but if they wanted to become stronger, the third level was clearly the only path. This trip might be a narrow escape, but since everyone has chosen this path, they must be mentally prepared. The Yellow Emperor said to everyone. He was the person with the highest cultivation among them, so he had a feeling. Everyone nodded. In fact, many of them had a feeling that if they continued to advance to the third level, they would be in great danger. However, they still resolutely moved forward. There were no shortcuts on the road to becoming stronger. Danger was indispensable. Secondly, they also had a feeling that although the third level of the Tao Pagoda was dangerous, it was not certain that they would die. It was just a narrow escape. Even if it was their only life, they chose to fight. Alright, everyone, get ready. The Yellow Emperor looked at the sky and punched out. The sky rumbled, and endless ripples bloomed. Then, a seemingly endless pile of rotten rocks fell down. Going to the third level requires 50 million Tao realm fragments. However, everyone has been on the second level for so long, so I guess you are all prepared. Now, use your celestial Tao restoration tablets. The Yellow Emperor's voice drifted out, and all the gods floated back to avoid the falling rotten stone. At this moment, everyone's emotions surged. Were they going to enter the third level? Rumble, the rotten stone did not touch any gods. After it fell to the ground, it gradually sank. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the edge of the rotten stone, took out their celestial Tao restoration tablets, and sensed the third level. The Tao realm fragments in their celestial Tao restoration tablets began to disappear. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Yellow Emperor. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, nervous and excited. The third level was an unknown place. Except for a limited number of people, no one knew what dangers there were. Lin Ling, the third level is the city of myriad gods. After entering, everyone will be separated. Leave each other's voice transmission talismans and find an opportunity to gather together. The city of myriad gods is because the third level has 99 cities. Only by occupying a city can you obtain supreme resources and break through to the next level. Our only goal is to occupy a city. The Yellow Emperor's voice entered everyone's ears. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Their bodies were scattered, turned into endless light, and scattered like golden dust. A tornado swept out, carrying endless golden dust. It turned into a vortex and surged into the sky. From afar, the sky was bright and incomparably beautiful. Someone went to the third floor. I heard that it's even more cruel there. Endless deities gather there, and the great battle is incomparably intense. That is the divine battlefield. In the distance, everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably envious. The 4 great ancient emperors, including the newly ascended Lin Ling, made a total of 5 ancient emperors. As they led their own people to the third level, the commotion was naturally huge. After a long time, the golden light gradually dissipated. On the third level, large amounts of golden light appeared. Apart from Lin Ling and the others, there were also gods from other places. The golden dust swirled around the ground like butterflies and gradually began to condense. The golden powder reassembled as if it was formed by the great laws of the universe. Before long, powerful deities descended one after another. Gods who had the confidence to reach the third level were all giant gods of the universe. Even if they were superior gods, they had the battle record of killing a giant god of the universe. Otherwise, no one would dare to come to the third level. This was because the third level could allow gods to grow faster, but it also meant that the danger was greater. Cities were the goal of all gods, regardless of whether they joined or occupied. There would be great benefits. On an ancient hill, the golden powder condensed. After a few hours, it finally turned into a young man, and he was Lin Ling. Brother Ling. After Lin Ling appeared, many voices came from the voice transmission talisman. They were from Yu, Lei Gong, and the others. Moreover, they had been shouting for more than 2 hours. I've entered. Lin Ling immediately replied to them. Lin Ling, your strength is too strong. Therefore, after entering, it took even longer to condense. Until now, Lord Yellow Emperor still hasn't arrived. He's still condensing. Ignored voices came at the same time. Lin Ling, where are you? I'm with Yu, Emperor Shun, and the others. Emperor Jun's voice came at the same time. I'm with Lei Gong and the others. However, Emperor Xianxia seems to be alone. Voices came from the others one after another. Lin Ling looked around and smiled bitterly. I guess I'm alone now. It seems that the stronger the person, the more likely they are to be alone. I guess Lord Yellow Emperor was alone at the beginning. However, it's better if we meet up as soon as possible. Disregarding voices that could not be heard, they kept ringing out. Moreover, Lei Gong, Xingyi, and Sakura's voices kept coming. Apart from them, there were also many gods in the tombs of the 5 emperors. Lin Ling felt a headache coming. Because he was one of the 5 emperors, he was the pillar of support for everyone. Therefore, there were too many people contacting him. Right now, we're not familiar with this place. Let's figure out the location first and then think of a way to meet up. Lin Ling said after pondering for a while. Everyone responded. Lin Ling put away the voice transmission talisman and looked around. He realized that he was in a huge plain. In the distance, there were flashes of light from time to time. Large numbers of gods were flying. Compared to the first and second level, things here seemed to be more free. There were no natural dangers. City of myriad gods. Lin Ling remembered what the Yellow Emperor had said. He knew that the danger on this level was not from the Dao Pagoda, but from the gods themselves. Everyone is fighting for the city. What is so attractive about this city? Lin Ling secretly guessed as he walked down the hill. However, he discovered that the bottom of the hill was filled with tombstones. Tomb of the Sun Lord. Tomb of Tian Wu. Tomb of the Mad Wave Ancestor. The tombstone lay alone on the ground. Not far away, there was a huge snow maple tree. When the wind blew, countless snow maple flowers fell. The white petals scattered all over the ground and landed on the tombstone. It was as if they were telling of the glory of their master. The sea turned into mulberry fields. Endless years, the former god of war, the god who created the world, now lay here forever. Cemetery? Lin Ling frowned and walked forward step by step. Then, he saw a small house beside the snow maple tree. An old man was planting vegetables beside the house. The old man's hair was white and his back was hunched. He looked old and senile, as if he would die of old age at any moment. His every movement was very slow, giving off a strange feeling. Lin Ling also noticed that this old man did not have any divine essence in his body. He was like a mortal. How could a mortal appear on the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling was shocked. He walked down the hill, but the further he went, the more tombstones he saw. It was so grand that he couldn't see the end of it. Tombstones were inserted into the ground either vertically or diagonally, as if they were weapons. Lin Ling took a detour and walked along the tombstones toward the old man. That's right. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. He picked up the hoe beside him and helped the old man farm. During this process, the old man didn't say anything and continued to work swiftly. What a strange person. Although Lin Ling was farming, the suspicions in his heart grew even more. Young man, are you curious why there's an old mortal man like me in this land of gods? At this time, the old man finally spoke, but his tone wasn't as cold as before. It was more human. That's right. Lin Ling replied, not bothering to hide anything. I'm actually a tombkeeper responsible for guarding the tombstones here. I've seen many gods like you here, so I've long gotten used to it. I reckon it won't be long before the tombstones here have your name on them. The old man smiled. Lin Ling remained silent and continued to farm. The gods who die on the 3rd level will enter the underworld and never be reincarnated. If they want to come back, they have to bring their Dao to the celestial realm into the underworld and protect their Dao to the celestial realm. Only then can they be reincarnated. After a full 2 hours, the old man muttered to himself. Dao to the celestial realm? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, what happens to the things on a person's body after they die? If you can protect your Dao to the celestial realm, everything will be in your Dao to the celestial realm. If not, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. the old man finally looked at Lin Ling and smiled, revealing his sparse teeth. After saying that, he put down the hoe, picked some vegetables, and went into the house to rest. If you want to rest, you can stay in the room next door for the night. The old man's voice came at the same time. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to leave. He believed that any god who came to the third level for the first time would definitely not want to see such inauspicious things. Moreover, he reckoned that Lin Ling would be the first to appear beside the tombstones. However, Lin Ling pondered and didn't leave in the end. He had a feeling that the Tao Pagoda had arranged for him to appear in the cemetery for a reason. Perhaps this was fate. That night, Lin Ling rested in the cemetery. At night, the cemetery was very quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Even if Lin Ling had experienced a great deal in these past few years and had even wandered through the netherworld and hell, he still felt extremely strange, and it was as if he'd been affected. Lin Ling knew that the loneliness of the tombstone had affected him. He found it hard to imagine who would spend the night in the mausoleum other than the tomb keeper. Perhaps they would all leave at night. As for the old man, Lin Ling wasn't sure if he was a god or a mortal. The night passed just like that. Lin Ling did not sleep much, nor did he cultivate. At dawn, the sound of crying came from the graveyard, and the smell of burning paper money wafted over. Moreover, the cries were increasing. Lin Ling looked through the window and saw that in front of some tombstones, there were people kneeling and praying. They were crying very sadly. So what if you're a god? In the end, you're still a human. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. He knew that these people were here to pay respects to the dead. At dawn, the people who were praying finally left. Lin Ling also pushed open the door and went out. Although the sun was charming outside, the petals of the snow maple tree were still sprinkling down, causing the cemetery to still give off a gloomy feeling. The sunlight seemed to be gloomy and cold. Lin Ling sat in front of the hut and looked indifferently at the tombstones. For some reason, he thought of his friends who had died in the void of the 9 states, and also thought of the people he had killed over the years. Little friend, there are people who come here to pay respects every day. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it when they were alive. What's the use of worrying about it after death? It was unknown when the old man had appeared beside Lin Ling. Then, he went to farm again. Lin Ling also chose to help. After a long time, at noon, Yu and the others sent a voice transmission, asking how Lin Ling was doing. Only then did Lin Ling plan to leave. Little friend, if you want to keep your Tao regression to heaven position, then use your Tao regression to heaven position as your tombstone. If you die first, then you can bring your Tao regression to heaven position into the underworld. Just as Lin Ling was about to leave, the old man's voice suddenly floated over. Lin Ling's body shook as he looked at the old man in disbelief. He realized that the old man was still farming, as if he hadn't spoken before. He couldn't understand why the old man said this to him. Was it because he was helping the old man farm, or was it because he had spent the night here? However, it was too dangerous to leave his Tao regression to heaven position here. After all, there was only one Tao regression to heaven position for each person. It represented the gods. If he stayed here, he might not be able to return after leaving. Moreover, what if the old man destroyed his Tao regression to heaven position? In addition, Lin Ling's Tao regression to heaven position still had some treasures. Was the old man a liar who wanted to cheat his Tao regression to heaven position? I am the host body of the world's will. Even if I die, I can be reincarnated. It can't be said that I will turn into ashes. Why leave my Tao regression to heaven position here? Lin Ling shook his head and strode away. As he left, Lin Ling also heard the old man's soft sigh. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward. Occasionally, he would look back at the old man and found that the old man was still planting vegetables as if he didn't care about anything. Moreover, as Lin Ling walked further and further away, he discovered that the old man seemed to have disappeared. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The old man gave Lin Ling the feeling that he was a tombstone, not a person. This old man is too strange. A person guarding a tomb, and a mortal at that. How is this possible? The Tao Pagoda follows the law of the jungle. In order to become stronger, any method will be used. That old man probably set a trap to deliberately trick people. It's better to avoid such a strange person. Lin Ling walked further and further away. However, After walking for 2 hours, Lin Ling pondered for a long time and finally walked back. For some reason, after leaving the mausoleum, there was always a voice in his heart shouting for him to put the tombstone in the mausoleum. If he did, Lin Ling would be equivalent to dying. Lin Ling didn't know why he had this feeling, but he finally believed in his intuition. Moreover, he sped up, afraid that he would miss something, and soon returned to the mausoleum. From afar, Lin Ling saw that the old man was still planting vegetables, but he had a feeling that he would disappear at any time. "Senior, I plan to place the Tao regression to heaven position here as a tombstone." After Lin Ling arrived, he was the first to speak. The old man was still planting vegetables as if he didn't hear Lin Ling's words. After a moment, he raised his head and pointed to an open space in the distance. "Put the Tao regression to heaven position there as a tombstone. Remember to write your name so that when you come back, you won't be able to find your way." His voice was very gloomy, causing Lin Ling to shudder. He didn't speak. According to the old man's instructions, he came to an open space and then set up a tombstone, Lin Ling's tomb. Under the tombstone, he buried his Tao regression to heaven position. After doing all this, Lin Ling's mood was somewhat complicated. After glancing at the tombstone, he smiled bitterly and said, "I, Lin Ling, am also a dead man." Then, he slowly walked away. However, when he looked in front of the hut, the old man had disappeared at some point. The clean and tidy hut yesterday was now full of cobwebs and dust. The field that was originally full of vegetables was now overgrown with weeds. This. Lin Ling's body trembled. "How strange. It's gone." Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He spread his soul power and searched everywhere. Unfortunately, he could only sense a lonely grave. Lin Ling stood there in a daze for a long time before finally leaving the cemetery. When he walked further and further away, he looked back and found that the cemetery was still quiet and devoid of life. Only the huge snow maple tree kept sprinkling petals. Suddenly, Lin Ling had a feeling that the old man seemed to be the snow maple tree. "I didn't expect to be buried there for the rest of my life." Lin Ling smiled bitterly and gradually disappeared into the distance. "Brother Ling, where are you?" Yu Yu's voice kept coming. "I still don't know the specific location of this place. I need to find a passerby to know." Lin Ling also replied. Then, he learned that Yu Yu and the others were in the east of a place called Great Void City. Where was Great Void City? Lin Ling was confused and could only continue forward helplessly. It didn't take long for him to meet a total of 5 gods from the pathway. "Fellow cultivator, wait." Lin Ling hurriedly transmitted his voice over. Unfortunately, those gods glanced at Lin Ling and didn't attack or stay. They flew away disdainfully. This wasn't the second level, after all. They wouldn't attack without benefits. However, there was a competition for benefits on this level, and the killing was even crazier than on the second level. Those bastards. Seeing that they were getting further and further away, Lin Ling cursed and almost wanted to attack. However, he had just arrived at the 3rd level, and he had heard that there were countless experts here. He didn't want to cause any trouble for the time being. Everything was to find Yu Yu and the others. Lin Ling continued forward and encountered a few more waves of gods. However, after asking Lin Ling, they either disdained to pay attention to him or gave a casual answer, saying that this was the area of the Ocean Holy City. What Ocean Holy City? Lin Ling didn't understand at all. As he continued forward, Lin Ling also encountered rotten race gods. There were many of them, and they emitted a fishy smell. These scavengers captured all the gods they encountered along the way and interrogated them. Although he wasn't as arrogant as when he was on the 2nd floor and dared to kill people as he pleased, his attitude was still arrogant. Not them. Scram. They seem to be looking for someone. Could it be that the rotten gods know that we are here and are looking for us? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he dodged the gods and flew in another direction. His heart was heavy. If Yu Yu's group was discovered by the rotten race's gods, then things would become troublesome. After all, the rotten race's gods were very powerful. Last time, only 3 of them were dispatched. That was enough to force the Yellow Emperor's entire army. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city was majestic, as if it was floating in the sea. This was because a vast sea suddenly appeared on the ground, but the sea was very calm. City of Myriad Gods? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't enter the city immediately. Instead, he observed carefully. Soon after, he discovered that there were 99 mysterious pillars under the sea that went straight to the bottom of the giant city, providing a powerful spiritual qi. Grand Mist spiritual qi. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the 99 pillars were actually gaseous Grand Mist spiritual qi. Grand Mist spiritual qi was the most powerful energy Lin Ling could not see through. Now, this was the first time he saw someone using Grand Mist spiritual qi to cultivate. The third layer has 99 City of Myriad Gods. It's a place that military strategists will fight for. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Ling was curious as he flew toward the Holy Ocean City in the center of the sea. Soon after, Lin Ling discovered that the Holy Ocean City was indestructible. It was supported by the Grand Mist spiritual qi. However, the Grand Mist spiritual qi at the bottom of the sea was controlled and distributed to every corner of the city. Some places had more, some had less. We've arrived at the City of Myriad Gods. We can use treasures to exchange for cultivation time. It's said that if there are enough treasures, one can greatly advance from the king level to the saint level. Furthermore, one's deity energy will be doubled. Yes, I came here because of its reputation. Doubling one's deity energy is too hard to come by. I've been stuck at the king level for many years. Now, there's finally hope for a breakthrough. Voices came from all around. Many gods were very excited. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he was shocked. These cities of myriad gods actually had such power. They could allow a god's strength to advance by one realm. No wonder gods only wanted to occupy one city. One had to know that not every god could smoothly break through, some could not even break through in their lifetime, but here, miracles could be created. However, Lin Ling felt that something was wrong. Here, only one realm could be broken through. This meant that after breaking through, the city would no longer be of any help. Perhaps this was the disadvantage. Moreover, there was another disadvantage to the City of Myriad Gods. For example, some gods were just a little bit away from breaking through. They might be able to break through by relying on their own treasures, but to be safe, they came to the City of Myriad Gods to exchange treasures for cultivation time. Without a doubt, they would suffer a loss. Of course, there were very few such gods. After all, it was difficult for most gods to break through. Stop, do you have any treasures? Otherwise, you're not allowed to enter the city. There were more than a dozen doors in the Holy Ocean City. When Lin Ling entered one of the doors, a giant god of the universe stopped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling felt that these giant gods of the universe were not very strong. He estimated that they only had tens of billions of divine energy on them. He has a sword on him. It seems to be of a high level. He also has a pair of mysterious boots. There aren't many treasures on him. Suddenly, one of the gods laughed and said, a mirror appeared in his hand. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he used the mirror to look at Lin Ling. What was surprising was that this mirror could detect the treasures on Lin Ling's body. This made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. What a heaven-defying treasure. Didn't this mean that all his secrets had been seen through? How strange. He also has a lot of power on him. It's all messy. Moreover, his fingers are very mysterious. Another god said with a frown. Lin Ling's expression became more and more unsightly. It seemed that his secrets had been dug out. One had to know that every god had their own secrets, and they did not like others to pry into them. This was an unwritten rule. Lin Ling looked around and realized that everyone who entered the city was the same. Their entire bodies were searched. Although they were dissatisfied, they endured it for the sake of entering the city to cultivate. This Holy Ocean City is indeed tyrannical. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. The treasures on you are not bad. How long do you want to cultivate? At this moment, a god finally walked over and asked. A piece of paper appeared in his hand. He looked at the paper and said, the power in your body is very strange and chaotic. If you let the sacred city examine you for 1 day, you can cultivate for 10 days. If you let the sacred city examine you for 10 days, you can cultivate for 10 days. If you let the holy city search for a day, you can cultivate for 10 days. It's worth it. If you let the holy city inspect the boots on your feet for 1 day, you can cultivate for 3 days, multiplying 1 by 3. If the holy city investigates the sword you are wearing for a day, you can cultivate your body and multiply it by 2. Your Excellency, this is a rare opportunity. It's just an inspection, but you have so many days of cultivation. The god laughed again. Sure enough, the gods around him were envious. After all, they could enter the holy city of the ocean to cultivate, and most of them exchanged treasures for it, but they didn't know that Lin Ling's remaining treasures were all in the celestial regression realm. He didn't have many on him, in fact, there weren't many left in the celestial regression realm. I'll cultivate for 2 hours. At this moment, Lin Ling made a decision. What a joke, he was full of secrets. He had Pangu's finger, the power of the world's will, and the chaos divine formula. How could he let others inspect him so easily? The god's face turned cold when he heard this. He walked back and whispered a few words to the others. After that, he walked back and said, "We miscalculated. The treasures you have can only last for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. After all, they are all low-grade treasures. Things." 3 hours, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He knew that these people were doing it on purpose. Your Excellency, why don't you leave a treasure for the holy city to inspect? Don't worry, the holy city is the most fair. If we say that we will inspect for 1 day, we will definitely not be late. We won't be greedy for your treasures. The god said again. Lin Ling pondered. Now, he wanted to meet up with Yu and the others. He had to get the map of the 3rd level. Asking people outside wouldn't help him in the short term. Okay, I'll leave my boots here. Lin Ling finally handed over the Quafu Sun chasing boots. This was one of the 10 great chaos divine weapons. Lin Ling should have handed over the sword. After all, the sword was worth less than the Quafu Sun chasing boots. However, Lin Ling was a swordsman. With the sword, he was with him. Okay. Seeing that Lin Ling had finally compromised, the god smiled and accepted Lin Ling's Quafu Sun chasing boots. Then, he handed Lin Ling a token and said calmly, "This token records the time. Remember, come to the gate in 3 days to exchange for these boots. If the time expires, then these boots belong to the holy city. Of course, you can cultivate for a longer time. A full 3 days. 3 years." Lin Ling immediately took the token and entered the city. His eyes turned cold, knowing that Oceanic Saint City had monopolized the city of myriad gods. That was why they dared to act so tyrannically. It was hard to imagine how many treasures this city had accumulated over the years. What they had paid was merely the amount of primordial qi. Moreover, the primordial qi did not belong to them, but was something that came from the 3rd floor. No wonder all the deities want to seize the city. Lin Ling felt a little jealous in his heart. He wished he could seize a city. When he entered the city, he found that it was no different from an ordinary city. There were streets and alleys, restaurants and inns, and everything that one could think of. As for the gods, they could choose to cultivate or not. However, their cultivation was progressing rapidly. Lin Ling even sensed that his cultivation was advancing towards the peak at an incomparably fast speed. Moreover, the 8 divine embryos were also rapidly improving. Apart from that, his divine power was also increasing. Cultivating in the city was indeed no small matter. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it could only be raised by 1 level, otherwise, there was no need to go to the 4th floor. One could become the strongest here. The 1st floor has endless treasures. The 2nd floor raises one's talent. The 3rd floor raises one's all-round strength. This is the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling walked around casually. In Oceanic Saint City, all food and drinks were free. It was incomparably good to the passers-by. Only Lin Ling knew that those food and drinks were nothing compared to the treasures handed over by the gods. Of course, apart from food and drinks, many things were also free. Lin Ling walked around for half a day and finally found the map. The map was also free. It recorded a large number of the city of myriad gods, covering the entire 3rd floor. With the map in hand, Lin Ling felt that there was no need to stay any longer. He went to the city gate, intending to take back the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Unfortunately, he was told that once the treasure was taken, it would have to be put away for at least a day. This made Lin Ling secretly angry. What an overbearing Oceanic Saint City. with no other choice, Lin Ling had to stay in Oceanic Saint City. At night, he entered the square prison to talk with Xianxia. I haven't been to the third floor of the Dao Pagoda, but you have to be careful. You are now full of treasures. You are most afraid that Oceanic Saint City will go back on their word. Xianxia reminded Lin Ling after pondering for a while. In fact, Lin Ling had thought about this point, but he had never thought that Oceanic Saint City would dare to do such a thing. If they kill and rob, then who would come to Oceanic Saint City? Lin Ling said. That's not necessarily true. Xianxia shook his head. You don't know the yearning of the gods to improve their realm. Even if they know that Oceanic Saint City is not safe, they will still come. However, as long as they don't have any treasures worthy of Oceanic Saint City will not touch them. And you have too many treasures. So, if Oceanic Saint City kills you, even if other gods know, they will not care. What's more, Oceanic Saint City may not let others know. After hearing what Xianxia said, Lin Ling also felt that things were a bit troublesome. Oceanic Saint City was like a bandit's nest. Once they entered, there would be endless trouble. The best way is to immediately take away the Quafu Sun chasing boots and lead by force. Xianxia suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Although it was dangerous to do so, if Oceanic Saint City was prepared, Lin Ling would be in even more danger. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. It's still early. Let's go take a look at my Quafu Sun chasing boots and find a way to take it away before leaving here. Lin Ling made up his mind and left the inn. When he left, he also felt that someone was watching him, afraid that he would escape. It seems that Oceanic Saint City's ambition is not just a mere Quafu Sun chasing boots. Lin Ling's pupils became colder. He laughed, drank his wine, and swaggered out of the inn. Oceanic Saint City is simply a paradise. Not only is food and drink free, but you can also improve your cultivation without cultivating. Ha ha ha, I will be staying here for a few more years. Lin Ling shouted as he walked. Immediately, beautiful women came up and supported Lin Ling. The people who were secretly watching him thought that Lin Ling was addicted to Oceanic Saint City. This was not surprising. Most gods would be addicted to Oceanic Saint City for the first time. After all, without cultivating, one's strength could improve rapidly. Who would not be happy to come here? Lin Ling held a beautiful woman in each hand and strolled around the street. Finally, he entered a gambling house and began to gamble. When he was drunk and full, Lin Ling lay down casually in the gambling house and seemed to have fallen asleep. It seems that he is really addicted to Oceanic Saint City's fireworks. Let's go back. The beautiful women seemed to be accompanying Lin Ling, but in fact, they were supervising him. When they saw that Lin Ling was drunk and asleep, they were relieved. The Quafu Sun chasing boots were one of the 10 great chaos divine weapons. After being refined by Lin Ling for so many years, he had already developed a sense for it. Following the sense, Lin Ling naturally found the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Lin Ling believed that even if he was the one who got it, he wouldn't be able to control the Quafu Sun chasing boots in a short period of time. Not long after, a luxurious mansion appeared in front of him. The mansion was heavily guarded with a large number of cosmic laws, making it difficult for people to get close. Damn it, there are so many formation patterns, and they are all formed by cosmic laws. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was difficult for him to get close. Left with no choice, he could only enter the square prison and seek help from Xianxia. These spirit formation runes are indeed powerful. I reckon that the original owner of these runes was a god on par with me, or even stronger than me. However, that god isn't on this floor right now, so it won't be difficult to decipher them. Xianxia sensed the formation patterns around him and passed down the way to break them to Lin Ling. After a long time, Lin Ling came out from the square prison. His eyes flickered, and he shouted, "Golden Cicada Coiling Dragon Forbidden Scroll." His hands continued to draw formations and slapped on his body. A coiling dragon swam out from the void and circled around Lin Ling before disappearing into Lin Ling's body. After the coiling dragon gradually disappeared, a golden light flickered, and a golden cicada quietly appeared. Its wings fluttered slightly as if it was stretching. Then, it also wanted to disappear into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling took a deep breath and quietly approached the mansion. There were many formations around the mansion, and these formations carried the smell of cosmic laws. However, when Lin Ling came closer, these cosmic laws acted as if they didn't see Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to enter and exit. What a powerful formation! Lin Ling looked around as he walked, and he realized that the air around him was flowing as if there were small universes hidden within. Even if it was dust, there were actually living beings, and they were dust universes. Most importantly, there were so many universes here. All of this proved that the god who had set up these barriers was extremely powerful. With the protection of the light on his body, Lin Ling had a smooth journey. He entered the main hall of the mansion, but there was no one there. Lin Ling continued forward and finally arrived at the back garden of the mansion. He saw a large number of gods standing there. These people were all wearing silver armor, and there was a crescent moon above their heads. They quietly stood there without moving, vigilantly looking at their surroundings, and in the center, a pool of bright moonlight floated in the air, sprinkling down cold moonlight onto an altar. It was very beautiful. There was an old man lying on the altar. He was wearing a long silver robe and his white hair was casually scattered. He gave off a feeling of holiness. In front of him was a young man. His face was cold as he raised a dagger high up in the air. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was silently chanting something. What is this? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. This is the Silver Moon clan. Guangqingzi's voice floated out from the square prison. They are also a very ancient universe god clan. According to legend, they are the incarnations of the universe's moon. Even Chang'e is said to be their successor. This god race had disappeared for many years. Together with the sun god race, they are both equally famous. Another ancient universe god clan. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He roughly swept his gaze around and discovered that there were a total of 49 gods, and all of them were king-level universe gods. Judging from their auras, they weren't weak, and their deity powers were close to 1000. Looking at the silver-robed young man in front of the altar, his strength was comparable to the surrounding gods, but it was obvious that he was wearing a crown on his head. This young man seemed to be their leader. My boots are over there. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a corner and found the Kuafu sun-chasing boots. It was placed together with a pile of treasures, and those treasures were all extraordinary. I reckon those treasures are the same as your Kuafu sun-chasing boots, Guangqingzi reminded. They are all treasures that need to be searched. Now, while they are dealing with other matters, we can seize the treasures and immediately escape the city. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that once they took action and exposed themselves, it would lead to an earth-shattering battle. Wait, something is wrong. However, Lin Ling suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, logically speaking, those treasures are all extraordinary. That young man should immediately search for them, but he left them aside and is instead doing something on the altar. You are saying that the items on the altar are more attractive to him than the treasures on the ground? Guangqingzi also sensed something. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Let's be careful. He quietly spread out his soul power and cautiously searched. At this moment, the silver-robed young man raised his dagger high, but he seemed to have sensed something and didn't immediately attack. He stood motionless, as if he was also searching for something. However, there was nothing in the surroundings other than his own people. Am I overthinking things? But my intuition has always been very accurate. The young man muttered to himself. Lin Ling didn't know that the young man had sensed something and was still searching. Then, his expression changed drastically. Taoist myriad treasures. Taoist myriad treasures? Guangqingzi was immediately puzzled. One of the hosts of the world's will. Lin Ling's voice was grave. A host of the world's will? That Silver Moon man can't be thinking of seizing the world's will through the altar ceremony, right? Guangqingzi gasped. But the Silver Moon clan has always been good at ceremonies. Perhaps he can really succeed. Once he gets the world's will, he will become a host and have a limitless future. Guangqingzi was also shocked by the Silver Moon clan's plan. Taoist myriad treasures is not weak. It's not difficult for him to defeat an ordinary giant god of the universe, but he was still captured. This shows how powerful the Silver Moon clan is. It seems that our mission has become more troublesome. Not only do we have to take away the Kuafu sun-chasing boots, but we also have to save Taoist myriad treasures. Taoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling couldn't just watch Daoist myriad treasures die here. Then let's attack. If we catch him off guard, we still have a chance. Guang Qingzi nodded. Lin Ling stared at the altar and finally decided to get the Quafu Sun chasing boots first. This way, his speed would be greatly increased, and the difficulty of saving Daoist myriad treasures would also be reduced. Attack. Seeing that the sky was dark, Lin Ling knew that this was the best opportunity. He revealed himself, and a coiling dragon and golden cicada appeared on his body and exploded. This was because the golden cicada coiling dragon forbidden scroll was a barrier technique that restricted the power of gods. Once the power of gods exploded, he would instantly disappear. Who is it? The gods around were all experts, and they instantly sensed something. However, Lin Ling had already pounced on a pile of treasures in the corner. With a grab, all the treasures were collected by him. Then, he grabbed the Quafu Sun chasing boots with his right hand and threw them toward the altar. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot forward. Midway, the Quafu Sun chasing boots automatically stabbed into his legs. With this, his speed increased sharply, and he rushed to the side of the altar and slashed with the tyrant song. Clang! There seemed to be nothing on the altar, but in fact, there were moonlight chains. However, they were all cut off by Lin Ling. The young man stood beside the altar with his dagger raised high. He witnessed Lin Ling's actions. Clang! The moonlight chains kept breaking, and Daoist Duo Bao, who was lying on the altar, was gradually able to move. He kept staring at Lin Ling, his eyes full of excitement and the desire to live. He clearly knew that if the world will's power was seized, he would definitely die, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. However, Lin Ling had suddenly appeared. He was extremely surprised. Why would Lin Ling appear here? It must be known that Lin Ling had defeated young Master Ming's subordinates on the first floor, allowing everyone to enter the second floor. Daoist Duo Bao didn't want to implicate Lin Ling, so he had entered the second floor and finally reached the third floor. He had never thought that he would be able to see Lin Ling so quickly. Daoist Duo Bao. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! Daoist Duo Bao broke free and floated up. So powerful. You actually managed to hide from my eyes. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. At that moment, the silver-robed youth finally spoke. He had a cold smile at the corners of his mouth, as if he wasn't worried at all. Swish! Swish, swish! The experts in the surroundings also flew over. Daoist Duo Bao, leave the city immediately. Lin Ling sensed that after Daoist Duo Bao broke free, his strength was quickly recovering. When Daoist Duo Bao heard this, he immediately nodded. I'm the opposite of you. I like to kill nameless people. After Lin Ling said this, he suddenly pounced at the youth, his powerful soul power bursting out. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Fu. Jia. Return, Universe Seal All Souls. The youth's expression changed drastically. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful. He clearly sensed that his life was in danger, and he didn't dare to move. Get lost. He shouted at the gods that were pouncing at him. The gods all stopped, their expressions changing drastically. They didn't dare to act rashly. Who are you? You are so powerful. You managed to barge in without anyone noticing. The youth looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He still didn't seem to be flustered. I didn't barge in without anyone noticing. I just subdued you without anyone noticing. Lin Ling stood in front of the youth and spoke with a smile. At the same time, he gave Daoist Duo Bao a look and asked him to open a path. Daoist Duo Bao understood and strode forward. Let him go. The surrounding gods began to stir, but the youth immediately shouted coldly. You have guts. Who are you? Lin Ling asked calmly as he held the young man hostage. In Tianwen. The youth held his hands behind his back, leading the way in front of Lin Ling. It had to be said that he truly had the spirit of a great figure. From the moment the altar ceremony was destroyed to the moment he was captured, besides the initial surprise, he was able to maintain his calm. These Silvermoon people are indeed extraordinary. I reckon that they managed to escape the calamity of the world will back then. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The calmer the youth was, the more difficult it was to deal with him. Do you want to leave the city? The young man continued forward, but he smiled and said, "People like you won't be able to leave the city, because with me here, there will be even more people following you." "You are very smart." Lin Ling replied coldly. "You flatter me. Now, are you going to let me go, take a gamble, and rush out of Oceanic Holy City as fast as you can, or are you going to take me out of the city?" The youth shrugged and replied. Lin Ling ignored him. He looked around and saw that the surrounding gods were indifferent, as if they were about to attack at any time. However, they did not dare to do so and could only follow from afar. "Lin Ling, we can't go on like this. These people will keep following us, and we can't chase them away. If this matter gets out of hand, there will be even more people following us." Daoist Duobao also secretly transmitted his voice to Su Quebec. Lin Ling knew that it was impossible to chase the surrounding gods away. Even if they could leave, they would hide in the distance and follow them, therefore, he had to let Yin Tianwen go. "Okay, you can go now." After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling suddenly asked Yin Tianwen. "Oh." Yin Tianwen put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling calmly. "Goodbye." Lin Ling and Daoist Duobao looked at each other, then ran down the street and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Young master." It was at this moment that the gods from behind finally charged over. Moreover, there were an extremely large number of them, numbering in the hundreds. Previously, if Lin Ling had a conflict with them, even if he won, he would not have had a good ending. He would have been trapped in the city. "How dare they kidnap young master? Catch them." After seeing that the youth was fine, an old man immediately said angrily. "No." However, the youth immediately interrupted him. "Young master, what's wrong?" Everyone looked at the youth. The youth shook his head and said with a cold smile, "I am still surrounded by the great universe. If you move, it will immediately attack me." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Then, they activated their means and kept investigating. "Young master, this is the soul universe. It is extremely powerful. However, the soul universe is also dissipating. It just needs some time. Young master, what do you think now?" The surrounding gods kept talking. The youth smiled faintly and said calmly, "Let's wait." "Young master, why don't we inform the city gate and not let them out of the city? Once the soul universe disappears, they will be dead." "No, if they sense that someone is chasing them, they will activate the soul universe. Although they can't kill young master, they will definitely hurt the youth. It seems that we can only wait." The surrounding gods sat cross-legged and activated their soul power to resist Lin Ling's universe 3 extremes break. The youth had his hands behind his back as if he was looking down at the sky. "What an interesting thief. You actually managed to save someone from my hands. Moreover, you stole so many of my treasures. I, Yin Wendian, have cultivated for 300 million years, and this is the first time I have suffered such a great loss. However, you won't be able to do anything. If I, Yin Wendian, want to catch you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. I will give you time to escape. Let's see where you can run to." Yin Wendian was extremely calm. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were rushing toward the city gate. "Lin Ling, speed up." Daoist Myriad Treasures shouted at Lin Ling, "Don't go too fast, or you will attract the attention of others." Lin Ling stopped Daoist Myriad Treasures. But Daoist Myriad Treasures was afraid that Yin Wendian and the rest would chase after them. He knew how terrifying the Silvermoon clan was. "Don't worry. He won't chase after us before my technique disappears." Lin Ling said confidently that Yin Wendian is very confident, but it's because he's too confident that he gave us time to escape. If we speed up now and get stopped by others, we'll waste even more time. You are right. Both of them restrained their speed. Before long, the magnificent city gate appeared in front of them. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed. "Not good. My Universe 3 Extremes break has been broken. Daoist Myriad Treasures, rush out of the city gate." "Okay." Daoist Myriad Treasures' strength erupted as he opened a path in front of him. "Who is it?" At the gate, a large number of gods shouted angrily. However, Daoist Myriad Treasures didn't say anything. Instead, the whirlpool erupted and turned into a gourd. It formed a powerful suction force that sucked a large number of gods into it. Two of them are leaving the city, stop them. Stop them. At the same time, Yin Wentian's order arrived, causing the gods' expressions to change drastically. They smiled bitterly to themselves. This order came too late. Yes. If they had received the order earlier, they would have tried their best to stop them. But now that they had received the order, they were obviously caught off guard. Young master, they are already leaving the city. Not good. Help. Almost as soon as they received the order, Lin Ling's powerful attack arrived. The huge gourd controlled by the Taoist of many treasures swallowed everything, and no one could stop it. After Lin Ling's innate talent fusion, the tyrannical song sword turned into a massacre of 10,000 worlds, affecting the strength of the gods. Then, he was killed by Lin Ling's sword. With Lin Ling's current strength, even with the innate talent fusion, ordinary giant gods were no match for him. Charge! Charge! The two did not stop, rushing out of the city gate and flying into the distance. When they passed by the sea was hit by the two's powerful speed. The holy ocean city had a large number of city gates, and after seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Courting death. Catch them. The gods at the city gates were stunned, and then they flew into a rage and chased after Lin Ling's group. Rumble. In the rolling sea, a huge two-headed turtle crawled out, sprinkling endless stars. After swimming out of the sea, it was extremely fast and chased after Lin Ling's group. A large number of gods stood on top of the gigantic turtle. They were all clad in silver armor and looked very majestic. They were from the Silver Moon clan. Wherever the weapons in their hands pointed, endless silver light sprinkled down like moonlight. The terrifying explosion of divine power caused the entire sea near the holy ocean city to overturn. The gods who passed by were directly shaken to death by the sea water. Those two are crazy, daring to act recklessly in the holy ocean city. Now that there are 99 cities of myriad gods, except for the attacks between cities, who dares to provoke the cities of myriad gods? I remember that 800 years ago, someone attacked Arrowhead City. It was the city of myriad gods, which was weaker than the holy city of the ocean. In the end, all 32 clans were annihilated. 32 clans. Hundreds of thousands of gods were killed, not to mention that there were only 2 of them. Looks like they're dead for sure. Many gods narrowed their eyes and mocked Lin Ling and the others for overestimating themselves. Of course, they also guessed that Lin Ling and the rest were wrongly accused, but in a place like the city of myriad gods, if you entered the city, being slaughtered was inevitable. They could only swallow their anger. If they resisted, they would die even faster. Escaped? At the same time, a large number of figures appeared at the city gate that Lin Ling had escaped from, with Yin Wentian as their leader. Interesting. The 2 of you are the first to escape from Ocean Sacred City. However, how can I let you go after taking so many of my treasures? There's also Taoist master of many treasures. Hee, you won't be able to escape. Yin Wentian laughed lightly and waved his hand. Bring out the Silver Moon battleship. Rumble. The holy city of the ocean shook, and a huge silver-armored battleship rose from one corner. Yin Wentian took a step forward and floated toward the battleship. Chase. Standing on the battleship, Yin Wentian waved his hand calmly. Rumble. As soon as the Silver Moon battleship appeared, the heavens and earth shook, and the earth cracked. Some of the weaker gods were directly smashed to the ground by the powerful aura. Chase. Behind the Silver Moon battleship, a large number of small boats and demonic beast mounts appeared and chased after Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship. The Silver Moon clan was an extremely famous ancient clan in the universe. How could their dignity be challenged? No matter what, Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship must be captured. This was the bottom line. Of course, no one doubted the strength of the Silver Moon clan. Everyone thought that Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship were dead meat. At this moment, Lin Ling and the Silver Moon battleship exploded with full speed and flew along the ground into the distance. Lin Ling, they've caught up. At the same time, Taoist Duobao shouted with an ugly expression. The Silver Moon clan is really extravagant. Lin Ling looked back and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The heavens and earth shook as a large number of mounts and battleships chased after them. It was as if they had pierced through the sky. No wonder Yin Wentian is so confident. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Yin Wentian was treating them like a cat catching a mouse. Lin Ling, what should we do? Daoist Duobao looked anxious. Then, he sighed and said, "Alas, I've implicated you. If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this mess." "What are you talking about? We're all from the Jiuzhou Void. How can I watch something happen to you? Moreover, you and I are both hosts of the world will. I won't just stand by and watch." Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. "Moreover, that guy has taken a fancy to my boots. I won't easily hand them over." "Okay, I won't say any more. But now, how are we going to get rid of them?" Daoist Duobao felt warmth in his heart. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. His strength had increased greatly, but he was confident that he wouldn't be able to win against so many powerful beings. The only way was to get rid of them. At the very least, he had to think of a way to slow them down. "Let's go to another city," Lin Ling said after pondering for a while. "I know there's a ghost city over there." "It's a ghost city. Some gods who cultivate the ghost path and the underworld path like to go there." Daoist Duobao's eyes lit up. "Let's go immediately." Lin Ling asked Daoist Duobao to change direction and head toward the ghost city. "Young master, they've changed direction." At that moment, someone under the huge silver moon battleship said to Yin Wendian. This person's strength was heaven-defying. He was a Saint Universe god, however, he still had to bow respectfully to Yin Wendian, who was weaker than him. This was because he knew that Yin Wendian was very important to the Silver Moon clan. He was deeply doted on by the Silver Moon god clan. "It's okay. They're just flustered. Let them escape. I enjoy the process." Yin Wendian asked someone to bring a chair over. He sat on the chair and drank wine as he spoke casually. "They're just two small gods. How dare they violate the rules of the Great Ocean Saint City? They deserve to die. Let's make their reincarnation cycle collapse and make it difficult for them to be reincarnated," the person beside him said coldly. "Haha, take your time. It won't be fun if you kill the mouse in one go." Yin Wendian waved his hand. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were still flying forward. A huge city began to appear in front of them. This city was next to a majestic black mountain. Chilly winds blew on the mountain, making it look like a corpse lying on the ground. Looking at the ghost city, there were lanterns everywhere, and burning paper money was everywhere. It was extremely eerie. Moreover, there was no one to be seen. However, Lin Ling discovered that there were people in this city. No, it should be said that there were many ghosts in this city. They were all gods who cultivated the underworld path's divine abilities. "We want to enter the city," Lin Ling said immediately. "This is our entrance fee." Daoist Master of Many Treasures took out a large number of treasures and threw them on the ground. These treasures were priceless, and they were all that Daoist Master of Many Treasures had accumulated. However, at this time, he could not care less about his heartache. Sure enough, the old women's eyes lit up when they saw the treasures. They handed Lin Ling 2 tokens and said, "You can stay here for 2 months, 1 month each." Most of the cities in the City of Myriad Gods were the same. One had to pay a fee to enter the city, but different places paid different treasures. Lin Ling and Daoist Master of Many Treasures did not speak and entered the city directly. Unfortunately, they were not gods who cultivated the underworld's divine abilities. After entering the city, the cultivation effect was not good. Lin Ling barely managed to get the evil ghost jellyfish. When he looked at Daoist Master of Many Treasures again, he felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Ling also sensed that the Black Mountain, which Middle Yuan City relied on, was filled with mysterious primordial qi, which was similar to the cultivation effect in Ocean Saint City. At the same time, a large number of gods around them looked at Lin Ling and Daoist Master of Many Treasures with strange and malicious expressions. "Lin Ling, there is another city gate in Middle Yuan City," Daoist Master of Many Treasures reminded him at this time. Lin Ling nodded and unsheathed the tyrannical song sword. Murderous intent surged as he displayed his strength. He did not want to be delayed by the gods around him and waste time. Sure enough, when the tyrannical song sword was unsheathed, the gloomy gods around them restrained themselves. Lin Ling and Daoist Master of Many Treasures did not stop and rushed toward the other city gate. However, before they reached the city gate, a rumbling sound came from behind them. The Silver Moon battleship had crashed into Middle Yuan City, causing a huge commotion in the city. "This is a good chance," Lin Ling knew that even if the Middle Yuan city gave face to the Silvermoon clan, the Silvermoon clan's mighty assault would still cause the Middle Yuan city to be wary of them. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to explain. Let's leave the city. Then, they took out their tokens, handed them over to the Yikshaws guarding the gate, and rushed out of the city. Rumble. At this moment, Middle Yuan city was still in turmoil as the two sides clashed. After a short while, the huge black mountain shook slightly. Ocean Saint City, why are you making a big fuss in Middle Yuan city? Do you want to start a war? The most terrifying thing was that the majestic black mountain was actually the city lord of Zhongyuan city, Taoist master of many treasures of many treasures. I want two of them. On the Silver Moon battleship, Yin Wentian laughed, but his eyes were solemn. Who? Taoist master of many people. Yin Wentian waved his arm and the portraits of Lin and Ling appeared. As for He Shan, he was silent for a moment. Using a powerful method to check the tokens sent out by Zhongyuan city, he finally said, 3 incense sticks ago, they left the city. Yin Wentian's eyes flashed. Great of ocean. Of many great ocean many. The Silver Moon god said coldly. Why would I lie to you? Of course, if you want to fight, my Zhongyuan city will accompany you. Black Mountain's voice was filled with anger. Then, countless shadows wearing cloaks and holding death scythes flew out. They were majestic and filled the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yin Wentian burst into laughter. I think this is a misunderstanding. The two of them have nothing to do with the Zhongyuan patriarch. They are just using the Zhongyuan city as an excuse to shake us off. Zhongyuan patriarch, sorry for disturbing you. Moreover, they are using your Zhongyuan city. This matter is also a provocation to Zhongyuan city. I will capture them for you. The Black Mountain was silent for a moment as all the death gods flew back. An angry voice floated out, damn those juniors, they actually dare to use my Zhongyuan city to cause trouble. Capture them, I want their souls. Of course. Yin Wentian led the group as they circled around Zhongyuan city and continued their pursuit. What a cunning junior. The people of the Silver Moon clan cursed in anger. No, this is interesting, isn't it? However, not only was Yin Wentian not angry, he was even happier. From this, it could be seen how confident he was in himself. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning their scheme is, it is useless. If I, Yin Wentian, want to destroy them, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Activate the Silver Moon Grand Light technique. Yin Wentian waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge silver warship shot out a ray of light, breaking through the void and forming a huge halo. The halo was as big as the Holy Ocean City. The Silver Moon warship swam into it with the crowd and gradually disappeared. The previously bustling and noisy Zhongyuan city had suddenly become completely silent. It was extremely strange. At this moment, Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures were still running wildly. In this short period of time, both of them had recovered slightly. Have we shaken them off? Taoist master of many treasures frowned. However, Lin Ling did not speak because he was not too sure. I didn't expect that two of us, the hosts of the world's will, two gods from the void of Jiuzhou, would be hunted down together in the Dao Tower. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a drama. Taoist master of many treasures could not help but laugh when he saw that they were fine. Not yet. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist master of many treasures noticed that a huge halo had appeared behind them. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was condensed from moonlight. Run! The two of them could not care less. They burst forth with speed and ran wildly again. Ha ha ha, I see you again. You are really not polite enough. You left without saying goodbye. You don't treat me as a friend. At the same time, Yin Wentian's laughter could be heard. On the warship, Yin Wentian stood there majestically, looking down at Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures who had disappeared into the distance. Chase. Then, he waved his hand casually, and the huge warship under his feet chased after them again. Ha ha ha. As for the Silver Moon clan around the warship, they all laughed cheerfully as if they were playing a game. This mighty scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of many passers-by. They immediately knew that the Silver Moon clan was chasing after them. Indirectly, they also raised the prestige of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling, damn it, we were fooled. On the other side, Taoist Master of Many Treasures cursed angrily. Lin Ling was also cursing inwardly. The two of them were extremely fast, but they still could not escape being chased. What kind of means did the Silver Moon clan use? Now, if they could not shake them off, they would die sooner or later. It seems that it is difficult to shake them off by relying on the city of myriad gods. Lin Ling was annoyed. Suddenly, he thought of the square prison and hurriedly asked Guangqingzi. Unfortunately, Guangqingzi was helpless because he was not familiar with the Dao Tower. At most, he could help Lin Ling out to fight, but this kind of fight would not last long. After all, Guangqingzi was a prisoner in the prison. It is easy to shake them off. There is a place on the 3rd floor that is very suitable for shaking off the pursuers. Of course, it is also very dangerous for you. Are you sure? The matter was urgent, so Lin Ling couldn't care too much and hurriedly asked. Let's head southeast. The mysterious Taoist didn't say much and just pointed out the direction. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and changed direction with Taoist of Many Treasures. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Taoist of Many Treasures was puzzled, but Lin Ling couldn't explain it. After flying like this for 4 hours, Lin Ling and Taoist of Many Treasures were flying at full speed, consuming the most divine essence. However, the huge battleship was still following behind them. Originally, the Silver Moon race had run out of patience and planned to end the game. However, Lin Ling and Taoist of Many Treasures' speed suddenly increased, causing the Silver Moon race to be interested again. A dense forest appeared in front of them. The forest was quiet, no different from what they usually saw. Go in. Lin Ling rushed into the forest according to the mysterious Taoist of Many Treasures. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly realized that the forest seemed to have come alive. Retract your divine essence and walk. At the same time, the mysterious Taoist of Many Treasures' voice sounded, and Lin Ling hurriedly did as he was told. The strange thing was that after the divine essence was retracted, the forest seemed to have regained its silence. Taoist of Many Treasures was very surprised. He had been wandering around the city of myriad gods for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen such a mysterious forest. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time here, so why was he so familiar with this place? Let's go. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't explain and quickly walked forward. Not long after the two of them walked, the Silver Moon battleship appeared in the sky above the forest, looking down. Young master, they're hiding in the forest. Someone said respectfully to Yin Wendian. They're probably tired. Alright, the game is over. Catch the two of them. Remember, neither of them can die. Yin Wendian smiled calmly and waved his hand. Bang! Bang, bang! The Silver Moon battleship shook slightly. At the front of the battleship, an incomparably dazzling light condensed, forming an incomparably huge divine cannon. Boom, the divine cannon suddenly shot out, and the dazzling beam of light destroyed everything in its path. Escape? Let's see how you two rats escape. The long hair of all the gods fluttered in the wind as they sneered. They knew that the forest would definitely be destroyed by this cannon, rumble. However, this shot, which was powerful enough to kill a Saint-level universe giant god, was blocked by the endless trees after it landed on the forest. It was as if the shot had hit a bubble. Next, an incomparably terrifying rebound force erupted, rumble, the divine cannon shot back, and a huge beam of light soared into the sky. Not good. The Silver Moon race were all experts. They reacted instantly and abandoned the Silver Moon battleship, shooting into the distance. As for the god riding the giant tortoise, his expression changed drastically, and he fled without a trace. Boom, the gigantic silver light divine cannon shot into the sky and actually pierced through the Silver Moon battleship, destroying a large number of mounts. The gigantic tortoise that was as large as a city was also killed in one shot. Moreover, many of them were too slow to escape and were killed by the cannon. Meanwhile, in the forest, the expressions of Lin Ling and Taoist Duobao changed drastically. Previously, when the divine cannon shot down, Lin Ling had thought that they would not be able to escape this calamity. Even if they did not die, they would definitely be severely injured. He had even planned to use Pangu's true body to resist the attack. However, this mysterious forest had actually blocked the divine canon. Lin Ling, what kind of forest is this? Taoist Duobao gasped. Lin Ling shook his head. Let's go. Let's continue forward. At this moment, in the sky, all the Silver Moon race members were stunned. They looked at the damaged Silver Moon battleship and then at the dense forest on the ground. Then, they all revealed furious expressions. 2 cockroaches had actually caused them to suffer such heavy losses. Young master, those 2 rats should have been dealt with long ago. A god said to Yin Wendian as he stared at the ground with resentment. Go down and capture them. Yin Wendian's voice deepened. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Yin Wendian's head and crushed it. It was obvious that he was very angry. This was because he had not expected that 2 mere rats could cause so many of his people to die. Kill. After hearing Yin Wendian's words, the other gods charged into the forest. They erupted with all their strength, wanting to capture Lin Ling and his group and teach them a lesson to vent their anger. However, when they charged into the forest, an ominous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone, be careful. The Saint Giant Universe god beside Yin Wendian was the first to react and shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, he was a little too slow. On the ground of the forest, a large number of vines suddenly shot out and pierced through the bodies of many gods. Some gods were directly shot to death, while some gods did not die. However, they withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their deity energy was sucked dry. In the end, they all turned into dried corpses hanging from the vines. You mother****, go to hell. Seeing so many gods die, the gods of the Silver Moon race were all enraged and attacked the forest crazily. Xiao. Xiao, xiao. Xiao. However, in exchange for more vines shooting up into the sky, the surrounding trees seemed to be moving as they attacked the gods. Don't attack. Everyone, don't attack. Suppress your deity energy. Beside Yin Wendian, the Saint Giant Universe god shouted, this is the forest of mysteries. The entire forest is a demonic creature. Don't attack. The moment he finished speaking, the gods of the Silver Moon race all reacted and suppressed their deity energy. Even so, the forest was still attacking them. Fortunately, the Silver Moon race was united. They gritted their teeth and did not attack. In the end, after more than 10 people died, the forest gradually quieted down. Let's go. Yin Wendian's expression was gloomy again and again as he walked to look for Lin Ling. Young master, we can't use deity energy in this forest. Even if we find them, how are we going to take them away? Someone said through gritted teeth, hating Lin Ling and his group to death. There will be a way. Yin Wendian said calmly, but the anger in his heart was more intense than anyone else's. As for the front, Lin Ling and the others were still moving forward at a moderate pace. At the same time, they felt the commotion behind them and instantly knew that many of the Silver Moon race had died. Good, let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Taoist master of many treasures felt carefree as he looked ahead. After passing through the forest, a hazy fog appeared in front of them, blocking everything. No one would have thought that the center of the forest was actually a region of clouds and fog. Go in. Lin Ling listened to the mysterious Taoist and planned to enter the clouds and fog. According to the mysterious Taoist, the clouds and fog did not seem big, but in reality, they were as vast as the universe and could avoid the pursuit of strong beings. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying, it would be difficult for the Silver Moon race to find them. This was because the space within the clouds and fog was also overlapping. Just as Lin Ling and the others were about to enter the clouds and fog, a large number of figures appeared in the forest behind them. One of them stared indifferently at Lin Ling and his group, a flame burning in his eyes, and this person was Yin Wendian. Lin Ling glanced at them and did not say anything as he disappeared into the clouds and fog. He knew very well that the 2 of them hadn't entered this place by accident. They had done it on purpose, using the forest to kill the Silver Moon clan. If he had been a little faster, the 2 of them would have been caught, and the Silver Moon clan wouldn't have suffered any losses. All of this was caused by Yin Wendian's overconfidence. How could he not be angry? Of course, it wasn't because he was careless, but because he was more familiar with the 3rd level than the 2 of them. However, the 2 of them had made him suffer a great loss. When everyone entered the clouds, they all disappeared. Yin Wendian had become a loner as he moved forward. What is this place? Yin Wendian thought that he had seen a lot, but he was still shocked. on the other side, Lin Ling and Taoist duo Bao hadn't separated. They had the same red ribbon tied around their shoulders. The red ribbon had strange Genesis runes, which made them look like fireflies in the clouds. What a strange cloud. We can't communicate with the outside world, and we can't use any detection methods. My soul power is also suppressed. Lin Ling was shocked. Oh no, we've probably entered the clouds. It's said that those who enter will have to walk for the rest of their lives. Taoist duo Bao looked around, and his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling nodded. Now, the clouds are the only way to get rid of the Silvermoon clan. I hope that as time passes, the Silvermoon clan will gradually forget about this. I hope so. Taoist duo Bao agreed with Lin Ling. Getting lost here is better than being caught by the Silvermoon clan. One should know that once they were caught, they would definitely die because the Silvermoon clan had a way to obtain the power of the world's will. Taoist duo Bao, how did you get caught? Lin Ling asked as he continued walking. We happened to pass by the ocean holy city, but we were discovered and caught by the Silvermoon clan. It seems that a big shot from the upper level knows our whereabouts and is attacking us. Taoist duo Bao said. Lin Ling frowned. Could it be the 9 stars of the universe? But Ning Qingxin once said that the 9 stars of the universe wouldn't attack us so soon. Is it the 3 divine gates of White Mountain? Or the rotten race? In the end, Lin Ling shook his head. There were too many experts at the pinnacle of deities, and it was hard to figure it out in a short period of time. After a long time, the two of them rested on the spot. Lin Ling asked the mysterious Taoist and found out that the mysterious Taoist had a way to leave. This allowed Lin Ling to finally relax. He didn't leave immediately. He guessed that countless people were looking for them in the outside world. He wanted to wait for a while before deciding what to do next. The two of them rested for a long time. Suddenly, a figure came from afar. This person appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was very strange. However, after a long time, he appeared in front of Lin Ling and Xianxia. What surprised Lin Ling and the others was that this person was actually Yin Wendian. One had to know that the mystic cloud was like a maze. The space inside was chaotic and independent. The chances of meeting someone inside were 1 in 10 million. Lin Ling and Taoist duo Bao had red cloth on their shoulders, so they couldn't be separated. It's you. When Yin Wendian saw Lin Ling and Lin Feng, his face was also filled with shock. To be able to find you in the mystic cloud, it seems that this is fate. Then, Yin Wendian laughed. His laughter was very sinister, but he was also very happy. Lin Ling and Xianxia stood up, looked at each other, and shook their heads. They didn't know if it was fate or if they were just unlucky. However, now that things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. Who are you? Yin Wendian suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He was very curious about Lin Ling's origins. Why are you helping him? Do you know the consequences of offending the Silvermoon clan? Of course I know. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He wasn't too worried. Right now, there was only Yin Wendian. If he joined forces with Taoist duo Bao, they would probably be able to defeat him. The Silvermoon clan is an ancient god clan that is as famous as the Sun God clan. Lin Ling said. He had seen how strong the Sun God clan was. Back then, it was just a mere 12-winged sun god, but its strength was not weaker than his. Therefore, the Silvermoon clan was definitely not weak. Since you know that we are the Silvermoon clan, how dare you ruin my plan? Yin Wendian laughed. First, your ocean sacred city wants my Kwafu sun-chasing boots. Second, I am also one of the hosts of the world's will. Lin Ling said bluntly. Yin Wendian's face changed dramatically. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, but he couldn't figure out anything. He knew that Taoist duo Bao was the host of the world's will because God Ancestor Silver Moon had told him. I didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, I would get the strength of 2 worlds' wills. Good, 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 this is fate. Yin Wendian licked his lips and the anger in his heart dissipated. Although many people of the Silvermoon clan had died, if he got 2 worlds' wills, everything would be worth it if he could get the strength of the world's will. Don't be too happy, because whether you can get the strength of our world's will is still unknown. Lin Ling also smiled. Lin Ling, be careful. This person is extremely powerful. He has the power of 2 quadrillion God. Taoist Duobao reminded him in a low voice. With his power, ordinary giant gods of the universe were no match for him. Only those at the level of Yin Wendian could. 20 million? He's the same as the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling was shocked. They were both giant gods of the universe, but the gap between their power was like heaven and earth. Get ready to attack. We have no choice now. Lin Ling nodded to Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao immediately used his full strength. A huge gourd appeared above his head. He shouted at Lin Ling, I'll hold him back. I'll kill him. Lin Ling fused with his talent. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he took the initiative to attack. Walala, Taoist Duobao's gourd used a powerful devouring power. It actually had the power to suck the surrounding clouds into the gourd. The devouring power enveloped Yin Wendian, greatly suppressing his power. However, his body shone with silver light, and a crescent moon appeared above his head. It was as though he had gathered the power of an entire universe. Taoist Duobao, I've already said that your world's willpower is too weak. It won't affect me much. He stretched out his palm and waved it continuously. Huge crescent moons were sent out by him, shwa shwa. The moment these crescent moons appeared, the clouds seemed to be cut apart. His power of divinity had reached 2 quadrillion god. Taoist Duobao's expression changed drastically. Although the willpower of a world was very strong, it was divided into levels. His current level was clearly not very high. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This person was actually stronger than the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling also felt that Yin Wendian was not using his full power. Lin Ling rushed forward with the tyrannical song sword in hand, but a crescent moon sent him flying. Not to mention, there were so many of them. Penga's true body. Lin Ling knew that he would not be able to win with ordinary methods. He had to use his trump card. He suddenly grew in size and turned into a giant. Looking down at Yin Wendian from above, he punched out with his gigantic fist. Penga's bloodline. Yin Wendian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Lin Ling to have so many tricks up his sleeves. Previously, it was a soul attack, but now, it was a physical attack. The dazzling silver moon illuminated the entire cloud zone, as if a bright moon had risen. A 1,000-mile-wide silver moon blocked the top of Yin Wendian's head like a dome. Looking carefully, there were shadows on the surface of the silver moon plate. There were mountains, rivers, people, and living creatures. This was a great universe world. Rumble. In the sky, Lin Ling's fist smashed down fiercely. After landing on the huge silver moon plate, time seemed to have stopped. Under the silver moon plate, Yin Wendian's expression changed as he sensed a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. Boom. 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 Finally, a terrifying power erupted. With the two of them as the center, wind waves and divine essence charged out like a tidal wave, and the clouds and mist seemed to have been blown away. Of course, the clouds here were also very strange. Even if they were blown away, they only became lighter and didn't completely disperse. Bang. 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 Yin Wendian's legs continued to sink, and his bones made cracking sounds. Boom. Boom. At the same time, Lin Ling's fists continued to smash down, as if huge islands were rushing towards the ground. However, the silver moon plate didn't move at all. It was extremely sturdy. So powerful, his divine energy has reached 300 billion, and he even has his own great universe. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, shocked by Yin Wendian's strength. One had to know that he was now teaming up with Taoist myriad treasures. Thinking about it, if there wasn't Taoist myriad treasures, Lin Ling would probably only be able to fight to a draw and not have the upper hand. Crescent moon. At this time, Yin Wendian also let out a low shout, and the silver moon plate above his head became a bit more complete. Under the silver moonlight sprinkled down like a curtain of rain, protecting Yin Wendian inside. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. While Lin Ling continued to smash out with his huge fists, he also activated his trump card. Powerful soul power went around the silver moon plate and drowned Yin Wendian from all directions. Lin Ling, so strong. Taoist myriad treasure's expression changed drastically when he saw Lin Ling's overwhelming attack. He had a trump card, which was the power of the world's will, but Lin Ling had several trump cards, and they were all incomparably powerful trump cards. It was hard for him to imagine what Lin Ling had experienced after entering the Dao Pagoda. Why had his strength increased so much? Return. At the same time, Wentian also let out a low roar. The silver light around his body became even denser, so dense and dazzling that it blocked the invasion of the soul. Lin Ling's 3 universes were blocked by the moonlight. This Wentian is definitely one of the rarest and strongest among the king-level universe giant gods. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His physical strength and soul power were both blocked. Too strong. Last time, Lin Ling was able to take advantage of the situation because he was caught off guard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave the holy city of the sea. Of course, when Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, he didn't notice that Wentian was also sucking in a breath of cold air. He obviously didn't expect that this young man was even more powerful than Taoist master of many treasures. He had always thought that this young man was merely an ant. Boy, you've used up your 3 axes, right? It's my turn now. At this time, Wentian said coldly. It's still early. Lin Ling replied coldly. Haha, I can see that you're just showing off. However, your strength is really powerful. I, Wentian, rarely praise others. You're the 3rd person in my life to be praised by me. After all, you have the strength of a peak superior god. To be able to force me to this extent, you're already amazing. Unfortunately, if it were someone else, you would have won without a doubt. But you've met me. I've cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, and I've seen all kinds of people. Even the master of your cultivation technique, the god of creation, Pangu, I'm lucky enough to meet him. Wentian said coldly. His seemingly plain words were mixed with incomparable arrogance. Is that so? Then should I thank you for praising me? Lin Ling was shocked, but his arrogance was also stimulated. He, Lin Ling, had come out from the rainforest sacred land and experienced countless battles. He had defeated countless experts and swept away countless gods. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? To be honest, it had been a long time since he was looked down upon like this. Then you can try again. Lin Ling activated the Pangu's finger and shot it down fiercely. What? You have the Pangu's finger. When this terrifying power was released, Wentian's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the power released by the finger did not exist in this era. It was the real god of creation's finger. He was shocked. Who exactly was this Lin Ling? Why did he have the Pangu's real body and the real Pangu's finger? Rumble. The huge finger landed on the huge silver moon disk, and the surrounding clouds dispersed, revealing a vacuum. It was terrifying. Wentian's legs sank, and he stood like a horse. His face was ferocious, and his legs were trembling. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult for him to resist this finger. Ka ka ka. After a while, the huge silver moon disk emitted a crisp sound. It had obviously reached its limit and could not bear the burden. Gradually, a crack appeared, and then more and more cracks appeared. It was like glass shattering. Boom. Finally, the entire silver moon disk shattered, and the moonlight seemed to have solidified, sputtering in all directions. The huge finger shot into the clouds, stirring up endless wind and clouds. Rumble. The aftermath was turbulent, and the universe collapsed. Time and space were all shattered. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling also began to shrink slowly. He was still staring at the ground, and he saw that the clouds were rolling like waves. However, the silver moon disk had shattered, and Wentian seemed to have died. He's dead. Taoist master of many treasures exhaled lightly and sat down powerlessly on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He had been assisting Lin Ling and releasing the power of the world's will. This had undoubtedly caused him to reach his limit. Lin Ling nodded. His soul power continued to search, but he could not sense Wentian. He reckoned that Wentian was really dead. It's still early. However, at this moment, a ferocious voice suddenly sounded. From the rolling clouds on the ground, a middle-aged man who looked like a deity appeared. He glared at Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures, as if he wanted to remember Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures. Under this furious deity, a palm-sized silver person appeared. He held a silver moon blade and looked at Lin Ling and Taoist master of many treasures ferociously. Wentian was not dead. Wentian, capture them. After seizing the power of the world's will, make them suffer a fate worse than death. The furious deity spoke in a low voice. It was actually another person. Obviously, when Wentian had almost died, it was this furious deity who had helped him. this person's strength was terrifying beyond imagination. After all, this was in the clouds. Any deity would get lost if they entered, but this furious deity could come here with his consciousness. Perhaps, this person was the real master of the Holy Ocean City. Okay, I will make them suffer a fate worse than death. Father will help you. At the same time, the glaring god's body shone with silver light, illuminating the clouds and filling the sky with silver light. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this person's strength would be if he came here personally. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Lin Ling and Daoist myriad treasures could clearly sense that the time around them was being reorganized. Time slowed down, becoming incomparably slow. Even the flow of divine essence seemed to be frozen. Not good. Lin Ling and Daoist myriad treasures roared at the same time, but their voices were incomparably slow, as if they had experienced several eras. Die. At the same time, the silver dwarf held the moon blade in his hand and turned into moonlight. He attacked Daoist myriad treasures first. This was because Daoist myriad treasures' devouring power had restrained him, causing him to be attacked by Lin Ling passively. Whoosh, the blade fiercely chopped down, cutting off one of Daoist myriad treasures' arms. Moreover, his chest was torn open, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! Daoist myriad treasures screamed and fell down. Sinister villain, let's see how you attack. The silver dwarf said coldly as he floated in front of Daoist myriad treasures, holding the silver moon blade in his hand. However, just as he was about to kill Daoist myriad treasures with one slash, suddenly, a powerful force erupted and cut off the glaring god's moonlight binding, restoring time. Then, a dazzling sword light slashed over. What? You still have a trick up your sleeve. The silver dwarf's expression changed drastically as he looked at the sword in disbelief. The power of the world's will. The glaring god's expression also changed drastically. The power of the world's will was the most mystical power in the universe, even more mysterious than primordial energy. It wasn't strange that it could cut off the glaring god's moonlight. What surprised them was that the power of the world's will was actually so strong. Don't forget, I haven't used the power of the world's will. The person who had attacked was Lin Ling. He held the sword of faith in his hand and rushed in front of the silver dwarf, slashing down heavily. I'll deal with you. The silver dwarf's strength was impressive. Although he was only the size of a palm, when he slashed out, the universe collapsed. Rumble, the sword and saber collided, and the two terrifying and mysterious forces collided continuously. The vacuum in the clouds became even larger, and even the glaring heavenly deity was affected, as if he was about to dissipate at any moment. After all, he wasn't here with his main body. Wendian, father will help you. However, glaring heavenly deity was still using all his strength to help the tiny silver figure. Moonlight fell on Lin Ling's body. Although most of it was blocked by the sword of faith, it still caused Lin Ling to vomit a large mouthful of blood and be seriously injured. Ha ha ha, if this goes on, you'll definitely die. However, your will of the world is truly terrifying. I must obtain it. In front of Lin Ling, the tiny silver figure let out a sinister cry, its face terrifyingly sinister. Kill him and seize his world will's power. That glaring heavenly deity also continued to roar. It was as if the two of them were working together to suppress Lin Ling. Damn it, my sword of faith is still a little weak. However, what blade is Yin Wintian's? Why is it so powerful? Lin Ling bellowed in his heart, knowing that life and death would be decided at this moment, and this feeling of life and death was something he hadn't experienced for many years. Lin Ling, I'll help you. But at this moment, a crazy voice sounded. Daoist master of many treasures, who was covered in blood and had one of his arms cut off, flew back with great difficulty from afar. A gourd appeared in his other arm, and he urged his strength to form the world will to help Lin Ling. You dare. The glaring heavenly deity didn't expect Daoist master of many treasures to be able to fight again. You've joined forces, so why can't we? Daoist master of many treasures' eyes were red. He aimed the mouth of the gourd at the tiny silver figure, and a powerful devouring power erupted. You're courting death. The tiny silver figure was already having a hard time resisting Lin Ling's sword of faith. Now that he was facing a powerful devouring power behind him, the pressure on him instantly increased. If the power behind him was only the power of the gods, or even the steps of the gods, he wouldn't be afraid. But the power behind him was the world will. being pulled by a powerful devouring power, the tiny silver figure began to distort, as if he was about to be sucked into the gourd. "Father, help me!" he shouted anxiously. The glaring heavenly deity was helpless now. After all, he wasn't here with his true body. To be able to help Xianxia like this was already extremely powerful. "How about the two of you stop now?" Even though the glaring heavenly deity was furious, he suppressed his anger and spoke in a humble manner. "Stop? I refuse." Ling maintained his posture of slashing down with his sword and answered straightforwardly. "I refuse too." Taoist Master of Many Treasures also shouted angrily. "If you dare to kill him, you will definitely die. You will have to bear the anger of my Silvermoon clan. You must know that even the Sun God clan doesn't dare to kill my son." The glaring heavenly deity was also angry. He said threateningly, "Not only you, but your family, your friends, and even those related to you will all be buried with you." "This is what I, Xianxia, said. I am the current patriarch of the Silvermoon clan. This is the blood oath I made." Once the blood oath was made, it meant that they couldn't live under the same sky. Now, the choice was on Ling and Xianxia. If they dared to kill them, they would have to bear the blood oath of the Silvermoon clan. Not only them, but everyone would be implicated. If they let them go, everything would be peaceful. Of course, no one was sure how long this peace would last. After all, Xianxia had suffered such a great loss today. After returning, would he really let Ling and Xianxia go? Taoist Master Xianxia. Ling suddenly looked at Taoist Master Xianxia. Taoist Master Xianxia gritted his teeth as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he looked at Ling and said, "You decide everything. I will accompany you." "All right." Ling nodded heavily and looked at Xianxia with red eyes. "You shouldn't have offended the host of our world's will. Kill." Finally, he made a decision. "Father." Xianxia, who had always been confident, finally felt that death was coming. He never thought that he would die here because of his carelessness while chasing the two rats. "The two of you dare to kill him? I will exterminate your entire clan. I will exterminate all of you from generation to generation. I will never let you reincarnate, including all your family and friends. My Silvermoon clan swears to the universe." The glaring heavenly deity's voice became angrier and angrier. It formed a powerful curse power that enveloped Ling and Taoist Master Xianxia. Unfortunately, Ling's killing intent was set. The sword of faith slashed down. Rumble, the small silver person was slashed by the sword and his body was cut in half. Finally, he looked at the glaring heavenly deity with reluctance and gradually dissipated in the clouds. Xianxia, dead. "It was not easy for me to have a son in my old age. You actually dared to kill him. You will regret it. Prepare to bear the wrath of my Xianxia clan. Suffer the wrath of our Silvermoon clan. Be angry, be angry." The clouds were tumbling, and the voice of the heavenly god was still drifting in the air. Ling and Duo stood there quietly, their expressions extremely solemn. They had both witnessed the powerful power of the great blood oath entering their bodies, and they couldn't get rid of it, unless the entire Silvermoon clan was destroyed, or Ling and the others were destroyed. This blood oath would never be removed. Most importantly, this great blood oath was fine if it was only Ling and Taoist Duo Bao, but it was also related to everyone Ling and the others knew. "This matter is troublesome," Ling finally said. He had killed countless people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a resentful great blood oath. This was because this was also a sure kill situation. "We are fine, but we are most afraid of implicating the Yellow Emperor and the others." Taoist Duo Bao's expression was also extremely solemn. This was the terrifying part of the great blood oath. It was said that as long as someone made the great blood oath, they would consume their lifespan, and the universe had its own great laws that could envelop everyone in the great blood oath. This meant that as long as they were in the Tao Pagoda, no one could escape, unless they were like Ling and the others, who were in the clouds. They could escape from the great blood oath's detection and pursuit. Damn it, if only I could inform Yu and the others and let them return to the Ling universe immediately. Thinking of this, Ling's expression became even more anxious. The clouds couldn't contact the outside world, which was a huge disadvantage. Yu and the others can escape, but what about the Yellow Emperor and the others? Daoist Duo Bao suddenly said, which made Lin Ling sigh softly. It's all my fault, all my fault. It's not your fault, they are the ones who pushed us too far. Daoist Duo Bao comforted him. However, it was just our guess before, and it might not be accurate. Let's not panic. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Now, let's cultivate here first. The two of them didn't leave the clouds. They sat cross-legged and recovered their strength. On the other side, in the Holy Ocean City, a large number of experts rushed into the Holy Ocean City as if they had been summoned. What happened? The people passing by were very surprised. It was the first time they had seen the Ocean Saint City so turbulent. I heard that the son of the Silvermoon clan's patriarch, Yin Wendian, is dead. What? Someone dares to kill Yin Wendian? Are you crazy? I don't know if it's true, but I've heard of such rumors. A series of exclamations floated out from the holy city of the ocean, but when the news came out, everyone was scared to the point of trembling a little. Everyone knew how terrifying the patriarch of the Silver Moon clan was. Not to mention killing Yin Wendian, even if he dared to be arrogant in the Ocean Saint City, the end result would be his entire clan being killed. As for the patriarch of the Silver Moon clan, Yin Wanguang, he had a son when he was old. It was said that it took him more than 800 million years to give birth to Yin Wendian. How could he not dote on him? Moreover, Yin Wanguang was not the only one who doted on him. Even the Silver Moon God clan doted on him. The Silver Moon God clan was the strongest in the Silver Moon God clan. It was said that he was from the same era as Pangu and the other ancient gods. If the news was true, those murderers would definitely die. I heard that God ancestor Silver Moon is in a higher place in the Tao Pagoda. Otherwise, he would have overturned the second level. A god said uneasily. When he thought of how terrifying God ancestor Silver Moon was, he trembled with fear. Now, even without the Silver Moon God clan, the current patriarch of the Silver Moon clan is enough to overturn the second level of the City of Myriad Gods. Another god said. Maybe what you said is just a rumor. However, more people still did not believe the rumors. After all, no one was so crazy as to kill Yin Wendian. Does anyone know these two people? However, at this time an old voice resounded throughout the city, those who know will be rewarded handsomely. Two portraits appeared. They were Lin Ling and Yin Wendian. These two people killed my son. I have made a blood oath to exterminate their entire clans. Who knows? The voice was mixed with billowing anger, and it spread to everyone's ears. The Ocean Saint City was in an uproar. No one had expected the rumors to be true. Crazy, these two people were crazy. If you don't report it, not only will you be killed, but your family and friends will also suffer. The voice floated out again, frightening everyone. Now, regardless of whether they knew these two people or not, the consequences would be severe. So domineering. Of course, some gods were not reconciled. This man, catch him, kill him, and exterminate his entire clan. Unfortunately, saying this in the Ocean Saint City could not escape Yin Wendian's senses. Yin Wendian roared angrily. Ah, no, spare my life, I just spoke without thinking. That god's expression changed greatly, and he kept begging for mercy. What was more terrifying was that he was a Saint Universe god. However, in the Ocean Saint City, ordinary Saint Universe gods were useless. A large number of great beings from the Silvermoon clan besieged that god and killed him in the end. This man is Moon Elder Wan Shan. We know his whereabouts. Someone said solemnly. Come, exterminate the entire clan of Moon Elder Wan Shan. If anyone in the City of Myriad Gods dares to stop you, just say that this is the order of the Silvermoon clan. The cold voice floated throughout the city. It was incomparably domineering and arrogant. It was obvious that the Silvermoon clan was truly furious. For Lin Ling and Feng Yu, they did not hesitate to stir up an era. They were swift and decisive, and they wanted to know the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Feng Yu immediately. I know that old man is Daoist Master Duo Bao. Finally, someone said anxiously. Good, this person will be heavily rewarded. With a flash of light, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared on the street. He was 2 meters tall and had a thick silver beard on his face. He wore a silver robe and had an awe-inspiring presence. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the person who spoke. being stared at by this middle-aged man, that God trembled all over. He did not dare to look at him and lowered his head to speak. Speak. The middle-aged man was Xianxia. His appearance silenced the entire city, and the gods even slowed down their breathing. This person fought with me on the first level of the Dao Tower, so I know him. I know him, but if I tell you, you must protect me because he knows many great beings. I'm afraid he will come back to kill me. That god lowered his head and said. Don't worry, the Silvermoon clan will protect you. Xianxia said coldly, you just need to tell me where he came from. He came from the void of Jiuzhou. He has many friends, including Lin Ling and the great god of Ling Nation. Oh right, the 5 emperors are also friends with him. Among them, the Yellow Emperor is the most familiar with him. That god gritted his teeth and said. He knew that if he did not speak, he would die. The Yellow Emperor, is it? Come, protect this person for the rest of his life. Give him treasures. Give him whatever he wants. Xianxia shouted, incomparably heroic. He wanted Lin Ling and Feng Yu to know that if they dared to kill his son, even if they hid at the ends of the earth, it was useless. The Silvermoon clan had the power to plunder everything. Yellow Emperor, I know. I met them not long ago. They just entered the 3rd level and are now in the area of Tree City. They are gathering. A god said. I know too. Even more gods shouted, deeply afraid that they would be implicated as well. Tree City, is it? Let's go to Tree City immediately. Xianxia ordered. With a wave of his arm, the entire city shook. A large number of Silvermoon battleships flew out. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He reappeared on the battleships and flew towards Tree City. How terrifying. Yeah, the Silvermoon clan's anger is unstoppable. They used all their ancient forces to kill those 2. Those 2 are idiots. They could have provoked anyone but the Silvermoon clan. They even killed Xianxia. There's no way to stop them. It's a pity that their family and friends are going to suffer. Watching the Silvermoon clan leave, the people of Ocean Saint City discussed animatedly. At this moment, the city of myriad gods was also in an uproar. The news spread like a snowball. The faces of the city lords changed slightly. It was the first time they saw the Silvermoon clan so crazy to plunder 2 people in the city of myriad gods. Those 2 are crazy. The Yellow Emperor is related to them. He's unlucky. All the city lords were whispering to each other, far away in the north, in the vast Tree City. The trees here were dense and filled with the rare universe wood origin. The Tree City was also one of the cities of myriad gods. There was a mysterious primordial chi under the ground that nourished everything. Brother Yellow Emperor, feel free to cultivate here. We won't be taking any of the treasures. An old man in a green robe smiled at the Yellow Emperor and the others. Haha, green-robed ancestor, that's not good. The Yellow Emperor smiled at the green-robed ancestor as he led tens of thousands of gods to cultivate nearby. He naturally knew the green-robed ancestor. The green-robed ancestor was an ancient tree from the Desolation era and was extremely powerful. However, the Yellow Emperor did not expect the green-robed ancestor to reach the 3rd level before him and become the city lord of Tree City. Of course, the green-robed ancestor was very powerful and qualified. What's not good about it? We fought side by side in the past. I call you brother because I treat you as a brother. The green-robed ancestor smiled. Alright, then I, the Yellow Emperor, will take advantage of you. The Yellow Emperor didn't act pretentiously either. He had known the green-robed ancestor for a long time and knew that this person had many good friends. Being courteous to him would instead be insulting him. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the Yellow Emperor didn't refuse, the green-robed ancestor couldn't help but smile and said, Our Tree City includes the entire forest. You can peacefully cultivate here. No one will disturb you. He knew very well that the Yellow Emperor was one of the 5 great ancient emperors. He might be weak now, but he would definitely be stronger in the future. Befriending him now would be beneficial in the future. Everyone, please. The green-robed ancestor said to the crowd. Thank you, Senior. Yu, Lei Gong, and the others gathered here and returned the greeting politely. After the green-robed ancestor left, they all said to the Yellow Emperor, your brother is very good. Now, we're going to set up camp in Tree City. Everyone can gather here. We'll have a place to set up camp in the future. Everyone will also find this place. The green-robed ancestor has always been hospitable. The Yellow Emperor felt proud and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't notice that the green-robed ancestor and the others had stopped in their tracks. A god was whispering something in front of him, causing the green-robed ancestor's expression to change constantly. Ancestor, the Silvermoon tribe is rushing over. They're asking for the Yellow Emperor by name. They have ill intentions. Not good, we must inform the Yellow Emperor and the others and have them leave immediately. The green-robed ancestor's expression was extremely serious. He wanted to turn around, however, a few people beside him immediately pulled him back. Ancestor, we can't do that. The Silvermoon tribe knows that the Yellow Emperor is in Tree City. If they escape, wouldn't we have to bear the consequences? Moreover, the Yellow Emperor and the others killed the son of the Silvermoon tribe's leader. That's a great crime. No one or anything can make up for it. If we help the Yellow Emperor and the others, we'll be going against the Silvermoon tribe. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to take over Tree City. Are we going to waste hundreds of years of effort just because of a few outsiders? Even if you don't look at yourself, you have to look at your brothers. The green-robed ancestor's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth. You want me to betray them? This isn't betrayal. It's just that I can't help with this matter. Yes, let them face the Silvermoon tribe. We're already doing our duty by not doing anything. The others continued to persuade him. In the future, if they find out that I'm the one who harmed them, how am I going to face them? With their temper, they'll definitely kill us. After all, they treated me like a brother and I betrayed them. The green-robed ancestor kept shaking his head. With just them? The other gods snorted. They're not even as strong as us now. Let's talk about it after they escape from the Silvermoon tribe. Ancestor, we can't miss this opportunity. Don't go down the wrong path. The green-robed ancestor finally made up his mind. He turned around and looked at the Yellow Emperor in the distance. His eyes were filled with guilt. The Yellow Emperor seemed to have noticed the green-robed ancestor's gaze. He looked over and smiled apologetically. It was as if he felt bad for disturbing Tree City. The green-robed ancestor couldn't bear to look at this smile. In the end, he left silently. Seeing that the green-robed ancestor didn't care about this matter, the other gods sneered and began to supervise Lei Gong and the others. Time passed quietly. Finally, a majestic aura appeared in the sky. A large number of battleships covered the entire Tree City. Who's the Yellow Emperor? A loud and deafening roar came crashing down. The Yellow Emperor and the others were cultivating in the dense forest. When they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The Silvermoon tribe and the Yellow Emperor are there. Someone pointed at Lei Gong and the others and said, You. Lei Gong and the others frowned because the person who pointed at them was the green-robed ancestor's trusted aide. Moreover, they saw that the green-robed ancestor and the others had disappeared. They didn't know where they went. Very good, it's you. A burly middle-aged man floated out from a huge battleship in the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the portraits of Lin Ling and Daoist Duobao appeared. Do you know these two people? Yin Guang asked. This. Lei Gong and the others had serious expressions. They didn't answer for a while. Not going to say it? If not, all of you will die. Yin Guang's voice was filled with killing intent. These people are very strong. Let me deal with them. The Yellow Emperor knew that he had no choice but to step forward. He said, We know each other. One of them is Lin Ling, and the other is Daoist Master Duo Bao. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between you two. Your son. The Yellow Emperor and the others were shocked. They guessed that Lin Ling had gotten himself into big trouble. They stared at the experts in the sky and guessed that it must be a big trouble for them to come here in such a grandiose manner. Do you regret it? Yin Guang asked again, staring at the Yellow Emperor and the others. Although I don't know what happened, there's nothing to regret. What are you going to do now? Kill us? A voice suddenly rang out. It was Sakura. He smiled faintly and said, "If you want to see us begging for mercy so that you can lessen the pain of your lost son, I advise you to stop dreaming. We have experienced many ups and downs along the way, what's there to lose? I've never seen it before." "Alright, who else thinks so?" Yin Wanguang laughed coldly. "Me. Me too." Yu and the others all spoke. Other than Xingyi and Nanwufingyu, the others looked at Yin Wanguang fearlessly. "Let me ask you one more time. Who is this Lin Ling to you?" Yin Wanguang asked. "He's our family and our leader." Yu and the others spoke in unison. "All of you must die. I want him to experience the pain of losing his family and friends." "Ha ha ha." Yin Wanguang laughed maniacally. "The rest of you, if you want Lin Ling to die, step forward." Yin Wanguang spoke again. The Yellow Emperor and the others fell silent, frowning. Emperor Jun clenched his teeth and was about to beg for mercy. "We are all Lin Ling's friends. If he kills your son, then your son deserves to die." Suddenly, Emperor Shun said indifferently, his eyes fixed on Yin Wanguang. "Emperor Shun." Emperor Shun looked at Emperor Shun in disbelief. One had to know that Emperor Shun was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Although they had made peace, there was no grudge between them. "Great Emperor Dijun, we should be united after coming to the 3rd level. If we fight among ourselves, how can we reach the 4th level? This Tao Pagoda has existed since ancient times and represents the strongest great cosmos. It is a powerful force that can fight against the primal chaos realm, but this path is definitely not an easy one. Great Emperor Dijun, if you are afraid of death, why did you enter the Tao Pagoda in the first place? Why don't we find a place to hide and cultivate? Isn't that safer? Since you've entered this place, you should be prepared to die." Emperor Shun said. Emperor Jun's expression changed slightly, and he gradually fell silent. He wanted to beg for mercy because he didn't want to die. However, since he did not want to die, why did he enter the Tao Pagoda? "Fine, all of you will die. I will kill you one by one in front of Lin Ling and Taoist Master of Many Treasures," Yin Wanguang said savagely. With a stomp of his foot, the silver light battleship shot out a huge beam of light, enveloping everyone on the ground. The Yellow Emperor's eyes were cold and he wanted to attack. He was not the kind of person who would allow others to trample on him. Who dares to resist? Everyone related to him will die. However, Yin Wanguang's angry roar made the Yellow Emperor's pupils constrict. In the end, he did not attack. His gaze turned to the tree city and landed on the green-robed ancestor. The Yellow Emperor knew very well that if he resisted, the green-robed ancestor would definitely be implicated, and this matter had nothing to do with the green-robed ancestor. "Old brother Yellow Emperor." Sensing the Yellow Emperor's gaze, the green-robed ancestor felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even at this time, the Yellow Emperor still believed in him, but what about him? He was worse than a dog. "Take them away." Under Yin Wanguang's roar, the silver moonlight enveloped hundreds of thousands of people, and they flew majestically into the distance. "They're finally gone." Looking at the tree city again, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although they were also the city of myriad gods, they were obviously unable to resist Yin Wanguang. And if Yin Wanguang wanted to destroy them, it would be a matter of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own men. If it were any other time, Yin Wanguang would naturally not be so crazy, but now, his son was dead. How could he not go crazy? "Look, the culprit has been caught." "It shouldn't be. It's probably someone related to the culprit." "Sigh, they're really unlucky. Hundreds of thousands of people died to atone for their sins. The Silver Moon clan is indeed domineering." The huge Silver Moon battleship flew across the sky, and the people they met along the way were all discussing. "Yin Wanguang, I'll help you." As they passed by Zhongyuan City, the Zhongyuan ancestor let out a low growl. "Yin Wendian left in my Zhongyuan City. I can't escape from this matter." "All right." Yin Wanguang nodded coldly. The Zhongyuan ancestor pointed out a direction and led Yin Wanguang and the rest into the distance. How did Lin Ling provoke these experts? Looking at their background, they're probably not much weaker than the Rotten tribe. Brother Ling wouldn't provoke them for no reason. They must have provoked Brother Ling first, and Brother Ling was forced to fight back. Now, where did Lin Ling go? I hope he's fine. The Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and the rest were constantly discussing. They were very worried about Lin Ling. After a long time, the group stopped in a forest. They disappeared into the forest. The Zhongyuan ancestor said indifferently. It's actually such a demonic forest. Yin Guang's face turned even colder as he shouted, "Destroy this demonic forest for me." He was very clear that ordinary people couldn't kill his son. Moreover, his son had brought out so many experts. It must be this forest that had stopped his son and the rest. Rumble. In the sky, hundreds of silver moon battleships gathered divine light and bombarded the ground. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless vines rushed out from the ground, and the more they were attacked, the stronger the counterattack. Destroy. However, Yin Guang was already in a killing frenzy. He ordered the Silver Moon clan to fight force with force and kill with all their might. With Yin Wendian dead, the entire Silver Moon clan has gone crazy. They're even fighting force with force in the demonic forest. If they're not crazy, what are they? At this time, whoever provokes them is equivalent to having half a foot in the underworld. I wonder if the two murderers will be caught in the end. In the distance, a large number of gods flew over. Seeing the demonic scene before them, their faces were all pale. Silver Moon clan, I'm here to help you. Moreover, some gods took the opportunity to befriend the Silver Moon clan and help out. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying demonic forest was also eradicated. Flames soared into the sky, and the huge vines fell to the ground powerlessly, burned by the flames. Advance. Yin Guang seemed to be showing his anger to the world, showing the power of the Silver Moon clan. Tens of millions of gods advanced once again with great vigor. However, this time, the endless clouds stopped them. Destroy. Yin Guang ordered the Silver Moon clan to attack again. Rumble. However, no matter how powerful the attacks were, they would eventually disappear without a trace. This attack went on for a full 2 hours. However, the clouds continued to tumble and didn't move at all, not to mention attacking. Even the powerful devouring power couldn't devour the clouds. Attack. Yin Guang seemed to be getting more and more anxious. He couldn't wait to avenge his son's death. Yin Guang, don't. However, the Zhongyuan ancestor immediately dissuaded him. The others also spoke one after another. Hearing everyone's advice, Yin Guang roared, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to fight it out with them. Is there anything in this world that can stop me from taking revenge?" Everyone was shocked. They felt that Yin Guang had lost his mind. Yin Guang, if you get lost in there too, that would be too easy for the culprit. How are you going to take revenge for your son? However, an elder suddenly advised. His words made Yin Guang calm down. Only when it concerned his son's revenge could he remain calm. Then what do you all say? If they hide in there and don't come out, are we going to wait here forever? Yin Guang roared. How about this? Kill their family and friends. After all, if they are gods, they can sense that their family and friends are in danger. As long as the feeling accumulates, they will know that we are outside the clouds. If they don't come out, we'll keep killing until they come out. The elder suggested. He was the 5-spirit prophet, and he was an ancient 5-spirit tree. You're right, 5-spirit prophet. Yin Guang nodded. Sigh, I only hope that the Silver Moon clan won't do anything that will affect the peace of the city of myriad gods. The 5-spirit prophet said. Don't worry, I only want the culprit. Yin Guang nodded. He looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and said indifferently, who among you is closest to those two? Step forward. I'm his wife. Yu stepped forward immediately. Yu. Everyone was shouting loudly, not understanding why Yu took the initiative to walk out. You're really straightforward. Yin Guang was also very surprised. We can't escape death, so why drag it out? Yu shook her head and said. She was not afraid of death. She knew very well that they would definitely die if they were surrounded by so many experts. Since they could not escape death, she might as well be straightforward. She hoped that her death would let Lin Ling know that he would leave this place and come back for revenge after he became stronger. Alright, since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a quick death. Yin Guang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the silver light turned into a light pillar and shot towards Yu. Rumble, Yu Yu was bathed in moonlight and could not resist at all. Her body continued to burn. Yu Yu. Lei Gong and the others were all shouting. They wanted to save Yu Yu, but the silver light that enveloped them was too strong. They couldn't resist at all, he could only watch as Yu Yu was burned to death. Brother Ling. Yu Yu remained motionless, with only a blissful smile on her face. It was as if she had returned to the Gu Yen sect in the rainforest, the scene of a young man and a young woman holding hands under the sun, walking further and further away. Yu Yu is satisfied to be able to follow you for the rest of your life. Yu Yu must not come out until you become stronger. Yu Yu, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. In a million years, Brother Ling, you must remember Yu Yu. Although Yu Yu had a blissful smile on her face, because of her reluctance to part with Lin Ling, a tear flowed out from the corner of her eye. However, they were all burned to ashes in the end. Yu Yu. Seeing Yu Yu die, and Yuer and the others all shouted and cried sadly. Who's the second one? It's me. I'm also his wife. And Yuer shouted and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Good, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your man for killing my son. Yin Guang nodded coldly and burned in Yuer again. Lin Ling, right? Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, your family and friends will all die. Also, don't think that this matter is settled. If you don't come out for a million years, I'll enter the underworld and ask for the reincarnation manual to find out the whereabouts of your family and friends. Even if they reincarnate, I'll take their lives. Come out. Yin Guang's eyes were red and he kept shouting. That's crazy. Hundreds of thousands of people were all killed just for Yin Wendian. Haha, who asked those two to court death? Some people sympathized with Yin Guang, while others gloated. Kill again. After Yin Guang killed an Yuer, he attacked again. At this moment, in the depths of the fog, two figures were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Ling felt uneasy, and then he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his pupils trembled, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Ling, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Spiritual Master Duobao's expression changed drastically. He didn't know what had happened, however, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. Instead, he stood up and looked at the rolling clouds. Why? Why do I have this feeling? They told me not to go out. No. Lin Ling's heart was in pain. It was the first time in his life that he felt such pain. No. He kept shouting and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as tears flowed out crazily. Lin Ling, what's wrong with you? Spiritual Master Duobao was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Ling, who was crying in pain, and found it hard to imagine that this was the number one god in Jiuzhou. This was a man who had killed his way to the Dao realm and met countless ancient gods, yet he didn't retreat in the slightest. Such a man was actually crying. Yu Yu, seen your sister Yuer, who is it? Who is killing them? Lin Ling suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The fog was attacked and turned into a vacuum. Yu Yu and the others. Spiritual Master Duobao knew what had happened, but he was afraid that it was a trap. Then, he saw Lin Ling striding forward. Lin Ling, don't be rash. This might be a trap. Spiritual Master Duobao roared and rushed in front of Lin Ling to stop him. However, when he saw Lin Ling, his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was because this indomitable man had tears of blood flowing out of his eyes. How sad must a person be for him to shed tears of blood? At this moment, Spiritual Master Duobao didn't stop Lin Ling. Instead, he silently followed Lin Ling. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. It was as if he could feel Lin Ling's sadness. Dead, dead, they are all dead. Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, they are all dead. Lin Ling was like a walking corpse as he slowly walked forward. This way. A voice was guiding Lin Ling to walk out of the fog. The voice came from Lin Ling's square prison. It was obviously the green-robed Taoist. Are you crazy? The silver moon race must be forcing him out, and you are actually guiding the way. Guangqingzi, this is a life and death calamity that he must face. You and I cannot interfere. The voice was constantly drifting out, but no one heard it. Lin Ling was still walking forward. Scenes appeared in his mind, the Gu Yen sect that he met with Yu Yu, the Heaven Mystics kingdom that helped in Yuer, the Lei Gon that he met in the 9 Prefectures Void, the Yellow Emperor that he met in the Dao realm. There were too many things. These were all his family and friends. He had always been protecting his family, even in the Dao Pagoda, but in the end, they still died. Die for me. Outside the clouds, countless people sighed. Even some cold-blooded gods shook their heads secretly. Killing hundreds of thousands of people in front of so many people just for the sake of 2 people. Not everyone could do such a thing. However, at this moment, a sword rushed out of the clouds. The rolling clouds were actually split into 2. A white-haired man, holding a sword, walked out step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but he appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Behind him was an old man. The 2 of them are the murderers who killed Yin Wendian? So cold. Why did his hair turn white? Everyone was extremely shocked. They never thought that the 2 of them would be the ones who stirred up the storm on the 3rd level. However, when their gazes landed on the white-haired man, they felt a chill in their hearts. Even looking at him was so cold, let alone approaching him. You finally came out? After seeing who it was, Yin Guang's eyes turned red. You must be angry, right? Ha ha ha, how does it feel to watch your family and friends die? Yin Guang roared ferociously as if he was venting something. When you killed my son, didn't you think about my feelings? Yin Guang, finally gave birth to a son after so many years, but you killed him. What can't you talk to me about? Tell me, what can't we talk about? Why did you have to kill him? It's you. You killed them together. At that time, I asked you to stop, but you just had to attack. Now, you know what kind of mistake you made. Yin Guang kept roaring. With every sentence he said, his emotions rose. In the end, he even exploded with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Ling and Jinren of many treasures ignored him. Instead, they stared at the remaining people. Lin Ling's hair was white, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't see Yu Yu and the others. He couldn't see his big brother, Lei Gong, Shengyi, and the others. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Xianxia, and the others were still there. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling's white hair and cold aura, they didn't know why, but they felt a heartache. They were too familiar with this man. They knew that even when he was suppressed under the 9 hells, he had never been so sad. Ha ha ha, not speaking, I'll kill you again. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Yin Guang gritted his teeth and roared. Nanwufeng you. Of you. Lin Ling finally spoke. He stepped forward and slashed forward with his sword. Stop him. Yin Guang roared, wanting Lin Ling to taste the pain of losing his friends and family. Many of the Silver Moon race's experts rushed out to stop Lin Ling. Yin Guang continued to burn Nanwufeng you with his silver moonlight. Lin Ling, every injustice has its perpetrator. You killed my son, so I'll bury your friends and family with you. In the future, if you have the ability, you can bury my ocean sacred city with you. Yin Guang, can do that. Unfortunately, you'll never have that day. Yin Guang laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy, but many people could sense that this laughter was a kind of madness. Lin Ling didn't say a word. He just slashed out. Hong Long Long, the dazzling sword slashed out, and half of the charging Silver Moon gods were slain. Many of them were universe gods, but they were all useless. Everyone's expression changed. What was Lin Ling's sword? Why was it so powerful? Stop him. Yin Guang didn't kill Lin Ling. How could he let Lin Ling off so easily? Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wanted Lin Ling to witness the deaths of his family and friends. Stop. Lin Ling roared again. He went on a killing spree. He was in a killing frenzy. As long as it was someone in front of Nanwufeng you, he would kill them all. Stop him. Yin Guang roared, calling for more experts to attack. These experts knew that their goal wasn't to kill Lin Ling, but to stop Lin Ling from saving Nanwufeng you. Yin Guang, I'll help you. Central Yuan Old Ancestor also attacked. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. The 2 of you caused me to be implicated. Now you're bearing my anger. Lin Ling, I'll help you. At this moment, Taoist of many treasures also attacked. He activated his world will to help Lin Ling. Sigh, why kill so much? However, the five spirit prophet sighed. With a wave of his hand, an ancient five-colored tree branch appeared in his hand. He gently brushed it. This brushing carried powerful divine power and the power of the universe. The devouring power released by Taoist of many treasures was swept far away. You all are despicable. Taoist of many treasures' eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and roared, if Wentian hadn't wanted to steal my world will and take our lives, we wouldn't have killed them. Although we've killed countless people in our lives, we can't just wait to be captured. Here. Although we're gods, we're also humans. Since we're humans, we can't do it. We can't do anything. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Everyone frantically attacked to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling's white hair fluttered. His eyes were as red as blood. The cold air released from his body froze everything within 1,000 miles. But in the end, he could only watch as Nanwu Fengyu died. It's their turn now. Yinwan Guang activated his silver light and attacked the Yellow Emperor. Die. Lin Ling's sword was also constantly killing gods, but he still couldn't save anyone. Powerless, in pain, ha ha ha. Yinwan Guang laughed even louder. Lin Ling, don't be sad. The moment we stepped into the Tao Pagoda, we were prepared to die. In this universe, no god is immortal. The Yellow Emperor's body was burning, but he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling's heart exploded. Although he had known this for a long time, seeing his family and friends die was still a knife to his heart. He still couldn't accept it. Lin Ling, we don't blame you. Emperor Shun was also burning. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Emperor Jun, Emperor Xianxia, and the others had complicated expressions. But knowing that they were going to die, they gradually relaxed. Lin Ling, the path to the end of the Tao Pagoda was never easy. We can only say that we failed. The five emperors gradually turned to dust. Their souls were also burned into nothingness, dissipating into the sky. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of gods were burned. The scene was incomparably spectacular. Surprisingly, no one blamed Lin Ling. Everyone was prepared to die. Perhaps, when they weren't facing death, they were strong enough to survive. But when they felt that death was inevitable, they could face it openly. Perhaps they knew that they had done their best. Die, all of you. Now, it's your turn. After venting his anger, Yinwan Guang looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, I know that you are the hosts of the world will and can be reincarnated. However, it will be difficult for you to enter the Tao Pagoda. You can only enter the weak myriad worlds. I will find you there. You will kill your family and friends in the myriad worlds again until you are too afraid to reincarnate. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yinwan Guang's words, many people shook their heads secretly. He was too cruel. Kill for generations to come, kill for people to collapse, kill for people to not dare to reincarnate. Wait, you can't kill him. However, at this time a large number of figures appeared. They were all wearing monk robes. They were the three gods of White Mountain. Get out of here. Yinwan Guang recognized them, but he still roared. Silver Moon Clan, this is the order of the Buddha God. I hope you can give us some face. Among those people, the leader sighed and said, revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? This will only make you sink into hatred for the rest of your life. Why don't you just let it go? You've killed hundreds of thousands of Lin Ling's people. Give Lin Ling to us and we'll purify him. Yes. Get out of here. However, Yinwan Guang did not compromise. He took a step forward and charged toward Lin Ling. But at this time, more people came to help. More than a dozen figures appeared, and their strength was heaven-defying. One of them slashed out with a sword, and actually blocked the silver light. Pure sun. Yinwan Guang looked up and his expression changed dramatically. He looked at the others and found that they were all as strong as him. You can't kill Lin Ling. Pure Sun pointed his sword at Yinwan Guang and said, he is the disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. You can't kill him. Get the hell out of here. Even if Patriarch Bodhi is here today, I'll still kill them all. Taoist pure sun, I'll give you some face and let this matter rest. But if you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite, Yin Guang said angrily. Don't think that Patriarch Bodhi is great. Our god ancestor Silver Moon is not afraid of him. God ancestor Silver Moon is indeed powerful, and we respect him. But we can compromise on anything, except for Lin Ling. Taoist Pure Sun shook his head. Hee, Mr. Pure Sun, what do you want Lin Ling for? Could it be that you are very interested in the host body of the world will? However, at this time, there were more experts who arrived. Their bodies reeked of stench, and they all wore large cloaks. Their bodies were covered in flying bugs. The gods in the surroundings immediately dodged far away, their expressions grave. Everyone knew that this group was from the ancient universe race, the rotting race. Yin Guang, we will help you. After the rotten race appeared, they all leaned towards the Silver Moon race. They had great enmity with Lin Ling, so naturally, they would not let Lin Ling off. Who would have thought that Lin Ling and Luo Feng would attract so many ancient races of the universe? When the crowd saw this scene, they all sighed repeatedly. Is that so? Then I will represent the sun god race to help Lin Ling. However, at this moment, more people from the ancient races of the universe arrived. They bloomed with the light of the sun and stood on equal footing with the Silver Moon race, sun god race. Many people's pupils trembled fiercely. One had to know that there were not many people from the sun god race in the city of myriad gods. Moreover, their relationship with the Silver Moon race had always been bad. At this sensitive moment, they actually planned to help Lin Ling and provoke the relationship between the two races. Relationship. Sun god race, scram. Yin Guang was enraged. He did not expect that Lin Ling and Luo Feng would attract so many people's help. However, those who helped were not weak. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling and Luo Feng, it would be very difficult. You dare to kill my people? I will kill you. However, just as everyone thought that the two sides were in a difficult situation, a cold voice suddenly sounded. This voice came from Lin Ling. I will handle my own family matters. Lin Ling's white hair fluttered in the wind. His body suddenly enlarged, turning into a panga giant and charging towards Yin Guang. He actually wanted revenge. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of Lin Ling. When Taoist Pure Sun and the others heard this, they did not dare to make a move. Lin Ling, you are not his match. Within the sun god race, the 12-winged sun god anxiously shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not hear at all. Even if he did, he would not have cared. There was only one person in his eyes, and that was Yin Guang. Come and fight. Yin Guang's body also enlarged, turning into an angry heavenly god as he viciously struck out with his palm. A full 500 billion divine force was struck out, and the entire sky seemed to explode. Boom boom boom, even the gods who were close to him were blown apart. Boom, Lin Ling also punched out, but his huge body flew backwards. Facing 500 billion divine force, he could not block it. Bang. However, Lin Ling was like a madman as he pounced forward again. 3 extreme universe breaks were released at the same time. Lin Ling, I will help you. Taoist myriad treasures also flew out, fearlessly helping Lin Ling. Ant. Yin Guang's body bloomed with dazzling and ferocious moonlight as he pointed at Taoist myriad treasures. Walala, Taoist myriad treasures turned into nothingness at a visible speed, unable to withstand a single blow. Moreover, the moonlight pierced through Taoist myriad treasures and landed on the distant gods, obliterating tens of thousands of them. Although Yin Guang was only a saint universe god, he was definitely one of the best, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Break for me! After killing Taoist myriad treasures, Yin Guang roared, and his divine force reached 800 billion, blocking Lin Ling's 3 extreme universe breaks. One had to know that this was soul power. This meant that the most basic attack of the gods, the power of the gods, could also reverse the universe if it was strong to the limit. Lin Ling, you want to kill me? Do you have the right to do so? The silver light brought with it a blinding moonlight and charged towards Lin Ling. He punched out and the universe appeared. It was vast and mighty, destroying everything in its path. Lin Ling knew that he was no match for Yin Guang, but he didn't retreat. His right fist collided with Yin Guang's, and with a boom, his entire arm exploded, blood splattering everywhere. boom, Yin Guang withdrew his fist, and his fists rained down on Lin Ling's chest like a storm. Some of his fists penetrated Lin Ling's chest, while others destroyed Lin Ling's internal organs. Die. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel pain. His left fist was still attacking, landing on Yin Guang's face. Although it didn't cause any fatal injuries, it knocked Yin Guang's head askew. The two of them were like the most ancient giants who had mastered simple and crude close combat. Of course, no one dared to underestimate this close combat, because the power of their battle was enough to destroy any great universe. He's not seeking revenge, he's seeking death. The 12-winged young god saw this scene, and his heart suddenly ached. Lin Ling's wife, family, and friends were all dead. Lin Ling's heart was dead, so he was more like accompanying his family and friends on the road to death. You dare hit me? Die. After being punched by Lin Ling, Yin Guang was enraged. He pushed his divine force to 1 trillion and attacked Lin Ling's head. This punch could take Lin Ling's life. The huge finger pierced through the void and shot towards Yin Guang at a terrifying speed. It was not difficult for this finger to destroy the great universe. Yin Guang also seemed to have gone mad. Not only did he not block it, but his huge palm was like a fan that ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Ling's head. Both of them were bloodshot. They were venting their anger for their loved ones. This was a battle to the death. Of course, Yin Guang was strong and could fight, but Lin Ling might not. Puff, the giant finger arrived first, breaking through Yin Guang's protective spirit essence and landing on Yin Guang's left eye. With a puff, the left eye was pierced through and blood gushed out like a raging river. This was a ghastly sight. Countless people cried out in alarm. However, Yin Guang acted as if he didn't know pain. His huge palms slammed towards Lin Ling with terrifying divine energy. Rumble, the deafening sound was like thunder. Lin Ling's cheeks were deformed and his bones cracked. Then, his entire head exploded. Blood turned into a bloody mist and dyed the sky red. Ha ha ha, die for me. After Yin Guang succeeded, he punched at Lin Ling. With a boom, he broke Lin Ling's heart. At this moment, the 12-winged young god and Taoist pure sun both shouted. Their bodies trembled and they finally fell silent. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Lin Ling's headless corpse floated in the air, but gradually lost its vitality. His strength poured out like a great universe collapsing, exploding with a boom. Blood rained down from the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Dead Lin Ling, who came from the void of the 9 states, was finally killed. Looking at this scene, everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. They did not even blink. Of course, many people were not familiar with Lin Ling. They just suddenly felt that this man was a true hero. Even if someone helped him, even if someone saved him, he did not want it. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. His family and friends had died in front of him. He could not be a coward. He only wanted to fight. Yin Guang is blind. Everyone looked at the silvery light floating in the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. Yin Guang's left eye seemed to have been attacked by some unknown force, and it couldn't recover. Only an empty eye hole was left, and blood kept flowing out. It looked very ferocious. Ha ha ha, how dare you kill my son? How dare you kill my son? However, Yin Guang did not care about the pain in his eyes. Instead, he laughed wildly. He looked as if he was venting his anger, but also as if he was relieved. That man is indeed a tough nut to crack. He used his death in exchange for an eye that shone with a myriad of silver lights. Many people sighed inwardly. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do this, at the very least, when one's life was at stake. So what if they were family or friends? Could they compare to one's own life? Alas! Taoist Pure Sun sighed and looked deeply at Yin Guang. As for the 12-winged young god, her eyes were somewhat moist. She was moved by Lin Ling. This man did not hesitate to fight a bloody battle against his enemies for his wife, for his family, and for his friends. He did not fear death. This was a real man. Suddenly, she envied the Yellow Emperor and the others. Look, he's not dead yet. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. The rain of blood was still falling from the sky, but a white-haired man was standing there. It was Lin Ling. He looked coldly at everyone present and did not say a word. Impossible, why isn't he dead yet? Many people were shocked. Being stared at by Lin Ling, they felt a chill in their hearts. He's already dead. This is his soul. Because he died with his eyes open, it will take some time to dissipate. However, at this moment, the 5 spirit prophet said indifferently. Hearing his words, many people relaxed. However, when they stared at Lin Ling's soul, the coldness in many people's hearts became even colder. A feeling spread in their hearts. It was fear. They did not know why they were afraid of that soul, but they felt that it was very terrifying, as if they were about to die in that soul. I'll be back. Suddenly, Lin Ling said softly. His soul finally began to dissipate as if it was being sucked into the universe. It flew toward the sky and gradually disappeared. I'll be back. This soft voice entered everyone's hearts and inexplicably made many people tremble. Would he be back? Although many people knew that this was simply impossible, they still felt very uncomfortable when they heard that curse-like voice. Ha ha ha, can you still come back? Among everyone, only Yinwan Guang laughed loudly, not afraid at all. It was a pity that Lin Ling's soul had already dissipated. You are the host of the world's will. You will definitely be reincarnated. I will find you and kill all your friends and family in every life, ha ha ha. Yinwan Guang laughed crazily and led the people of the Silver Moon race away. Everyone witnessed the disappearance of the Silver Moon race and sighed in their hearts. In order to avenge his son, hundreds of thousands of people were buried with him. Even the Silver Moon race had suffered countless casualties. Yinwan Guang is too crazy. The 5 spirit prophet sighed. He knew very well that if he had not suggested killing Lin Ling's friends and family, perhaps even more people would have died in this battle. The crazy Yinwan Guang was someone who could do anything. This is normal. Both of them fought for their friends and family. There is no right or wrong. It's only about who is stronger. Yinwan Guang is right. That youth is also right. Their mistake is that they clashed with each other in their era and fought with each other. Someone suddenly said. It was pure sun. That's right. Between them, there is no right or wrong. Whoever is stronger will destroy the other's entire race. However, Yinwan Guang is stronger. He won. The Zhongyuan patriarch also said. Sigh, what a sin. The 5 spirit prophet sighed softly. Perhaps if I had not made such an outrageous request, the outcome would have been different. Now, the situation has been decided. That man's departed soul is full of resentment and has a strong obsession. Perhaps he can really come back. It's possible. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Zhongyuan laughed out loud. Impossible. Gods who die in the Tao Pagoda will never be able to enter the Tao realm. They can only be reincarnated in the tiny myriad worlds. And after entering the underworld, their memories will be gone, and their cultivation will be gone. In addition, Yinwan Guang will find him and continue to kill him. This will cause that man to be killed again and again, never to be reincarnated. The others nodded. After the death of the Tao Pagoda, everything they had before had disappeared. Perhaps, Lin Ling would no longer be Lin Ling. Let's go. Following that, everyone left one after another. Pure Sun and the others also looked at the ground and left in the end. The 12-winged young god was still standing there, as if she could not accept the news of Lin Ling's death. Then, she saw a large number of gods searching for something on the ground. What are you doing? The huge sword slashed down, causing many gods to be dissatisfied. If you want to find treasures, come down and find them yourself. Why are you attacking us? Could it be that you want to take everything for yourself? Someone said angrily. All of you, go to hell. The 12-winged young god's killing intent surged as it pounced down. Sigh, what a sin. Seeing a large number of gods being killed, the 5 spirit prophets sighed again. You have guts. The remaining gods dispersed, not daring to provoke the solar god race. However, they were incomparably angry because they felt that the solar god race was too greedy. They actually wanted to monopolize all the gods' flesh and bones. Lin Ling, you will definitely come back. I will wait for you. The 12-winged young god continued to collect the flesh on the ground. Even if it was crushed into the size of a fingernail or dust, she would not let it go. As time passed, all the gods left. Only the 12-winged young god continued to collect Lin Ling's flesh and blood. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed, 10 years passed quietly. On the other side, the bronze door opened and appeared at the top of the Tao Tower, absorbing the souls of the dead. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Inside the bronze door, terrifying nether lightning raged. Every soul that entered the bronze door was ravaged by the nether lightning. Their souls collapsed, leaving behind a weak soul that entered the netherworld, because there were gods dying all the time in the Tao Tower. There were many gods that entered the bronze door. These gods were powerful when they were alive, and their souls were condensed, so they needed nether lightning to kill them. Moreover, the gods that entered the netherworld would no longer have their divine positions. If they reincarnated again, they would become mortals and would never be able to enter the ranks of gods again. After all, it was no longer the time of the great calamity of the world's will. There was no possibility of resurrection for gods. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A powerful soul was struggling, and as it danced, the surrounding souls were all affected. The weaker souls were directly scattered, and they did not even have the chance to reincarnate. However, the suction force of the bronze door was incomparably powerful. It was like countless hands that pulled at the soul. No, no. The soul kept roaring, but it was finally killed by the nether lightning. Boom. Boom, 3 consecutive deafening sounds rang out. The previously lively soul was scattered, leaving behind only a wisp of soul that entered the underworld, and this wisp of soul had already lost its consciousness. It could only follow the laws in a daze. Damn it, the gate of the underworld, this is the gate of the underworld. Seeing this scene, the souls in the queue started to struggle, but it was useless. After the souls with intelligence were absorbed and destroyed by the nether thunder, they were all turned into souls with no consciousness. I died? And among the souls, a white-haired man was mumbling to himself, as if he was recalling something. When he looked up, he saw the underworld's bronze gate. The man finally reacted. He wanted to escape, however, he still couldn't escape the bindings of the bronze door. It was as if without the protection of the divine body, the bronze door was the nemesis of all souls. This is the soul of Lin Ling 9 lightning strike. At this moment, a dignified voice came from the bronze door, as if it had recognized Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the underworld had always had a great feud. The underworld had always wanted to find an opportunity to attack Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had repeatedly failed to die. Now, the underworld had finally found an opportunity. Lin Ling, to think that you would have such a day. Lin Ling's soul couldn't control itself and was sucked into the bronze door. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as nether lightning wreaked havoc. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Sword of Faith. Lin Ling's soul kept growling, however, the powerful killing move of the past seemed to have been completely destroyed by the powerful attack of the silver light and disappeared. Boom. Boom, at the same time, nether lightning struck Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling's soul was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't withstand the nether lightning's attack. 3 more sounds rang out, and then another 3, then, a total of 9 nether lightning bolts attacked Lin Ling. How terrifying. 9 lightning strike, this is a treatment that only the strongest universe giant gods can receive. Who is this person? Far away from the bronze door, many souls trembled. Even though the nether lightning wasn't attacking them, their souls were still trembling. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling. Faintly, a loud laugh sounded from the bronze door. However, the soul in the bronze door didn't move at all. It didn't make any sound of pain. Even though the soul was constantly being scattered, it didn't move. The huge soul was gradually beaten until it was the size of a tadpole. It was incomparably weak. All of its memories and thoughts disappeared, leaving only its consciousness. What a tough soul. It didn't make a sound. However, this is just the beginning of the calamity. Enter the underworld. A dignified voice came from the bronze door. It was activated by the laws, causing the tadpole-sized soul to swim along with the laws. As it moved, it was like swimming in the universe. Moreover, it moved along a trajectory. Looking at the pitch-black universe, there were white lights in all directions. They were actually densely packed tadpoles. They swam from all directions, forming a dazzling path of light. They swam towards the same place, and that place was obviously the main road to the underworld. Such a long journey was undoubtedly exhausting the soul. Many tadpole-sized souls were exhausted before they reached the end. Moreover, in this pitch-black universe, there were strange fish with lanterns hanging above their heads. They were as large as islands and specialized in eating souls. One bite was a large swath, and the lanterns above the strange fish had a bewitching smell, causing many souls to take the wrong path. They swam towards the lanterns and were ultimately devoured. The souls of gods couldn't be compared to the souls of mortals. If they wanted to enter the underworld, there were more trials and tribulations. After all, when mortals were reincarnated, they would be moving forward in another universe. Only gods would be in this universe. Lin Ling's soul has been scattered. If he enters the underworld, he will have to start all over again. Did you manage to preserve his memories? It's safe. His memories are the foundation of his comeback. Unfortunately, even if his memories are preserved, he will have to encounter more trials and tribulations if he wants to recover his former strength or even surpass it. Moreover, in the underworld, there are many people who want to make a move on Lin Ling. Yes. In the lonely and silent universe, two voices suddenly rang out. Not good, that strange fish that devours souls is swimming over. At this time, one of the voices exclaimed. Quick, think of a way to make Lin Ling's soul go to another path. In the vast path of light, countless souls swam like tadpoles. They didn't know that a crisis was approaching. However, among them, a soul's swimming speed had obviously slowed down, as if there was a hand pulling it. Rumble. Because it was too slow, a huge mouth appeared in front of it and devoured a large number of souls. This soul managed to escape this calamity. What was terrifying was that even though they were swallowed, those tadpole souls still swam forward, not knowing that a crisis was approaching. The long group of souls continued to move forward. Throughout the process, souls of the dead joined in from time to time, and they were all unconscious. After a long time, a huge light spot appeared in front of them. They had arrived at the destination. After entering, it was the netherworld. The reason for the bronze gate and the universe of souls was to continuously weaken the power of the souls of the dead, so that the netherworld could control them. After entering the netherworld, they would have to wait in line to be reincarnated. Some souls of the dead with strong creation could be reincarnated as soon as they entered the netherworld. As for some souls with weaker creations, they would spend their entire lives in the netherworld, unable to reincarnate. While these souls of the dead were waiting for reincarnation, they were also working for the netherworld, searching for the netherworld ores. When one of the souls of the dead disappeared into the light spot, a voice sounded. Lin Ling. In the previous life, it was Li Xiaoyao. In this life, it is Lin Ling. The voice continued to sound, revealing the origin of the soul of the dead. Enter the 9-star netherworld mine. Then, the old voice arranged the way out for the soul of the dead. Obviously, this soul of the dead was not qualified to be reincarnated and had to go through 81 tribulations. These tribulations were all great tribulations to torture the soul of the dead. Only after the tribulations were completed could the soul of the dead be reincarnated. Generally speaking, only unpardonably evil gods or gods with extremely bad luck would have 81 tribulations. Hee, you dare to offend the netherworld. Now you are in our hands. This is just the beginning. The endless light was like a flame, constantly burning the soul of the dead, making it as small as a hair. Then, the soul of the dead followed the law and entered the netherworld. A gate appeared, and Lin Ling's soul of the dead swam in and was brought into a huge mine. This mine was like a starry sky, with a meteorite vortex. From time to time, souls of the dead would fly out with great difficulty with huge rocks. Rumble. However, the meteorite vortex would occasionally spin, and the souls of the dead that swam out would be swept away. They were instantly seriously injured, and their souls became even dimmer. Some souls of the dead that reacted slower were directly obliterated. However, most of these souls of the dead had the shape of a human, and the newly arrived soul of the dead that was the size of a hair gradually turned into a human after landing on the ground. It was a white-haired man, but his figure was incomparably dim, as if he would disappear at any time. It's already very impressive that this departed soul hasn't dissipated even after going through a great calamity. It's probably a soul that committed a great crime. What a pity. After entering the 9-star nether mining area, it's very difficult to persevere. Look, he has the mark of the netherworld on his forehead. He's probably a serious criminal amongst serious criminals, and he'll probably be unable to avoid suffering. The departed souls all around were whispering to each other, "Pa," but at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck and landed on these dead souls, causing their souls to dim even more. Hurry up and get to work. A 2-meter-tall Yiksha with sharp fangs and another thunder whip in his hand said coldly. Then, it pounced on one of the souls and started to chomp on it, devouring the soul in large mouthfuls. No. Your Excellency, please spare my life. The soul that was being bitten became even dimmer as it begged for mercy. This was because he knew very well that once a soul completely dimmed, it would be destroyed, and there would be no more of him in this universe. Moreover, the process of being bitten was incomparably painful. No suffering in this world could compare to having one's soul torn apart. Hurry up and work, or I'll whip you to death. In the end, the Yiksha let the soul go. With a swing of his whip, he made the soul work day and night. These souls had to enter the dangerous meteorite vortex to dig for nether ores. They could only rest for 2 hours a day until the creation was born. Only then would they have the right to leave. However, it was too difficult for the creation to be born. Most of the departed souls had spent their entire lives mining here. Where is this? Who am I? At this moment, the white-haired man stood on the spot in a daze, as if he had lost all his memories. At this moment, the nether thunder whip swept over and landed on the white-haired man's body. His already weak soul was about to collapse at any moment. However, even though his soul was in intense pain, the white-haired man only frowned and then looked coldly at the Yiksha. This person must have been a tough nut to crack when he was alive. This is the first time I've seen someone who could grit his teeth and withstand the nether thunder whip. A large number of souls entered and exited the area. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. How dare you stare at me? See if I don't eat you. The ferocious Yiksha was furious and wanted to tear the soul apart. However, at this moment, a 3-headed Yiksha appeared and suddenly grabbed the nether thunder whip. He said calmly, "This soul cannot die. You have to torture him until he recovers." "Yes, my lord." "All right, let him go and mine." The 3-headed Yiksha looked at the white-haired man and then said coldly. The surrounding souls immediately trembled. They knew that this was a nether guard. He had a higher status and was stronger. He was the nemesis of the departed souls. The white-haired man did not say a word. He followed the other souls into the meteorite vortex. "Lin Ling, right? The higher-ups have instructed us to torture you well. Now that you've fallen into our hands, you'll suffer for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years." The 3-headed Yiksha looked at the white-haired man leaving. Its 3 heads sneered and were extremely ferocious. It did not know what kind of trouble Lin Ling had caused, but since he was in the mining area, it would not show mercy. At this moment, the white-haired man followed the crowd into the meteorite vortex. Rumble. The terrifying meteorite vortex rumbled and spun at a speed of 10 billion meters per second. After entering, the souls would be attacked by a strong wind. In the vortex, a large number of ores moved with the vortex at an extremely fast speed. The souls had to quickly obtain the ores in the vortex and then leave this place. If they left empty-handed, they would have to suffer the punishment of 10 lashes from the Yiksha. "Kid, you're new here. Don't get too close to the periphery of the vortex. Go to the center. It's better to mine there. Sai, your soul is too scattered. If you're not careful, you might die here." The white-haired man walked forward and an old man beside him reminded him. The white-haired man looked at him indifferently and did not say a word. Instead, he flew to the center. Even so, it was still difficult for him to get close because his soul was too scattered. Get lost. Moreover, the ores in the center were easier to collect, so the vicious souls occupied it. When they saw the white-haired man approaching, they roared and a powerful storm blew the white-haired man away. The white-haired man's soul was too weak. How could he be a match for them? Moreover, he was blown to the periphery of the vortex. The area of rotation there was large, so the tearing force was even more terrifying. Slap. At the critical moment, the old man from before grabbed the white-haired man and stopped him from flying backward. "Kid, those are great souls. Let them collect them first." The old man reminded him again. The white-haired man looked ahead coldly and did not say a word. He was as cold as ice, but he did not move forward again. "Let's begin. Here, without the supervision of the underworld, it's the most suitable." Another voice sounded, causing the white-haired man's eyes to flash. The next moment, he felt that his soul was being torn apart, and a powerful force was forcefully stuffed into his soul. Heart-ripping lung. the pain was even more intense than the underworld's lightning whip. The white-haired man could not control himself, and his body flew backward, shooting towards the outermost area of the whirlpool. "Baby!" The elder's expression changed instantly. "Why bother with him? He's just an idiot. I helped him out of kindness, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. He should be a mute." However, just as the elder was about to make a move, the souls beside him stopped him, causing the elder to sigh repeatedly. He could only watch as the white-haired man was torn apart by the whirlpool. "Ah, so painful. Who am I?" "You, senior sister, you, Lei Gong, everyone." The white-haired man kept roaring, and his soul seemed to be dissipating. He was getting closer and closer to the whirlpool behind him. Myriad silver light. Suddenly, the white-haired man shouted coldly, and a powerful force burst out from his body, forcefully stopping the speed of his flying backward, floating at the edge of the whirlpool. His eyes kept flashing, and memories surged into his soul like an ocean, strengthening his soul. He came from the ancient Face sect, from the rainforest sacred ground. He was Lin Ling, the master of the universe. He was also the host of the world's will, and in his most previous life, he was one of the creators. Rumble, the white-haired man's soul kept shaking, and gradually, his eyes regained their calmness. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was an incomparable coldness spreading. His gaze swept across the entire whirlpool, and all the souls looked at him, and their souls were all trembling. So cold, this sentence floated in the hearts of all the souls. "Underworld, I'm actually in the underworld." The white-haired man muttered to himself, "I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're awake." At the same time, a voice rang in his heart, and Lin Ling was shocked. "Guangqingzi?" "That's right. The square prison is still in your soul. Moreover, although your soul seems dim, it still hides two powerful forces. One is the host of the world will, and the other is something that even we can't detect clearly. The Four Directions prison is hidden in there, avoiding the detection of the netherworld." Guangqingzi's voice sounded, "I'm sorry for not being able to help you that day." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. After going through so much, his heart was cold, but now that he had met a friend again, his heart was filled with warmth. "I want revenge. Yinwan Guan killed my family and friends. I want to destroy his holy ocean city and plunge everyone into misery and suffering." Lin Ling suddenly said coldly. "I know that with your character, you will definitely want to take revenge. But now, you need to grow up and find the secrets of the netherworld. If you can return from the netherworld, you will definitely be able to take revenge for the annihilation of your clan." Guangqingzi's voice floated over, "Both the Taoist and I are helping you with this matter." "Taoist?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that it was the green-robed Taoist from the square prison. "Thank you." Lin Ling couldn't help but whisper. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene on the third floor of the Tao Pagoda. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. All the blood feuds were deeply engraved in his heart. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. What he needed to do now was to take the nether ores and leave this place and strive to make his soul stronger. Only when his soul became stronger could he use his former means, especially the power of faith and the three ultimate universe break. These were his only means in the netherworld, and if he wanted to use the three ultimate universe break, a strong soul force was indispensable. As for the power of faith, he didn't need it. But now, because his soul was too weak, it was difficult to activate. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode toward the center of the vortex. At this moment, there were a large number of powerful souls collecting the nether ores. "Eh? You didn't die?" The soul that had driven away Lin Ling was surprised to see Lin Ling's arrival. "Get lost, or I'll kill you." Then, he shouted in a low voice. "Baby, be careful." In the distance, the old man was also surprised and then shouted in worry. However, after Lin Ling's memory returned, his soul was more condensed than before. He could activate the most basic cosmic ray. He didn't use the demon vanquishing break and only maintained the state of activation. This caused the soul in front of him to tremble. Lin Ling's big hand reached out and grabbed the soul's neck. "Ah, you." The soul was incomparably shocked. He knew that this white-haired man was a newcomer and his soul was not condensed at all. He had even attacked before, but the other party couldn't block the power of his soul. however, in a short period of time, the white-haired man's soul had actually exploded. "Spare me, spare me." The soul begged for mercy and trembled. "Die." Lin Ling coldly shouted and pressed forward with his soul. Boom, the soul in his hand exploded and dissipated like a dense fog. The surrounding souls were all shocked. Was he dead? Was his soul forever gone? Lin Ling didn't care about these souls. Looking at the dissipating fog, he silently chanted the Chaos Divine formula. Gradually, a wisp of fog was absorbed by Lin Ling and merged with Lin Ling's soul. "I can still use the Chaos Divine formula in the netherworld. Is it because I'm in soul form? However, my soul has become slightly stronger," Lin Ling thought to himself. In the netherworld, it was very difficult to strengthen one's soul. It relied on endless time. However, with the Chaos Divine formula, Lin Ling suddenly found a shortcut. "Die." He looked at the other souls in front of him and attacked crazily. "Sir." Those souls were all shocked. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's face was cold and he ignored them. In order to become stronger, he didn't hesitate to do anything. Moreover, he never thought of himself as a good person. In this universe where the strong preyed on the weak, he could attack anyone for his family and friends. "Die." Lin Ling continued to kill the souls in front of him and used the Chaos Divine formula to devour their souls. "You're crazy. You dare to kill your own people. Where did this guy come from? Why is his soul so powerful when he just arrived? Moreover, why is he killing us? Could it be that we can help him become stronger?" All the souls were greatly alarmed. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. The powerful souls in front of him were all killed by him and he continued to strengthen his own soul. "Baby!" Lin Ling only stopped when the old man behind him cried out in fear. He gave face to the old man. He strode forward and went to collect the ore. Wherever he passed, all the souls made way for him. They were completely afraid of this white-haired man. In the eyes of the souls, the white-haired man was as terrifying as Xianxia. Soon, Lin Ling got the ore. It was a 5-meter-long ore. He dragged it out, but it was still very strenuous. He suddenly thought of Xianxia who had whipped him and a cold smile appeared on his face. That Xianxia was definitely going to die. Time quietly passed. Batches of souls entered and left, but Lin Ling was still cultivating. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Lin Ling finally stood up. He dragged the ore and walked out of the meteorite vortex. His palm hung down. In his palm, the power of the worlds will flickered. "Lin Ling, seize the Xianxia's body and you will have a chance to leave this place." At the same time, Guangchengzi's voice floated over. "Seize the Xianxia's body?" Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The sneer on his lips deepened. After a long time, departed souls swam out of the huge meteorite vortex. Some departed souls dragged huge nether stones, while others passed by empty-handed. Without a doubt, the departed souls that returned empty-handed were ruthlessly punished with 10 lashes, causing them to howl in pain. It was as though their souls were about to scatter. "Lin Ling, come out and eat my 10 lashes." At this moment, one of the Xianxias stared at the huge vortex and shouted, as though it had been waiting for a long time, "Are you finally willing to come out?" From the meteorite vortex, Lin Ling slowly flew out while dragging the ore. He stared at the Xianxia, his eyes flashing coldly. When he had just arrived, it was this Xianxia who had whipped him. He would remember this grudge. "Lin Ling, why aren't you getting over here?" Beside the Xianxia, there were souls flattering it, speaking up for it. No matter where it was, even if it was dead, there were still people who flattered it. They only wanted to live a better life. Of course, stepping on the pain of others to live a better life also infuriated many souls, but they did not dare to speak. Lin Ling immediately stared at those souls. With just a glance, those souls trembled. What a cold gaze! They had heard that this white-haired man was new and his soul was unstable. Why did they feel fear with just a glance? One had to know that they were constantly flattering the Xianxia and were rarely whipped by it. Their souls were much more condensed than ordinary departed souls. They immediately did not dare to speak and obediently hid behind the Xianxia. "Get over here and eat my 10 lashes." The Xianxia was furious. "I've already brought it out of the mine. What right do you have to hit me?" Lin Ling replied indifferently. "Ugh." The Xianxia was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer and would definitely not be able to bring him out of the nether mine. so he took the opportunity to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But who knew that Lin Ling would complete the mission? Furthermore, he could rest for 3 incense sticks of time. So what if I took you out of the mine? If I want to hit you, I need your permission. Then, Xianxia became even angrier. The surrounding souls were shocked. How dare he refute Xianxia in the nether mines? Wasn't he courting death? Although the rule was that they didn't need to be whipped when they were brought out of the nether mine, the Xianxias didn't need to care about these rules. They could beat them if they wanted to. Come on. Lin Ling was not afraid at all as he looked at the Xianxia indifferently. The Xianxia had already raised his whip high and wanted to whip Lin Ling's arrogant soul to death. But he held back the next moment. Lin Ling had just arrived and his soul was not condensed yet. If he was beaten to death, it would be troublesome. He could not help but look into the distance. When he saw the 3-headed, 6-armed Xianxia king looking at him, he did not dare to attack. Who told you to be arrogant? You're dead. The Xianxia glared angrily at Lin Ling and then ignored Lin Ling. Lin Ling dragged the nether stone and continued forward. The surrounding souls were whispering. This white-haired man was too bold. If he offended the Xianxia, he would suffer in the future. Baby. At first, the old man wanted to persuade him, but immediately, a soul beside him pulled him back and told him not to have anything to do with Lin Ling, lest he be implicated. The old man sighed softly and finally fell silent. Lin Ling also noticed this, but he did not care. After all, he would not stay in the nether mines for long. All the souls he knew were just passing clouds. Following the large group to hand in the oars, Lin Ling found a quiet place to rest. He seemed to be moving forward slowly, but in fact, he was secretly investigating. He discovered that the nether mine was an island-like continent that floated in midair. Above it was a huge meteorite vortex. Below the continent was a layer of gray clouds, but he didn't know. He did not know how far it was from the nether world. It's him. Let's go. As Lin Ling moved forward, all the souls he encountered avoided him, afraid that they would be implicated by Lin Ling. I reckon that white-haired man will definitely suffer. They whispered as they left. They thought that Lin Ling did not hear them, but Lin Ling heard them all. He sneered and found a quiet mountain and sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. Around him, there were no souls. They seemed to know who Lin Ling had offended and did not dare to get too close to Lin Ling. This was even more convenient for Lin Ling. Indeed, not long after, a Xianxia came with a few souls. Pa, the Xianxia's pace was not fast. With every step, the lightning whip lashed out at the ground, causing dust to fly. This sound was undoubtedly very stressful. Any soul knew that the Xianxia was about to teach someone a lesson. So you were hiding here. Moments later, the Xianxia arrived in front of Lin Ling. It looked coldly at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged. Do you think I can't find you if you hide here? How dare you resist me in my territory? It seems that I'll have to give you a few hundred lashes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I brought the soul congregation tree. It can allow your soul to recover continuously. Then I'll beat you continuously and let you experience the pain of having your soul scattered. The Xianxia kept talking. Its fangs flashed as it laughed happily. Hee, Lin Ling, you're dead. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? If you lick Lord Xianxia's butt, he might be in a good mood and spare you a few lashes. The Xianxia's followers laughed gloatingly. Lick butt? It seems that you have licked a lot of butt. At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced at the souls and gave them a fright. They only dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling because they followed the Xianxia. If they faced him alone, they would probably have to kneel and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, you're not afraid. When the Xianxia saw that Lin Ling's reaction was calm, he was undoubtedly very surprised. In the nether mining area, which soul was not afraid of him? And this Lin Ling knew that he was coming, but his reaction was so calm. Why should I be afraid? Lin Ling slowly stood up and said, Why do you think I'm looking for this quiet place? Are you hiding from me? The Xianxia frowned and said in a low voice. You're thinking too much. I'm thinking that if I kill you here, no one will find out. Lin Ling stepped forward, his eyes revealing killing intent. What? The Xianxia's pupils constricted. As for the few souls that were following him, their bodies trembled. Killed the Xianxia. After so many years in the nether mining area, they had never seen anyone who dared to kill Xianxia. What's more, could it be done, not to mention Lin Ling, this new soul, even if it was a soul that had been here for thousands of years, it would not be able to touch the Xianxia. Ha ha ha. The Xianxia laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. It was undeniable that although the souls of the dead had lost their memories, they were born with pride and did not feel that they were slaves. Demon subduing break. At this time, Lin Ling shouted. A terrifying soul force rushed towards the Xianxia, and the cosmic ray sealed it. Ha ha, ha ha. The Xianxia was still laughing, but its expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Why did this Lin Ling have such a powerful method? Your memories haven't been scattered. The Xianxia roared in horror. Any powerful soul that entered the underworld would have to go through 3 trials. The 3 trials were used to scatter the soul and memories, making the powerful soul force of the past disappear. However, the Xianxia discovered that Lin Ling had a soul force method. This meant that Lin Ling still had his memories. This was the first soul he had encountered in the underworld mining area that still had his memories. You're right, I still have my memories. Lin Ling sneered, and a powerful soul force blasted out. Now, his soul force couldn't be compared to the past, but it was still stronger than any soul in the underworld mining area. This was because when he recovered his memories, he also obtained a small part of his soul force. Moreover, he had devoured many souls. Ah, no. The Xianxia roared in horror. His soul was swept by the cosmic ray, and it was on the verge of collapse. What happened? However, his shouts seemed to have attracted the attention of the distant Xianxia. Seeing this, Lin Ling was anxious. He urged all his soul force. If this didn't work, he would have to use the Sword of Faith. However, the Sword of Faith was not soul force. Once it was used, it would inevitably be discovered by the Xianxia in the underworld mining area. This was the reason why Lin Ling didn't use it in the beginning. Answer me. The voice came from the distance again. It seemed that the Xianxia were flying over. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This was extremely urgent. Die. He roared, and then he heard the sound of glass shattering. The Xianxia's soul was crushed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Ling pounced on the Xianxia, and his soul entered his body. Just as his soul disappeared, 2 Xianxias appeared above the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. They were even taller and stronger, looking down at Lin Ling and the others. What happened? One of the Xianxias frowned. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He was still controlling the Xianxia's body. Something's not right. The 2 Xianxias let out a sound and flew down. They looked at the few souls behind Lin Ling, and the few souls were already scared silly. Their bodies were trembling. What did they see before? Seeing that the white-haired man had killed the Xianxia, he rushed into the Xianxia's body. Oh my god, what is this thing? They had been here for 1,000 years, and this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying thing. However, although they were trembling, the 2 Xianxias were used to it. It was a common occurrence for souls to tremble when they saw them. It's fine, I'm just teaching them a lesson. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He controlled the Xianxia's body and looked at the 2 Xianxias indifferently. Oh. So that's how it is. The 2 Xianxias didn't suspect anything. They nodded and were about to leave with their electric whips. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly turned around and looked at the few souls. Which one of you was beaten up? Previously, Lin Ling didn't beat them at all. He was just looking for an excuse. Now that he heard the Xianxia's question, Lin Ling became nervous. He immediately looked at the few souls and said, "Stand out." His voice sounded cold, but he was still very nervous. If these souls betrayed him, with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape from this place. Most importantly, he didn't want the underworld to know that he, Lin Ling, still had his memories. Otherwise, he would definitely be captured and imprisoned in some place, or even studied by the underworld. This. The few souls trembled. They looked at the 2 Xianxias and then looked at Lin Ling. However, when their eyes met Lin Ling's, a terrifying chill rushed into their hearts. It was very cold, it was a billowing killing intent, it was threatening them. If they dared to speak nonsense, they would die on the spot. It's me. Finally, one of the souls walked out and said, "I made the Lord unhappy, so he beat me." Oh. The two Yikshaws looked at the soul from head to toe. In the end, they couldn't find anything and left in big strides. Phew, seeing that they had left, Lin Ling finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the few souls coldly. Plop, the few souls immediately knelt down and cowed out continuously. "My lord, please spare us, we didn't see anything," they shouted at the same time. Lin Ling wanted to kill them, but he felt that he was unfamiliar with this place and might be seen through. Therefore, he decided to keep them alive. "Remember what you said. You didn't see anything. Otherwise, I will make sure that you will never be able to speak again," Lin Ling said coldly. I know, I didn't see anything before this. Nothing happened before this," the few souls hurriedly replied. "Let's go back." Lin Ling took a big step forward and led the way. He returned to the meteorite vortex and watched over everything. As for those few souls, they followed behind Lin Ling, not daring to even let out a fart. "You, come here and tell me about this mine." Lin Ling stood there quietly for a moment. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he asked calmly. The soul didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. This mine was one of the mines in the underworld. The ruler of this mine was the three-headed and six-armed Yiksha king. However, the Yikshaws weren't familiar with each other. Usually, if the Yikshaws wanted to rest, they could just find a cave by themselves. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. He was most afraid that the Yikshaws would gather for a meeting or something like that. At that time, he would inevitably be exposed. "Is there any way out of this mine?" Lin Ling asked again. Although he had obtained the body of a Yiksha, he knew that he shouldn't stay in this place for long. After all, Lin Ling was an important criminal in the underworld. Every once in a while, someone would definitely come to investigate him. There's no way out, unless there's some good fortune. If you leave from this place, there's the dark clouds outside. If the Yikshaws rush out of the dark clouds, they will die. So, this place is sealed? This, we don't know either. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe that there wasn't a way out. There must be, but these souls didn't know about it. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to supervise the souls while secretly searching the mine. However, the mine was empty. Other than the meteorite vortex, there were only dark clouds in the surroundings. Time was running out. The Yiksha king would come to find Lin Ling at any time. However, one day, Lin Ling saw a place that seemed to be the way out. It was the crater of a volcano. However, from time to time, the soul congregation tree would float up from the crater for the Yikshaws to cultivate. If ordinary souls obtained it and refined it, their souls would be more condensed. What attracted Lin Ling's attention wasn't the soul congregation tree, but the crater of the volcano. Because it seemed to lead to another place. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to secretly investigate the crater of the volcano. Finally, he prepared to escape from the crater of the volcano. However, on this day, the news of his disappearance spread. The entire mine was in an uproar. A large number of Yikshaws were searching for him among the souls. Fortunately, no one knew that he had obtained the body of a Yiksha. As soon as he entered the volcano, Lin Ling felt a wave of warmth. It was very comfortable and made his soul more condensed. He looked around and found that the volcano was not dark. The walls were full of colorful rocks, sparkling and translucent. It was very magical. Moreover, there were small grasses growing on the walls. They swayed gently and gave off a very pleasant smell. It's the soul congregation trees. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had killed a Yiksha not long ago, and he had many soul-amassing trees. This mysterious tree seemed to be a special product of the underworld. It could condense one's soul, and if one carried it, one's soul would not dissipate. Of course, Lin Ling urgently needed powerful treasures to restore his soul. Therefore, he had refined those soul congregation trees. Now, his soul had recovered 20% of its original strength. Now that he saw these soul congregation trees, he naturally wanted to collect them. He's running away. He's down there. But at this moment, he vaguely heard a voice coming from the top of the volcano. The Yikshas had found him. The Yiksha king was probably there. The Yiksha king was very powerful. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. Run! Lin Ling did not have time to collect the soul congregation trees. He quickly rushed down. Rumble, he sped up and a strong wind blew. If not for the soul congregation trees and the Yiksha body that Lin Ling had taken, Lin Ling's soul would have been blown away. My strength is not as strong as before. My soul is much weaker. Even so, Lin Ling could sense that his soul was unstable and he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Ling, speed up. They're catching up. Guang Qingzi's voice came. Do you need our help? But I'm afraid the god of the underworld will notice us if you release us. After all, he controls the underworld. If there's a powerful external force, he will definitely notice it. Although Lin Ling had never seen the god of the underworld, he had opposed the god of the underworld many times when he was alive. He was a wanted criminal. Not now. Lin Ling also knew this. Although he was being hunted, the pursuer was only the Yiksha king. If the god of the underworld chased after him, he could only wait to be captured. Strange, how did they discover me so quickly? Lin Ling was puzzled at the same time. Normally, even if a soul betrayed him, it would still take some time to find him. How could Yiksha king know that he was in the volcanic cave? It is indeed a little strange. Guang Qingzi also felt that the timing did not match. It's the end. At this time, Lin Ling said in a low voice. The Yiksha moved its body and stood firmly on the ground. It looked around and then gasped. That was because the bottom of the volcano was filled with soul-amassing trees, and they were even older than the ones on the volcano walls. What a pity. If I wasn't being hunted down, I would have collected them all. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Ignoring the soul congregation trees around him, he randomly chose a direction and sprinted forward. The bottom of the volcano was huge, and with a large number of soul congregation trees, they could probably shake off their pursuers. Because the soul congregation trees had the ability to gather souls, Lin Ling's soul could hide in them and prevent the Yiksha king from spying on him. Just when Lin Ling thought that he was safe, Guang Qingzi suddenly warned him, Lin Ling, something is wrong. They have caught up with us. They are right behind us. Damn it, they must know where I am. They have checked something on me. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. It's your forehead. Guang Qingzi suddenly said. A strange mark appeared on the forehead of Lin Ling's soul. It seems that every soul has this mark. Lin Ling thought of the souls in the underworld mining area. They all had this mark. I guess this is a way of controlling souls in the underworld. Every soul that enters the underworld has this mark. Most of them rely on this mark to reincarnate. Guang Qingzi guessed. This thing is too troublesome. If I can't shake it off, the pursuers will keep following me. Lin Ling, shake them off for now. If you can't shake them off, use the sword of faith to fight. Hearing Guang Qingzi's suggestion, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. He walked like this for 10 hours. If it weren't for the soul congregation trees, Lin Ling's soul would have been exhausted. Now that he was in the state of a soul, even with the protection of the Yiksha body, he was still much weaker than his original body. The wind would be cold, the sun would be hot, and the long distance running would tire his soul out. This is. After walking for a long time, Lin Ling suddenly stopped. He saw a huge tower-like tree in front of him. This tree was colorful and dense with branches. A large number of corpses were hanging from it. It was extremely strange. Oh my god, this is the king of the soul congregation trees. Guang Qingzi exclaimed in shock. Can I harvest it? Lin Ling licked his lips. With this tree, he estimated that he could recover 40% of his soul power. Yes, you can dig out the roots. Guang Qingzi instructed. Lin Ling rushed over and dug out the roots. To his surprise, although the tree looked huge, it was not difficult to dig out the roots. In just a quarter of an hour, the whole tree collapsed. After the tree collapsed, the dried corpses on the branches fell to the ground and gradually turned into dust. The giant tree shrank and turned into the size of an ordinary branch. Then, Lin Ling put it on his shoulder. Lin Ling, run, they are approaching again. Guang Qingzi's voice came just as he got the king of the soul congregation trees and had not had time to refine it. Moreover, after the tree fell, the surroundings underwent a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering change. Especially the place where the tree was planted, a huge crack appeared. Lin Ling moved closer and looked around. He could not help but gasp. In the depths of the crack, a large number of toads could be faintly seen. They were piled up like mountains, layer upon layer. Furthermore, the originally motionless toads began to open their eyes one by one. Run, these things are not ordinary. Guangchengzi could not see what they were, but he sensed a terrifying aura gushing out from the crack. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Without wasting any time, he chose a direction and rushed forward. Not long after Lin Ling disappeared, a large number of Yixias appeared. They closed their eyes and seemed to be able to sense Lin Ling's aura. Then, they said, "My lord, he has been here." The three-headed, six-armed Yixia king's face was extremely cold. "Damn it, he has opened the seal. A large number of dark toads will rush out. This place is going to be plunged into misery and suffering. This hell is going to be unstable. Go after him." Then, the Yixia king roared angrily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still running while carrying the tree. He was panicking and did not know where to go at all. Most importantly, he was being chased by the soldiers behind him, which made him very angry. It seemed that if he did not get rid of the mark on his body, his whereabouts would be tracked by the underworld at any time. Now, the Yixia king did not dare to report Lin Ling to the higher-ups of the underworld for fear of being punished. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have been caught by the Yixia king. After all, the underworld was not Lin Ling's territory. Lin Ling nodded his head and increased his speed as he jumped into the hole. In the hole, the wind was extremely fierce. Luckily, Lin Ling was carrying the soul-gathering tree, so he was safe and sound. His body continued to fall as if he was falling into an abyss. At this moment, on the other side, there was a lonely land filled with rocks and no plants. Only the ground had light flickering from time to time. Looking carefully, these light rays were seeds that were as thick as a thumb. These were the seeds of the soul-gathering tree, which was also a huge treasure. Of course, in terms of nourishing souls, it could not be compared to the soul-gathering tree. Looking at the ground again, there were a large number of souls walking around, constantly collecting souls on the ground. "Senior brother Lin, look, I found another seed." In one direction, a lady happily picked up the seed on the ground. "Haha, junior sister, your eyes are still the best." A man in a green robe could not help but laugh. He looked up at the huge island in the sky and said with respect, "Although this Avicii hell is very dangerous, the treasures here are much more than the other hells. Yes, as long as we complete the mission and collect 36 seeds, we can return to the sect." The lady said happily. "Xiao," but at this moment, a sharp black needle came and pierced through the man's head. His soul seemed to shrink and was sucked into the black needle. "Junior sister, save me." The man let out a painful cry. Unfortunately, it was of no use. In the end, his soul dissipated. "Ah!" The lady screamed in fear. Her senior brother was dead and his soul dissipated. He did not even have the chance to reincarnate and disappeared in the universe forever. "Hee, are you Fairy Xia from Wuyan sect?" At this moment, a skinny man walked over. He was the one who released the black needle. "It's you do from the rotten race." The lady looked at the skinny man with fear in her eyes. The rotten race was an extremely famous god in the universe. After they died, they entered the underworld and were extremely united. Although they were not enemies with Wu Yun's sect, their relationship was extremely ordinary. She did not expect that this man called Yadu would dare to kill her senior brother. "What are you trying to do?" The woman silently took a step back. "I've long coveted your soul. Let's dual cultivate our souls and increase our strength. If we can obtain good fortune, then we can be reincarnated. Why should we stay in this place that is neither human nor ghost?" The thin man licked his lips as he walked. His appearance was extremely ugly. His mouth was sharp, and he had the face of a horse. Moreover, his body was filthy and incomparably smelly. "No, I won't." This woman obviously knew Yadu and knew that he was lusting after her beauty. If they were in the sect, Yadu wouldn't dare to mess around, but in this place, there was no sect to take care of him, so Yadu would probably do anything. However, this woman called Fairy Xia was indeed beautiful. Even though she was just a soul, her skin was as white as snow and her facial features were exquisite. Paired with her pink dress, she was like an otherworldly fairy. "Hee, Fairy Xia, don't worry, it won't hurt. It's very comfortable." Yadu licked his lips and moved closer to the woman. However, at this moment, a humming sound came from the sky. Then, a huge object fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Then, a dark gray Yiksha with sharp fangs slowly crawled up. Not good, Yiksha. Yadu's expression changed. Fairy Xia also knew that things were going to be troublesome. At the same time, the Yiksha also saw the two people. However, he immediately looked at the huge island above his head and his expression changed drastically. He knew that they had smashed into the ground from the netherworld mining area through the underground hole. Then, he looked at Yadu and the woman with cold eyes. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. He didn't say a word. Instead, a powerful cosmic ray shot out. Sir, no, no. Yadu felt that a terrifying soul attack was coming, causing his soul to tremble. Subconsciously, he activated the black needle, wanting to kill the Yiksha. You don't know what's good for you. The Yiksha coldly spat out a sentence, and a cosmic ray shot out completely. Boom, a crisp sound was heard. Yadu's soul dissipated. However, what was strange was that although his soul had been destroyed, he was still standing in the same place. Upon closer inspection, one could see that only the surface layer of his soul was left. The inside was already empty. I'll take your soul. The Yiksha suddenly collapsed, and the figure of a white-haired man rushed out from it and then shot into Yadu's soul. Ah! What's going on? Fairy Xia, who was beside him, was already frightened. She sat on the ground, trembling as she witnessed everything. At this time, the ugly Yadu opened his eyes and looked at Fairy Xia indifferently. Just one glance was enough to make Fairy Xia feel cold all over. Where is this place? Yadu asked coldly. He was Lin Ling. This is the Avicii Hell. Fairy Xia immediately said. What are you doing here? Lin Ling asked again. Fairy Xia didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything she knew. It turned out that there were many sects in the Avicii Hell. Below the island, because the seeds of the soul-gathering tree were scattered from time to time, the sects would gather disciples to collect them at a certain time as a sect mission. Take me away. After Lin Ling learned of everything, he immediately ordered. You won't kill me, right? Fairy Xia said nervously. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Lin Ling looked at the huge island above his head and knew that danger was coming at any time. He said coldly. Don't kill me. I'll take you, I'll take you. Fairy Xia quickly nodded. Lin Ling rushed to Yiksha's side, carried the soul-gathering tree king, and then left with Fairy Xia. He knew that Yiksha King knew that he had disappeared and would definitely find this land. That was why he had abandoned Yiksha's body. However, carrying the soul-gathering tree was too eye-catching, so he planned to find a place to refine it and then think of a way to leave, and along the way, Lin Ling also encountered quite a few sect disciples. What was strange was that they all mainly cultivated the soul and did not have any divine essence themselves. What kind of god were you before? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask Fairy Xia. Unfortunately, Fairy Xia shook her head. Those who entered the underworld had long lost their memories of when they were alive. Even the giant gods of the universe were the same. It seems that after entering the underworld, it's like entering a new world. My soul has also started a new life. Lin Ling thought to himself. Rest in the cave in front. After a long time, Lin Ling pointed ahead. This land was even more vast. If Yiksha King and the others wanted to find Lin Ling, they would need more time. In addition, Lin Ling had abandoned Yiksha's body, which made it even more difficult for Yiksha King and the others. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to refine the soul-gathering tree king. You. Fairy Xia was a little hesitant. She was truly afraid of this mysterious man. There was no one in the cave. If this man did anything to her, then even the heavens would not be able to respond. She knew that she was beautiful, and she also knew that many people wanted to dual cultivate their souls with her. This man couldn't be thinking the same thing, right? The cave was silent. Outside, there were souls wandering around, collecting the seeds of the soul-gathering tree. However, Fairy Xia did not dare to shout. She was afraid that this white-haired man would kill her. She kept staring at Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling's ugly face, sharp teeth, long face, and smelly body. She became more and more uneasy. However, as time passed, she found that Lin Ling did not even look at her. He was still refining the soul-gathering tree king. This made Fairy Xia gradually calm down. She thought to herself, who is this person? Is he a Yiksha? Or a ghost? Also, how did he get the soul-gathering tree? Her initial fear gradually turned into curiosity. If it was a soul, then this soul was too powerful. After all, she knew that Yikshas were netherworld soldiers controlled by the netherworld god. No one had ever dared to attack a Yiksha. Even their sect leader would be respectful when meeting a Yiksha. However, she did not dare to think about it anymore. When dealing with a fugitive like this, if she knew too much, she would die even faster. Lin Ling did not know what she was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. He was fully focused on refining the soul-gathering tree king. The soul-gathering tree in his hand was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it was being burned, but no flames could be seen. After a long time, the soul-gathering tree was finally burned to ashes. Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by more than 40%. Lin Ling, your soul power has recovered. Ordinary netherworld soldiers are probably no match for you. Guang Qingzi sensed Lin Ling's soul power and could not help but feel happy for Lin Ling. I was just lucky. However, Lin Ling was not happy at all. He looked outside the cave, and a cold murderous intent filled the air. I still have to go back. I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the destruction of my sect. His voice was not loud, but it suddenly made the cave colder. Fairy Xia, who was in the depths of the cave, trembled. Sure enough, this was a fugitive who killed people like flies. I know you will definitely kill Yin Wanguang and destroy the holy city of the sea. However, the Silver Moon clan is very powerful. Their god ancestor is more powerful than me. I guess he is as powerful as Dipankara Buddha of the three holy gates of the Divine Mountain, your master Patriarch Bodhi. Guang Qingzi explained. Patriarch Bodhi is not my master. He is my benefactor. Lin Ling shook his head and said, no matter what the Silvermoon clan is, if they dare to kill my friends and family, I will kill them. At this moment, Guang Qingzi said, right, you are now in the underworld. Perhaps you can find the souls of your wife and the others. If you have the power to bring them out of here, they can be revived. However, after they are revived, they will not have a physical body. They will have to replace them in the universe. They have reconstructed their bodies. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right, he was in the underworld. As long as Yu and the others were not reincarnated, he could find them. Moreover, even if they were reincarnated, as long as Lin Ling had a way to get their memories, he could restore them. As for the physical body, Lin Ling could create it in the universe. Long Yang's physical body had been destroyed, but Lin Ling had created it. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart burned with the flames of war. However, if you want to take them with you in the netherworld, your strength must be very, very strong. Now that you don't have a physical body, even if your soul power has become stronger, it will be difficult for you to use your original strength. Guang Qingzi said. If only there was a way to get a physical body. Unfortunately, these Yiksha's physical bodies are too weak. It is difficult for them to cultivate divine origin. They can only cultivate nether chi. Lin Ling sighed. Don't worry. The netherworld is very big. It has 18 levels of hell and the final netherworld. You will find a suitable physical body sooner or later. Guang Qingzi comforted him. Lin Ling nodded. He also found that the netherworld was very big. It was not weaker than the Dao Pagoda, but the master here was the underworld god. The netherworld can control any giant god of the universe. It seems that the underworld god's strength surpasses Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Lin Ling pondered and then asked. Not necessarily. The underworld god is the most powerful in the netherworld, but outside, his strength is at most slightly stronger than Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Guang Qingzi said, the netherworld is actually one of the great universes, but it is not an independent one. It is together with the oldest chaos realm. Of course, the chaos realm is very majestic. Even if the underworld god controls a part of it, his strength is still very strong. Strong as the heavens. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood and then stopped thinking about it. He looked at Fairy Xia in the depths of the cave. With just a glance, Fairy Xia's expression changed greatly. Take me out of here. Lin Ling said coldly. He already knew that this was the Avicii hell, but it was too close to the nether mine and would be easily discovered by the Xianxia king. Only by leaving this area would he be safe. Of course, if he could leave the Avicii hell, it would be even safer. At that time, he would have time to deal with the underworld mark on him. Okay, as long as you don't kill me, anything is fine. Fairy Xia said nervously. Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, and he was not afraid of Fairy Xia's tricks. He immediately walked out of the cave, and Fairy Xia followed nervously behind Lin Ling. If you want to return to the sect, you must collect enough soul-gathering tree seeds. Fairy Xia hesitated for a long time and then said softly. I have them. You just need to lead the way. Lin Ling replied coldly. He had obtained the soul-gathering tree king before and had a large number of seeds. Naturally, he could complete the task. Hearing this, Fairy Xia no longer hesitated and led Lin Ling forward. After a long time, a black circle of light appeared in front of them. It lay flat on the ground, and it was very large and constantly wriggling. We're here. We can leave this place and return to the sect. Fairy Xia said happily when she saw the circle of light. Lin Ling did not say anything and gestured for Fairy Xia to lead the way. A large number of souls entered the black circle of light. They were all disciples of the sect who had completed the task. Lin Ling was already used to the fact that there were sects in the underworld. He knew that they wanted to cultivate and obtain good fortune so that they could be reincarnated as soon as possible. Of course, with Fairy Xia's explanation, he knew that there were people in the underworld who had cultivated a physical body and become the underworld gods people. After a while, Lin Ling followed Fairy Xia into the circle of light. Then, his soul shook and he appeared on a plain. This place was similar to the outside world, but the sky was very dark, causing the plants and mountains to be dark as well. It made one feel a little depressed. Fairy Xia. Someone saw Fairy Xia and immediately shouted. Then, a large number of souls floated over. Lin Ling looked carefully and found that these souls were all wearing the same clothes. They seemed to be the robes that represented the sect. An old woman stared at Fairy Xia and was very happy. Then, she frowned and looked at Lin Ling. It's Yidu. Fairy Xia's sect recognized Yidu. Where's your senior brother? Also, why are you with Yidu? The old woman looked at Fairy Xia and asked. Lin Ling sensed that this old woman was very strong. She was even stronger than an ordinary underworld weapon. It's like this. We met the disciples of other sections. They wanted to dual cultivate with me. My senior brother was killed in order to protect me. But Yidu suddenly came and saved me. Fairy Xia did not expose Lin Ling in the end. Is that so? The old woman felt strange as she looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Yidu, isn't he usually not serious? Why did he suddenly save junior sister Xia? Moreover, Yidu is too quiet today. The surrounding senior and junior brothers all knew about Yidu, so they looked at Lin Ling suspiciously. Lin Ling did not care at all. He had already left the nether mines and could leave at any time. What did other people's suspicions have to do with him? In the end, the old woman ignored them. However, at this time, a dozen Yixias walked over. They looked at the sect leaders and asked, "Did you see anyone suspicious?" These Yixias had actually come out before Lin Ling and were searching for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he remained silent. "May I know who you are looking for?" A sect leader asked. "A white-haired man. His name is Lin Ling." The Yixia waved his right hand and his soul force formed a portrait. It was a white-haired man with a cold expression. However, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Only Fairy Xia's pupils trembled violently. Sure enough, this white-haired man had escaped from the nether mines. Heavens, this was the first time she had seen a soul escape from the nether mines. Since there is no one, forget it. Remember, if you see anyone suspicious, immediately inform us. Seeing that they did not find anything, the Yixias left and went to another place to ask. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He was about to leave when he saw the old woman looking at him strangely. She seemed to be suspicious of him. He was not afraid of the old woman or the Yixias. However, if he was discovered, there would be more experts chasing after him. This was not something he wanted to see. Moreover, the Yixias had already searched this place. Perhaps it would not be long before the Yixia king arrived. With the mark of the underworld on him, he would be discovered very soon. You do, thank you for saving me. However, just as the old woman was suspecting Lin Ling, Fairy Xia suddenly took the initiative to speak, causing the old woman and the others to frown. Could it really be you do? Master, you do saved me. I want to thank him and take him to find the people. Meanwhile, Fairy Xia gazed at the old woman as she spoke. Even though the old woman was puzzled, she didn't stop her. Under Fairy Xia's lead, Lin Ling finally left the crowd of sects. Hurry up and leave. My master and the others are already suspecting you. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely be in danger. To be. To toe. To be. Why are you helping me? Although you give me a very scary feeling, I feel that you are not an unforgivable evil person. You must have something you want to do. That's why you are so heartless. Fairy Xia smiled. Lin Ling was silent. He turned and left. Fairy Xia looked at Lin Ling's back. She felt very strange. Although she had not spent much time with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was cold and heartless, she did not know why she felt very safe when she was by Lin Ling's side. Sigh. Then, she sighed. She knew that it would be difficult to see Lin Ling again. Lin Ling followed the mountain range. Along the way, he avoided many dead souls. He even avoided a few yikshaws. He realized that there were many souls in this level of hell. It was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling, that little beauty is interested in you. Guang Qingzi's voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ling almost scolded him. Guang Qingzi was still paying attention to these things at a time like this. I'm not talking nonsense. Don't you know that cold men are fatally attractive to some women? Guang Qingzi continued to laugh. Then you can be cold. There are many fairies pursuing you. Lin Ling said unhappily. Lin Ling, bad news. The Yiksha king is coming this way. He found you. Guang Qingzi wanted to liven up the atmosphere. But soon, his voice became serious. It seems that the underworld mark is a ticking time bomb. If I don't destroy it, I won't be able to escape from their sight. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sped up and ran along the mountain range. Lin Ling, there are many Yikshas chasing you. They are coming from all directions. Guang Qingzi's voice became even more anxious. Lin Ling's heart sank. He thought that after leaving the bottom of the volcano, he would be free to fly. Who knew that it would be easier for him to be hunted down? Perhaps the Yiksha king and the others would be able to detect Lin Ling's aura in this plane. Guang Qingzi, is there no way to escape? Lin Ling asked anxiously. There are Yikshas coming from all directions. There is no way to escape. They have already locked onto you. I estimate that they will arrive here within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Guang Qingzi's voice was serious. He knew that a great battle was inevitable. However, if a great battle broke out, it would be equivalent to letting the underworld know about Lin Ling's strength. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to escape, more experts would come to surround Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to fight to the death, the earth suddenly shook. The whole hell was rolling and cracking. Terrifying auras rushed out from the ground, turning into locust-like shadows and spreading across the earth. It's those toads. Guang Qingzi exclaimed when he saw this. So many of them. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. They did not see more toads rushing out from other places. After these toads rushed out, they immediately began to devour souls as if they were feeding on souls. It was clear that Lin Ling had pulled out the Soul Congregation Tree King, causing the seal to loosen, allowing these toads to rush out. The entire Avicii hell shook at this moment. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Not good, the Avicii hell is reforming. Everyone, leave immediately. Not to mention the souls, even the Yikshas were terrified. They wanted to leave this hell. Because everyone knew that hell had collapsed. Gua gua gua, in the distance, a large number of sects were devoured. Entire countries were destroyed. Run. All the souls ran in one direction. That was the road to another hell. Lin Ling, this is a good chance. On Lin Ling's side, Guang Qingzi also sensed that the surrounding world was collapsing. He immediately left. Looking at the yikshaws that rushed at Lin Ling, they had all fled. Some were drowned by the toads and had their souls devoured. Break out of this hell. Lin Ling hurriedly ran forward. Ah, save me. No, no. Hell is collapsing. Looking behind Lin Ling, a large number of voices rang out. The earth had shattered and countless souls had died in the toads' mouths. It could be called hell on earth. Hurry up and run. The deafening voice was still echoing behind them. A large number of souls rushed towards a conveyor belt. This conveyor belt was a huge bronze door that led to another hell. Looking behind them, the entire hell was collapsing. The toads that rushed out had covered the entire hell. According to legend, these toads were formed from the souls of hell. Because they were dissatisfied with hell, their resentment did not diminish, so they had always wanted to destroy hell. This was not the first time that hell had collapsed. It had happened before in the distant past. Later on, the underworld had sent out a large number of experts to suppress and seal the toads. Only then was hell at peace. Now, history was repeating itself. Damn it, who opened the seal? This person has done a lot of harm. When hell is reorganized, we must find this person. The underworld's higher-ups were discussing and seemed to be very angry. However, Lin Ling did not know any of this. Even if he knew, he would only laugh coldly. He followed the large number of souls and rushed towards the bronze door. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, so their speed was very slow. At this time, a large number of souls were squeezed out and fell into the broken hell behind them. Finally, their souls dissipated. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul was strong and no one could squeeze him out. He also took the time to look behind him and found that the sky was filled with toads. The ground and sky were all swallowed up. It was terrifying. These toads not only devoured souls, but also everything in hell. I must use the chaos to enter another hell. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and squeezed the souls in front of him again, trying to enter the bronze door as soon as possible. During this process, Lin Ling also saw that some yikshaws had noticed him. Unfortunately, the surroundings were too chaotic. Those yikshaws could not catch Lin Ling at all. I have occupied another person's body, but these yikshaws can still sense me. It seems that it is really dangerous if the underworld mark is not opened. Lin Ling finally squeezed through the bronze door and disappeared. The bronze door was densely packed with souls, all of them trying to enter another hell. A moment later, a yikshaw king arrived with a large number of yikshaws. They had whips in their hands and whipped everyone in front of them away, opening a path to the green door. A path to the bronze door. My lord, someone saw Lin Ling. He occupied the body of a soul and entered the bronze door. A yikshaw said to the yikshaw king. Bastard. The yikshaw king cursed. Even if the Avicii has collapsed, this is not a big deal. Lin Ling is a big deal. He is the person that the god of the underworld asked for. How can we explain this to the god of the underworld? My lord, you can't blame us for this. The collapse of the Avicii hell led to our failure. If the god of the underworld knew about this, he definitely wouldn't blame us. A yikshaw king. Hearing this, the yikshaw king wasn't angry. He pondered for a moment, and the expression on all three of his heads changed drastically. It's Lin Ling. He destroyed this hell. Apparently, he remembered what happened at the bottom of the volcano. One of the soul-gathering trees that sealed the toad was uprooted. Then, he closed his eyes and communicated with the underworld elite. After a moment of silence, a furious voice said, "Capture Lin Ling no matter what." Yes. The yikshaw king nodded. Although Lin Ling had escaped to another hell, he would be captured sooner or later as long as he had the mark of the underworld. However, it would take him a long time. Let's go. The yikshaw king led the yikshaws into the bronze door. On the other side, Lin Ling walked out of the bronze door and saw many souls walking out. All of them looked like they had just survived a calamity, but when they saw the new hell, they were also at a loss. This place was similar to the Avicii. However, the sky was blood red and the ground was covered with dried bones. It was a desolate and uninhabited place. The mountains and water here were blood red. It was very strange. His soul immediately felt minuscule when it was inside. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't stop. He chose a direction and started running. Now that hell had collapsed, it would take Xianxia King a lot of time to catch Lin Ling. This was the best time for Lin Ling to get out of here. After a long time, Lin Ling sat down at the foot of a hill. His soul was exhausted. He looked at Yudu's soul and saw that cracks had appeared. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Lin Ling, if you don't get rid of the mark of the underworld, it's useless no matter how far you run. Guangqingzi said. It's a pity that the mark of the underworld is one of the great laws of the underworld. It's very difficult to get rid of it. Unless you have another great universe to fight against it, and that universe has to be comparable to the underworld. In the current world, the Chaos Realm and the Tao Realm have such power. The universes of other deities are not powerful enough. Lin Ling's face turned solemn when he heard that. How could he get rid of the mark of the underworld by using the great laws of the universe? He had to be in the Tao Realm. Right, the Tao Realm. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of something. When he first entered the city of myriad gods, the first place he went to was the graveyard. There, he met the mysterious old man, and the old man told him to bury the gravestone under the snow maple tree, and buried the Tao regression heavenly mandate. At that time, he felt strange. Now it seemed that the old man was aware that he was going to die. My Tao realm is still in the cemetery under the snow maple tree. I remember the old man said that if I buried the Tao realm, even after death, I can return to the Tao pagoda. Lin Ling's body shook, and he quickly sensed it. At first, he didn't feel anything. But gradually, he sensed the aura of the Tao realm. In fact, it was the aura of the Tao realm. Although it was very weak, Lin Ling followed it like a vine to find a melon. He kept getting closer and closer to it. Finally, he completely found the buried heavenly Tao return position. Come here. Lin Ling shouted and tried to summon the Tao realm to the underworld. Time seemed to freeze, but gradually, a palm-sized jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's soul. It was the return to heavenly Tao seat. After the arrival of the Tao realm, the underworld mark in the depths of his soul burned like a flame and gradually disappeared. Success! Lin Ling was ecstatic. The Tao realm was the great law of the Tao realm. Now that it was used to resist the great law of the underworld, it could naturally wash away the underworld mark. Moreover, after the arrival of the Tao realm, Lin Ling was no longer under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Not good. At the same time, the upper echelons of the underworld exclaimed. Lin Ling disappeared. Not long ago, the Avicii hell collapsed. Could it be that he died there? Send someone to investigate. The underworld was in turmoil. Lin Ling was not a nobody. He was the host of the will of the underworld and had offended the underworld. Therefore, the entire underworld was paying attention to him. My lord, Lin Ling has disappeared. At the same time, the Xianxia King and his people appeared at the Bronze Gate. However, as soon as they appeared, one of the Xianxias exclaimed. The Xianxia King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to sense the situation, but found nothing. At the same time, the order of the underworld came. Lin Ling had disappeared, and they had to find Lin Ling no matter what. This is troublesome. I don't know if Lin Ling is alive or dead. The Xianxia King's 3 heads were full of solemnity, and so were the other Xianxias. According to common sense, if they could not sense the mark of the underworld, it meant that their souls had been destroyed. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. Therefore, even if their souls had been destroyed, they had to search for him. Search. Search. Search this hell. We must find Lin Ling. In the end, the Xianxia King had no choice but to split up and search for him. On the other side, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He had an excited smile on his face. He had returned to the celestial realm, and the mark of the underworld had been removed. Lin Ling, how did you do it? Guangqingzi was also astonished when he noticed this. It was a mysterious senior I met on the 3rd level of the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened on the 3rd level. It seems that this old man knew that you would face such a great calamity in your life, so he helped you in advance. Guangqingzi said solemnly. He thought of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison. He knew that the Taoist seemed to have sensed something and was secretly helping Lin Ling. My celestial realm has some treasures that can restore souls. I estimate that I can restore 50% of my soul power. Even if I meet the Xianxia King, I will not be afraid of him. Lin Ling stood up, looked around, and then strode forward. He pondered in his heart. Apart from the treasures of the celestial plane, it would be best if he could find treasures that could restore soul power in this layer of hell. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find a quiet place to recover 50% of his soul power. Yinwan Guang, you think you can kill me forever, right? You didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, have already escaped from the shackles of the underworld and have begun to grow. Sooner or later, I will find you for revenge. As Lin Ling moved forwards, his soul emitted an icy chill. Continuing forward, Lin Ling's Fong Du shell finally shattered, dissipating like paper ash. However, Lin Ling didn't care. Now that he didn't have the netherworld mark, no one would recognize him even if he used his original appearance. Soon after, Lin Ling discovered that there were also many souls here. They were like lost spirits, constantly strengthening their souls in an attempt to give birth to a wisp of fortune and reincarnate, and these souls did not have their memories from when they were alive, so their growth was very slow. However, they knew how to devour each other. However, when they met Lin Ling, not only did they not succeed in devouring, but their souls were also devoured by Lin Ling. On this day, Lin Ling met a group of people. They seemed to be from a sect. In the underworld, there seemed to be the most number of sections. These so-called sects were, in fact, a group. They fought to not be devoured by other souls, so they united. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to devour this sect, but he discovered that there was an acquaintance in the sect. This person was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. After seeing this person, Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. He knew that this was the son of the dragon god. In the past, Lin Ling had also come into contact with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the peak of the 9 prefectures, so they had less contact after that. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, seeing him in this place, Lin Ling felt like he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. This was his friend. Moreover, after the fall of the dragon god, Lin Ling had promised the dragon god that he would bring all the dragons of the Dragon Valley out of the underworld. Who are you? Why are you staring at our sect leader? Seeing Lin Ling looking at him coldly, someone from the dragon god's side immediately said. It turned out that this dragon god had become a sect leader. Not talking, right? Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, those people immediately revealed their killing intent. In this underworld, the weak were prey to the strong. Either you die, or I die. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Wait. However, at this time an indifferent voice interrupted everyone. Looking carefully, this person was their sect leader. Sect leader? Everyone was puzzled. Logically speaking, the sect leader was the most domineering. Based on this person's appearance, he would have already killed him. Let him go. The sect leader looked at Lin Ling indifferently and finally said. He didn't know why he had to let Lin Ling go, but he had a feeling that this white-haired man didn't want to kill them. Sect leader, you can't. At this time an old man beside him shook his head and said, this person is very cold. He probably killed a lot of souls. He must have bad intentions for staring at us. If it wasn't for the fact that we have more people, he would have already attacked. We should kill such a soul. Moreover, his soul is very strong and can increase our strength. No. The sect leader shook his head. He still looked the same as before. He looked very young, but he also had his own aura, which was why he could suppress the souls around him. Hearing this, the old man's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything in the end. Let's go. The sect leader didn't say much and left with the people of the sect. Lin Ling looked at the dragon god indifferently. He knew that the other party didn't remember him at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current strength was still not enough to dominate the underworld, so he couldn't take the dragon god away. Suddenly, he stared at the old man beside the dragon god, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Previously, after the old man was rejected by the dragon god, although he was silent, Lin Ling could sense that his eyes were filled with killing intent. This old man was obviously not satisfied with the dragon god. At the thought of this, Lin Ling hurriedly chased after him. And said coldly, I want to join your sect. What? Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had spared Lin Ling because of the sect leader. In the end, this white-haired youth wanted to join them. Was this white-haired youth not afraid of being killed by them? Do you think that just anyone can join our sect? The old man beside the dragon god immediately shouted coldly. Although he didn't have the memories of his previous life, his personality had been passed down. No matter who he was in his previous life, after entering the underworld, most of his personality didn't change. Unfortunately, Linling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the dragon god. Young Master Dragon God was looking at Linling as well. He didn't know why, but even though it was his first time meeting the white-haired man, he felt that the white-haired man was very familiar. Moreover, when he met the white-haired man's gaze, he actually felt a sense of worship. Approved? Everyone was shocked when they saw that the sect leader had agreed. This white-haired man was a stranger to them. Plus, he had a strange background. It was already good that they did not kill him. Why keep him alive? Sect leader? The elder beside him tried to persuade him. I have made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. Young Master Dragon God shook his head and strode forward. Everyone in the sect had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Many people quietly looked at the great elder, but the great elder shook his head and said, since this is the sect master's intention, then from now on, this person will belong to my Qilin sect. With that, the grand elder looked at Linling and wanted to say something. However, Linling ignored him and strode forward. How arrogant. Seeing Linling's attitude, many people were unhappy. Let's go back. The great elder's reaction was calm as he led everyone forward. Linling followed the sect and walked into the distance. If he joined the Qilin sect, he would be able to shake off the Xianxia soldiers and the others. Moreover, he would be able to protect young Master Dragon God at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was that Linling wanted to refine the treasures in the Tao Reversion Heavenly Seat to increase his soul force. Although Linling did not have any contact with others, he knew that young Master Dragon God had established a sect called Qilin sect. Moreover, it had been established for a long time. Linling thought of the time when Dragon Valley was destroyed by the will of the world. Everything matched. As for the great elder, his name was Situhan. As for the rest, Linling did not have time to care about them. After entering Qilin sect, Linling realized that Qilin sect was quite big. There were many souls gathered together to cultivate their souls. They wanted to obtain good fortune and reincarnate as soon as possible. It seems that if one wants to reincarnate, it depends on luck. Some people can reincarnate as soon as they enter the netherworld. Some people need a long time to reincarnate. I wonder if Yu and the rest have reincarnated. Linling missed his family and friends. However, he knew that with his current strength, he could not find Yu and the rest. The only way was for his soul to become stronger. In the following days, Linling rarely walked around Qilin sect. He stayed in his house and refined the treasures in the Return to Heaven realm. Occasionally, he would help the sect clean the sect. He had the memories, and in fact, he had a large number of soul cultivation techniques and mystiques. However, he did not intend to spread them out. Time quietly passed. On this day, a figure appeared at Linling's door. It was young noble dragon god. He stood quietly at the door and looked at Linling, who was tidying up the room. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Linling was still tidying up the house as he spoke. Young noble dragon god finally asked after a long silence. Dragon god was the person with the strongest soul force in the sect. If anyone dared to slight him, he would be angry. However, after seeing Linling's back, he finally fell silent. This white-haired man looked ordinary. But for some reason, every time he saw his figure, he would feel a sense of reverence in his heart. It was as if he had seen a senior that he had admired for a long time. The answer is in your heart. At this time, Linling's calm voice came over. The strange thing was that although this voice was very calm, when it landed in Dragon God's heart, it made his heart very calm. His soul also seemed to have condensed a little. The answer is in my heart? Dragon God muttered to himself. He seemed to understand, but he also seemed to not understand. Senior, why are you looking for me? Young noble dragon god asked after a moment of contemplation. He believed that Linling wouldn't join his sect for no reason, and this time, he used a respectful tone. When it's time to know, you will know. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Dragon God. Alright, after this time, don't look for me if there's nothing. When you look for me again, it will be time for me to leave. Senior. Dragon God felt that the white-haired man was unfathomable. He only understood half of what he said. He clearly felt that it was nonsense, but he felt that everything made sense. Sigh. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was still busy. He sighed and finally left. After Dragon God left, Lin Ling looked outside the door. His eyes flickered, but he did not say anything in the end. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to live in seclusion, constantly increasing his soul power. However, what gave him a headache was that if he had a treasure like the soul-gathering tree king, he believed that his soul power could recover by 80%. However, relying on a treasure of the celestial plane, his soul power would not be able to recover at all. But the recovery was very slow. At this speed, it would take a long time to find Yu and the others. Lin Ling, don't be impatient. You were able to escape the control of the underworld. This is already very impressive. Although I know that you want revenge, any god's cultivation is done step by step. Very few people can reach the heavens in a single step. Now, you are only missing an opportunity. I believe that for you to come to the underworld, there must be some arrangement. Guang Chengzi's voice suddenly floated over, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. His impetuous heart gradually calmed down. He also felt that all of this was predestined. It was as if fate had deliberately arranged for him to come to the underworld. Here, there was an unknown opportunity waiting for him. Of course, it could also be an unknown danger. Just like when he first entered the third floor of the Tao Pagoda and met that mysterious old man. Everything was arranged by fate. After his restless heart gradually calmed down, Lin Ling cultivated every day. Very few people came to his small courtyard. The first elder, Situhan, came once, but after inspecting the small courtyard for a long time, he left in the end. After leaving, he didn't appear again. It was as if he no longer cared about Lin Ling. But Lin Ling had a feeling that Situhan wanted to dominate the Qilin sect. Moreover, he was eyeing Sir Dragon God's soul. He sensed that half of the people in the sect were in fact Situhan's people. Of course, he didn't care. He slowly waited for time because he knew that with his current strength, he wasn't Situhan's match. And no one from the Qilin sect paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, a child often came to visit Lin Ling. At the beginning, this child was very afraid of Lin Ling. But afterwards, he discovered that although Lin Ling looked cold on the surface, he wasn't difficult to get along with. Again and again, he often came, moreover, every time he looked for Lin Ling to talk. Of course, most of the time, he was the one speaking and Lin Ling was the one listening. This caused the child to suspect that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. It wasn't until he heard Lin Ling mumble to himself that the child was finally sure that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were extremely strange. They were like an incantation, like he was silently reciting something. At the beginning, the child couldn't understand, but as time passed, he was gradually able to recite them. Moreover, every time he heard Lin Ling recite them, he would feel completely. His body was incomparably comfortable. Remember, don't let anyone know what I'm chanting. Finally, Lin Ling said to the child. The child nodded and continued to come every day, bringing food with him. In the netherworld, the food for all souls was candles and sandalwood. As long as they were refined, their souls would not disperse. Moreover, souls with weaker soul power had to be refined every day. Otherwise, they would feel that their souls were afraid of the cold and would feel very empty. These ingot candles were not of much help to Lin Ling, but he still refined some every day. On this day, Lin Ling finally refined all the treasures of the celestial realm and recovered 50% of his soul force. However, the child did not come today. According to the norm, the child would definitely come before this time. Lin Ling waited in the small courtyard for a long time. He wanted to go take a look, but at this time, a misty soul rushed in. This soul was very weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. Senior, the Grand Elder is here to kill. He wants to kill the sect master. After the child rushed in, he immediately shouted at Lin Ling. After saying this, his soul completely dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Ling softly sighed. He knew that this child's soul had dissipated. It was caused by a powerhouse. In fact, the three lives mantra that Lin Ling had imparted to the child over the past few days was a divine ability cultivation method for cultivating soul force. Unfortunately, the child's fortuitous opportunity was too shallow, and the time he spent cultivating it was too short. After experiencing such a great calamity, he finally died. Lin Ling knew that all of this was the child's good fortune. "Don't worry, I will avenge you." Although Lin Ling was very open-minded, his heart was still cold. After being silent for so long, he finally decided to make a move. In fact, when he entered the Qilin sect, Lin Ling had already planned to make a move and kill the Grand Elder Siduhan. However, there was a time when he realized that Siduhan was stronger than he imagined. His soul force was more terrifying than Lin Ling's, so Lin Ling did not make a move. Only when his soul force had increased to 50% did he plan to make a move. Unfortunately, he was still too slow, and at this moment, the Qilin sect was in a state of chaos. A large number of sect disciples were killing each other everywhere. These people were all followers of the Great Elder. "Why do you want to kill us?" The disciples of the sect who had been killed were in disbelief. "Idiot, do you really think we're from the same sect as you? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Kill them. Devour their souls. From today onwards, the Qilin gate belongs to us." Siduhan's disciples slaughtered everywhere, and the entire sect was plunged into misery and suffering. As for Siduhan, his white robes fluttered in the wind and his long white hair flowed down his back. He walked calmly towards the main hall of the sect. "Siduhan, how dare you betray the sect leader? Have you forgotten who saved you from the Tiger clan? Back then, you were on the verge of death. It was the sect leader who saved you." A large number of sect masters rushed out from the hall, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Siduhan. With a wave of his arm, a powerful soul force suppressed them, almost tearing those souls apart. Those masters who rushed out all had their souls turn illusory. Their souls were unstable and they were heavily injured. "Sect leader, please hand over the position of sect leader." Siduhan stood at the entrance of the hall and shouted towards the inside. Within the hall, there was a bit of silence. After a moment, a large number of figures finally walked out. The one leading them was impressively young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God coldly looked at Siduhan. His face was gloomy. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Siduhan. This person had hidden his strength deeply. The strength of his soul was even more formidable than his own. "Siduhan, you've really decided to do this? Hehe, sect leader, you've already sensed it. So, why bother asking such nonsense? I know you've had thoughts of betraying me for a long time, but I always thought that since I saved your life, you wouldn't betray me. Even if you were possessed for a moment, it would only be temporary. Now, you know you're wrong." Siduhan laughed. Behind him, a large number of disciples appeared, surrounding the hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Qilin sect's people don't want to die. All of you submit to sect leader Situ." Someone shouted at the entire Qilin sect. Qilin sect was in chaos at this moment. All of the souls were either dead or injured. They sat on the ground in need, watching Siduhan force them to abdicate. "Alright, I'll hand over the position of sect leader to you." Young Master Dragon God stared at Siduhan and finally sighed softly. The people of Qilin sect had followed him for a long time. The entire Qilin sect was also fought by him. At the beginning, there was only one person. Gradually, there were tens of thousands of people. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for them. He had no memories of his previous life. Therefore, to him, the people of the sect were actually like his relatives and friends. "Hehe, after you hand over the position of sect leader, I want your soul too." At this moment, Siduhan spoke again. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Siduhan to be so greedy. Young Master Dragon God's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe it. "Sect Master, thank you for saving me that day. However, you should know that only when our souls become stronger will we be able to obtain good fortune and be reincarnated. This netherworld is a bottomless hell. Ordinary souls are unable to cultivate a physical body. Only by being reincarnated can we be reincarnated. Only by reincarnating can we step into the eternal and indestructible Great Tao. In your soul force, there are fragments of the dragon god's soul. Devouring you will greatly improve my soul force. Siduhan smiled and said, back then, you saved me. Why don't you save me again today? Shameless. The people behind young Master Dragon God cursed. The people of the sect were also angry, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Hand over your soul and I will spare your people. If you don't hand it over, after I devour you, they will all die. Siduhan said nonchalantly. Sect leader, don't believe what he said. This person has no principles and is ungrateful. Sect leader, if you hand over your soul, he will definitely kill us. Yes, sect leader, let's fight to the death. Even if we die, it's better than having our souls devoured by them. Moreover, since they want to kill us, we have to give them a heavy blow and injure their souls. Sect leader. Behind young Master Dragon God, everyone shouted, however, young Master Dragon God was silent. In fact, how could he not know everyone's concerns? However, if he fought with all his might, his people would definitely die. Young Master Dragon God pondered for a moment and finally said, unless you release your soul force, as long as I hand over my soul, you will let my people go. Otherwise, I will never hand over my soul. Sect leader. Seeing that young Master Dragon God was about to sacrifice himself, the people behind him all shouted. Ha ha ha, I have always treated you as the sect leader, but you didn't believe me. Now that I have rebelled against you, you should be convinced. Siduhan laughed and found a good excuse for his ingratitude. However, they are right. I did not intend to let them go. Originally, if you had obediently handed over your soul, we would have avoided a big battle. Now, it seems that this battle is not going to end well. Now, it seems that this battle is unavoidable. As soon as he said this, young Master Dragon God secretly scolded himself. He almost believed Siduhan. This guy really planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. He wanted the entire sect to fight against Siduhan. Even if he died, he wanted Siduhan's soul to be damaged. Rumble. Looking at the white-haired man, the Qilin sect suddenly quieted down. So cold. Someone suddenly said. Who is he? However, not everyone recognized the white-haired man, unless it was young Master Dragon God. After all, Lin Ling had always lived in seclusion in the Qilin sect. Not to mention the newcomers, even the elders did not remember him. Who are you? As Lin Ling got closer and closer, someone from Siduhan's side finally shouted. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he continued to walk forward. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. How dare you? The people on Siduhan's side were finally enraged. They all attacked Lin Ling. Their attacks were simple. After all, without a physical body, they could not cultivate spirit essence. Therefore, their attacks were all soul force attacks. According to common sense, their soul force was one of the top existences in the Qilin sect. Under their joint attack, the white-haired man would undoubtedly die. However, the white-haired man did not seem to hear. He only shouted, "Scram!" A terrifying soul force swept out in all directions with the white-haired man as the center. Bang bang bang. Those who rushed towards the white-haired man all had their souls explode, turning into ashes. There were more than a dozen people here, and they were all elders of the sect. Moreover, their souls exploded, not their souls dissipated. This showed how great the gap between Lin Ling's soul force and theirs was. What? Everyone around Siduhan stared with wide eyes. The entire Qilin sect was the same. Even young Master Dragon God found this hard to believe. He had always revered Lin Ling, but he never knew how strong Lin Ling was. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Who are you? Seeing Lin Ling walking over step by step, the people around all took a step back and asked nervously. Scram. Lin Ling did not even look at them. His powerful soul force spread out, bang bang bang. These people's souls exploded and were absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked forward like this, his soul force constantly pressing out. Bang bang bang, wherever it passed, Siduhan's disciples were all scared out of their wits. How terrifying. Everyone trembled with fear, feeling that Lin Ling was like the god of death. It's you. At this moment, Siduhan also recognized Lin Ling. His pupils trembled. He never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. One must know that a year ago, he had also investigated this white-haired man. However, the result was that this white-haired man was very ordinary. Not worth mentioning. It's him. I remember now, it's the white-haired man that the sect leader brought back. How can he be so strong? After Sidohan's reminder, the others gradually came to their senses and were extremely shocked. It seems that I have underestimated you. Sidohan looked deeply at Lin Ling, then said indifferently, how about following me? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at Sidohan without saying a word. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will become the great elder of the Qilin sect. Moreover, our Qilin sect will become even stronger and dominate the nearby area. Any cultivation treasure will belong to our Qilin sect. Seeing that Lin Ling remained silent, Sidohan continued to say. Young Master Dragon Deity also looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. He was afraid that Lin Ling would agree. I can even hand over the position of sect leader to you. Sidohan said again. He could sense that this white-haired man was very strong. In order to prevent any accidents, he planned to recruit him first. You are not qualified. Finally, Lin Ling spoke, his words made Sidohan's pupils dilate. He was not qualified? Do you know who you are talking to? I gave you face, but you don't want it. The disciples and elders around Sidohan all shouted angrily. If it were not for Sidohan's words, they would have already attacked. Die. Lin Ling only had one word. He used the three extreme universe destruction and destroyed the souls of these people. In the blink of an eye, only 30% of the people following Sidohan were left. They were all silent, and their eyes widened in disbelief. He was too strong. In front of Sidohan, he had killed so many people in a single move. No one could stop him. Moreover, this person was so cold. He was probably an existence that killed people like flies. Because he had killed so many souls, his expression did not change at all. In fact, even Sidohan's expression changed drastically. He felt that this white-haired man was from the Nine Serenities hell. Perhaps he was a fugitive who had escaped from the destruction hell. One had to know that the destruction hell also had a prison area. The souls there were miserable. They had to face the great tribulation of hell every day. It was the real great tribulation of hell. You insist on going against me. Sidohan's voice became cold. He knew that this white-haired man was difficult to deceive. The only way was to fight. You are not qualified. Lin Ling still said the same sentence. However, in his hand, the sword of faith appeared. He knew that Sidohan was very strong. He was more powerful than the ordinary Xianxias. He was just hiding it. Sidohan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Then, his expression changed drastically. What kind of power is this? Although he was a soul and had lost his memories, he knew that in the underworld, other than the gods of the underworld, all souls had no other power. The only power they had was soul power. Could this person be a god of the underworld? You are not qualified to know. Lin Ling said for the third time that he was not qualified. That was indeed the case, because he was a soul with memories. The others did not. Even though he had memories, Lin Ling was still a god. Moreover, he was beyond the control of the underworld. He was not under the control of the underworld at all. Whoosh, Lin Ling slashed out. This was the first time he had used the sword of faith in the underworld. Swoosh, the sword slashed across Sidohan. His soul was cut open, and he could not fight back at all. The area that was cut open seemed to be burned by flames and gradually dissipated. You, who are you? Sidohan's soul trembled and finally turned into ashes. He's dead. The people who followed Sidohan were shocked. Die. Lin Ling also killed them with a single slash. At this point, the matter of the Qilin sect's betrayal was solved by Lin Ling alone. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and was speechless. Although most people did not know Lin Ling, there were a few people who knew about Lin Ling. They never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. All right, I'm leaving. The sword of faith in Lin Ling's hand disappeared. He knew that by using the sword of faith, he would be discovered by the underworld. To avoid affecting others, he had to leave immediately. As senior, young Master Dragon God looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Follow me. Lin Ling did not say anything. His soul floated down the stairs. young Master Dragon God quickly followed and the two arrived outside the sect. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. Young Master Dragon God was behind him. He looked at Lin Ling's fluttering white hair and the awe in his heart grew stronger. In fact, I know your past life and know your origin. I also know that your race is in the underworld. My purpose for this trip is to bring you all back. Lin Ling finally spoke. Seeing this, young Master Dragon God was even more shocked. This was the first time he had heard of a soul with memories in the underworld. He was even more certain that this white-haired man was a true powerhouse. I will teach you the 3 lives curse of the past. It will speed up your soul cultivation. If you cultivate it to the limit, you will be able to find your past memories. However, how much you can find will depend on your luck. I said that the next time we meet will be when I leave. Now that I am leaving, remember, if anyone asks about me in the future, you must tell them the truth. However, do not say that I knew you. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a great disaster. Also, you must not speak of the 3 lives curse of the past to anyone. Perhaps in the future, I will come to find you again. Before that, even if you obtain your memories, you must not speak of it. Do you understand? Lin Ling turned around and looked at young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God's soul trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was bringing him to break the underworld's taboo. How could he not want to know the memories of the past? Plop, he knelt down and kowtowed, "Senior, this junior will listen to senior's words. I am not your senior. We were once friends." Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Then, he took a step and floated into the distance. Even if he was a friend, he was still a friend that I respected. Young Master Dragon God still knelt there, muttering to himself. As Lin Ling walked forward, he began to think of his next path. In his hand, the Sword of Faith still appeared. His goal was to draw away the gods of the underworld and prevent them from finding the Qilin sect. Lin Ling, try to recover all your soul force and then look for a body. Along the way, Master Guanqing reminded Lin Ling. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of an ancient sea. Looking at the black sea, his brows furrowed. This sea was black, as if it had swallowed countless souls. However, in the depths of the sea, Lin Ling sensed powerful soul fluctuations. This sea seems to have a treasure that can greatly increase one's soul force. Master Guanqing also sensed it. Go in. Lin Ling looked back into the distance, hoping to shake off his pursuers with the help of the ocean. After that, his soul floated through the Black Sea. He realized that there were many islands in the sea, and on the islands, many souls were cultivating. Because the sea devoured souls, cultivating on the islands would help the souls recover. The speed of recovery was even faster. Someone is flying past. At the same time, many souls sensed Lin Ling. They flew out, wanting to investigate. Die. Lin Ling knew that those who could appear here had all devoured countless souls. If he didn't do anything, they would still kill him if they had the chance. He activated his powerful soul power to kill these souls. Your Excellency, you. The souls were all shocked. They did not expect the white-haired man to be so cruel, killing them without saying a word. Their souls were scattered. And part of their souls were absorbed by Lin Ling, increasing Lin Ling's soul power. Unfortunately, their souls were very weak, and were not of much help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move forward, killing the souls he encountered. Gradually, he killed millions of souls. However, in the sea, there were countless souls, and he couldn't kill them all. After all, the underworld was the reincarnation land of the universe, and naturally, there were many souls gathered there. As time passed, Lin Ling became famous for his killing. The nearby islands all knew that a cold-blooded powerhouse had come to the Black Soul Sea, and he killed anyone he encountered. Many people were angry about this, but the white-haired man was too strong, and they could not resist. Gradually, most of the souls heard that Lin Ling had appeared in a direction, and they fled far away. Lin Ling chose an island and recovered his soul power every day. Gradually, his soul power reached 60%. On this day, he went to look for prey again. However, on an island, he saw a huge skeleton. This skeleton was the skeleton of a giant tortoise, and it seemed to be dug up in the Black Soul Sea. Lin Ling also saw it in the underworld, excluding the Xianxia. Apart from the Xianxia, it was the second thing with a body. however, Lin Ling felt that in the skeleton, it made his soul jump. This skeleton can greatly increase soul power, and it is comparable to the soul-gathering tree king. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he floated down from the sky. Hurry, we have to bring this tortoise back. The Black Sea King has been waiting for a long time. On the island, a large number of souls were pulling the skeleton. Even if they did not refine it, they could feel their souls constantly condensing when they were close to the skeleton. However, at this moment, Lin Ling arrived. Who are you? Not good, it's the god of death. The spirits were originally enraged, but when they saw the head of white hair, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Lin Ling's ferocious name in the Black Soul Ocean was known as the Death God. His ferocious name had already spread far and wide. Lin Ling didn't care about them. His eyes were fixed on the mountain-like skeleton. His eyes twinkled. As he got closer, he could feel the power of the skeleton. He estimated that it could restore 20% of his soul power. At that time, he would have 80% of his soul power, which was extremely powerful. Senior God of Death, this skeleton is wanted by the Black Sea King. Moreover, it does not belong to the Black Sea King alone. It was divided among the 7 Sea Kings. Senior God of Death, please have mercy. If you snatch it, how can we report to the Black Sea King? Yes, and the Black Sea King will not let you go. The souls begged for mercy. If you die, there is no need to report to the Black Sea King. Lin Ling said coldly. His powerful soul power covered the entire island, and he attacked. Now, his soul power had recovered 60%, and when he attacked, it was as if a universe was suppressing him. This feeling was not the power of a soul, but more like the power of the Xianxia king. Don't. A large number of souls begged for mercy, and they did not dare to resist. However, after Lin Ling came to the underworld, his heart was cold. He would kill anyone he saw. After all, he wasn't a good person. It was just that he had always been able to suppress his murderous nature. However, after Yu and the others died, Lin Ling almost turned completely dark. In fact, Lin Ling also noticed the change in his state of mind, but he did not care and allowed his state of mind to turn evil, because only by doing so could he become stronger. After a long time, the souls on the island were killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling carried the huge skeleton and flew along the sea. So powerful, look at that person, he is carrying such a huge skeleton. That is the god of death, avoid him. Oh my god, he stole the Black Sea King's skeleton. The Black Sea King spent a lot of manpower and tens of thousands of years to dig it out. The Black Sea King will not let this go. If the 7 Sea Kings come, the god of death will have to fight with them. The souls on the islands were discussing spiritedly. When they saw Lin Ling, their souls trembled, and they avoided him. Lin Ling ignored them. He knew that the skeleton was targeted by the strong, but he had nothing to fear. As long as he refined it, it would be enough to kill those Sea Kings. Lin Ling nodded. Although he wasn't afraid of the Black Sea King, he didn't want anyone to disturb him while he was recovering his soul. He was different from other souls. He had memories and knew that some spirit arrays could be set up with soul force. However, most spirit arrays were set up with spiritual energy. With soul force as the foundation, these spirit arrays weren't strong. Luckily, Lin Ling's goal wasn't to kill the enemy, but to stall for time. After spending some time to set up the array, Lin Ling entered the depths of the island and began to refine the huge skeleton. Deep in the island's underground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In front of him was a giant skeleton. His soul power was vibrating non-stop. It was like a giant spider web that covered the entire skeleton. He wanted to devour the skeleton in one gulp, however, he soon discovered that he had overestimated his own soul force. Lin Ling, slowly refine it. You've waited for so long. You don't need to wait any longer. Guangqingzi knew that Lin Ling was anxious, so he advised. Lin Ling let out a breath. His soul gradually stabilized. Then, like a flame, it landed on a corner of the skeleton and slowly began to burn and refine it. The strange thing was that this skeleton was originally an ordinary divine beast skeleton. However, after refining it, a dense mist spread out, condensing and restoring soul force. Lin Ling guessed that this was because the skeleton had been buried at the bottom of the sea. After accumulating for so long, it had absorbed too many souls. Time quietly passed. When 30% of the skeleton was refined, the entire island suddenly trembled. The seawater beneath the island also roared. Lin Ling opened his eyes and sneered, "It's here." Then, he continued to close his eyes and slowly refine the skeleton. At this moment, on the island, a large number of souls had gathered. A man with black hair stood in the sky, angrily looking at the entire island. "Is it here?" This man had a tyrannical aura. Not only was he tall and sturdy, but there were runes all over his black body. Moreover, there was a horn hidden in his long hair. The Black Sea King, the tyrant of the Black Soul Ocean, he had been in the Black Soul Ocean for more than 100,000 years. He had countless experts under his command and had even killed at least 10 million souls. No one in the Onyx Soul Ocean dared to offend him. Moreover, he had an extremely good relationship with the Nether Soldier. "My king, it should be here." Behind the man, someone coldly shouted. "What should I do? I want to be sure." The man roared angrily, grabbed the person who spoke, and tore his soul apart. "Definitely, definitely." The other souls were trembling in fear. In the distance, the souls from the various islands were watching. When they saw the Black Sea King, they nodded and pointed at the island. "The Grim Reaper is on the island." "That's right. I saw him carrying a huge skeleton towards the island." That skeleton was in the form of a Shan turtle. Hearing the many voices, the people below the Black Sea King's tomb nodded and looked at the Black Sea King. "Grim Reaper? What the hell? You dare to call yourself a god of death in front of me? Blow up this island." The Black Sea King was enraged. He summoned millions of souls to attack the island. Kill. Countless souls rushed towards the island, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's array. All of them seemed to have lost their way as they kept going in circles on the island. As the array did not have any spiritual energy, it only had the effect of bewitching souls. "What are you doing?" In the sky, the Black Sea King was even more enraged when he saw the souls below his tomb circling around like silly donkeys. "Black Sea King, this island is a little strange. Someone must have set up some tricks." At this moment, there were surging soul waves coming from afar. Following that, a large number of souls flew over. Furthermore, there were souls in other directions. They were majestically gathering, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. "Black Sea King, where are our skeletons?" A deep voice sounded like a thunderclap, spreading throughout the Onyx Soul Ocean. "The 7 Sea Kings have gathered," someone said nervously. His soul was trembling non-stop, as though it was about to dissipate. "I heard that the skeletons are precious treasures. There is only one of them in the entire infernal realm. The 7 Sea Kings have worked together to mine them for many years. Now that the Grim Reaper has snatched it away, the 7 Sea Kings are furious and came from afar. The Grim Reaper is probably going to die this time." Waves of whispers also rang out. "The skeletons are on the island. However, the Grim Reaper has some tricks up his sleeves. He actually managed to bewitch my soldiers." The Black Sea King looked at the other Sea Kings and said coldly. In the blink of an eye, a total of 6 Sea Kings appeared in front of the Black Sea King. All of them were looking at the island furiously. "Explode. Even if I have to use countless souls to pile up, I want this island to be torn apart. Kill them." The Sea Kings did not say anything and ordered their subordinates to attack the island. "The people on the island far away, get your ass over here and bombard the island. If anyone dares to say no, I will destroy his soul." The Black Sea King looked at the souls on the island far away and said, "Go, go, go. Go now." Those souls did not dare to provoke the Black Sea King. They nodded and rushed into the island. Tens of millions of souls rushed into the island and released their soul force. Finally, the island began to shake. In the underground cave, Lin Ling opened his eyes and the cold smile on his face deepened. "I didn't expect you to have some strength." He was not afraid at all and continued to refine the skeletons. Unknowingly, half of the skeletons in front of him had already been refined. Rumble, the entire island was shaking. The barrier that Lin Ling had set up began to dissipate. Finally, under the attack of tens of millions of souls, it was destroyed. "My king, those mysterious methods are gone," someone said happily to the 7 Sea King in the sky. "Good, good, good. Find that damned fellow." The seven Sea Kings smiled and were very satisfied with the result in front of them. Tens of millions of souls released their souls again and attacked the island. The huge island began to shatter like an eggshell. The small fragments floated away with the sea, causing the island to become smaller and smaller. The Grim Reaper has really hidden himself well. We have been fighting for so long, but we still haven't seen him. Someone said in shock. As long as he is still on the island, how can we not find him with tens of millions of people? The other souls sneered. Caw caw caw, the island became smaller and smaller. Finally, someone saw the huge skeletons deep underground and shouted, "My king, the black tortoise's skeletons are there." With that, everyone stared at the huge skeletons through the hole. The seven Sea Kings smiled. They had finally found it. However, their smiles did not last long because they realized that the skeletons were burning and were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good, the Grim Reaper is refining our skeletons. The Black Sea King roared, his body trembling with anger. How is this possible? How did he refine such a huge skeleton? Could it be that he has the means to refine it? The other Sea Kings frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Stop him immediately. The Black Sea King anxiously shouted and ordered his subordinates to rush into the cave to stop Lin Ling. However, before they could rush into the cave, a white-haired man slowly walked out. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand held a gigantic tortoise shell. He squeezed through the cave and floated out. Looking at the gigantic black tortoise skeleton, there was only a tortoise shell left. Furthermore, half of the tortoise shell had been burned. Die. After the white-haired man walked out, he lightly spat out a word, rumble. A terrifying soul force surged out like an ocean. When 1,000,000 souls approached, they were all reduced to ashes. It was like a curse. Those who were cursed had nowhere to run. In the sky above the shattered island, all the souls fell silent. What a terrifying method, killing 1,000,000 in one move. Death God. Many souls said nervously. These people had long known of Lin Ling's ferocious reputation. Now that they saw Lin Ling, their souls immediately trembled. You are the one who snatched my skeleton. The Seven Seas King looked angrily at Lin Ling, especially when they saw that only half of the tortoise shell was left. They shouted loudly. How were they, the Seven Seas King, supposed to split such a small amount of skeleton? So what if I am? Lin Ling was still refining the skeleton. He looked up at the Seven Seas King and said, "Before I finish refining, get out of my way. Otherwise, all of you will die. You don't know death." The Black Sea King was enraged. He was the first to pounce at Lin Ling. He wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces and kill him again and again. Kill him. The other 6 Sea Kings were also filled with killing intent. All of them pounced at Lin Ling. Seeing that their king had made a move, the other souls naturally pounced at Lin Ling as well. The scene immediately became extremely spectacular. Tens of millions of souls charged at Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was a god, he could not withstand the biting of so many souls. You are the ones who don't know death. Seeing so many souls pounce at him, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Now, he had already recovered more than 70% of his soul. He was just a little bit away from 80%, but these people came to cause trouble. The sword of faith appeared in his hand as he slashed out. Swoosh, this sword was like a soul-collecting weapon. It killed millions of souls. The Black Sea King was the fastest, but he was killed by this sword. He watched as his soul burned. Ah, what kind of method is this? The Black Sea King let out a shrill cry. He was the Black Soul Sea King, but he could not block the Grim Reaper's sword. Not good. This isn't soul power. This is the Grim Reaper's ability. The other Sea Kings were so scared that their souls were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapse. Die. Lin Ling lifted the tortoise shell with one hand and released a powerful soul force. Universe 3 Extremes break. Because his soul force had recovered by 70%, the big ray had already turned into 3 universes, crazily destroying everything in front of him. Ah, cries of agony could be heard as tens of millions of souls were killed and turned into ashes. Scary, so scary. Who is he? Oh no, he must be a netherworld general. The people at the back were lucky and managed to escape, but they were still scared out of their wits. Only now did they know that killing millions of souls was just an appetizer. The real scary part was killing tens of millions of souls. Moreover, 5 ocean kings were obliterated within. They had nowhere to run, and their souls were cut into pieces. Only one ocean king managed to escape the great calamity. Now, they finally knew what kind of existence they had offended. The Grim Reaper was indeed the Grim Reaper. "My lord, he is here." But at this moment, screams could be heard from afar. A large number of Yixias flew over, and among them, there was a Yixia king with 3 heads and 6 arms. "Lin Ling, you are not dead yet. You have escaped here." When the Yixia king saw Lin Ling on the island, he suddenly shouted. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Indeed, after he used the Sword of Faith, the Netherworld general had noticed him. "Netherworld soldier, the Netherworld soldier is here." When the souls in the distance saw the Yixias, they all shouted in surprise. The remaining Sea King pointed at Lin Ling and said, "My lord, this man must have escaped from the prison. Kill him, kill him." The Yixia king ignored him and appeared in the sky above the island. He looked down at Lin Ling, and his 3 heads were full of anger. "You are really good at escaping. I have chased you for so long." All this time, he had thought that Lin Ling's soul had been destroyed. However, he did not dare to go back because of his mission. Therefore, he kept searching in this level of hell. Then, he sensed a power that was different from soul power. Out of curiosity, he followed the clues and came here. Unfortunately, this power disappeared and reappeared from time to time, which made him search for a long time. Not long ago, he sensed this power again. Then, he led people to search and finally found Lin Ling. "You have worked hard to chase me for so long," Lin Ling said coldly. At the same time, he looked at the turtle shell in his hand and found that there were only a few left. "Lin Ling, where is your mark of the Netherworld?" The Yixia king suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to refine the turtle shell in his hand. "I asked you a question. Did you hear me?" The Yixia king wanted to know how Lin Ling removed the mark of the Netherworld. After all, this was the first case in the history of the Netherworld. However, Lin Ling still did not say anything. "Go to hell." The Yixia king could not stand it anymore. His 3 heads roared and weapons appeared on his 6 arms. He pounced on Lin Ling. He was not a soul. He was a deity of the Netherworld and a general of the Netherworld. Normally, the souls of the Netherworld were no match for the Yixia king. Encountering him was like encountering a natural enemy. "Die." Seeing the Yixia king attack, all the souls were filled with anticipation. However, Lin Ling still ignored the Yixia king because the turtle shell in his hand had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. When the turtle shell completely disappeared, Lin Ling clenched his left hand and took a step forward. The Yixia king was less than 10 meters away from Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling pouncing on him, he was shocked by Lin Ling's action. In the Netherworld mining area, Lin Ling was like an ant. Lin Ling could not even withstand the pressure of the Yixia king's aura, let alone attack him. Now, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack him? Is he crazy? "Let me inflict serious damage on your soul." The Yixia king bared his teeth in anger. Whoosh, however, a blinding light flashed in front of him and passed by him. It was so fast that the Yixia king did not even have time to react. Why did Lin Ling suddenly increase his speed? When did his soul become so powerful? Clang. At the same time, the weapons in his 6 arms all shattered. Then, he felt a sharp pain. The Yixia king lowered his head and saw a glaring sword wound on his chest. The sword wound had cut him open. Sword? Where did Lin Ling get the sword from? "Your soul has recovered?" The Yixia king's heart exploded. All 3 of his heads were in disbelief. 80% of my soul has recovered. Lin Ling stood with the Yixia king on his back and said calmly, "Moreover, I still have my memories." "What?" The Yixia king's 3 heads cried out in shock. Then, with a loud bang, blood gushed out from the wound and his body was cut in half. The cold sword slashed down and cut through the sky of hell. Ah! The dazed soul was killed by Lin Ling's sword. It cried out in pain as it was incinerated into nothingness. Lin Ling's white hair danced in the wind. His face was as cold as the Netherworld. He took a step forward and slashed again. Ah! Even more souls were being killed. Now, the Netherworld was hunting Lin Ling. These people knew Lin Ling's secret. If he could get rid of them, he would, especially those Yixias. They couldn't be left alive. When the last soul was killed, Lin Ling put away the sword of faith and strode forward along the sea of black souls. Now that Xianxia King had found him, Lin Ling would be found sooner or later if the Netherworld sent an army to search this part of hell. He had to leave this dangerous place. Lin Ling, even if you kill them all, the Netherworld will know where you are. Although they don't know your exact location, they will definitely lock onto this part of hell. Guangchengzi's voice floated out. He didn't care about Lin Ling killing so many souls. He was only afraid that Lin Ling would lose himself. After all, he was an ancient god. He knew that the destruction of the world was actually the salvation of the world. Moreover, the people of this world were all ants. This was the thought of every giant universe god. Now, my soul power has recovered to 80%. I can kill Netherworld generals and even the stronger Netherworld deities. However, I can only rely on the sword of faith. Without a physical body, it will be troublesome. If I can find a suitable physical body, it will be fine. And Xianxia King's body isn't strong. Its potential is too weak to bear my cultivation. If I want to roam the Netherworld and find Yu and the others, a physical body is indispensable. Lin Ling kept talking. His soul energy had recovered to 70% or 80%. It wasn't difficult for him to kill a superior god. He could even kill a king-level giant universe god with a sword of faith, but the number of times he could use it was limited. After all, he didn't have a physical body. Die. As Lin Ling advanced, he killed all the souls he encountered to prevent them from following him. Don't kill me. I have parents and children to take care of. The souls that were killed were screaming, but to Lin Ling, they were like ants struggling. Lin Ling, look ahead. There's a huge whirlpool. After walking for an unknown period of time, Guangchengzi suddenly pointed to the front and said. Far away in the Black Soul Sea, a huge whirlpool appeared. There was nothing around it, and it was eerily silent. This place was like the forbidden zone of the Black Soul Sea. Lin Ling, go in. I have a feeling that we'll be able to leave this hell. Guangchengzi sensed for a moment and suggested. Are you sure? Lin Ling asked. I'm not sure, Master Guangcheng said. However, I can sense a different aura coming from the vortex, and it's different from the hell of extermination. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He was eager to leave the hell of annihilation. After all, he had heard that the hell of annihilation was actually a prison. If one was imprisoned there, they would never be able to leave and would be tortured daily. Originally, Lin Ling guessed that the underworld would definitely send him to the 18th level of hell after capturing him, but at that time, Lin Ling's soul was weak and the underworld was afraid that his soul would dissipate, so they placed him in the Netherworld mining area. However, the underworld did not expect that Lin Ling would be able to escape. Lin Ling shot into the huge whirlpool and his soul immediately trembled. It was extremely unstable. Fortunately, he had recovered 80% of his soul, so he was not in any danger when facing the huge whirlpool. The seawater swept Lin Ling towards the depths. The seawater was extremely cold, as though it was formed from countless souls. Towards the end, Lin Ling felt countless withered arms reaching out from the churning seawater, trying to pull Lin Ling to be a scapegoat. Scram! The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he constantly cut off those withered arms, and the deeper he went, the more withered arms there were. There was even a scene of a mountain of corpses. Countless skeletons were wriggling about, pulling at Lin Ling. It made one's scalp tingle. It was hard to imagine. If Lin Ling did not have the sword of faith and only relied on his soul force, he would definitely die here. And when Lin Ling disappeared into the huge whirlpool, above the Black Soul Sea, a massive number of Xianxias and Netherworld soldiers appeared. There were even Netherworld cavalry galloping about, plundering Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually didn't die. He escaped from the underworld's control. We must find him. These Netherworld cavalry were incomparably powerful and had the strength of a higher god. Moreover, there were many of them, plundering the area. Unfortunately, there was no harvest. As for the high-level figures of the underworld, a massive number of powerhouses were holding a meeting to discuss Lin Ling's matter. What did Lin Ling rely on to escape? Before entering the underworld, his soul underwent 3 baptisms. He shouldn't be hiding anything. Moreover, he has also removed the underworld mark. Could it be that someone is helping him? The most terrifying thing is that he has recovered his memories. If that's the case, he can cultivate in the underworld. If he recovers his future strength, he might be able to break out of the underworld and leave this place. Many Yama kings were discussing, their faces solemn. Don't worry, he doesn't have a physical body. Even if he has his memories, he can't recover his former strength. However, at this moment, a white-haired, sharp-tongued old man spoke up. Upon hearing this, the Yama kings finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seal the destruction hell and increase the number of troops. No matter what, we must find Lin Ling. The underworld god is about to wake up. If he knows that Lin Ling has disappeared, he will definitely punish us. Don't worry, as long as Lin Ling is still in the destruction hell, we will definitely find him. From this moment on, seal the destruction hell. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Let's begin. However, they did not know that after Lin Ling entered the whirlpool, he was already incomparably close to the next hell. The sword of faith in Lin Ling's hand was incomparably dim. The power of the worlds will had been consumed too much. After all, he had killed his way here. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that the whirlpool had slowed down, as if it was showing signs of stopping. Looking above his head, he saw that the huge whirlpool seemed to be frozen and gradually stopped moving. Not good, it's the ice of the netherworld. Lin Ling, hurry up and rush into the whirlpool. This place is about to be sealed. Guang Chengxi's voice suddenly floated over, full of anxiety. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. The speed of his soul erupted as he rushed towards the finish line. The closer he got to the end of the whirlpool, the smaller the current became, as if the seawater had reached another world. Gradually, Lin Ling rushed into it and disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the entire whirlpool froze, and the small entrance was sealed by a strange ice. This was the ice of the netherworld, which could freeze the soul. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Ling rushed out. After rushing out of the whirlpool, Lin Ling discovered that he had arrived at another hell. Here, the sky was filled with yellow sand and it was incomparably hot. Ordinary souls would definitely be injured here. Fortunately, although this place was hot, there was no sunlight. Otherwise, even if Lin Ling had recovered 80% of his soul force, he would still be injured under the sunlight for a long time. I'm guessing that the Hell of Destruction has been sealed and the entire underworld is searching for you there. Guang Chengxi said. He was afraid that if Lin Ling was sealed in the Hell of Destruction, he would be captured by Lin Ling sooner or later. It's troublesome to not have a body. Lin Ling felt extremely lucky to have encountered the maelstrom. Otherwise, he would be like a trapped beast. Flying like this took a long time. After a long time, Lin Ling finally felt tired. He landed on a sand dune and slowly recovered his soul force. Where do you think you're going? But at this time, two figures flew across the sky, one in front and one behind. It seemed like the former was fleeing and the latter was chasing. Their speed was very fast, and in an instant, they passed through the yellow sand and flew towards Lin Ling's direction. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that they both had bodies. They seemed to be gods from the underworld. The god in front was an old man wearing a large cloak. The one behind was a woman with long arms and a strange appearance, but Lin Ling had a feeling that he had seen this person before. Oh right, someone from the underworld's south tomb. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Back then, he had offended the underworld mainly because of the underworld's demon sealer. Following the demon sealer was a woman who claimed to be from the underworld's south tomb. The underworld's south tomb people were probably a tribe from the underworld. Their characteristic was their very long arms. Hand over the map. The woman at the back let out a sharp cry. Nan Wan, do you really want to force me? If you make me unhappy, don't blame me for destroying the map. The old man in front shouted coldly. He seemed to be very afraid of that woman. The two of them gradually approached from afar. The old man in front seemed to have seen Lin Ling on the ground and hurriedly flew over, attempting to use Lin Ling to attract Nan Wan's attention. Bang bang, the two slammed into the ground one after another, causing yellow sand to fly up into the sky. Sir, help me. I have a map of the Dizong Palace. As long as you help me, I'll bring you there. After the old man landed, he immediately rushed towards Lin Ling. However, after taking a few steps, his expression changed. Soul? Previously, he had only taken a cursory glance at Lin Ling and thought that he was a god. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the other party was actually a soul. It was just that this soul was very powerful, causing him to misunderstand. Die. Lin Ling activated the three extremes of the universe and directly obliterated the old man. The reason why the old man flew towards Lin Ling was to bring danger to him. If Lin Ling could not defeat these two people, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lin Ling directly killed the old man. Boom, in just one exchange, the elder stopped moving. His soul had been torn apart by the universe's three extremes destruction. You. The girl called Nanwan's expression changed drastically. She had thought that it was some powerful cultivator, but it turned out that it was just a soul. She had wanted to kill it, but who would have thought that this soul would be so powerful? Now, she was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. She even felt that if Lin Ling wanted to kill her, it would only take a moment. Lin Ling ignored her and searched the old man's body. He found many treasures, some for cultivating souls, and some for cultivation. Among them, a palm-sized stone appeared. There were lines carved on it, and it seemed to be a map. However, this map was only one of them. What's this? Lin Ling sized up the map fragment and looked at the girl. Senior, this is the map of Dizong Palace. In 10 days, everyone who has the map will gather and enter Dizong Palace. The girl did not dare to hide anything and quickly said. Dizong Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. When he looked at the girl again, there was a hint of killing intent. Thud, the girl knelt down directly and kowtowed continuously. Senior, spare me, spare me. She sensed that this man was very cold and murderous. He was probably going to kill her. I know where to gather. If you kill me, you will miss the trip to Dizong Palace. The girl spoke again, knowing that she would die without a doubt if she did not give him some benefits. Seeing that, Lin Ling pondered. He urgently needed to find a physical body and escape the pursuit of the underworld. Dizong Palace was probably a good place. Lead the way. Then, Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the girl was definitely not a kind person since she could chase after the old man. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of her. It was hard to say who would kill who when the time came. Yes, yes, yes. The girl stood up hurriedly and flew into the sky. Behind her, Lin Ling took a step forward and followed slowly. Who is this person? Why is his soul power so strong? Could it be a dead soul who is going to reincarnate? But how can there be such a strong dead soul? Moreover, I can't detect any underworld mark on him. He's probably an old monster who has cultivated for tens of millions of years and just happened to come out of seclusion. We're unlucky to meet him. He's cold-blooded and heartless. Now, he still thinks that I'm useful, so he didn't kill me. But when I'm finished, he'll definitely kill me. The girl's thoughts were running wild. She wanted to get rid of Lin Ling, but she did not dare. In the end, she could only take one step at a time. Not long after, a valley appeared in front of them. Outside the valley, sand rushed into the sky and whistled. However, the valley was very quiet. There was a small courtyard inside, and it looked very ordinary. After the girl landed, she led Lin Ling into the valley. Along the way, Lin Ling also noticed that there were many strong people in the valley. However, Lin Ling also saw that there were corpses outside the valley. They were souls that had been obliterated. It seemed that these souls felt that reincarnation was fruitless, so they simply stayed here like mortals and lived an ordinary life. Unfortunately, they encountered this group of people. After they were killed, they occupied the small house in the valley. It could only be said that they were too weak and their lives were not in their control. Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and was already used to such things. He did not care. He put on the cloak he obtained from the old man and followed in. Who is it? Just as they approached the valley, a cold shout was heard. The people with the map fragment. Nanwan seemed to be familiar with the rules. She shouted at the valley. Then, the two of them entered the valley without any obstruction. When Lin Ling and Nanwan entered the small courtyard, they found that there were a total of 12 people standing there. They were all existences with physical bodies. There was an old man who had lost his legs, a mysterious person whose body was full of eyes, and a white-haired person who looked like a deity. A Taoist. In general, these people were strange of all shapes and sizes. However, Lin Ling guessed that these people should be the owners of the map fragment. Lin Ling also noticed that they were very strong. A few of them had the strength of a high-level deity, but there was also the strength of a giant god of the universe. They must be the gods of the netherworld. The two of you? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and Nan Wan, full of evil intentions. He has the map fragment, but he doesn't know the rules, so I brought him here. He also agreed to bring me to the Dizong Palace. Nan Wan said immediately. Lin Ling did not agree to this at all, but he did not reject Nan Wan's participation. He? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They were powerful and instantly realized that Lin Ling was just a soul. This meant that Lin Ling was a person waiting to be reincarnated. Seeing the old man attack Lin Ling, the others did not say anything. Some sat cross-legged, some leaned against the wall, and some closed their eyes. It was as if the old man was killing an ant. Wait. Only Nanwan shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, the old man sneered and attacked as if he was going to kill Suke. Don't you want the map? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. The moment he spoke, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Elder Xia, wait. One of them said coldly, telling the old man not to kill Lin Ling. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll destroy the map on the spot. Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. The old man finally stopped. He was less than a meter away from Lin Ling and was standing face to face. He said coldly, young friend, you are really bold. If you don't want the map, you can attack me. Lin Ling took off his cloak and revealed his white hair. He looked at the old man indifferently. He could sense that the old man was very strong. However, if they were to meet force with force, he might be able to kill the old man. However, there were still many strong people present who could not kill him. You are just a spirit and you dare to threaten me. You are really bold. The old man laughed angrily. He had killed countless spirits like Lin Ling. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to bargain? However, Suke had used the map to threaten him. If he were to destroy the map, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young friend, what is your name and where are you from? At this moment, a man dressed like a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You do. Lin Ling replied coldly and did not reveal his origins. However, the scholar did not mind. He smiled and said, we are looking for Dizong Palace. Only those with the map can enter. Why don't you come with us? Although he did not want Lin Ling to interfere in this matter, Lin Ling had found their weakness and forced them to agree even if they did not want to. Sure. Lin Ling nodded, causing everyone to relax in their hearts. Now, the Earth Treasury had finally been gathered. However, before they could even smile, Lin Ling's voice sounded out once again. I will only go to the Earth Treasury Palace if everyone gives me a treasure. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. He wanted them to give him treasures? You do. You should know that the Xitigarbha Palace is the palace of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Countless treasures are sealed inside. It's your fortune to be able to enter, and we don't mind. You actually want to ask us for treasures? One of the men who was completely black said coldly. This guy is really bold. Nanwan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and even blamed Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would kill her. After all, if these old monsters did not agree, she would definitely die. I'll only go if you give me a treasure. Lin Ling still said the same thing, his face as cold as ice. Damn it. Everyone is going to the Earth Treasury Palace. Why should we give him a treasure? That's right. Don't tell me we have to beg him to go. Everyone was even more furious. Is the Earth Treasury Palace dangerous? However, at this moment, Lin Ling asked indifferently. It's dangerous. If a higher god enters, there's only a slim chance of survival. If a giant god of the universe enters, the danger will only be reduced to 70%. Even so, it's possible for all of us to be wiped out. The scholar who spoke first answered, not understanding why Lin Ling would ask such a question. Since it's dangerous, why should I go in? Lin Ling looked at the scholar and said, if you want me to enter this dangerous place, you have to give me something in return. After all, I'm just a soul. You also know that you're a soul. Since you know, you still dare to open your mouth. The old man who had lost his legs roared. He felt that it was a humiliation to have to lower his voice to a soul. The choice is on your side. Lin Ling ignored the old man and said indifferently. Although he was a soul now, he was also a powerful god in the past. If he still had his strength, why would he care about the gods present? Moreover, would they even have the right to bargain? If they were dissatisfied, he would kill them directly. Okay. Everyone looked at each other. Although they were quite angry, they didn't want to complicate matters and agreed in the end. This is Duanmu. It can recover souls. This is Hell Sandalwood. Not only can it recover souls, but it can also improve one's divine energy. Hell Datura flower. They all reluctantly gave up their treasures and handed over a large number of treasures. Lin Ling also accepted them one by one. His expression was still cold, but there was disdain in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this hidden disdain, everyone was even more furious. They had handed over such precious treasures, but this soul actually looked down on them. He was just a soul. Did he really think he was a god? Of course, although they were angry, they all held back when they thought of the harvest in the Dizong Palace. Unfortunately, they didn't know that these treasures were not worth mentioning to Lin Ling. Back in the Dao Pagoda, he had obtained treasures that were thousands of times more precious than these. However, the current underworld was not like the Dao Pagoda, so he had to make do for the time being. When do we set off? After collecting the treasures, Lin Ling looked at the man dressed as a scholar and asked. Tomorrow. The scholar looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he was very curious. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the house in the small courtyard. It seemed that he was not afraid of the gods at all. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, although everyone was angry, they couldn't help but think more highly of Lin Ling. They could feel that Lin Ling's indifference and calmness were not faked at all. This made them very curious about what this soul was relying on. He was not afraid of them. Wait, I want to ask, are you a reincarnated soul or a god of the underworld? Suddenly, the man dressed as a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. A god of the underworld. Lin Ling was silent for a moment, then said casually and entered the house. Nanwan panicked and hurriedly ran over. She felt that if she stayed in the small courtyard, she would be devoured at any time. After entering the house, she saw that Lin Ling was already sitting cross-legged. He had actually taken out a treasure to cultivate. This made Nanwan feel a wave of admiration. Did this guy know where he was? The one who attacked you before was Elder Xia. He is incomparably famous and kills people like scything flax. You provoked him before, so he probably already holds a grudge. When the matter in the Dizong Palace is over, he will definitely attack you. There is also Yuan Wenbing. He is an existence that cannot be provoked. He is extremely famous in this level of the Yellow Sand Hell. The others, Han Yongyan, Weeping Ghost Commander, and so on, are all incomparably terrifying existences. After Nanwan sat down, she immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at her indifferently. Are you worried about me? Me? Nanwan was speechless. Why would she be worried about Lin Ling? She was afraid that she would be implicated by Lin Ling. However, although she thought this, she said, yes, after all, I am familiar with you. They can't kill me. Time passed quietly. On the second day, Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by 90%. The price was that he had used up all the treasures to recover his soul power. The remaining treasures were all used to increase his cultivation. This was what Lin Ling had prepared for the future. When he found his physical body, his strength would immediately increase. Fong Du, are you ready? A voice came from outside the house. It was the scholar called Yuan Wenbing. Lin Ling did not answer. He stood up and strode out of the house. Nanwan followed behind him. She naturally did not believe Lin Ling's words. Those old monsters could not kill Lin Ling. That was a dream. However, she was still surprised by Lin Ling's courage. She felt that this white-haired man had interacted with these old monsters many times. In the small courtyard, more than 10 people stood there. Yuan Wenbing smiled and said, now there are 12 people. 6 people are on the way. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the courtyard. The others followed one after another. Outside the valley, yellow sand filled the sky. The storm was extremely wild, and it was mixed with a chilly wind. Everyone took a step forward and shot into the storm, flying into the distance. They flew like this for a total of 6 hours. As for Lin Ling and Nan Wan, they were following behind in silence. They didn't say a single word. At this time, Yuan Wenbing suddenly smiled and said, "Feng Du is a soul body. Since he can travel for such a long time, I guess he has cultivated a soul technique." When he said that, everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. According to the souls they had seen, they were afraid of wind, cold, and heat. It was the first time they had seen a soul as condensed as Feng Du's. Lin Ling looked at Yuan Wenbing and did not say a word. Along the way, they encountered many gods. However, they seemed to know that this group of people was powerful, so they avoided them. Lin Ling even saw 1 or 2 Yikshaws. However, the Yikshaws also avoided them. This meant that there must be an extremely powerful existence in this group of people. "Haha, you're really late." After an unknown period of time, 3 people appeared in front of him. They were floating in midair, surrounded by a sandstorm. They couldn't get close at all. That's Xinyu, a powerful expert. He's a god who cultivated a fleshly body out of his soul. He's incredibly famous in this level of hell. Remember, he might seem like a nice person, but don't ever provoke him. He can kill you when you least expect it. All of a sudden, Yuan Wenbing's voice was heard clearly in Lin Ling's soul. When he heard this, Lin Ling couldn't help but take a few more glances at the 3 of them. Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he sensed a familiar aura from the god called Xinyu. It was the aura of the Silver Moon clan. Clearly, this was a god that had cultivated in the underworld after the death of a Silver Moon god. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Silver Moon clan was absolutely irreconcilable. "Haha, we're still missing 3 people. Is everyone here?" Xinyu laughed heartily at the crowd, but no one paid any attention to him. Only a few people greeted him. Everyone knew that this Xinyu wasn't someone to be trifled with. "We're still missing 3 people, Xingu." Yuan Wenbing replied with a smile. There are more people than I expected. That's the Southern Toon clan of the underworld. That's actually a soul." Xingyu's gaze swept over Lin Ling and Yadu, and suddenly fell on Lin Ling because he noticed that Lin Ling's gaze was extremely cold. It was so cold that it penetrated his heart. Moreover, he could faintly sense a murderous aura. This made him feel very strange. After all, this was the first time he had met this white-haired man. Why would he have such a murderous aura towards him? This is... Xinyu couldn't help but ask Yuan Wenbing. Yuan Wenbing frowned. He had also sensed Lin Ling's murderous aura. This made him speechless. He had just said that Xinyu was very strong and ruthless. In the end, Yadu looked at Xinyu with such a gaze. Wasn't he courting death? He didn't know that Lin Ling had actually suppressed his murderous aura. Otherwise, his murderous aura would have been even stronger. Yadu has one of the map fragments. Yuan Wenbing hurriedly explained. He seems to be very hostile towards me. It's just a soul, Xinyu said with a smile. What he meant was that there was no need to give face to a soul. Haha, that's his temperament. He's cold to everyone. However, don't underestimate him. He'd rather die than live in dishonor. He'll destroy the map fragments at any time. Yuan Wenbing explained. That's a character. Xinyu laughed. It sounded like he was praising Yadu, but in fact, his murderous aura was rising. However, he understood Yuan Wenbing's words. Let's go. After a short conversation, the group set off again. Elder Xia and the others sneered. Yadu was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Unless his strength increased greatly in the Dizong Palace, he would definitely die if he came out. Even in the Dizong Palace, if there was a chance, someone would probably kill him. They secretly admired this soul. It was like a lamb in the company of a wolf. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what everyone was thinking? He sneered in his heart. He couldn't kill all of them, but if there were 1 or 2, he could kill them all with the sword of faith. These old monsters thought that Lin Ling was just a powerful soul. They didn't know that he was a soul with memories. As they continued forward, a sand fog appeared in front of them. It was impossible to see the path ahead. However, in front of the sand fog, there were 3 figures standing on the yellow sand. They seemed to be waiting for something. Xingu. Seeing the 3 of them, Yuan Wenbing shouted. They're here. At the same time, the three people in the desert stood up and looked at the group calmly. Xingu is easy to talk to. As long as you don't provoke him, he's very strong. Yuan Wenbing also introduced Lin Ling secretly. This made Lin Ling a little curious. Why did this person keep introducing him? The other two are Yi and He Ta. They are very strong. No one has seen them use their full strength because those who have seen them are all dead. Yuan Wenbing continued to introduce. Lin Ling's gaze swept across and suddenly fell on one of them. His pupils trembled violently, and he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. If not for the fact that he had killed so many souls over the years, his cold emotions would have been exposed. He would have lost his composure long ago. This was because the person called He Ta was someone familiar. Although he had become very cold and didn't recognize him, Lin Ling still recognized him at a glance. He was none other than Saint Gi. Saint Gi had died before Lin Ling. To think that he had condensed a physical body now. There must be some secret behind this. Moreover, Saint Gi was very strong now. However, when he entered the underworld, everything on him should have been washed away. Lin Ling had many mysteries in his heart, but he didn't ask. After all, if Saint Gi didn't have his memories, asking too many questions would make him an enemy. Dizong Palace is in the sandstorm. If you want to find it, you can only look at the map. Without a map, even 10,000 people will die. At this time, Elder Xia suddenly said, indicating for everyone to take out the map and check the route. Hearing this, everyone looked at the rolling sandstorm and knew how terrifying it was. Legend had it that if one did not have a corresponding route, entering it would be a narrow escape. They would enter the labyrinth of hell and be killed by the king of hell. In the underworld, the king of hell was a god. He was not someone they could fight against. Everyone took out their map fragments and pieced them together. However, they found that there was still one fragment missing. They could not help but search for it and found that it was Yadu. Yadu. Elder Xia suddenly laughed sinisterly. Lin Ling ignored him and walked forward. He took the pieced together map and held it in front of him. What are you doing? Many old demons frowned, afraid that Lin Ling would snatch their map fragments and run away. However, Lin Ling also took out his map fragments and placed them on the map. It turned out that Lin Ling was worried about them, so he wanted to piece the map together himself. After all, if he handed over the map and it was robbed on the way, he would have no one to rely on. How cunning! Elder Xia secretly cursed. He was gloating because he knew that as long as Yadu took out the map, someone might snatch his map fragments. However, Yadu was not stupid. He took everyone's map and placed it in front of him, then pieced it together. In this way, as long as others acted rashly, not only could he destroy his map fragments, he could also destroy others. This white-haired man does not seem to be a newcomer. Some old monster secretly muttered, very curious about Lin Ling's origin. After all, Lin Ling's every move was experienced. Only after going through many dangerous situations would he be able to do things so flawlessly. After the map was pieced together, it turned into a stone slab and clearly carved out a path. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. He immediately memorized it in his heart. Then he clapped his hands and the pieced map scattered. Why did you scatter the map? We need to use the map to find the right direction. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, all the old demons were shocked once again. I've memorized the map. Just follow me. Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly put away his map fragment. Hearing this, the old demons narrowed their eyes. Originally, after the map was pieced together, one person only needed to hold the map and follow the direction. During this process, if someone wanted to harm Lin Ling, it would be very convenient, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually remember the direction of the map and retrieve his map fragment? As such, they could only follow Lin Ling. Who is this person? He's hostile to me, but his personality is cold and his actions are strange. Xinyu narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lin Ling. In the end, she remained silent. It could be considered that she had tacitly approved of Lin Ling's actions. Now that the Xidagarba Palace was right in front of him, he didn't want to complicate matters. He had plenty of chances to kill souls like Lin Ling. Then let's go. Yuan Wenbing took a deep look at Lin Ling as he spoke. He memorized it, but we didn't. Why should we listen to him? Elder Xia and the other old monsters were very dissatisfied. Let him lead the way. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was He Ta. Xingu looked at He Ta strangely, as if he was curious why He Ta, who had always been silent, would take the initiative to speak. However, he nodded and said, "As long as we find the Xidagarba palace, everything else is trivial." With him speaking, although the other old demons were angry, they didn't say anything. Lin Ling took a large step and entered the sand fog. Behind him, Nanwan hurriedly followed, as if she was afraid that if she left Lin Ling's side, she would be killed. Everyone didn't say much and followed Lin Ling into the sand fog. Then, they realized that the sand fog was extremely terrifying. They could only see 3 meters in front of them. Any further was blocked by the sand. Moreover, they used their divine abilities, but they still couldn't see through the sand fog. Moreover, they were flying in midair and couldn't see the ground at all. This is the legendary Xidagarba sand fog. See. TSK, this is my first time here. 7 Emotions. Ancient Emperor, can you see anything with your abilities? I can't see anything. The sand is too powerful. It has the power of Buddha and prevents me from seeing anything. As they walked, they whispered to each other. Have you memorized the map? Elder Xia asked. No, the map is too big. It looks simple, but it's actually very profound. I took a few glances and only knew the general direction. Me too. I only remembered the starting path. However, after entering, I have no idea how the path corresponds to the sand fog. How is it that you knew with a single glance? Could it be that his soul is stronger than ours? This Yidu is a little mysterious. When he's done with his use, we'll capture him and interrogate him. They stared at Lin Ling in front of them, their eyes filled with malice. Lin Ling continued to lead the way, as though he didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, he had already guessed what these old demons were thinking. Unfortunately, even if they knew, it didn't matter. At least they wouldn't dare to touch him for the time being. Look, the palace. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said. Amidst the hazy sand fog, a huge shadow faintly appeared. Although the shadow wasn't very clear, it was still the shadow of a palace. We're here. Let's go in. Elder Xia and the others laughed. However, Xingyu's eyes flashed. She suddenly asked Lin Ling, Yidu, have we arrived? He looked like he was talking to a friend, but those who knew him well knew that he didn't have any friends because his friends had all died at his hands. No, that's fake. After entering, we'll probably enter the Hell Labyrinth. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said indifferently. Originally, he didn't want to warn these people and send them to their deaths. However, he thought about it again. They only knew the route. Who knew if they would need the map fragment next? Therefore, these people couldn't die for now. What? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old demons' faces changed. They frowned at Lin Ling and asked, how can you be sure? The map said that the palaces in front were fake. Didn't you see it? Lin Ling asked. The old demons' faces turned cold. They had seen it, but they hadn't remembered it. Since Yidu is familiar with it, Yidu will continue to lead the way. Yuan Wenbing suddenly said. Although they were unhappy with Lin Ling, after this incident, they trusted Lin Ling more. Lin Ling continued to move forward at a steady pace. Along the way, they encountered another palace. Have we arrived? Xinyu asked Lin Ling. No. Lin Ling continued to move forward. Next was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th palace. None of these palaces are real. Yidu, are you messing with us? Elder Xia was getting impatient. Every time they passed a palace, Yidu would say no. But to them, each palace was different. Why would Yidu think they were fake? Could it be that Yidu was leading them in circles? However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to lead the way. You're courting death. Elder Xia's face turned cold and he immediately reached out his hand to grab Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice his attack and continued to move forward. At the critical moment, an arm suddenly grabbed Elder Xia's wrist. It was Yuan Wenbing. He said coldly, the sand fog is very dangerous. Legend has it that there are soul-devouring demons. Now that he is leading the way, we have not seen a single soul-devouring demon. This means that he is on the right path. His path is correct. If you make a move against him, it's the same as killing us. Ah! Elder Xia screamed angrily and finally retracted his underworld aura. But who knows if he's just leading us around in circles? A man covered in ghostly aura suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yuan Wenbing fell silent. In fact, he did not know what Lin Ling wanted to do. After all, they had passed hundreds of palaces. Why were they not there yet? Moreover, had Lin Ling really memorized the map? We're here. At this moment, Lin Ling said and stopped in the sky. Everyone immediately looked down and saw the shadow of a huge palace. However, although this palace was different from the ones they had seen before, why was Lin Ling so sure it was this one? One had to know that if they failed, they would enter the underworld and be tortured to death by the 18 levels of hell. After Lin Ling said that, he did not explain and flew down to the ground. The closer they got to the ground, the more the sand fog began to move. Many illusions appeared. There were all kinds of illusions. They were the illusions of the 18 levels of hell. The images were extremely tragic. Some were chopped in half and died. Some were fed to dogs every day. Some were bitten by millions of underworld ants, etc. All around them were hideous Xianxias, imps, and other things. They were all letting out strange cries that made one's scalp tingle. However, Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and his Tao heart was stable. He was not moved at all. His gaze was fixed on the pitch-black shadow of the palace. This sand fog actually has such power. Fortunately, we're flying high enough. Yuan Wenbing and the others were following behind him, and they were all terrified when they saw this scene. If not for Lin Ling leading the way, they might have been bewitched by the scenes of hell and lost their way. Not long after, the group arrived at the ground. They saw that the yellow sand here was motionless, so much so that there was no wind. In front of them was a modeled palace. It seemed that no one had entered or exited it for many years. Most importantly, besides the strangeness of the palace, there was actually nothing magical about it. This is the Dizong Palace? Nanwan frowned. If this was a fake Dizong Palace, they would die if they entered. It was inevitable that she would be worried. Fong Du. Xinyu also looked at Lin Ling. That's right, this is the real Dizong Palace. Lin Ling turned around to look at the group and pointed at the 18 pillars around the palace. Previously, we passed through several hundred palaces, but only this palace has 18 pillars. How did you see it so clearly? Everyone was shocked. The man with the ghostly aura suddenly frowned and said, "You lied to us." Previously, I was also investigating the palaces, but I saw that many of them had pillars. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent leaked out. Was this Fong Du trying to kill all of them? However, Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent, and he was unmoved. He said to the man, "You saw the previous palace?" "Of course." The man replied coldly. "Then did you see clearly if there were 18 pillars in those palaces?" Lin Ling said again, "I said that this palace is the only one with 18 pillars, but it doesn't mean that the previous palaces didn't have pillars. Can you understand human language?" Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered. He could not answer. He had a powerful dark art and could roughly see through the sand fog, so he saw many palaces. However, he did not notice if those palaces had 18 pillars. Fong Du, so what if there are 18 pillars? Yuan Wenbing walked over and tried to smooth things over. Only when all 18 pillars are activated can the door of the Dizong Palace be opened. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Ling said lightly. Hearing this, a black stone appeared in Elder Xia's hand, and he threw it at one of the pillars. The stone was extremely strange. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to be suppressing a powerful spiritual qi. This was the dark stone, an extremely precious item. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He felt that the spiritual qi of the treasure was very dense. If he had a physical body, he could use the stone to quickly recover his cultivation. Previously, he had asked everyone to give him a treasure. These old monsters seemed to be reluctant to part with their treasures, but in fact, they did not take out their real treasures. Rumble, when the black stone landed near the stone pillar, it gradually turned into mist and disappeared. The stone pillar gradually glowed as if it had been awakened from ancient times. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Fong Du was right. It's your turn. Elder Xia looked at everyone and said. Everyone looked troubled. In the end, they took out treasures one after another and threw them at the stone pillars. Gradually, the stone pillars also lit up. However, some of the treasures they took out didn't have enough spiritual energy, so some of the pillars were only half lit up. Soon after, these old demons took out some more treasures with reluctance. They looked at the treasures for a long time before throwing them out. Gradually, all 17 stone pillars lit up. There was only one left. Fongdu, it's your turn. There were a total of 18 map fragments and 18 stone pillars. Now, there was only one left, which was Lin Ling's. I don't have any treasures. Lin Ling shook his head. No treasures? We gave you a lot of treasures before. Hearing this, the old monsters immediately said coldly. It's all used up. Lin Ling's expression did not change. Moreover, I was responsible for leading the way here. This is the treasure I paid. As for the remaining stone pillar, you can do as you see fit. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, with the Dizong Palace in sight, they held back. Then, they took out their treasures and threw them at the last stone pillar. Rumble, the 18 stone pillars began to move and slowly revolved around the palace. Although they were not fast, they had a heavy feeling. It was as if any living thing that got close to the stone pillars would turn into ashes. After the 18 stone pillars revolved for a while, they finally stopped moving. Then, the palace's door slowly opened, a gust of wind that seemed to have been sealed for several eras spread out, blowing everyone's robes. At this moment, everyone was laughing. Seeing the door open, the crowd was excited. Let's go. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but they wanted to rush into the Dizong Palace. Hold on, there are many people here who are just here to make up the numbers. I think we should settle old scores before we enter. But at this moment, someone interrupted the excited crowd and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Elder Xia. Hearing Elder Xia's words, everyone stopped in their tracks. Many of them had bad intentions. Lin Ling had extorted many of their treasures. Now that they had found the Dizong Palace, they felt that it was time to kill this white-haired man. You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Beside Lin Ling, Nan Wan's expression changed. She was filled with fear and wanted to leave Lin Ling, afraid of being implicated, but in the end, she held herself back. Because even if she left Lin Ling, it would be easy for these old demons to kill her. Interesting. Shen Yu's eyes were also filled with cold-killing intent. With his temperament, it was already good that he did not attack immediately. After all, most of the time when he killed people, the other party did not even have time to react, but this time, surprisingly, he did not attack casually. Perhaps he felt that everyone wanted to kill Yadu if he attacked. It would be too easy for others to guess his intentions. That would not be fun. This man might die in the next moment, but he can still be so calm. However, not everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. At least, many of them wanted to watch a good show. But Lin Ling's unchanging cold expression shocked them. They were even more certain that this white-haired man had a story. Can you guarantee that the map fragment will not be used inside? Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was cold and unmoved. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Hee, trying to use the map fragment to scare us again. Let me tell you, this trick can only be used once. If you use it twice, no one will believe you. Elder Xia sneered, ignoring Lin Ling's words. Elder Xia, he's right. Although we have found the Dizong Palace, we don't know what dangers lie within. If he destroys the map fragment and we need it later, we will have come for nothing. Wen Yuanbing said. Damn it, do I have to watch him be arrogant again? Without a doubt, Elder Xia wanted to kill Lin Ling the most. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Caution is the parent of safety. He's right. At this moment, the Black Tower, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Seeing that they had said so, the others nodded one after another and began to persuade them. Although they didn't like Yadu, the treasure was more important. They could kill Yadu at any time. Yadu, you are so King lucky. Seeing that everyone had spoken up, Elder Xie gritted his teeth and finally strode toward the Xidagarba Palace. The others followed one after another. After they entered, they suddenly realized that the Xidagarba Palace was incomparably huge. as if it was a universe of its own. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Moreover, both the ground and the sky were like great halls, except that they were very tall and very wide. There was a stone statue in front of him. It was the image of a bodhisattva with a sharp mouth and sharp teeth. It gave people a strange feeling. It had 6 arms, each holding a whip. This is the Dizong Palace? Everyone was puzzled. They looked around, but they didn't see any rare treasures. Let's move forward. In the end, all of them didn't want to stay here any longer. Firstly, this place was completely empty without any treasures. Secondly, the enormous stone statue before them caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable, and it was as if the stone statue was constantly staring at them. A total of 19 people carefully moved forward, wary of any sudden changes. However, they didn't encounter anything scary along the way until they were about to pass by the statue. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came, frightening everyone into stopping in their tracks. They subconsciously looked at the huge stone statue and suddenly realized that the stone statue was a stone statue. The 3 heads of the statue were actually looking at them. Not good. Someone roared, "Whoosh!" Before the voice could finish, the ground shook. A large net rose from the ground and a huge net fell from the sky. The heaven and earth nets were incomparably huge. If they were placed in the void of the 9 states, they would probably be able to cover the entire 9 states. The void, inside the net, all the old demons' faces changed drastically. Run! They didn't dare to stay. They only wanted to rush out of the net immediately. They all felt that if they were caught in the net, they would probably die. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth nets were too big. No matter how fast they were, they still felt like they were running in the vast universe. Rumble, behind them, to their left and right, and even in the sky, the huge net was slowly closing in. Snakes, there are so many snakes. Someone suddenly stared at the ground and saw many strange-looking snakes slithering out from the huge net that was rising into the sky. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle. Moreover, these snakes weren't big. They were only as thick as arms and had coxcombs on their heads. It was extremely strange. This is Bodhisattva Shiva. The man covered in ghostly aura seemed to have thought of something and shouted in horror. Bodhisattva Shiva was an extremely ancient giant god of the universe. He wasn't someone they could fight against. According to legend, when the underworld was in chaos, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha swore that he wouldn't become a Buddha until hell was empty. He led a large number of Buddhas into the underworld to suppress hell. Until now, he still hadn't returned. Bodhisattva Shiva was one of them. Quick, if we are bitten by these snakes, even gods will be poisoned to death. Charge out of the net. The old demons were even more panicked. They rushed forward at full speed. Lin Ling and Nan Wan did the same. However, they were weaker and were at the back. Not good, what is this? However, rushing fast didn't mean safety. This was because the old demon at the front was the fastest. Suddenly, he was entangled by a rope. Upon closer inspection, it was a whip. The whip was extremely long and was connected to the huge statue behind. This was the whip in the hand of Bodhisattva Shiva. Save me! That person panicked and even forgot to use the whip. As he shouted, a few more whips arrived and entangled his limbs and neck. Next, a large number of coxcomb snakes slithered over and crawled all over his body. Die! At this moment, that old demon finally reacted. His body erupted with blood-red flames. His divine power reached 50 billion and killed a large number of coxcomb snakes. However, he couldn't do anything to those whips. When he was bitten, he completely lost the ability to resist and let out a painful cry. It seemed that the venom of the coxcomb snakes not only countered the giant gods of the universe, but could also make gods die in pain. Come here. The one closest to that old demon was Xianxia. She waved her arm and a ray of moonlight shone out. It landed on that old demon and took away a rock fragment. It was the map. Everyone, hurry up. If you die here, no one can save you. Moreover, it's a small matter if you die. I hope you can hand over the map fragment before you die. When Yuan Bing shouted and rushed forward as well, although that was what he said, they did not dare to throw their lives away for the sake of the map fragments if there were any unforeseen circumstances. Previously, Xianxia was close to the old fiend, so she took the map fragment. behind the crowd, Lin Ling and Nan Wan were the slowest. Nan Wan was so scared that her face turned pale. She had never expected Dizong Palace to be so dangerous. Now, it seemed that they were the slowest and would be swallowed by the giant net at any time. Looking at Lin Ling, his expression was cold and he did not show any signs of panic. Most importantly, he had experienced too many dangers in his life and had long developed a fearless character. However, he was also very serious. He knew how terrifying this giant net was. "Ah, save me!" But at this moment, Nan Wan's voice came from beside him. Nan Wan was blocked by a few coxcomb snakes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed viciously, killing the coxcomb snakes. "Thank you." Nan Wan thanked Lin Ling. However, before she could escape, among the coxcomb snakes that Lin Ling had killed, a thumb-sized red snake shot out and bit Nan Wan's shoulder. This change happened too quickly, so quickly that Lin Ling could not react in time. "Save me, save me!" Nan Wan was poisoned and groaned in pain. She fell from the sky and was gradually swallowed by the coxcomb snakes. She looked at Lin Ling pleadingly, hoping that Lin Ling could help her. Lin Ling looked at her deeply and pondered for a moment. Finally, he flew into the distance. It was not that he did not want to save her, but that he could not. Moreover, Lin Ling had already killed a wave of coxcomb snakes for her. He had done his best. However, he did not expect that there would be venomous snakes hidden in the bodies of the coxcomb snakes. "You do, save me, don't go." Seeing Lin Ling disappear, Nan Wan screamed even more painfully. There was even resentment in her eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't know that if Lin Ling helped, Lin Ling would also die there. Moreover, this was the Dizong Palace. No one had 100% confidence that they could survive. If they died here, it could only be said that their lives were not tough enough. Although Lin Ling had abandoned Nan Wan, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was not a kind person. She was just a passerby. If he could save her, then he would. If he could not, then what was the big deal about abandoning her? After cultivating for so many years, he already knew that strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. Good and evil were just personal opinions. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. Although he didn't save Nan Wan earlier, he did by some time. Now, the path ahead of him was sealed by the giant net. His expression changed as he turned around and flew to the other side. "Lin Ling, let me help you. With your speed, it'll probably be very difficult for you to escape from this heaven and earth double net." At this moment, Guang Qingzi's voice drifted over. In the underworld and hell, he didn't dare to appear casually for fear that he would be discovered by the underworld. However, it was different here. Even if he appeared, the underworld might not be able to discover him. All right. Lin Ling also knew that it was impossible to escape from the heaven and earth double net with the speed of his soul. At the same time, Guang Qingzi appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held Lin Ling's soul in one hand and then flew forward. His speed was 100 times faster than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling didn't have a physical body. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be that slow. As they flew, Lin Ling realized just how big the giant net was. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they barely managed to break out of the giant net. After a while, Lin Ling stood up and looked at the giant net that was constantly shrinking. His expression was extremely solemn. If he had been a step slower, he would have been sealed in the universe of the giant net and died completely. His personal death was a small matter. However, who would bring Yu and the others back? Who would seek revenge? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's desire to live and become stronger became even stronger. Beware of Shiva's whip. It's best to go further away. Guang Qingzi looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lin Ling was extremely cautious. After walking for an entire day, the ground was still the same as before. It was shocking. A day later, Guang Qingzi returned to the square prison. However, the ground gradually began to change. It no longer felt like they were in the hall. Instead, it felt like they had arrived in another world. The ground was still like a plain. However, there were huge rocks on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they looked like gods standing on the ground. I wonder if they escaped. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he was traveling alone, the disadvantage was that it was more dangerous. The advantage was that he didn't have to be wary of Elder Xia and the others. Lin Ling, look. There are traces of a huge battle ahead. After traveling for a long time, Guangqingzi's voice sounded. There were large amounts of rubble on the ground. These rubble were clearly different from the towering boulders on the ground. Clearly, they were traces of a huge battle. From the looks of it, the battle didn't last long. It should be that group of old fiends. Lin Ling said after investigating for a moment. This means that there are dangers in the boulders. Be careful. Guangqingzi immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. He slowed down and proceeded carefully. Before long, a corpse appeared in front of him. The corpse had already turned into a dried corpse. However, through the tattered clothes, Lin Ling could tell that this person was from the previous team. One person. He's dead. Lin Ling's expression was grave. What kind of danger did he encounter? In an unknown land, one was most afraid of encountering unknown dangers. If one had a bad mentality and an unstable Dao heart, it would be enough to scare oneself. His map fragment was taken away by someone else. Do you think it's possible that his own people attacked his own people? Guangqingzi guessed. That's possible. Lin Ling nodded. He looked carefully at the corpse and found nothing strange. However, from the looks of it, the corpse seemed to be looking into the distance and pointing in a certain direction as if yearning to go there. This feeling was like a thirsty person in the desert looking for water, and there was water in front of him. Lin Ling hurriedly looked in the direction the corpse was pointing and immediately found a huge boulder ahead. This boulder was a little different from the ones he had seen before. It was shorter and bigger, like a nest covering the ground. What's that? Guangqingzi also stared at the boulder, then said in deep thought, I think I've seen this kind of boulder before. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Oh no, let's leave this place immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the huge rock at an unprecedented speed. What happened? Guangqingzi asked with a grave expression. Previously, they were moving forward cautiously at a slow speed. Now, why did Lin Ling suddenly increase his speed? Was he not afraid of triggering a sudden danger? Lin Ling, what you said makes sense. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Guangqingzi's voice turned solemn. Lin Ling, speed up. In fact, there was no need for him to say more. Lin Ling had already flown towards the huge boulder in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the boulder looked more like a fortress. Furthermore, it had a huge door. Woo-woo, as Lin Ling approached the fortress, there was a change in front of him. A huge hurricane surged along the ground at an extremely fast speed. Lin Ling did not know what the hurricane was, but he could tell that it was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, the huge boulder did not seem to be affected. It's a living creature. Lin Ling instantly confirmed. After estimating the distance between the two sides, he realized that if he reached the boulder, he would have to face the hurricane. Lin Ling, run or advance. Guangqingzi's voice drifted over. It was even more solemn than before. Now, Lin Ling had two choices. One was to bite the bullet and charge into the fortress. However, no one could guarantee what was in the fortress. Perhaps the fortress was the most dangerous place. The other was to turn around and flee. Without a doubt, turning around and fleeing was safer. Lin Ling was also constantly pondering. Now, he did not have the strength he had in the past. Many things were restricted. Lin Ling, make a decision quickly. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Guangqingzi shouted again to remind Lin Ling. Charge. Finally, Lin Ling made a decision. His intuition told him that turning around and fleeing would be more dangerous. You lunatic. Guangqingzi's idea was actually to turn around and flee. However, now that Lin Ling had made a decision, he could only let Lin Ling do as he wished. Whoosh. Lin Ling's soul charged forward and gradually collided with the hurricane. At this moment, Lin Ling saw clearly that the hurricane was formed by strange little beasts. These little beasts were about the size of a finger and were shaped like Xianxias. It had horns on its head and sharp fangs, but it also had wings on its back. They gathered together and flew, ignoring the inanimate objects and flying towards the living. Bang bang bang. When Lin Ling got closer and closer, he realized that these little beasts were also staring at him, and then crazily bit at him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling's entire body was covered with little beasts that were crazily biting his soul. It turned out that these strange little beasts would eat anything other than dead things. They would not even let go of souls. That person must have encountered these little beasts and died in their mouths, but what made Lin Ling feel strange was that although these little beasts were scary, they were not fatal. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling tried to attack. He activated the universe's 3 extremes break and swept across a large area of small beasts. Bang bang, a large number of small beasts fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. Buzz buzz buzz, strange noises immediately came from the hurricane, as if small beasts were shouting. Lin Ling, it's not good. There are more small beasts coming from that side. Xianxia sensed something and hurriedly informed Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling realize that there was a black mass in the distance. The sky was filled with small beasts that looked like Yixias flying over. It made one's scalp tingle. He finally knew how the old demon had died. It turned out that he had killed a lot of small beasts, and in the end, a large number of small beasts devoured his essence and died. When encountering these small beasts, one must not kill them. However, if one did not find a place to avoid the small beasts, even if one did not kill them, it would still be difficult to escape death. It was like being entangled by a vampire. If one did not kill the vampire, one's blood would be sucked dry sooner or later. If one killed the vampire, there would be more vampires coming. Fortunately, Lin Ling was already very close to the fortress. He rushed over crazily, arrived at the door, and pushed it open with difficulty. Lin Ling did not know what was inside the fortress. At this time, he could only gamble. Walala, the door was pushed open, and Lin Ling rushed in. To his surprise, the small beasts outside the fortress did not follow in. Instead, the small beasts were still crawling on his body. However, after entering the fortress, they all fell to the ground powerlessly and trembled all over. It was effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling finally relaxed. He knew that he had escaped a disaster. Rumble, Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. He quickly closed the door and sat on the ground powerlessly. Fortunately, you chose to rush forward. If you retreated and ran away, you would have been entangled by these things. You couldn't kill them, and your soul would have been scattered in the end. Xianxia said admiringly. At that time, he almost chose to let Lin Ling die. His head ran away. It's not much better now. My soul has been devoured by 20%. It's back to 60%. Lin Ling said with a wry smile. In just a short period of time, 20% of his soul had been devoured. If it had been delayed any longer, his soul would have been scattered. I don't know what this fortress is. Those small beasts don't dare to come close. Xianxia checked the fortress for Lin Ling, and then told Lin Ling that there was a second floor. After hearing this, Lin Ling recovered for a moment, and then walked to the second floor. He saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and it seemed that he could see the outside world. The area was not big, but there were words on the wall that said, "Young Marquis came here to find the mirror realm." But he couldn't find the key. Here's a note. Young Marquis, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It seemed that someone had already come to the Xianxia palace. However, the person seemed to have failed and did not find the mirror realm. What is the mirror realm? Xianxia was also puzzled. He guessed, according to legend, Xianxia Bodhisattva entered the underworld to suppress the demons and activated the mirror realm. In the mirror realm, the most terrifying demons and ghosts of the underworld are inside. Could this be the mirror realm? This young Marquis must have a powerful background. He came here specifically for the mirror realm, but he couldn't find the key. Lin Ling nodded. If he found the key and entered the mirror realm, wouldn't he enter the world of demons and ghosts? Those demons and ghosts could only be suppressed by Xianxia Bodhisattva. What's the use of finding the key? Xianxia pondered. I feel that entering the mirror realm is the only way to reach the center of the Xianxia palace. Although it's very dangerous there, perhaps there are greater opportunities there. Lin Ling frowned. Then, he did not think too much about it. He went to the window and looked into the distance. He saw that there was nothing in this ancient land except for huge rocks. There's an ancient castle over there. Lin Ling suddenly realized that there was more than one castle. In the distant horizon, he could vaguely see a similar ancient castle, but it was very far away. Then, he went to another window and found that the small beasts were still wandering outside the castle. Although there were fewer of them, they still did not disperse. Obviously, they were waiting for Lin Ling. What a terrifying thing. It seems that I can only wait now. Lin Ling sighed. After a rough inspection, he did not find anything strange in the castle. He went back to the first floor. Die. Lin Ling activated his soul force and killed the little beast. Then, he felt a rich soul force from the little beast. Lin Ling was overjoyed. This soul force was much stronger than the souls of the dead. He immediately swallowed it. Then, he killed all the little beasts on the ground and recovered his soul force. After a long time, most of the little beasts on the ground were dead. There were only a few dozen left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He took the little beasts that were not dead and went to the second floor. After killing them, he threw them out. Wing wing wing. The dead little beasts fell to the ground and immediately attracted more little beasts. The sky in front of him was filled with them. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the fort was surrounded again. Although they did not dare to approach, they flew around the fort, unwilling to leave. Attract some more. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After swallowing a large number of little beast souls, his soul force had recovered a bit. If he attracted some more, his soul force would recover again. Thinking of this, he told Guangqingzi his idea and got Guangqingzi's approval. Then, he rushed out of the fort and attracted a large number of little beasts. After they crawled all over his body, he rushed back into the fort. This time, the time he rushed out was very short. But it still caused Lin Ling's soul force to suffer a great loss. However, he believed that after swallowing the little beast's souls, it would be a win-win situation. Sure enough, after Lin Ling swallowed all the little beasts, his soul force recovered to 70%, then, he rushed out again to attract more little beasts. Gradually, his soul force recovered to 80%, time quietly passed. Relying on the continuous swallowing of little beasts, Lin Ling's soul force recovered to 90%, 100%, all of his soul force recovered to its original state. His current strength was almost comparable to his past strength. It was just that the number of times he could use soul force was limited. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he continued to devour souls and increase his strength. Now, he did not have a physical body. His only method was soul force. The greater the increase in soul force, the higher the chance of survival. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed, a full 10 years, Lin Ling continued to devour the little beasts. His soul was more than twice as strong as before. The little beasts that he devoured were simply unfathomable. But what surprised Lin Ling was that these little beasts seemed to be endless. Even after killing so many, their numbers still didn't decrease. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it had gone from 1 million steps to 2 million steps. With his soul force greatly improved, Lin Ling's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Using his Tao regression heavenly position, he could actually sense the Lin Ling universe. Luckily, the Lin Ling universe was well hidden. Grandpa and the others were not targeted by the Silver Moon race. Universe Lin Ling can sense it. Maybe I can bring Universe Lin Ling here. If so, my strength will be greatly improved. After Lin Ling entered the underworld, he had been secretly increasing his strength. Now, he finally felt the return of his strength. However, after his soul power reached 2 million steps, Lin Ling also found that the effect of devouring the little beasts was very weak. Moreover, after he walked out of the fortress, there were very few little beasts that followed him into the fortress. It seemed that he had devoured too many little beasts, causing his soul power to have the aura of the little beasts. Those little beasts no longer paid attention to him. The hurricane whirlpool in the distance has been there for 10 years. I wonder who it is. On this day, Lin Ling stood on the second floor and looked into the distance through the window. There was also a huge whirlpool that had been there for 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ling observed it every day and found that the whirlpool had not weakened at all. He guessed that there must be someone trapped in the whirlpool. It was probably one of the 18 people who entered the Dizon Palace. Moreover, the whirlpool was in the middle of the two fortresses. It was really difficult to escape. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling left the fortress. After 10 years, he could finally move forward without fear of the little beasts. Outside the fortress, there were still many little beasts. However, after noticing Lin Ling, they only circled around and gradually ignored Lin Ling. Because half of Lin Ling's soul was transformed from the little beast's souls, he was naturally seen as a little beast. Along the way, Lin Ling was no longer in danger. He slowed down and constantly checked his surroundings but did not find anything. It was only when he walked close to the whirlpool that he discovered that there was indeed someone inside. Moreover, it was a huge crab. Who are you? How about you help me? Moreover, as if sensing that someone was watching from afar, a human voice came from the crab. Looking carefully, this crab had a hard shell. It was relying on this shell to block the little beast's devouring. However, at this moment, the shell was riddled with holes and was bitten beyond recognition. As for the crab, it shrank into the shell like a tortoise. Lin Ling did not speak and continued watching quietly. In fact, if he really wanted to save this person, he could do it. However, why should he save him? If he saved an expert, it would be even more troublesome. I am Elder Xia. Sir, if you help me, I will give you a large amount of treasures. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crab spoke. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It was Elder Xia. This old man had always wanted to kill him, and now he was in such a state. I am Yadu. Lin Ling finally spoke. The crab was completely silent, as if in disbelief. Yadu was not dead. Moreover, Yadu was watching him being bitten by the little beasts. This scene could be described as a reversal of fortune. You! Elder Xia roared angrily. He knew that Yadu would definitely not help him. I didn't expect you to be alive. However, I won't die so easily. I won't make a fool of myself. Just you wait. When I escape, the first person I kill will be you. The crab roared angrily. Inside the shell, an old man sat cross-legged. A white seahorse appeared in his hand. He looked at the seahorse with reluctance. Little Hai, I have searched for a way to escape, but I still can't. If I hadn't been hiding in the shell, I probably wouldn't have lasted 10 years. Now, I know that it's useless to continue holding on, so I have to rely on you. The white seahorse looked at Elder Xia and understood his meaning. It nodded, but tears flowed out of its eyes. Little Hai, if I rule the universe in the future, I will definitely change your fate and return you a body. Elder Xia said coldly, then threw the seahorse out. The moment the seahorse appeared, it attracted the attention of countless little beasts. Elder Xia used the seahorse as an excuse to abandon the shell and escape. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Ling, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Because he saw the white-haired man not far away, who was watching this scene coldly. The terrifying thing was that the little beasts in the surroundings didn't seem to notice him. Yadu, you're on your own. Elder Xia was very weak now. Although he wanted to kill Yadu quickly, he wanted to leave immediately to recover. When he thought of the dead seahorse, he felt like his heart was being stabbed. He felt like he owed the seahorse his life. At this moment, something was thrown at him. When he turned around, his pupils constricted. F***K. Elder Xia could not help but curse. This was because he saw Yadu kill the small beasts and throw them at him. Why was Yadu still not leaving? He suddenly recalled that 10 years ago, when he first met these small beasts, he had killed many of them in a fit of anger. In the end, he was surrounded by a large group of small beasts. Yadu, you are crazy. You will attract a large number of small beasts. Elder Xia's expression changed instantly as he shouted anxiously. If not for his lack of strength, he would have killed this despicable white-haired man. Lin Ling's expression did not change as he said coldly, so what if I attract them? I'm not afraid of small beasts. But I'm afraid. Elder Xia was trembling with anger. What does that have to do with me? Lin Ling replied coldly. After he said that, he threw out a large number of small beasts. In a blink of an eye, the ground was filled with them. Weng weng weng. At the same time, in the distance, behind him, tornadoes began to appear. Clearly, countless small beasts were attracted. This made Elder Xia's pupils tremble. He had been trapped by these small beasts for 10 years and had just escaped. Now, he had to face these small beasts again. If you want to find a safe place, you can only go to the fort in the distance. However, before you reach the fort, these small beasts will hold you back. Lin Ling said indifferently. You, despicable. Elder Xia stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He looked around and knew that he could not escape. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at him indifferently. Elder Xia had been targeting him and wanted to kill him. Now, he had finally met his match. You do, before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. Elder Xia kept analyzing and finally decided to go all out, choosing to perish together with Lin Ling. Just you? You are not worthy. Lin Ling said indifferently, do you think I've been keeping quiet because I'm afraid of you? I'm just too lazy to kill you in front of everyone. Shameless boasting. Elder Xia did not believe that a mere soul could be his match. Crab pincers appeared in his hand as he pounced at Lin Ling with a ferocious godly power. The pincers grew in size and came clamping down like two mountains. Although Elder Xia looked weak, he was still hiding his strength. Moreover, death was near. In his anger, he wanted Lin Ling to die with him. Lin Ling's mouth was full of disdain. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Rumble, the sword of faith clashed with the crab pincer and instantly broke it. Elder Crab spat out a large mouthful of blood and was stunned. How could this Fang poison be so strong? Wasn't he a soul? Why was the soul also able to activate the divine essence method? Now you should know how foolish you were when you wanted me dead. Lin Ling looked at Elder Xia indifferently and did not kill him. His words stunned Elder Xia, as though he had been struck by lightning. He knew, back then, he had seen Lin Ling bring a map fragment, and it was a soul. Therefore, he wanted to steal Lin Ling's map fragment. He also believed that Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to join them, but now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even stronger than him. Enjoy this final piece of heaven and earth. Lin Ling still did not kill Elder Xia. He left with large strides. In front of him, a terrifying hurricane was approaching. However, Lin Ling successfully passed through the hurricane. The hurricane headed straight for Elder Xia, entangling him. Fang poison, save me. Save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you, please save me. Only now did Elder Xia know who he had provoked. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Lin Ling. He only hoped that Lin Ling could save his life. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not a kind person. How could he save him? He strode towards the fortress in the distance, allowing Elder Xia to be devoured by the little beasts. After a long time, he arrived at the fortress. Lin Ling entered the fortress and found it empty. However, there was a small line of words in the corner. It was left behind by the Marquis. Could it be that the Marquis left behind words in every fortress? Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. There are fortresses along the way. I think the next fortress will really have words left behind by the Marquis. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling nodded. After waiting for a long time, he left the fortress and returned to where Elder Xia was surrounded. He then saw Elder Xia's corpse. He had turned into a mummy, his body as stiff as a rock. Perhaps because he had turned into an inanimate object, the little beasts had scattered. However, Elder Xia looked miserable before he died. His expression was ferocious and full of desire. It was a desire to live. Lin Ling was expressionless. He searched Elder Xia's body for map fragments and found a large number of treasures. Then, he left. After a long time, he reached the next fortress. There were words left behind by the Marquis. The Marquis seemed to be afraid of getting lost, so he left words in every fortress. Of course, Lin Ling also saw footprints in the fortress. It seemed like someone else had entered before him. Lin Ling guessed that it was someone from the team. Next, Lin Ling left without stopping. When he reached the next fortress, he found the words left behind by the Marquis. After finding 3 more in a row, Lin Ling finally felt that something was wrong. According to this direction, I'm following the same path as the Junior Marquis. However, the words left behind at the first fort are different. That means the Junior Marquis left those words behind when he went back. The reason he went back is because he didn't find the mirror dimension. Therefore, even if I follow the fortress, I still won't be able to find the mirror realm in the end. Moreover, the large group is also going in this direction. This means that everyone who entered this place used the fortress as a reference point to move forward and eventually went the wrong way. Lin Ling continued to analyze. You are right. Guang Qingzi's voice floated out. Because of the little beasts, most people do not want to stray too far from the fortress. This means that they can only follow the fortress. That is not the path to the mirror realm. Let's go in another direction. Lin Ling immediately suggested, and Guang Qingzi agreed. Although they didn't know what the mirror dimension was, the Marquis had actually entered the Xianxia palace once. This meant that he was extremely strong. He had also come for the mirror dimension. This meant that the mirror dimension was the real location of the Xianxia palace. A great treasure. The fortresses are connected in a line. If we follow this line, we will definitely go in the wrong direction. That leaves two directions. Lin Ling, where should we go? Guang Qingzi said. Go left first. If that doesn't work, go right. The path on the left was very long, and they didn't encounter anything along the way. It was full of boulders, which was a test of their patience. However, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for a long time, and his patience had been tempered 1,000 times. He continued forward with perseverance. After walking for 3 years, a large river finally appeared in front of them. The river flowed and blocked Lin Ling's path. Looking at the river, there seemed to be no end to it. It was more like a sea than a river. What was more shocking was that, looking through the river, one could see countless demons and ghosts at the bottom of the river. All of them were extremely terrifying. Have we reached the end? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He didn't get too close to the river. Demons and ghosts are dancing in the river. If I'm not wrong, this river is the mirror realm. Look at the people in our group. Guang Qingzi also stared at the river and suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Xinyu. Maybe it's an illusion. Lin Ling still felt that it was unreal. After all, they were only one river away from the demons and ghosts. This feeling was too strange. No, this is real. Look at the red-haired man. He's very strong, not much weaker than me. Moreover, he's also watching us. As long as we enter the river, we'll probably be attacked by him. Guang Qingzi shook his head and said, but the mirror realm is just below. Are we going to give up? Wait. Lin Ling continued to stare at the river, and a thought flashed through his mind. He felt that something was wrong. Xinyu is in the river, and she's in conflict with the demons and ghosts in the river. She's fleeing. Wen Yuanbing is also there, and most importantly, the Black Tower is there. TSK, all of this is real, but it's not the real mirror realm. After all, these people went along the fortress and finally reached the river. If I go down from here, I'll probably take the same path as the fortress. The real path is on the right side of the fortress. Right, the mirror realm is on the other side of the mirror. That's right, it must be on the right. Lin Ling became more and more excited as he spoke. It was as if he had guessed the secret. What you said is possible. Why don't we go back and take the right path? Although it's time-consuming, it's better than entering the river and being chased by those demons and ghosts. Master Guangqing's voice trembled. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would have such conjectures. Immediately, they left the river and went back the way they came. After 3 years, they finally arrived at the area of the fortress. Next, they went to the right. After another 3 years, another large river appeared in front of them. This river was exactly the same as the one on the left. The only difference was that this river was still. However, if one looked down through the river, they would still be able to see the demons and ghosts in the river. This is the mirror realm? Guang Qingzi's voice was filled with disbelief. That was because there were still demons and ghosts in the river. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Lin Ling didn't say anything and continued to ponder. After a long time, he guessed, if we follow the fortress, we can reach the world of demons and ghosts, but we can't enter or leave. If we follow the left side of the fortress, we can see the world of demons and ghosts, but as long as we don't jump into the river. Don't worry, the red-haired man is the only one who can notice us in the river. The others don't seem to notice us. If we follow the right side, although there are still demons and ghosts, they can't find us. Perhaps, this river is the world in the mirror. Hearing this, Master Guangchengzi fell silent. He felt that Lin Ling's conjecture was too crazy. After a while, Master Guangchengzi asked, "Do you plan to enter?" Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. "My soul power has surpassed its peak, but the speed of my growth is too slow. Without a physical body, I can't recover my strength. In the underworld, it's not difficult to find a physical body, but it's difficult to find a physical body. It's not easy to find my physical body. I have a feeling that there's something I want in the mirror realm. As long as I find a physical body that's comparable to the past, or even stronger, the underworld won't be able to stop me. Since I've already died once, I might as well go crazy again." Lin Ling's voice was filled with determination and craziness. For Yu and the others, for revenge, even if it was hell, he had to go. He didn't believe that he, the reincarnated soul of the god of creation, would really die in the underworld. "You're right. If you don't go down, you might not die, but you'll be trapped in the underworld forever. If you want to open a new world, you have to fight." Master Guangchengzi was also influenced by Lin Ling's determination. "Master Guangchengzi, thank you. If you didn't carry my memories, I would still be a lonely soul in the underworld. If you didn't accompany me, I might not have been able to enter this cold underworld. Now, whether it's life or death, I'll create it." Lin Ling said solemnly to Master Guangchengzi. "No, we'll create it together." Master Guangchengzi smiled faintly. "I'm looking forward to the day when you avenge my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, and bring him out of the underworld." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily and jumped into the river. Whoosh, the river overflowed and drowned Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel that it was no different from jumping into an ordinary river, but as he sank, this feeling disappeared. It was as if he had come to another space, another universe. The land here was very dark, and there were mountains and plains all around. Terrifying ghost, demonic auras were condensing and spreading everywhere as if they had materialized. Looking up, everything had disappeared, leaving only the blood-red sky. A mere god of the underworld dares to enter the empty hell world. This is the great universe of Blood River God. You're courting death. At that moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing the ground to tremble as a terrifying aura flooded out. A 100-meter-tall giant walked over. He wore heavy armor, and his body was filled with ghostly chi, demonic chi, and devil chi. Inhaling and exhaling seemed to be the combination of these three types of auras. His skin was slightly dark, and there were 2 horns on his head, making him look extremely majestic. Then, he pounced toward Lin Ling. Judging from the strength of his aura, he was actually comparable to a saint giant universe god. "Oh no, he found me." Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful demon as soon as he entered. "Idiot, once you enter my hell's empty realm, you won't be able to hide your nether chi." The demon roared and quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he was ready to fight to the death. However, just as Lin Ling was about to swing his sword, he realized that the fiendish demon had passed by him and was chasing into the distance. Upon closer inspection, there was a person in the distance. It was the man with the ghostly aura in the group. "He didn't find me." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. "I know, mirror realm, mirror realm. You've entered the mirror realm in another part of the universe, just like in a mirror. You can see them, you can even touch anything, but they can't see you, they can't even touch you. They can't attack you," Guangchengzi said suddenly. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling couldn't help but look behind him. Then, he realized that the demonic man in the giant armor had killed the man covered in ghost chi. The demonic man was also eating the man's flesh. After a long time, he finally left. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling. It was as if he didn't notice Lin Ling at all. "I knew it." Lin Ling had always wanted to test if the demonic man could notice him. However, he couldn't. Lin Ling, the light marquis, tried all means to enter the mirror realm. "Now that you've found him, there must be great benefits in the mirror realm. Now, let's start looking for them," Guangchengzi said to Lin Ling excitedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily. He glanced at the man covered in ghostly aura and walked over. He found a large number of treasures on him and even a fragment of a map. Now, he had 3 fragments of a map. He didn't know why, but he felt that the fragment of a map might be useful. Therefore, he kept all of them carefully. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling walked along the ground. Rumble, soon, the ground shook and the volcano erupted. Demonic chi flames shot up into the sky and covered the sky, whoosh, then, the demonic chi flames rained down from the sky. However, Lin Ling found it strange that the flames could pass through him and didn't affect him at all. Sure enough, any attack here is useless against me. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. It seemed that not only the demonic man's attack, but also the attacks of heaven and earth couldn't affect him. Previously, he had collected treasures such as the fragment of a map, which meant that he could attack others. However, this place is too big. We have no clue what treasures we can find. Guangchengzi said. Lin Ling frowned immediately. He didn't know what treasure the Light Marquis was looking for. However, at this rate, it would take him a long time to find it. Perhaps, if I can find the strongest person in this universe, then I'll be able to get the information. Lin Ling, I think the strongest person in this universe is that red-haired man. He was able to see us on the left side of the river, but I don't know if he can see us now that we're in the mirror realm. You'll know once you try. Lin Ling knew that since he was already here, he had to give it a try no matter how dangerous it was, and his primary goal was to find the devil cultivator. Then, he looked at the sky in the distance and sensed where the demonic aura was the densest. Finally, he chose a direction and moved forward. The demon dwellers here were very strange. They did not look like ghosts, nor did they look like underworld dwellers, nor did they look like demons. They were more like an ancient race from the universe, but they were very powerful. Among those that Lin Ling had seen, the weakest was at the saint-level universe giant god level, Rumble. There was an intense battle in the distance. When Lin Ling got closer, he suddenly realized that it was the people from the previous team. They were fighting against 2 devil cultivator together. There were more than 10 people here, and only 2 devil cultivator. However, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they joined forces, they could not block the attacks of the devil cultivator. However, Lin Ling saw that Xinyu, Xingu, Wen Yuanbing and the other strength had increased, and the increase was not small. This meant that when they arrived in this universe, they had obtained good treasures and their strength had greatly increased. Not good, these devil cultivators are too strong. We can't win at all. Let's run. If we continue to stay here, we'll only die. But don't we want the treasures here? They were talking as they fought. Originally, they wanted to retreat, but when they heard that there were treasures in this universe, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Ah, save me! However, their strength was inferior. This was a fact that could not be changed no matter what. Another person had been killed, a total of 19 of them entered here, and now there were less than 10 people left. Run! Xinyu did not dare to continue fighting. She turned and ran. Xinyu, you're shameless! Seeing that Xinyu suddenly left, everyone cursed. After all, if they joined forces, they could barely hold on for a while. However, Xinyu suddenly ran away, causing the pressure to fall on them. Let's retreat. Next, Wen Yuanbing, Xingu and the others also ran away. Seeing this, everyone had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the people who ran first had the advantage. After all, the devil cultivator's attention was attracted by the remaining people. Rumble, another person died. One of the devil cultivators chased after the others, while the other devil cultivator was still fighting. Unfortunately, everyone had started to run, causing one of the devil cultivators to be slower and be restrained. This person was He Ta. Damn it! The Black Tower also cursed loudly, and his eyes were completely red. Seeing that the devil cultivators were getting closer, he had no choice but to use his trump card. In the sky, a huge bronze bell smashed down. The devil cultivators could not get closer, and could only use their hands to support the sky and block with difficulty. Eastern Emperor Bell. At the same time, Lin Ling, who was in the mirror realm, was shocked. He Ta was Xingyi's soul. However, did he not go through 3 baptisms after entering the netherworld? Why did he have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Could it be that he still had memories? Kid, your bell is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak to activate the bell's power. At the same time, the devil cultivator let out a low voice. He actually held the bell with both hands and walked step by step toward He Ta. What a powerful devil cultivator. He Ta's expression changed slightly, but he soon felt relieved. This devil cultivator had the strength of a giant universe god. He naturally could not block it. However, at this time a sword flashed and pierced through the devil cultivator. The most terrifying thing was that this sudden sword came without any warning. No one could detect it. Ah, who is it? The devil cultivator still held the Eastern Emperor bell and let out a loud roar. At the same time, He Ta's body trembled. He was very familiar with that sword. In fact, when he first joined the team, he saw a familiar face. However, the netherworld was too big, and the white-haired man was very cold, so he was not sure if that man was someone he knew. Therefore, he planned to find a chance to ask after entering the Dizon Palace. Unfortunately, that man was missing. He probably died in the Dizon Palace, so he secretly guessed that the man was not the person he was looking for. Now that he saw that sword, he was sure that the white-haired man was the person he was looking for. Xiao. At this time, another sword slashed toward him. This devil cultivator was indeed powerful. He was only injured after being hit by the sword. However, the enemy was invisible. He could not detect him even after using all his divine abilities, therefore, it was useless no matter how strong he was. He could not see his opponent at all. Xiao. After a dozen consecutive slashes, the devil cultivator finally fell. A large amount of devil chi blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Sir, I'm Xianxia. Are you there? He Ta no longer had any doubts after seeing the devil cultivator fall. He shouted to the surroundings. However, when Lin Ling wanted to answer him, he realized that his voice could not be transmitted. Instead, Guangqingzi informed Lin Ling that more demons were coming. Lin Ling had no choice but to go to Saint Gui's side and pat him on the shoulder. He then pulled Saint Gui in a different direction and told him to escape. My lord, you are still alive. You know me. You have memories. Saint Gui was so happy that he cried. Although he could not see Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling wanted him to escape. My lord, I will wait for you. Saint Gui knew that it would be more troublesome if he stayed, so he immediately flew forward. Lin Ling watched him disappear. When the devil dwellers arrived, he activated the 3 extreme breaks of the universe and blocked them. Everyone, be careful. There is a powerful soul fluctuation. The dozen or so devil cultivators all stopped in their tracks and waited. Some of them even used their soul power to resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked that their soul power was not much weaker than his. Fortunately, although their soul power was strong, it could not enter the mirror realm. He disappeared? What a strange method. I can't sense his aura at all. He is probably dead. Continue chasing. The demons checked for a moment and wanted to continue chasing. However, Lin Ling used his soul power again to tell them that he was not dead. His purpose was to buy time for Saint Gui. Sure enough, when they saw another soul attack coming, all the demon dwellers reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and were delayed for a long time. However, they could not sense Lin Ling at all. It was as if the soul attack came from another universe. After a long time, they finally gave up. So strange. Let's go back and tell the great god. All the demons began to retreat. Lin Ling followed them quietly. As long as Lin Ling did not attack, no one could discover him. Lin Ling was the only one. After a long time, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of him. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and the mountain range was pitch black. The entrance to the mountain range was a gigantic skeleton mountain. The mouth of the mountain was wide open, and all the demons were sucked into it. Lin Ling, be careful. When Lin Ling was about to enter, Guangqingzi reminded him. This was because the red-haired man in this universe was very mysterious. He was the only person who could see Lin Ling and the others. If they were discovered, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Lin Ling nodded and cautiously followed in. After entering the mouth of the skull, Lin Ling discovered that it was a narrow and winding path. Of course, it was only a narrow and winding path to the devil dwellers. To the tiny Lin Ling, it was like a grand road. Both sides of the road were full of tall rock walls. It gave off an oppressive feeling. After walking along the main road for a long time, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. They had arrived at a huge open space. Upon closer inspection, the open space was actually filled with demons. Some stood on the ground, while others stood on the distant mountain peaks. There were tens of thousands of them. They were densely packed and terrifying. Powerful auras rolled in all directions. Even though Lin Ling was in the mirror world, he still felt a sense of difficulty breathing. At the end of the open space sat a red-haired man. He was 50 meters tall and wore armor. There was a mysterious tattoo on his chest, making him look majestic. He closed his eyes and sat quietly without moving. Great God! The devil cultivator that entered all bowed in respect. However, the red-haired man remained motionless. The entire open space suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the red-haired man to speak. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen the red-haired man so silent. Finally, the red-haired man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the entrance. That place was where Lin Ling was. With just a glance, Lin Ling stopped breathing. He did not dare to move, and his heart pounded non-stop. Could it be that the red-haired man had discovered him? Fortunately, the red-haired man quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the demons that had entered. He asked, "What happened?" The demons immediately told him what had happened. "It's those gods from the underworld again. Kill them all. Every 10 million years, gods from the underworld will enter. Kill them all. They're courting death." Among those who entered last time, only the Light Marquis was strong. It was said that he was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld. He escaped, but now there are still people who dare to enter. Whoever enters will die. Even the god of the underworld will die if he meets God Blood River. Deafening voices came from all directions. The demons raised their weapons and roared. "You're saying that someone is attacking you, but you can't see anyone." However, the red-haired man waved his hand and all the demons fell silent. Then, the red-haired man asked. "Yes." The demons nodded. The red-haired man's eyes flashed. His eyes looked at Lin Ling again. No one knew what he was thinking. Great God, is it the Light Marquis again? Someone saw the red-haired man's serious face and immediately asked. "I don't know. Maybe it's him. He has been eyeing that corpse. After all, that corpse is the only one in the entire universe. It's also the strongest body." The red-haired man said indifferently, "It's a pity that it's not that easy to refine that corpse. Go, find those outsiders and kill them all." The red-haired man stood up, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Under his command, numerous demons rushed out. It was a mighty and incomparably terrifying scene. In the blink of an eye, only the red-haired man was left. He looked at Lin Ling calmly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? It's said that when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suppressed us, he left behind a mirror realm to monitor us. But, what is this mirror realm? The Light Marquis said millions of years ago that he would come again. Could it be that he's here? He's not only the reincarnation of the god of the underworld, but also the star of the universe. He can't be underestimated. Let's take a look at that thing first. The red-haired man muttered to himself and walked into the depths of the open space. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move, but his heart was in turmoil. The Light Marquis was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld, and he was also one of the 9 stars of the universe. The 9 stars of the universe were the nemesis of the worlds will host. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that the god of the underworld would win and lose. This god of the underworld hates you to the core and wants to torture you. But I didn't expect that he would also help you. Master Guangqing, however, smiled. Lin Ling nodded. If he didn't leave those words unintentionally, I wouldn't know where the mirror realm is. It seems that I should thank him properly. Lin Ling, follow him. The red-haired man seems to be afraid that the treasure will be taken away, so he went to take a look. Follow him and you can find the treasure. Guangqingzi suddenly thought of something and quickly said, and he said that it's the best meat in the universe. The endless demon mountain was silent. It was as if all the demons had left, causing the demon mountain to give off a stifling feeling. The huge red-haired man walked ahead at a moderate speed. He turned left and right as if he was walking in a maze. Lin Ling realized that if he were to walk alone on the demon mountain, unless he descended from the sky, he wouldn't be able to find a way out in a short period of time. Lin Ling, don't follow too closely. Guang Qingzi's voice could be heard occasionally, causing Lin Ling to stop from time to time. Especially at the corners, when Lin Ling didn't slow down, it was easy for him to bump into the red-haired man. Although Lin Ling was in the mirror world, no one knew what would happen if he bumped into the red-haired man. Fortunately, Guang Qingzi had reminded him. Every time he turned a corner, as long as he didn't see the red-haired man, Lin Ling would wait in place for a moment. This person is very strong and can really detect us. However, he isn't sure if it's an illusion or something. Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling. The red-haired man indeed felt that something was wrong behind him, so he walked very slowly. However, after sensing carefully, he didn't find anything. Is it really an illusion? I should go and see my treasure immediately before it is stolen. After walking for 2 hours, the red-haired man finally sped up. It was obvious that he valued the treasure hidden in the Demon Mountain, and after he sped up, it meant that he no longer cared about Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling also sped up. Before long, an even more majestic mountain peak appeared in front of him. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see its peak. There was only a valley entrance, and the red-haired man immediately rushed in. The valley entrance was filled with mist, and the red-haired man rushed out. A human figure appeared, and it slowly recovered. Lin Ling, quick! Rush in before the mist fuses. Master Guangqing stared ahead and suddenly shouted anxiously. Lin Ling nodded solemnly and hurriedly shot into the fog. He was far away from the red-haired man, and the fog was recovering very quickly. Therefore, Lin Ling had almost missed his chance. This mist is a kind of energy in the red-haired man's body. If someone approaches, he can sense it. Therefore, you can use the mist that he has dispersed to enter. This way, he won't be able to sense you. After entering the valley, Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling. After Lin Ling nodded, he looked around and realized that this valley was even more majestic than before. A giant was quietly leaning against the wall. This giant was so big that it was unimaginable. His upper body was naked, and there were complicated runes all over his body. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were closed. He looked like a corpse. In front of the giant, the red-haired man stood there calmly. He raised his head and looked at the giant with an excited smile on his face. The red-haired man could be considered huge, but compared to the giant, he was like a little lamb. Lin Ling, don't you think this giant looks familiar? At this time, Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's attention was originally on the red-haired man. After hearing this, he looked at the giant. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it somewhere before. When you use Panga Strike, the final giant you transform into looks like this. Guang Qingzi immediately reminded Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling did not react. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression finally changed. Pangu, this was the real Pangu, how was this possible? Lin Ling's entire soul was trembling in disbelief. He stared at the giant and suddenly realized that the giant seemed to be looking at him. Even though the giant was a corpse, this feeling was still very strong. The number one physical body in the universe, and the only one. No wonder. It seems that the underworld god is also looking for this treasure. Lin Ling, the red-haired man has left. As Lin Ling stared at the giant, Guang Qingzi's voice drifted over, waking Lin Ling up. Do I have a chance to obtain this giant? After Lin Ling woke up, he immediately asked. His entire soul was trembling. His previous physical body was in fact incomparably precious. After all, Lin Ling began tempering his physical body in the rainforest sacred land. After so many years, his physical body had been tempered to a terrifying level. However, compared to Pangu's true body, his previous physical body was still incomparable. You can try, but it will be difficult. After all, the red-haired man said that he had not succeeded in refining it for so long. However, Lin Ling, you have cultivated Panga Strike. Perhaps you have a chance. Guang Qingzi kept saying. Lin Ling floated over and examined the giant's feet. Gradually, he reached the knees, then the thighs, stomach, and chest. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the giant's 2 arms. He realized that all 10 of the giant's fingers were present. That's not right. I obtained Pangu's finger. That finger was feared by the Universe Toad clan. However, all 10 fingers of this body are present. Could it be that this is not Pangu's body? Lin Ling frowned. Very likely. However, it could also be the bloodline of the Pangu clan. After all, legend has it that the real Pangu has transformed into the universe. His physical body no longer exists. Guang Chengzi guessed. I will know once I enter his body. If there is a familiar aura in his body, it must be Pangu's bloodline. Lin Ling continued to fly upward and reached the giant's ear. He then entered through the ear. Compared to Pangu, his body was as small as a bug. Naturally, he could enter easily. However, he soon realized that there was a familiar aura in the giant's body. It was the same as the aura of the Pangu strike and Pangu's finger. It was incomparably ancient. This is the bloodline of the Pangu clan. Moreover, it is the purest bloodline. If I can refine him, I will have a physical body in the underworld. Lin Ling immediately became excited. However, how should he refine him? Perhaps, you can try using Pangu's strike. Guang Chengzi said, of course, if you have the Pangu clan's Pangu true movement technique, you should be able to refine him successfully. However, the Pangu strike is an offensive technique of the Pangu clan. The chances are relatively low. Even if you can, the refining speed will not be fast. However, it will definitely be much faster than Blood River God. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wait, take a look at the giant's body first. I believe that the red-haired man has left some energy in the giant's body and is continuing to refine him. Hearing this, Lin Ling hurriedly swam into the giant's body. After investigating for a long time, he finally found a strange power at the giant's heart. The entire giant's heart had turned black, and it was slowly dyeing the surroundings black. That's right. That red-haired man started from the heart. However, the speed at which he refined this body was very slow. Lin Ling, you should refine the other parts of the body first, and then the heart. Alright. A strange force suddenly emanated from Lin Ling's soul. If this force had appeared elsewhere, it would have quickly disappeared into the void. However, in the giant's body, it immediately infected the surroundings. First, the giant's brain seemed to be assimilated. It's effective. Lin Ling opened his eyes and was extremely happy. It's not very fast, but compared to the red-haired man, it's hundreds of millions of times faster. Lin Ling slowly refined this giant. Guang Chengzi was also happy for Lin Ling. If he obtained this body, there was no doubt that Lin Ling would be able to make a comeback. In the future, he would definitely step into the ranks of the top gods in the universe. Time passed quietly. During this time, the red-haired man also came several times, but he couldn't detect Lin Ling in the giant's brain. Finally, the red-haired man left. After Lin Ling refined the giant's brain, the entire head gradually came under his control. At first, it was very uncomfortable, but after familiarizing himself with it, he felt that the giant's head was like his own. After refining the head, Lin Ling's soul also gained something. It was actually Pangu's true movement technique. This was the universe's #1 physical cultivation technique, and the resource needed for cultivation was actually the universe. It turned out that Pangu refined the universe to increase his strength. As expected of Pangu, directly refining the universe. Lin Ling was excited, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. After the head was refined, the following speed became much faster: left arm, right arm, chest, abdomen, thigh, calf. Time seemed slow, but in fact, after 100 years, the giant was finally left with only the heart. Lin Ling could even feel that the entire body was under his control, as if it was his own body. He even had an illusion that he was a baby floating in the vast universe, constantly absorbing the essence of the universe and gradually growing. Lin Ling, the red-haired man, is very strong. Now that you have refined the giant's body, you are probably not his match. So after refining the heart, you must leave immediately. Besides, you're in the mirror world, but your huge body can't enter. So, you can only leave from here. Have you found the way out? Guang Chengzi reminded Lin Ling. I reckon that the way out should be the map fragment. Try burning it. Lin Ling also stopped refining. Before he found a way out, he didn't dare to confront the red-haired man. After that, he used his soul power to refine the map fragments. Lin Ling had obtained quite a number of map fragments. After Being burned by his soul power, green smoke rose from the fragments. The strange thing was that the green smoke didn't disperse, instead, it formed a haze. Moreover, within the haze, one could see. He felt an aura that was different from the infernal universe. It seems like the way out is indeed through the map fragments. However, your physical body is simply too massive. If you want to leave, you'll have to burn all of the map fragments. Furthermore, the timing has to be coincidental. You'll have to burn the map fragments just as you finished assimilating the heart. It's empty. Master Guangqing kept reminding him. Lin Ling nodded. He constantly sensed the time needed to refine the map fragments. After familiarizing himself with it, he began to refine the heart, and now, Lin Ling not only had the Pangu's strike, but he had also learned the Pangu's true movement technique. His assimilation speed was undoubtedly much faster. He prayed that the red-haired man wasn't on Demon Mountain. This would buy him more time. At the same time, far away on the ground, the red-haired man was chasing after several outsiders. After sensing a strange feeling, his expression changed. Not good. He immediately rushed towards Demon Mountain. His speed was incomparably fast. In just an incense stick's worth of time, he returned from the distant horizon. Following that, he followed Demon Mountain's path and rushed towards the valley. Lin Ling, he's back. Quick, quick, quick. At the same time, Master Guangqing's anxious voice sounded. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His huge giant body suddenly sat down cross-legged, causing Demon Mountain to shake. He was frantically refining the strength in the heart, and behind him, the map fragments were burning, gradually forming a huge haze. In his body, the originally black heart was rapidly recovering its color. The speed was incomparably fast. Pung. At the same time, a figure finally rushed in. It was the red-haired man. After seeing the giant sitting cross-legged, he was furious. Who are you? He never expected that someone would steal his treasures right under his nose. One had to know that he often came to check on the giant, but he never found anything strange. Lin Ling ignored him. He continued to refine the heart and all the treasures on him. His speed was as fast as lightning. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling ignored him, the red-haired man threw a punch at Lin Ling. His godly energy was incomparably terrifying, reaching the level of 10 trillion. One had to know that when the Yellow Emperor broke through to become a Saint Universe giant, he only had 300 billion godly energy at most, 100,000. The difference was too great. Rumble. Seeing the punch coming, Lin Ling knew that if he did not make a move, he would be injured. The huge fist met the attack head-on. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. However, Lin Ling's fist was not a match at all. He was blasted away and smashed into Demon Mountain behind him. If it were any other giant god of the universe, they would have been completely destroyed long ago, but even so, Lin Ling was still injured. At the same time, he sensed that the haze behind him had completely formed and was starting to dissipate. Retreat. Lin Ling did not dare to tangle with the red-haired man. He immediately rushed into the haze and gradually disappeared. Where do you think you're going? The red-haired man obviously did not react in time. When he attacked, his palm grabbed empty air. He was furious and wanted to rush into the haze, but a powerful force blocked him. This was the sealing power of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ah, damn it, as long as I get this body, I'll be free from the sea of bitterness and turn the netherworld upside down. This person actually dared to steal my body. I'll kill you, kill you. The red-haired man's body became even bigger. His violent aura was tumbling, and his red hair was like a snake, easily breaking through endless Demon Mountain. Lin Ling seemed to have entered the mirror world and was floating toward the sky. However, the red-haired man could not detect him, nor could he attack him. Wait for me, I'll definitely find you. The red-haired man suddenly looked toward the sky as if he had seen Lin Ling, but Lin Ling knew that the red-haired man did not see him. However, when Lin Ling flew higher and higher, he saw a huge sea of blood floating on the ground in the distant Demon Mountain. Most importantly, Lin Ling had Panga's body, so he could sense that it was not a sea of blood but the blood of this corpse. No wonder Lin Ling did not see a drop of blood after entering the corpse. It was hidden there. A huge suction force brought Lin Ling out of Hell's universe. At this moment, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. His purpose for coming to Dizon Palace was finally accomplished. When Lin Ling disappeared, countless people in Hell's universe looked up at the sky coldly. Their eyes were filled with irreconcilable killing intent. At the highest peak of Demon Mountain, the red-haired man stood there like a javelin. He towered into the clouds as his long hair danced wildly. I will find you. When the time comes, I will tear you into pieces. I, Blood River God, swear. His voice actually rushed out of Hell's universe and reached Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling still sneered. Although he knew that the red-haired man was very strong, by the time he came out, the universe would have already experienced a great era. This is still the land of boulders. Following that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around and found that he had returned to the side of the river. In front of him, the river water was still as if it was a huge mirror. However, through the river water, he could see the scene under the river. Lin Ling ignored it and strode away. Lin Ling, congratulations on finally finding your physical body. Guang Chengxi's voice came at the same time. I have found my physical body, but it's just that I'm like this now. Lin Ling was speechless. He was still in the form of a giant. Naked, it was as strange as it could get. The universe's #1 physical body. It's just a change in appearance. Don't worry, this physical body's cultivation speed is probably very fast. It won't be long before you return to your previous appearance. Guang Chengxi said. Lin Ling only ran for a moment before he returned to the fortress. Then, with a rumble, he sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a large number of small beasts appeared around him. However, Lin Ling released his soul force. After the small beasts circled around him a few times, they gradually flew away. As for Lin Ling, he took out all the treasures on his body to cultivate, causing his body to continuously shrink. At the same time, he began to familiarize himself with this body. He had Pangu's body cultivation method, which was the first body cultivation method in the universe. His cultivation speed was indeed fast, especially after this cultivation method was combined with Pangu's body. His cultivation speed had reached a terrifying limit. It was just that the cultivation progress was great, and the consumption was also great. The treasures that Lin Ling obtained before were all used up in less than an incense stick's worth of time. So strong. I've only trained for a short period of time and my physical strength has already reached 1 billion. Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock. Back then, his physical body was only 4 billion, but Pangu's body was almost catching up to his back then. Spiritual qi has appeared in my dantian. Moreover, Lin Ling had also started to cultivate spiritual qi. However, he was still in the beginning stages and needed more cultivation resources. Now that he was recultivating and had Pangu's body, even the cultivation of spiritual qi was incomparably fast. Pangu's body is actually determined by stars. A 9-star Pangu is the strongest. After surpassing that, one would be a real Pangu. Now, I'm in the 1-star range, and when I reach the later stages of this body cultivation, I need to refine the universe. Through Pangu's cultivation method, Lin Ling roughly knew how the most ancient race determined their strength. Shrink. Next, Lin Ling began to change his appearance, returning to the size of an ordinary person. However, this time, he did not change back to Lin Ling's appearance. After all, he did not want to be recognized by the underworld too quickly. After that, he walked into the fortress in the distance, pondered for a while, and finally left a line of words, "The underworld is gone." After leaving behind a line of words, Lin Ling finally went back the way he came. Previously, 19 people had entered. Now, Lin Ling did not know how many of them had come out alive. He only hoped that Saint Guy could leave safely. Before long, Lin Ling arrived at the Shiva Grand Hall. At this moment, the Shiva stone sculpture seemed to have noticed Lin Ling. Several heads looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning. Clearly, it had detected the aura of a demonic person on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, it has discovered us. After all, your body has been buried in the Demon Mountain for many years and more or less has the aura of a demonic person. It will take some time for it to dissipate. The purpose of the Shiva stone sculpture seems to be to stop that group of demonic people. However, it mistook you for a demonic person and will definitely stop you from leaving. This Shiva stone sculpture is amazing. Even the giant gods of the universe will take a detour when they see it. If we want to leave, I'm afraid there will be a lot of twists and turns. That might not be the case. Lin Ling, the scariest thing about this Shiva stone sculpture is actually the coxcomb venomous snake. However, your Panga body has the strongest defense and recovery. It might not be afraid of poison. After a round of discussion, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Guangqingzi's words made sense, then, he rushed forward along the grand hall. At the same time, the heaven and earth net appeared, and countless coxcomb venomous snakes crawled out from the ground. The heaven and earth net instantly entangled Lin Ling. A large number of coxcomb venomous snakes also bit Lin Ling, releasing poison that could kill even the giant gods of the universe. However, after the poison entered Lin Ling's body, it did not affect him at all. Instead, it turned into nourishment, causing a star mark to appear on Lin Ling's forehead. Beside this mark, the shadow of a star also quietly appeared. At the same time, Lin Ling's physical strength was also rising rapidly, gradually reaching 1.5 billion. However, the second star was still not completely formed. Lin Ling kept stuffing the coxcomb venomous snakes into his mouth as if he was eating spicy strips. The coxcomb venomous snakes that entered Lin Ling's body were digested by his stomach. It was as if they had entered a black hole in the universe, finally turning into all kinds of energy. When Lin Ling's physical strength reached 1.8 billion, all the coxcomb venomous snakes were eaten by Lin Ling, leaving not a single one behind. Break! Lin Ling roared. The heaven and earth net was torn apart, and he took large strides forward. After devouring a large number of coxcomb venomous snakes, not only did his physical strength increase greatly, even his cultivation had reached the level of a lower deity. The main reason was that he had used the Chaos Divine formula to cultivate and Pangu's physical body technique to refine it. In addition, although the coxcomb venomous snakes seemed to be venomous, they were actually great treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling recovered very quickly. However, after reaching the level of a lower deity, the increase in his realm began to slow down. It's Nan Wan. Along the way, Lin Ling saw a corpse on the ground. The corpse had been eaten, leaving only clothes. However, Lin Ling recognized that they were Nan Wan's clothes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nan Wan's death was tragic. After all, she only wanted to become stronger, but the road to becoming stronger was full of obstacles. Her life wasn't tough enough, and in the end, she died on the road to becoming stronger. Let's go. Guangqingzi said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the Dizong Palace. He came to the sandstorm outside and pondered for a moment where he should go. Now, I have to find Xianxia and then find more cultivation treasures. Xianxia has already recognized me, so he won't be too far away from here. Let's go out of the sandstorm and take a look. There are underworld gods in this level of hell. They can cultivate, which means that they also have many cultivation treasures. I can snatch their treasures. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. In order to become stronger, he didn't care if he was evil or not. Then, he walked along the desert. After a long time, he finally met a god. It was a god from the underworld. Lin Ling didn't say much. He stopped him and said coldly, "Hand over your treasures." The other party was a high-level god and seemed to be from the underworld. After being stopped by Lin Ling, he was stunned. This was because Lin Ling wasn't wearing any clothes and had long hair. Most importantly, his cultivation was only at the early stage of a low-level god. Such a person actually wanted to rob him. Where did this idiot come from? Ha ha ha. The god couldn't help but laugh. Boom. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He punched out. His powerful physical strength cracked the void and a storm surged. Rumble. In the desert, a huge ravine was punched out, and the god's head exploded. Lin Ling found some cultivation treasures on his body and continued on his way. After a long time, on the other side, Lin Ling met another god from the underworld. Boom. He killed with a punch. More and more gods appeared, but they couldn't stop Lin Ling's punch. Just like that, Lin Ling's physical strength increased greatly. The second star was born, and his physical strength reached 2 billion, and to reach 3 stars, Lin Ling felt that he had to have 4 billion physical strength. Moreover, after reaching 2 stars, Lin Ling could also use Panga's attack, which could double his physical strength. As for the domain of spiritual chi cultivation, his realm had also reached the mid-level god level. He had recovered 30% of his strength in the past. Lin Ling could also use more powerful moves, hence, from then on, Lin Ling continuously attacked the universe giant gods. As time passed, Lin Ling's notoriety spread throughout this hell. Many people knew that a wild man had appeared in this area. He killed his opponents without using a second punch, one-punch demon man. This was the title given to Lin Ling by this level of hell. However, Lin Ling had walked all over the vicinity and still did not see Xianxia. Therefore, he guessed that Xianxia must have been forced to go further away for some reason. In the following days, Lin Ling began to travel into the distance. On this day, he finally sensed Saint Gui's aura. Lin Ling was very familiar with the aura of the Donghuang bell on Xianxia. As long as he was close enough, he would be able to sense it instantly. Finally found it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly ran in that direction. Although he had recovered more than half of his strength and could fly, his running speed was even faster because of his number one physical body in the universe. Boom. Boom, after a series of gallops, the earth shook, and he reached the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the vast desert, a large number of gods were dealing with a burly man. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize this man as Xianxia. Kidney bone, I didn't expect you to be with Xinyu. Xianxia said coldly as he looked at the person opposite him. That person's entire body was made of bones, but they were incomparably stiff. His figure was also very tall. He said indifferently, Black Tower, I know you obtained a great treasure in the Dizong Palace. Originally, I thought you had died in the Dizong Palace. I didn't expect you to still escape. However, the soul-burning emperor said that as long as you hand over the treasure, he will spare your life. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must submit to him. Xinyu, when did you become the soul-burning emperor's dog? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and scanned the people around him. These gods were all at the universe giant god level. Although they were weaker than the kings, there were too many of them. In addition, he had not recovered much of his strength, so the Donghuang bell could not unleash its power. The soul-burning emperor is too strong. Xinyu and I have no choice but to submit to him. Kidney Bone said with a sigh. Alright, since we know each other, I'll make an exception and tell you so much. Have you made your choice? Xianxia fell silent. He was a soul with memories and a fleshly body, so he had rich battle experience. He was thinking about how to kill this group of people. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that he would not be able to escape. Damn it! Xianxia cursed inwardly. He had finally met his lord, but his lord was nowhere to be found. Instead, this group of people had found him. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. The ground shook, and yellow sand shot up into the sky as if a giant beast was running toward them. All the gods' expressions changed as they stared into the distance. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? He's probably not weak. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, Kidney Bone could not be bothered with Xianxia anymore. When the person in front arrived, he punched out. The wind blew, and the desert exploded. Several gods were killed by this punch. Bang, bang. Bang, they fell to the ground and died with their eyes open. Oh no, it's the one-punch demon. Everyone recognized this madman, and their faces turned pale with fright. It was said that the one-punch demon was a cruel and merciless character. Not many people dared to provoke him. Most importantly, as long as they were targeted by him, they would all die. There was no room for mercy. One-punch demon, we're the soul-burning emperor's men. Kidney Bone's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said. Rumble. However, the other party did not even bother to talk. He only killed ruthlessly. With each punch, a large number of gods died. No one could block his punch. He's just as the rumors say. The remaining gods were all afraid, and their bodies were trembling. Go, leave immediately. Kidney Bone gritted his teeth. He could only abandon the Black Tower and leave this place temporarily. But how can we report this? Some people were still unwilling to give up. How can we report this? The Black Tower has encountered the one-punch demon. He's dead for sure. Why do we need to report this? Kidney Bone shouted and fled into the distance. The other gods did not dare to stay and rushed into the distance. However, just as they moved, a figure chased after them. With a punch, several more gods were killed. Why are you chasing after us? Black Tower, kill the Black Tower. Kidney Bone was completely confused. He had always thought that the one-punch demon was a pervert who would kill anyone he encountered. But now, the Black Tower was actually fine. Hong, another explosion sounded, and finally, only Kidney Bone was left. I'll fight you to the death, one-punch demon, don't think I'm afraid of you. Kidney Bone saw that there was no way to escape. He suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge skeleton. A terrifying aura spread out from his skull. It was terrifying. Although he was only a king-level universe giant, he was definitely one of the strongest. Hong, with a punch, all the bones were shattered. One punch killed. Pong, in the sky, a figure crashed down. It was the one-punch demon. In the distance, Saint Guy was dumbfounded. He was too strong. Even a king-level universe giant could not block one punch. The one-punch demon was indeed worthy of his reputation. Then, his expression turned ugly. Was it his turn now? Xianxia, I'm back. A familiar voice drifted over with the wind. Xianxia was stunned for a long time, although the person walking towards him was unfamiliar and even gave him a wild and unruly feeling. The voice was very familiar. No matter how much a person changed, even if their voice changed, the tone would never change. This tone was the kind of tone one would use when talking to a friend or a grave. My lord. Xianxia was too familiar with Lin Ling. In a short moment, he reacted and rushed over to Lin Ling. Kneeling with a thud, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His burly body was like a mountain as he looked at the kneeling Xianxia indifferently. His cold face gradually revealed a smile. The two of them, one standing and one kneeling, were frozen in place. The wind whistled past the yellow sand and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Two people from another world, after going through life and death, finally reunited in the underworld. Xianxia, it's great to see you. Looking at Xianxia quietly, Lin Ling's eyes were moist and tears fell silently. Even if their appearances and voices had changed, they were still the same people. Lin Ling strode forward and helped Xianxia up. Xianxia was crying his eyes out as he muttered, my lord, my lord. He had known Lin Ling for a long time. They had entered the Dao realm together in Lei Gong's great hall in the void of Jiuzhou. They had faced countless life and death situations together and had cultivated a deep brotherly relationship. Moreover, every time Lei Gong's great hall was in danger, it was Lin Ling who protected them and led them out of danger, especially this time, when they encountered the Moonlight Clan. He saw how Lin Ling risked his life before he died, and his hair turned white in a single breath. Therefore, when he recovered his memories in the underworld, his first thought was to find Lin Ling. Xianxia. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia, his emotions were still as agitated as ever. My lord, how did you become like this? Furthermore, why did you come out of the Dizong Palace? Xianxia asked excitedly. Lin Ling gave a brief account of what had happened. Although it was simple, Xianxia was still nervous. After all, if Lin Ling died in the Dizong Palace, he might die forever. Who would avenge them then? Although Saint Guy had recovered his memories and even found his physical body, he knew that he still had to rely on Lin Ling if he wanted to escape from the underworld. Xianxia, how did you find your body? Lin Ling asked. Xianxia also gave a rough account of how he had entered the netherworld. It turned out that after that day, Saint Guy was killed by the Moonlight Clan and entered the netherworld. Furthermore, his soul had been cleansed 3 times. However, when Saint Guy became a departed spirit, the Eastern Emperor Bel suddenly appeared and sent back memories to Saint Guy. Guai started searching for a physical body and gradually reached this step. The Eastern Emperor Bel is indeed one of the top 10 divine weapons in the universe. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect the Eastern Emperor Bel to leave behind Saint Guy's memories, avoiding the detection of the netherworld and returning them to Xianxia. However, it was a pity that Xianxia's physical body was an ordinary netherworld bloodline. I don't need a physical body. What I need is a bloodline. When the Eastern Emperor Bel returned my memories, it also gave me a drop of the Eastern Emperor bloodline. Xianxia smiled when he saw Lin Ling frown. He then said happily for Lin Ling, my lord, now that you have the number 1 physical body in the universe, you will definitely be able to bring us out of the netherworld in the future. We will definitely leave the netherworld, but before that, we have to find everyone. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. There was a burning flame in his eyes. My lord, this is the pearl of Xidagarba that I found in the Xidagarba palace. It is extremely precious. Take it. Xianxia took out a pearl and handed it to Lin Ling. There are 4 pearls in total. Xin Yu, Yuan Wenbing, and I each have one. Pearl of Xidagarba? Lin Ling took the pearl and found that it was about the size of a finger. There were mysterious patterns on its surface. It was very magical, however, Lin Ling felt a strong spiritual energy fluctuation in the pearl. This spiritual energy was extremely strange. It seemed to be nether chi, most importantly, the nether chi was too dense. This pearl is a treasure. Lin Ling looked up and looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia smiled. Those people who chased after me were after this pearl. However, they were unlucky and were all killed by my lord. My lord, you can have this pearl. Lin Ling shook his head. This pearl was so precious that Xianxia must have gone through a lot of trouble to get it. He was too embarrassed to take it. My lord, you don't have to be so polite with me. Only when you become stronger can you lead us out of the underworld. If I become stronger, I can only fight against the underworld. Xianxia saw Lin Ling's rejection and quickly said, I, Xianxia, am not weak. However, I know very well that I will always be below Lord Lin Ling in this life. After hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Ling hesitated for a moment before accepting the pearl of Xidagarba. Indeed, he urgently needed to increase his strength. Only then could he lead Xianxia to find the others. Xianxia, you have been here for so many years. Have you found the whereabouts of the others? Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and asked. Xianxia shook his head. The underworld is too big. There are 18 levels of hell and the highest level of the underworld. We have too many people, almost 100,000. It will be difficult to find them. However, if my lord can obtain the reincarnation of King Yanlua, then you will be able to find their whereabouts from the Book of Death. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the Book of Life and Death, the most important thing was to recover his strength. He began to refine the pearl of Xidagarba while Xianxia protected Lin Ling not far away. He looked at the man sitting cross-legged. The man who looked different from before did not diminish in his excitement. One had to know that the underworld was so big. Finding the people of the past was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, he had met the lord he wanted to find the most. My lord, you have returned. With your personality, you will definitely be able to bring us back for revenge. Xianxia laughed excitedly. Others might not be able to fight against the ancient races of the universe, but he believed that the lord above him could definitely do it. Lin Ling continued to refine the pearl of Xidagarba. This pearl contained dense underworld energy. If one was not a god of the underworld, it would be difficult to refine. However, Lin Ling had the #1 physical body cultivation technique in the universe and the chaos deity formula. This was not a problem for him. Moreover, his refining speed was incomparably fast. The pearl of Xidagarba was indeed a great treasure. It continuously increased Lin Ling's cultivation in 3 areas. Soul power, cultivation realm, physical body. However, Lin Ling's soul power was strong to begin with, so his progress was not obvious. Instead, his cultivation realm improved the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-level celestial realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a high-level celestial. However, Lin Ling did not cultivate all 8 dantians at the same time this time. He had only reached the required level. This was because he had a feeling that although his physical body was destroyed, as long as he could find a trace of flesh, he could use it to recover his cultivation. Moreover, although he did not have 8 dantians, Lin Ling relied on his physical body in the netherworld. At this moment, with the help of the pearl of Xidagarba, his physical body was improving rapidly. Gradually, his strength reached 4 billion, the same as before. However, the pearl of Xidagarba still had a lot of netherworld energy, which allowed Lin Ling's physical strength to increase rapidly. Gradually, it reached 10 billion. On his forehead, the 4th star was born. The body of a 4-star pengu, whoosh, around Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged. Yellow sand rose into the air and formed a vortex. The area of the vortex was extremely large, as if the entire yellow sand ground had been stirred up by Lin Ling. Rumble, the earth began to shake, causing the netherworld to become unstable. What's going on? There seems to be an old demon cultivating in the north. Let's go and take a look. The Yikshaws in charge of guarding this realm received the news at this moment and flew in Lin Ling's direction. Rumble, the shaking continued. The huge vortex was like a bottomless pit, sucking in all the yellow sand nearby. However, the shaking gradually weakened. At the same time, a figure floated out from the depths of the vortex. He was bare-chested and had a wild aura. As he walked out, his body kept changing. Silver-white hair slowly grew out. His rugged face gradually became delicate and handsome. His aura gradually turned from wild to cold. My lord. In the distance, Saint Guy looked nervously at the man walking out. When the figure became clearer, he smiled excitedly. The man who walked out was also bare-chested. His muscles were not burly, but they were streamlined. His hair was white, and his aura was as cold as ice. It was Lin Ling's original appearance. Your original appearance is much better. TSK. I, Saint Guy, have traveled the entire universe, and you are the most handsome person I have ever seen. Saint Guy muttered to himself happily. Maybe it was because he worshipped Lin Ling, or maybe it was because Lin Ling was really handsome, but in Saint Gui's eyes, Lin Ling was the most perfect man in the universe. Only such a perfect and flawless man had the qualifications to be the lord above his head. The era of the universe will belong to you, my lord. Saint Guy walked over and knelt down in front of Lin Ling. Not only did his reverence for Lin Ling not decrease, it actually increased. Shin Guy, you said that Shin Yu and the others also obtained the Pearl of Xidagarba? Lin Ling asked after experiencing the benefits of the Pearl of Xidagarba. Yes, I think they have too. Saint Guy nodded. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. His cultivation had reached the early stage of high god, and his physical strength had reached the 10 billion mark. However, he was still far from being able to resist the netherworld. He needed more treasures. What's the strength of the person behind them? Lin Ling asked again. It's the Burning Soul Emperor, Saint Guy replied. He's one of the strongest King-class universe gods. He has 80 billion units of godly energy. Not 1,000? Lin Ling shook his head. In the Dao Tower, he had met a super-strong King-class universe god who had over 1,000 units of godly energy. He didn't expect the one in the netherworld to be so weak. Your Excellency, this is only one of the 18 hells of the netherworld, so the Burning Soul Emperor isn't the strongest of the King-class universe gods. However, he can still dominate the area. Saint Guy said. Alright, let's go find him. Lin Ling's words made Saint Guy tremble. It was as though he had seen the days when Lin Ling had led them to conquer the universe. Who are you? Hey, that's Hey Ta. You escaped from the souls of the dead. You're a major criminal of the netherworld. At this time, a large number of Yikshaws flew over from afar. When they saw Saint Guy, their killing intent soared. Who are you? Do you know who Hey Ta is? He's a soul of the dead. Without the permission of the netherworld, he cultivated a body without permission. He's a major criminal. You're his accomplice. Now, I'll give you a chance. You'll be punished for your crimes. Those Yikshaws stared at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He exchanged a glance with Saint Guy and shook his head. Saint Guy might be a major criminal of this level, but they didn't know that Lin Ling was a major criminal of the entire netherworld. Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything more. He and Saint Guy flew forward. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the Yikshaws were enraged. But at this time, Lin Ling threw a punch forward. The Yikshaws' expressions changed, and they became vigilant. However, after the punch, everything returned to normal. Deliberately mystifying. The Yikshaws reacted and laughed disdainfully. They were about to attack, rumble, but at this time, a terrifying sound wave suddenly erupted. The entire netherworld was affected by this sound. Some souls were even shaken by the sound. Bang! 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 The Yikshaws and the surroundings exploded under the power of this sound wave. Lin Ling killed hundreds of Yikshaws with the power of sound waves from his body. From this, one could see how terrifying his body was. As for Lin Ling and Shin Guy, they flew toward the soul-burning Emperor's city. Saint Guy was excited. Lord, you're so strong. No wonder you have the strongest body in the universe. He felt that after Lord Lin Ling obtained Panga's body, he was reborn. The netherworld wanted to control him, but in reality, it was like releasing a demon. Lord, we're here. After a long time, Saint Guy pointed to the front and said. In the distance, there was an ancient city. Cultivators from the netherworld were entering and exiting the city. There were even some souls, however, the souls were like slaves in the city. They were responsible for working for the people in exchange for rewards and slowly cultivating. This is the soul-burning city. Saint Guy said. Lin Ling nodded. His powerful soul power spread out and scanned the entire city. Then, he found that there were no powerful beings that were worthy of his attention. Saint Guy, tell them to get out of the city within the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. Lin Ling said to Saint Guy. Saint Guy understood and quickly flew forward. Then, he shouted, People of the soul-burning city, listen up. You have 3 incense sticks to burn to get out of the city. Otherwise, all of you will die. His voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the city narrowed their eyes. Destroy the city? This person is so arrogant. At the same time, the soul-burning emperor also heard the voice. His eyes turned cold as he walked out with a large number of powerful beings. Let's go and meet them. The soul-burning emperor's face was cold as he led a large number of experts out of the ancient city. Then, they saw a burly man floating above the city, looking down at them. Emperor, this is He Ta. He has the pearl of Xianxia. Xianxia said to the soul-burning emperor. Xianxia was weaker than the soul-burning emperor, so no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to go against the soul-burning emperor. It's you. The soul-burning emperor stared at Xianxia and frowned. Go, capture him. Then, he said to an expert behind him. At this moment, a man was hiding in the yellow sand far away from the soul-burning city. When he saw Xianxia, his expression changed slightly. I didn't expect He Ta to still be alive. He should have run away after getting the pearl of Xianxia. Why did he come to the soul-burning city to die? He was one of the original team members, Yuan Wenbing. He had also gotten the pearl of Xianxia, but he was unwilling to hand it over, so he had been avoiding the soul-burning emperor. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. Everyone thought that he had run far away, but he was actually hiding in the vicinity of the soul-burning city. Die. Xianxia sneered when he saw the experts flying out from the sky. He activated the Donghuang bell and suppressed them. He had always been afraid of being discovered by the netherworld, so he rarely used the Donghuang bell. But now that Lin Ling had returned, he was no longer afraid of anything. Rumble, the gods were unable to resist the suppression of the Donghuang bell and were smashed into meat paste. What power! The soul-burning emperor and the others were shocked, especially the soul-burning emperor. He stared greedily at the Donghuang bell as if he wanted to take it for himself. How dare you kill the soul-burning emperor's men? Xianxia shouted and was about to attack, but the soul-burning emperor stopped her. He looked at Xianxia and said, You're quite strong. Are you interested in following me? As long as you follow me, the pearl of Xianxia will belong to you. You can do whatever you want in this level of hell. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. If he recovered his strength, these people wouldn't even have the right to talk to him, trying to recruit him? Only they could think of such a thing. You want to be my lord? You're not qualified. Besides, I've already found my lord. Xianxia said proudly after laughing in disdain. Your lord? The burning soul emperor frowned. He didn't like Xianxia's attitude. He was looking down on him too much. Xianxia also looked behind him and saw a white-haired man floating there, coldly looking at everyone. The man was very cold, and the strange thing was that if Saint Guy hadn't pointed him out, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. It's him. At the same time, Yuan Wenbing's expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the arrogant Soul Fangs? He actually made it out alive. Moreover, when had he become a lord of the Black Tower, he remembered that Fangs was the weakest existence in the team. This guy is too crazy. In the Dizong Palace, no one dared to touch him because he had the map fragment. After coming out, he still dares to act recklessly. It seems like he's used to being arrogant and won't change anytime soon. Yuan Wenbing shook his head and said. It's you, Fangs. Xinyu recognized Lin Ling almost as soon as Yuan Wenbing recognized him. Her expression was full of shock. Xinyu, you know him? The Burning Soul Emperor looked at Xinyu and asked. Of course, I know him. Xinyu nodded excitedly. He's just a very arrogant soul. When he entered the Dizon Palace that day, he relied on the map fragment to act arrogantly. However, I didn't expect this guy to still be so arrogant after coming out. Soul? You mean a reincarnated soul? What the hell? A reincarnated soul dares to be so arrogant. Where's his physical body? He dares to challenge us without a physical body. A large number of gods around the Burning Soul Emperor laughed with disdain. They weren't souls, but gods born in the underworld. They had a physical body and could cultivate the underworld's cultivation techniques. In their eyes, souls were just slaves. Ha ha ha, Black Tower, don't tell me that the slave without a physical body is your lord. Are you blind, or am I blind? The soul-burning Emperor Lord asked Xingyi after laughing heartily. You're all courting death. Saint Gui's face turned cold. They could laugh at him, but not at his lord. I guess the Black Tower is blind. Xinyu flew out and walked slowly towards Lin Ling. He smiled faintly and said, Fangs, I've always been curious. From the first time you saw me, you wanted to kill me. What's going on? If I remember correctly, you and I should be the first. Let's meet again. In the sky, Lin Ling's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he stared at Xinyu. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Xinyu, a god of the Silvermoon race, how could he not want to kill him? He didn't say anything and suddenly punched out. Rumble. This punch exploded the sky and flew past Xinyu, causing Xinyu to be stunned. A mere soul dared to attack her. No, the punch wasn't aimed at him, but at the other side. What was Fangs doing? Was he deliberately mystifying things? Xinyu didn't believe that a soul like Fangs could be powerful. Rumble. However, at this moment, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. A ferocious gust of wind blew at Xinyu's hair, causing his expression to freeze. Then, he turned around in disbelief and saw the most unbelievable scene in his life. That was because the vast burning soul city had been destroyed by a single punch. There were countless casualties. It was estimated that hundreds of thousands of people had been killed by that single punch. Ah! Save me! What's going on? Some of the more powerful people had escaped death, but at this moment, they couldn't react. Then, they all looked up at Lin Ling, especially the Burning Soul Emperor. His pupils constricted and his heart was beating rapidly. A single punch had killed most of his people? You're courting death. The Burning Soul Emperor and the others were furious. They all pounced on Lin Ling and attacked Lin Ling one after another. Xinyu was still frozen in midair. Perhaps things had happened too quickly, so fast that he couldn't react. After the Burning Soul Emperor and the others rushed toward Lin Ling, they all exploded with powerful strength. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Even if there were a king-tier cosmic giant god here, not many people could stop them. The dazzling light and fierce wind blew at Xinyu's hair. He was still frozen in place, unable to react. Rumble. Xinyu's eyes flashed when the powerful attacks ended. He completely woke up. That's right, Fangs had indeed destroyed a city with a single punch and killed many gods. Thinking of this, Xinyu stared ahead and saw a white-haired man floating in the sky. He had his hands behind his back and was motionless. All the previous attacks had landed on him, but not only was he not injured, he was also completely unharmed, not dead. How could a soul have such power? One had to know that souls were afraid of light, cold, and sunlight. Even if a soul was more powerful, it would only be able to resist more attacks. However, the defense of the soul was naturally weaker than the physical body. This was something that everyone knew. Could it be? Xinyu's pupils trembled violently as she suddenly shouted, "It's a physical body, a physical body." What, a physical body? Soul-burning Emperor and the others were also trembling. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying physical body. Previously, they had mocked Yudu for not having a physical body, but now, Yudu's physical body had given them a hard slap. Senior, I was impulsive before. I hope you can forgive me. Soul-burning Emperor pondered for a moment, then immediately bowed and apologized. When the others saw this, they knew that they had met a powerful god and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Seeing this, Xianxia, who had just regained her composure, froze in the sky again. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he walked step by step towards Soul-Burning Emperor and the others. Now, he had the #1 physical body in the universe and was also a 4-star Pengu. How could these insignificant universe gods hurt him? He arrived in front of Soul-Burning Emperor and looked down at him. "You want my people to become your people?" Soul-Burning Emperor trembled. Previously, he had wanted to recruit Xianxia, but now, it seemed that he was not qualified. "Me?" Soul-Burning Emperor said anxiously. However, just as he said the word "me," Lin Ling punched him. Boom! Soul-Burning Emperor's body exploded, and he could not be more dead. Unlike Xianxia and Xianxia, he was a god born and bred in the underworld. They were both gods who had forcibly taken over other people's bodies to cultivate, but they still couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Ling. Great Emperor! All of the gods trembled when they saw that the Burning Soul Emperor had been killed by a single punch. The Burning Soul Emperor is very close to the Xianxia king. Someone said uneasily. Soul-Burning Emperor was able to walk freely in this level of hell because he had the support of Xianxia king. Boom! Lin Ling did not even look at him and killed him with one punch. Cold, extremely cold, everyone was trembling. They were so afraid that they did not dare to resist. Bang, 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 Lin Ling's fists continued to blast out, ending the lives of these gods. Then, he walked step by step towards Xianxia, and when Xianxia saw Lin Ling walking over, he was so scared that he couldn't say a word. It was too scary, so scary that he didn't dare to resist at all. Only, when did Yadu become so strong? In the previous trip to Dizon Palace, if he wanted to kill Yadu, it would be a piece of cake. Yadu, Xianxia, he Xianxia he, Shen. Yayu. However, Yayu Xianxia, Lin hearing Lin Ling's words, Xianxia could only raise his head and look at Lin Ling nervously. Lin Ling's appearance was clearly reflected in his eyes and even in his heart. It had to be said that Lin Ling was not ugly. Compared to the strange appearances of the underworld gods, he was extremely handsome. However, Lin Ling was very cold. It was as if his entire body was formed by killing intent and ice. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had a physical body and not a soul. After taking a look, Xianxia did not dare to look again. He looked away. Lin Ling's coldness was truly terrifying. "You are afraid of me?" Lin Ling said coldly. "I am." Although Xianxia did not say anything, his expression said it all. "Do you know why I have such a strong killing intent towards you?" Lin Ling said again. His words made Xianxia very curious. After all, when Yadu was still a soul, he was already full of murderous intent. This murderous intent was very deep, and Xianxia could feel that it was an irreconcilable hatred. "Because you are from the Silvermoon race. Your ancient race of the universe killed all my friends, my wife, and my family. Therefore, when I see you, I cannot wait to kill you." Lin Ling said coldly. "I, Lin Ling, admit that I am not a good person. I have killed countless people. However, every debt has its debtor. When I kill a murderer, as long as the murderer's family and friends do not help me, I will not touch them. However, the Yinhuan Guang of the Silvermoon race is exterminated. There is no principle to speak of." "Ah, the Silvermoon race?" Xianxia shouted. "I really don't know what Yinhuan Guang is. I also don't know about the Silvermoon race." After he entered the underworld, his memories had long disappeared. Naturally, he did not know who Yinhuan Guang was. Then, his eyes trembled violently. Yadu actually knew about the Silvermoon race and Yinhuan Guang. Could it be that he had memories, a soul with memories? How could this be possible? His heart was pounding non-stop. Only now did he know that Yadu was not an ordinary person. "Lord Yadu, I am innocent. I don't even have memories. Although I am from the Silvermoon race, I definitely did not participate in that matter when I was alive." Xianxia kept begging for mercy. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His eyes were still cold. Who could be sure that Xianxia was not that group of people? After all, at that time, Lin Ling had also killed many people from the Silvermoon race when he fought back, even if he was not, so. What? Yinhuan Guang could kill Lin Ling's family and friends because he wanted to kill him. He, Lin Ling, could do the same. There was no right or wrong in this matter. There was only a difference in position and strength. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being from the Silvermoon race. Lin Ling muttered to himself and punched out. Don't. Xinyu shouted, but his body still exploded in the end. Lin Ling looked at the dead Xinyu with cold eyes. He then looked into the distance and sneered, Yin Guang, now that I have begun to grow, I will definitely find you soon. Wait for me. Lord, I found another pearl of Xidagarba on them. At this time, Xingyi flew over. Lin Ling took the pearl of Xidagarba and left with Xingyi. Now, there was probably no one he knew on this level of hell. He had to go to the next level to find Yu and the others. Yudu is actually so strong. After Lin Ling and the others left, Yuan Wenbing trembled on the yellow sand. He thought of Yudu in the Xidagarba palace and the current Yudu. He never expected that among the people who had entered the Xidagarba palace, those who had died and those who had been injured, the one who had luckily escaped was Yudu. Especially when he thought of Yudu killing a group of gods with a single punch, he was even more shocked. This was something he could not do. Perhaps he would never be able to do it in this lifetime. Holding the pearl of Xidagarba in his hand, Lin Ling sat on the scorching desert. Gradually, his body sank into the desert and disappeared. A huge sand whirlpool appeared and engulfed Lin Ling. My lord. Seeing Lin Ling disappear, Xingyi couldn't help but smile. He flew back to Soul Sealing City and started looting the corpses of the dead, but at this time, there were some who wanted to take advantage of the situation. But when they saw Xingyi, they were all shocked and quickly ran away. Senior, you come, you come. They had seen from afar that the lord above this white-haired man's head was so powerful that he could destroy Soul Burning City with a single punch, including the Soul Burning Emperor. It could be said that no one could withstand a single punch from the white-haired man. Now, how could they dare to fight with the white-haired man for the spoils of war? At least you know what's good for you. Xingyi ignored them and started searching for treasures in the city. After Lin Ling sank into the ground, he continued to refine the pearl of Xidagarba. His cultivation realm gradually reached the peak of the higher god realm, and he was only a step away from the giant god realm. His physical strength had increased from 10 billion to 18 billion, and he had finally attained the 5-star Panga body, but the power of the pearl of Xidagarba didn't weaken. It was still increasing, and Lin Ling's physical strength gradually reached 36 billion. This was the body of a 6-star Pangu. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Lin Ling floated up from the underground whirlpool. 6 stars hung on his forehead. My lord. When Lin Ling came out, Xingyi was already waiting for him. And Lin Ling could sense that Xingyi's strength had increased. My lord, where are we going next? Xingyi looked at Lin Ling happily. He could also sense that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It was much stronger than before. To find King Yanluo. Lin Ling pondered and then said. Now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had recovered almost 80% of his strength, he could probably fight King Yanluo. All right. Xingyi immediately nodded and left with Lin Ling. Xingyi was very familiar with this level of hell, so he brought Lin Ling along. After a long time, a rolling whirlpool appeared in front of them, forming an incomparably huge sandstorm. Everything within the sandstorm could not be seen clearly. There was only one path leading into the sandstorm, but that path was heavily guarded. Yikshaws were constantly escorting the souls of the dead into the sandstorm. These souls of the dead were criminals, just like Lin Ling when he first came to the netherworld. Moreover, other than the souls of the dead, there were many more in this prison of hell. As long as any god committed a mistake, they would all be imprisoned here. However, it was clear that this prison was not very advanced, so the prisoners were not strong. Of course, the Yikshaws guarding the prison were not strong either. My lord, this is the prison of this level of hell. King Yanluo is the Night King Yanluo. In front of the rolling sandstorm, Xingyi said to Lin Ling, if you want to enter here, the only way is through the gate. However, if you go there, you will inevitably be discovered. Enter through the sandstorm and find King Yanluo first. Think of a way to find out the whereabouts of Yu and the rest. If we get the news, we will wreak havoc in the prison and then leave. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. Enter through the sandstorm? I heard that the sandstorm around this prison is even more terrifying than the one in Dizong Palace. Shungi's expression changed. Lin Ling looked ahead quietly, constantly estimating the power of the sandstorm. He nodded and said, "I think we can enter." With that, he rushed into the sandstorm with Xianxia. Rumble, the sandstorm here was incomparably terrifying. It was like a knife, and every grain of sand contained the might of the universe. Clang. Clang, when the sand hit Lin Ling's body, it produced a metallic sound. However, Lin Ling couldn't block the blade-like sandstorm. His body was cut open, and fresh blood dripped from his body. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. Under Lin Ling's protection, Xianxia was safe. However, when he heard the rumbling outside, he was extremely worried about Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't say a word. Blood poured out of his body, and then the sandstorm tore his blood apart and turned him into nothingness. After an unknown amount of time, the heavy feeling in his body finally disappeared. His vision suddenly opened up. He saw a huge mine in the middle of the sandstorm, and he could vaguely see a large number of people mining there. And in the middle of the mine, there was a palace made of black rock. "He's out." At this moment, Xianxia reacted and couldn't help but let out a light breath. When he looked at Lin Ling, he saw that Lin Ling was covered in blood and jumped in fright. "Sir!" Xianxia anxiously shouted. "I'm fine." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pengu's body, defense, and recovery were both top-notch. As long as he didn't die, he could quickly recover from any injuries. "Sir, your injuries." Xianxia was incomparably shocked. Lin Ling's injuries had healed in the blink of an eye. This speed was too fast. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, searching with his powerful soul force. Finally, he found a huge crystal rhombus-shaped stone in the palace. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he investigated even more. Soon, he discovered that there was a mysterious aura coming from the rhombus-shaped stone. He guessed that the rhombus-shaped stone recorded the whereabouts of countless souls. It was similar to the 3 Lives stone, which recorded the soul's 3 lives and 3 lifetimes. "If I'm not wrong, this is the thing I'm looking for." Lin Ling withdrew his soul force and looked around. He found a large number of souls mining, and the ores were extremely precious. It seemed like they were being sent to another underworld. If he could obtain it, Lin Ling was confident that his body's strength would increase again. But for now, Lin Ling didn't want to act too quickly. This was because he discovered that there were many underworld powerhouses in the main hall of the palace. Yama King was a white-haired old man. He wore a large cloak and held the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Weak, Lin Ling waited there with Xianxia. At the same time, in the main hall, the white-haired old man frowned. Earlier, he had sensed a strange force attacking him. It was very strange, but when he carefully investigated, he didn't discover anything. "Could it be my misperception?" the old man muttered to himself. Then, he ignored it and said, "Men, is the underworld ore ready?" "Sir, it's ready, but the ore of the underworld ore is too strong. Hundreds of people have already died in the process." A Xianxia king respectfully replied. "Send the underworld riders to send them off." The old man waved his hand and said. Everyone accepted the order and left. The old man walked to a corner of the palace and looked at the huge rhombus-shaped stone. Then, he muttered to himself, "It's shown in the life and death stone. It won't be long before another batch of souls comes." He sat down cross-legged and slowly cultivated. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window. The old man opened his eyes and stared at that person. His expression changed instantly. "Who are you?" The old man stood up abruptly, his aura surging. This was hell's prison. How could random people enter? Moreover, he had been in the underworld for many years and this was the first time he had seen someone barge into hell. "King Yanluo, right? I only have one request. I want the stone that records souls." "Deal." The newcomer walked into the hall and spoke coldly. At the same time, the old man saw that this person had a head of white hair and wore a black robe. He was incomparably cold as ice. Most importantly, the killing intent on his body was extremely dense, as if it had materialized. "Stone that records souls? Insolent. This is a life and death stone. There are only 62 pieces in the entire underworld. How dare you touch it? Hearing this, the old man angrily shouted. The aura of King Yanluo rolled out. Since Senior is unwilling, then don't blame me. The white-haired man lightly shook his head and walked forward step by step. His body didn't seem tall, but it seemed as if he had turned into a giant. You're courting death. The old man coldly shouted, men, men. However, no matter how much he shouted, no one could hear him. This was because the entire hall was sealed by the white-haired man's soul force. Bang, the white-haired man and the old man collided, causing the entire hall to tremble. Impossible. My divine force is so powerful, why aren't you afraid of it? Could it be that your body is invincible against divine force? Moreover, your attack doesn't contain any divine force. Why is it so powerful? This is your physical strength. The old man's frightened voice came from the hall, but it soon quieted down. Time seemed to have stopped. Looking carefully, the old man was frozen on the spot. The white-haired man walked past the tables and chairs and slowly came to a corner of the hall. He picked up the rhombus-shaped crystal stone and began to investigate it. Break for me, the white-haired man said in a low voice. His fist landed on the crystal stone, shattering it. Then, countless fragments floated up and revolved around the man, gradually disappearing. The man was using his soul force to refine the crystal stone. After a long time, the man opened his eyes. There were whirlpools in his eyes. All the information about the crystal stone poured into his mind. Found it. The white-haired man revealed an excited smile. Although he had not found his family, he had met a few friends. After that, the white-haired man stood up and left with large strides. The hall was still silent, and only the dead old man was still standing on the ground without moving. A moment later, the white-haired man came to the balcony and looked down at the countless mineral veins below. With a single step, he disappeared from the spot. The white-haired man appeared in the mine. He stopped in his tracks, and endless amounts of nether ore floated up and swirled around him. Refine. The man growled as he continued to refine the nether ores. Gradually, his entire body was covered in nether ores. What happened? In the mine, all the miners were shocked, but they didn't dare to get too close to the man. After all, the nether ore here was too strong, and they would be in danger if they got too close. Usually, when they were mining, they would only bring along a small ore each. How would they dare to approach so many ores at once? Milord. Gradually, some Yixias arrived and looked at the scene in shock. A few powerful underworld knights also appeared. They were riding tall horses and wearing heavy armor. They were also looking at the vast pile of nether ores. For a moment, they didn't understand what had happened, and they felt extremely strange. Not good, Lord Yanluo is dead. But at this moment, a voice came from the palace, causing the entire prison to panic. Lord Yanluo is dead, what happened? I wonder who killed His Excellency King Yanluo without anyone noticing. This person's strength is too strong. After so many years in the underworld, this is the first time someone dared to attack Lord Yanluo. Voices kept coming, and the Yixias and underworld generals looked serious. They naturally knew that this matter was going to shake the underworld. After all, no one had dared to kill Lord Yanluo in the underworld for so many years. After all, this was equivalent to provoking the entire underworld. No matter who it was, in a place like the underworld, could they go against the entire underworld? Could it be him? Suddenly, a Yixia king looked at the pile of nether ores in front of him. This time, everyone looked at the pile of nether ores with a serious expression and murderous intent. However, when they thought of Lord Yanluo's death, the underworld generals didn't dare to act rashly. Boom, but at this moment, the nether ores exploded, and a white-haired man walked out. His body was surrounded by dense fog, making him look like a dream. His aura was extremely strange. It looked ordinary, but it gave people an extremely grand and ancient feeling. You are the one who killed Lord Yanluo? A underworld general said solemnly. Although his voice was majestic, the demon horse he was sitting on trembled when it saw the white-haired man. They stared at the white-haired man, unable to believe it. After all, who in the underworld would dare to kill Lord Yanluo and cultivate in the nether ores? For a moment, everyone looked at the white-haired man and didn't speak for a long time. The white-haired man looked at the crowd indifferently, but his eyes were calm. as if he was looking at a group of ants. Die. Finally, the white-haired man spoke. When he spoke, it was as if he had announced the line between life and death. All the Xianxias and underworld generals trembled. Even if they were backed by the underworld, even if they were powerful, they still felt their scalps go numb when the white-haired man said the word die. Who is this person? Is he really going against the underworld? As for the prisoners in the mine, they looked at this scene uneasily. But at this moment, the white-haired man finally made his move. He had already obtained the life and death stone, so everything else had nothing to do with him. Boom. Boom, boom. He punched out continuously, and with every punch, several Xianxias died. He even blew up the underworld cavalry with a punch, killing both the rider and the horse. The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. Countless prisoners looked at this scene and trembled in shock. However, the one-sided massacre ended as quickly as it started. In less than 3 incense sticks' time, all the Xianxias and underworld generals were killed. The white-haired man brought a burly man with him and strode out of the prison, taking away a lot of nether ores. Ah, who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus in the prison? This is hell. Who gave you the guts to cause a ruckus in hell? Along the way, they naturally encountered many Xianxias and underworld soldiers. However, they were all killed by the white-haired man with a punch. A path to the outside world was successfully opened, and all the underworld soldiers in hell prison were killed. Free, we are free. Kill. 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 In hell prison, all the prisoners gradually came to their senses. Then, they rushed out of the prison with murderous intent. Hell prison was destroyed, and the underworld was in chaos. Lord, haha, interesting. Walking along the yellow sand, Lin Ling's mood finally improved. Ever since the incident at the Dao Tower, Lin Ling had been suppressing a knot in his heart. He was afraid that everyone would disappear. He was also afraid that it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. But now, after his hard work, he was finally getting stronger. He was even beginning to find the people of the past. Previously, when he looted the underworld and hell, his physical body's strength had reached 60 billion. If he used the Panga strike, his strength would reach 120 billion. Moreover, he would also have 100% speed boost and godly power, making him invincible. Therefore, the king of hell was no match for Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was not much different from back then. The only difference was that he did not have the 8 dantians. If he could find the 8 dantians that he had lost back then, Lin Ling's strength could increase even more. Lin Ling continued to move forward with Saint Guy. After a long time, he arrived at a market. There were all kinds of people here. There were gods of the underworld and many souls. However, the departed souls that could appear here were all existences that had committed all sorts of crimes. Found it. Looking at the lively market in front of him, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He had refined the life and death stone, so he naturally knew the whereabouts of Emperor Xianxia and the others. Just like the mark of the underworld that was sealed in Lin Ling's body, the underworld could find Lin Ling's whereabouts through the life and death stone. Even many unrelated souls could be found by Lin Ling. He could know their origins, whereabouts, and so on. Lin Ling's soul was strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to devour so much information. Saint Guy, do it. Lin Ling said to Saint Guy. Saint Guy nodded excitedly and activated the Donghuang bell to suppress the market. Rumble, this suppression did not kill anyone. It was just to prevent unrelated people from meddling. The effect was very good. When the Donghuang bell appeared, the faces of the people in the market changed drastically. After dodging the attack, they saw Lin Ling and Saint Guy walking over. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Him, and those people. Lin Ling said to Saint Guy as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Come out. Saint Guy smiled excitedly and hurried over to those people. What is the meaning of this? Those who were pointed at by Lin Ling had vigilant looks on their faces, as if they were deeply afraid of being killed by Lin Ling. Don't worry, we're friends. I'm here to save you today. Xianxia explained. However, the more he explained, the more nervous those people became. Because everyone who wanted to kill them said the same thing. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't waste any time. He released his powerful soul power and enveloped those people. Then, he forcefully stuffed the memories in the life and death stone into their souls. The life and death stone not only recorded the past and present lives of the soul, but also recorded when and where the soul was reincarnated, including the memories of each life. It was a precious treasure of the underworld. The Yama king of the underworld was able to control the souls of the underworld because he had the stone of life and death. Since Lin Ling had swallowed the life and death stone, he naturally possessed everything within it. Ah! Those people's souls trembled in pain as their memories were forcefully stuffed into them. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? I'm Great Emperor Xianxia. Lin Ling, it's you. However, a moment later, one of the souls let out a loud roar and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lord Lin Ling, Great Emperor Xianxia. The others gradually regained their senses and their faces were filled with shock. Found you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I have my memories. Everything that I lost is back. Great Emperor Xianxia looked at the people around him and danced with joy. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically. They could clearly see Great Emperor Xianxia hugging an enemy. One should know that not long ago, they were life and death enemies. But now, they were as close as brothers. Memories, they actually obtained their memories of the past. Before they obtained their memories, they were life and death enemies. But after they obtained their memories, they realized that they were on the same side. How can the souls of the underworld possess their memories? The surrounding people gradually reacted and shouted in horror. You will have your memories too. Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at them. His soul force spread out, found a large amount of memories, and forcefully stuffed them into everyone's souls. Relax, if you want your memories, then let me handle it. Lin Ling's voice floated out at the same time. Those souls wanted to resist, but gradually, they allowed Lin Ling to do as he wished. Everyone wanted to regain their memories of the past. As long as their memories were restored, they would know a lot of cultivation methods. If they could find a physical body, it was possible to restore their strength. Ah, my memories are restored. I am from the Ting family village. Dead and resurrected, dead and resurrected. Damn the underworld, you want to control us? Dream on. After a long time, everyone regained their memories. When they recalled the bits and pieces of their past, they all shouted excitedly. The underworld had robbed them of their memories. Now that they had finally regained their memories, they naturally wouldn't let the underworld take back their memories. While they were excited, Lin Ling had already led everyone away. Lin Ling, how did you find us? Great Emperor Xianxia and the others were still very excited. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they had seen their family. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Now that they had met again, their feelings for each other were even deeper. Moreover, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could escape from the underworld's shackles and find them. They rejoiced because they knew Lin Ling. After all, without Lin Ling, they could only reincarnate and become mortals. Sure enough, everything was different when they followed Lin Ling. It's a long story. Let's find the others first. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had already decided to find the others first, then find a physical body for them to restore their strength. Finally, they could escape from the underworld. It was like being resurrected from the dead and escaping from the underworld's control. My lord, we have to find our people and restore their memories. That's what we must do. But why did we restore the memories of those people from before? Saint Guy asked curiously. Hearing that, Lin Ling explained with a smile, now that this level of hell is in chaos, the underworld will know about us sooner or later. To prevent the underworld from targeting us, we need the water of this level of hell to make it even more chaotic. My lord is right. Saint Guy and the others were enlightened. Before long, Lin Ling found many of his friends and restored their memories. Then, he released his powerful soul power and restored the memories of all the dead souls in this level of hell. Kill. Ha ha ha, I, Hu Han-san, am alive again. The underworld is nothing. Today, I will wreak havoc in the underworld. This level of hell was completely destroyed. Not only were there criminals released by Lin Ling, but all the dead souls had also recovered their memories. They went on a killing spree, killing everyone in the underworld. End of chapter 5045. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.